only been here 12 hours.
It's been awesome the time that we've been here for, I know, a brief period. I'm excited to kind of see where the venue is and everything going on there, which I've heard really awesome things about. So that'll be cool to check out later.
And for those of you who don't know Matt, Mr. X Morello, he used to be good at a game called Rainbow Six, but he's been talking about Overwatch for how many years now, Matt?
Too many. No, it's been, oh man.
2016? 2017?
16. Yeah, that's scary. Time has flown by.
Coming up on a decade, but this is the first ever $1 million prize pool for Overwatch 2 at EWC. And we brought in the big dogs. As you can tell, we've got the local legend if you're New Zealander. He's in Riyadh, though. We brought him all the way out. Avril, tell me about your experience so far. How we feeling?
It's good. It's hot out here, man. But so is the action. The action's going to be hot. Got the best of the best out here. And hospitality's been amazing. This event's going to be good.
Can anyone keep up with crazy raccoons? I know we haven't even started the tournament, so let me get that question out of the way right now.
I think we've got a few teams. I think there's like 4 Korean teams that will be pretty competitive. Hoping the hope of NA, Toronto Ultra is going to be pretty good as well. So, yeah, top 4, top 5 might be pretty good.
Final 2 questions. Number 1 hero in Overwatch right now and number 1 talent.
Number 1 hero. I'm getting rumors that D.Va might be the number 1 hero in Overwatch right now, this exact moment. So that's where the streets are saying. And number 1 talent.
Yeah.
I think my man from Long Island might have to take it.
Matt, Mr. X Morello, your number 1 talent, live here at EWC. We're going to let you gentlemen crush your interviews. Best of luck today. Much love, fam. See you soon. All right, it's Puckett Backstage, and as you can see, we need to keep quiet. Filming in progress. Hero shot 2. That means we've got some heroes around here. Let's check it out. Right behind the curtain, who's on stage? Ooh, look at this set. We got Virtus.pro getting ready to go. The 5 gentlemen ready to get their hero headshots taken. We got some video as well. And as these guys are warming up, can we talk with the staff here a little bit? Gentlemen, how are we feeling about Virtus.pro at Overwatch EWC?
But we're going for.
Tell me about the players. Where are you guys from?
So we have Sauna and Rajaro from Finland. Backline, so Gala and Canal from Spain. And Shockwave from Denmark.
I love it. So you guys representing all of Europe, basically. How are the fans? Is all of Europe going to be supporting your team throughout this tournament?
I hope so. I hope we have all the EMEA fans with us.
Well, I know we've got a lot of success in Virtus.pro's lineage across multiple titles. You guys are here to win a huge chunk of money. How far can you go in the tournament?
Let's make it to the finals first.
Let's make it there. We'll see if they can get it done. Best of luck, Virtus.pro. What's up, guys? It's Puckett at EWC 2024, and I just found a local Kevster here in Riyadh. Kev, talk to me about your trip. How's it been so far?
It's been nice. It's a really nice country, to be honest. The hotel is insane.
So we're backstage right now. We got to be quiet because everyone else is filming. This is media day. So as a player, what all are you going through?
Just filming a bunch of photo shoots and like recording stuff for this stream.
Now, historically, the players, they've been pretty lame. They cross their arms, maybe like put their hands behind their back. What is the Kevstar stance for this hero shot?
I've got none, to be honest. There's none.
Can you like maybe recreate what your hero is going to look like in game? Are we playing Genji? What are we playing this weekend?
Tracer, maybe.
There we go. You just saw his Tracer. That's Kevstar. We're going to let him get behind the scenes. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, we've made it to the player lounge where you can see Virtus.pro done with their hero shots. How do they prepare for a week of Overwatch 2? You got to get the hands warm, right? We got a very friendly / competitive game of table tennis happening right now. And VP, you guys are so good at placing your shots, but when it comes to table tennis, who's your best player?
Shockwave.
Shockwave, easy?
I would say Cloud. Cloud's way better.
Is this a tournament right now, or are you guys just doing a little free-for-all?
Yeah, playing for fun.
Do you think at the end of the weekend, maybe we could put a piece of your prize money on this tournament?
Maybe.
All right, I'll see what I can set up for you. Right now, I'm going to see, can Shockwave sink one? Oh, to the back line. He's in their heads. He's in their heads. We'll see you guys later. Yo, Barney Banks is in the building. Good to see you.
Are you okay, man?
I'm tired, but I'm good. Got off a flight. Oh, look at this. I found myself a Barney Banks. Now, Barney and I just worked the first week of EWC. Have you been out here this whole time? Did you go home, come back refreshed?
I had to go home and see the 2-year-old man. I got a toddler at home. he needs his dad. You know what I'm saying?
It is awesome being Talon at this event because we don't have the pressure the players do. They're playing for the serious prize money. We just get to highlight all of it. What's been your experience so far here in Riyadh?
Yeah, I mean, Warzone was crazy week one. It was actually my first Warzone event ever as well. So we had a great time working together. And then for the past week, I've been here doing PUBG Mobile. And we've been doing all the group stages. And then this week, it goes into the survival stage and the grand finals. So it's like the stakes are rising. They're getting heated up now.
Now, with every game, we have the club championship. Over $20 million up for grabs for all of the teams. Team Falcons got it done in week one. We've got Falcons here in Overwatch too. Do you have your eyes on any other clubs, or is this Falcons tournament to take?
I mean, last year, like when we kind of did something similar to this, I guess Twisted Minds and Gaming Gladiators were the only two that really kind of gave Falcons a run for their money. Twisted Minds ended up taking it. So this year, this is the Esports World Cup. This is different. This is bigger. This is badder. We've got more titles here as well. It seems like Falcons are running away with it, but I wouldn't put all the chips in one basket right now, you know?
He says it's not going to be Falcons. I'm saying it is going to be Falcons. If you disagree, let us know. Thanks, Barney. Cheers, bro. Hey, guys, it's Puckett Backstage on Media Day, and right behind this curtain, we have Saudi's son, Suhred, getting ready for Team Falcons. He's doing his hero shots, getting ready as the Falcons look to climb the podium here at EWC. Now, why is that guy important right there, you may ask? Well, he, of course, won the Overwatch World Cup with Saudi Arabia. This time around, though, he's got some incredible Korean teammates, and the Falcons are gunning for the top spot, not just here at Overwatch, but also in the club championship. Check them out. What's up, guys? It's Puckett and Suhred. We're backstage, and we got yelled at for being loud, so we're going to whisper this interview. Yeah, but can't be loud. So, Suhred, we're here in Riyadh. How does it feel to be representing Saudi Arabia and the Falcons for $1 million prize pool in WO2? It feels insane. It feels insane. I'm not gonna lie, it feels insane. No, just saw you doing your hero shots. Yeah. Is it awkward when you have all the cameras on you? I mean, the stage lighting here and everything is amazing.
I got used to it.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm a champ. I'm a world champion. I got used to it.
What was your favorite move?
Like doing the content?
Mm-hmm.
Probably stay cold.
Was it the Falcon?
This one. Or like just...
No wings? Just the static Falcon? Just hold it. Just hold it like that.
Yeah, the classic one.
I like it a lot. Yeah. All right, so real quick, let's get serious. Yeah. Falcons are a team to beat. They're also in the club championships. They've had other teams win for them. Are you feeling any extra pressure to take home a piece of the $20 million prize pool?
No pressure. Just play confident. Hopefully we can win it.
Now, talking with a lot of the experts, Matt, Mr. Rex, Avril, Jake, they're all saying that the Falcons are in the running for a podium spot. Can you tell me a little bit about your role on the team? What should fans expect to see from you?
Being on the bench, nothing else.
Just creating some content. So if you're on the bench, what are the starters going to be doing?
Win the tournament, hopefully, this time.
And is there one player to watch from your team that could pop off?
Proper. He's going to get the MVP.
Proper, MVP. Anyone else you want to shout out with a one-word answer before we go?
Proper.
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 Done.
Proper.
Shh. Backstage. What's Suhred? Yes. Backstage, guys. World champion. Yeah, hopefully.
Do you remember a year and a half ago, I played you in ranked and I threw your game?
Yeah, nah, just that time was just, I don't know, just you're a so good player, I guess.
No, what? I'm terrible player. Smash was carrying on tank. I promise. What's your favorite part about being here so far?
What was it?
Favorite part about being here?
Maybe dried in Korea. A bit dry, but so hot outside. So I don't know. This hotel is kind of nice. So
it's very big.
Yeah, very big, and I'm so happy to coming with my player. So,
is there a team you want to beat?
Want to beat?
Yeah. What team do you really want to beat?
I want to beat Fnatic right now because my really good friend in that team.
How was the flight over?
Yeah, it's pretty good. We all came over from Finland from our boot camp, and the boot camp was really good. So yeah.
A lot of solo queue in Finland, or was a lot of scrimming teams?
Obviously, most of the EU teams went to Korea, so we could scrim some teams, but not like all the top EU teams or the Korean teams. So yeah, a lot of ranked and some scrims. Yeah.
Weather is a little bit different from Finland. Like, what was the temperature in Finland like right now?
like 20 degrees here, and
It's like 40 here now. It's like 45 or something ridiculous. I don't think you're used to that, and I don't think any of the European players are used to that. It's kind of insane.
yeah, 40 is like unbearable. Like it's so hot to go outside. Like
Good AC though in the buildings, thankfully. Thankfully. Okay, who's your one team that you want to take down this tournament?
probably SSG, I think, because Ence haven't beat them like in a while, and so I think beating SSG would be really good. Yeah,
Any secret tactics? Any secret sauce?
it wouldn't be a secret then.
Okay, fair enough. Maybe something you ate for breakfast this morning. I've been asking everybody, what's your favorite breakfast food?
Probably just like a full English breakfast, you know, with everything on it. It's got to be that.
Easy. Okay. You think you can take down some of the Korean teams?
Yeah, I think like the top teams, they're really hard to beat. But I think like the bottom like 2, I think you can beat them. They're obviously insane, but like they're not untouchable, I would say.
Hello. This isn't my car, but I wish it was. Here at Esports World Cup, it is very hot outside. I think it's like 42 C right now. I'm not sure what that is in F, but it's hot. Trust me. It's AC in there. It's like blasting at 19 C. It feels real good. I'm going to melt, but I mean, the car's looking pretty good though. God damn. Look at those big wheels too. What's that, like 18? No, 20s in the front? 20s in the front, 22s in the rear. Silver paintwork as well. Looking a little bit pearlescent in the sun. What's that? 0 to 60 in what, like 2 point something seconds? Big brakes. Do you see those brakes? Huge. Unbelievable. I bet the stopping power is insane in this car. I will find the person to see if I can borrow this. I doubt we could. We're also going to get run over, so we're going to need to move. Cool car. How are you doing today?
That's a very nice compliment. You're not also a legend of the...
No.
There's like 4 people from the UK scene.
I know, it's great. We're all legends from the UK scene. We're here live.
We're all here today. What an amazing time.
It's 40 degrees outside.
It's not even 40 degrees. The other day it hit 48.
48 degrees.
48 degrees. I'm not prepared for that.
Can you actually go outside in that weather?
Not often at all. No.
You're staying inside the whole time in AC?
Literally, I have an umbrella. Every time I go outside, I'm like chilling with my little UV umbrella, walking around the boulevard. It's like, it's not fun. I mean, it is fun to a degree, and then you get burnt after like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I actually forgot to pack sunscreen, so.
Yeah, no, you'd think that would be like on your list for a 48-degree country, mate.
Yeah, I didn't think about it. No. It's 10 degrees hotter than LA, so, and about 40 degrees hotter than the UK right now.
Wait, what? 40 degrees hotter than the UK?
I don't know, what temperature's the UK right now?
I don't know. I don't live in the UK anymore.
Cold. Oh, you've given up? You've given up?
I've left, mate. I'm in Berlin now. Ich liebe Deutschland.
Oh this is Danny from Overwatch.
You're a bad interviewer.
What? No.
So bad.
What do you mean?
Can I just take over?
Okay.
Hi, everybody. My name's Danny. I'm here with Jack, Mr. Jack Wright, a very talented commentator for Overwatch.
Don't be that generous. Come
on. So, why do you hate pigeons?
I don't hate pigeons. Also,
yeah, you do.
Aren't you supposed to move the mic towards me?
Huh? No, you're not important. I'm just going to keep the mic, yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I don't hate
Hi, everybody. I love you guys.
No.
Riyadh is great. I'm having so much fun.
Okay,
all right, bye.
Okay. I want to do one as well. I guess this is getting cut up, so. Avril, everybody. Avril, how are you going?
Yeah, good, man.
What time did you get in?
Real early, 10 a.m. the day before.
10 a.m. day before? I got in at 3 a.m. I don't want you to one-up you, but.
Yeah, I know. That's pretty hardcore. You know,
Yeah.
it would be the best if you just didn't sleep. You're like, it's already 3 a.m. Maybe don't sleep. Just stay up the whole time.
Yeah. It's the worst interview of all time.
No, I think you just had the worst interview of all time with Danny.
Yeah,
actually.
I did.
So that's, at most, this will be second. I'll take second for that. That's fine. Yeah.
Hi, Ben.
Oh, hello.
How are you doing?
Pretty good.
Good. What are you guys in line for?
I think video shoot.
Video shoot?
Video shoot. Some pose.
Yeah, they're doing a video shoot. Are you
posing maybe?
posing?
Yeah.
Can you show us a good pose?
Yeah, if you want.
Yeah. How do you do it? Ooh!
This is good.
That's great. Thanks. All right. Thank you. All right. Guess who I found? It's the Toronto Ultra. They're here doing an interview. That's Coach Kasoris right here. What's up? How are you doing?
I'm doing all right.
How are you doing? When'd you land?
Yesterday, 9 p.m.
9 p.m. Okay. Was the flight okay?
Yeah, it was a good flight. We didn't have a delay. We had to rush when we were in Sri Lanka, or we had to run because we had to go through security again. But
I don't know. This is just like an impromptu interview. I just saw you. I just grabbed you.
That's all right.
You look good.
Thank you. We did the makeup in the makeup room.
Yeah, the makeup is pretty good.
Even had the coach
How are the
do it, so.
how are the players feeling?
They're feeling good. We just went through all the steps, all the makeup, all the interviews. So hopefully you guys can see some of that soon. And then now we're gonna go start practice.
Yeah. Are you? Is there anything that you're? Any teams that you, as a coach of the team, like looking forward to? Like, is there a team that you want to like really beat in EWC?
I think in the group stage we've got Crazy Raccoons, and at Dallas we kind of flopped against them. So we're looking to show that we can at least be competitive with the Korean teams and show more of what we got.
Hey, I believe in you guys. Good luck, Toronto. Oh, I'll see you guys on stage.
See you.
All right, thanks, man. Thank you. All right, let's grab another team. Spectra. M80. Spectra over here. Hi, how are you doing? 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
You're good?
Yeah.
How good is your English?
I'm pretty good at English, but I feel like after last year, my English is getting worse. I feel like.
No, it's fine. It's great. It's great. Your teammates are here as well. So, how excited are you about EWC?
I mean, I didn't really compete after last year. I'm really looking forward to it, and just here, place and hotel, people, everything is nice.
How far do you think M80 could go? What place? First place?
I feel like if everyone is on prime of their own, I feel like a guaranteed top 8. But I mean,
this guy talking about top 8. Yeah, you have to believe in yourself. You have to believe in your team more. Tree, how about you?
16, top 16 at least.
16?
Yeah.
Not even top 8? No, I think you guys could go all the way. Top number 1. All the way, win it all.
Yeah.
I need more confidence, guys. Yes or no? Yes?
All right, number one. Number one.
Yeah, number 1.
All right, fist. All right, guys. So I'm here in the player lounge, and I ran into Seeker here. Seeker, how are you doing? You said that you said that you're a little sick. Are you feeling a lot better, or?
Yeah, I mean, long flight, took us like 33 hours to get here. So yeah, I got.
What happened?
We were in Germany for like 8 hours. So other than that, it's just like it's a long way from. We were in Miami, so it takes a while for, of course, to get to Miami to Riyadh. But it was a long journey. I'm glad I'm here. This place is awesome. I'm feeling a little bit better, so I think I'll be good for the match tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully you do feel a lot better for your match tomorrow. How are your practice going? Is everything going smoothly?
Yeah, I mean, we had like a boot camp in Miami with NTMR, and a lot of it went really well. So I'm really confident in our ability to play well in the match, and hopefully we'll do good on stage.
All right. I mean, and seems like all of your friends or your teammates are having fun. Anything? What's fun? What are you gonna play?
I don't know. Honestly, I might play some foosball, or
sounds good.
A lot of air hockey at the player lounge. So I think I'm the best on the team at air hockey. I played 0, 6-0 against 0.
6-0 against 0. Okay. Hey, I mean, I gotta say, like Esports World Cup, they did a nice job with the player lounge, right?
Yeah, it's really nice. I mean,
a lot of good shit. All right. So I mean, you said that you're a little sick. Hope you feel a lot better. I guess I'll see you tomorrow on stage. All right. Good luck. Thank you. All right. So we got some players. I'm gonna be honest. There's I'm saying that EWC did a really good job, like fantastic job on building this player lounge, because as you could see, there's PlayStation, there's different games that people could just sit down and chill. There's arcades as well. They got food and beverage over there. PC setup, nice PC setup as well. So, guys, I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I think I'm going to go and have some fun now. I think I'm done with works. All right. So goodbye. Have fun. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Overwatch at the Esports World Cup. incredible day we've had here at the group stages at Overwatch, the Esports World Cup. It's 2 in the morning practically here, so we're going to close it off, and we'll see you tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow, and have a good night.
We send home 4 more teams.
Yep. A lot of keys get crushed.
Absolutely. And then we get to know in a couple days who actually takes it.
Yeah, that's the Totem. This is what all of this is about. The Esports World Cup. This looks beautiful, man.
Yeah, we're not even halfway through it.
Yeah.
It's gonna look
Who do you
sick.
think is going to win Overwatch?
I have no idea at this point.
I mean, I don't think anybody expected group stage to go the way it went.
No.
Yeah.
And tomorrow's going to be even bigger surprise. So,
yeah.
Speaking of which, I think I'm going to head to sleep. I'll
All
just
right.
give this over to A2 and call it a night.
All right, okay. Have a good night, man. I'll see you tomorrow on stage.
Yeah, absolutely.
Slowly.
Mission accomplished. The key is back in place and secure. Our group stage is finished, and now we can get started with the playoffs.
Hello and welcome back to the Esports World Cup for Overwatch 2. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, and I am super pumped to get right into it. We are going into the playoffs today with just 12 teams remaining in the tournament. Before we get into all the action, though, we got to introduce the brains on the stage. We got Jake Lyon. Everyone knows and loves Jake OW on Twitter. But over here, you may not know him. Hunter, coach of Makers, is joining us live. Now, you're normally behind the scenes. Today, we get to bring you out on the big stage, and I want to pick your mind here, Hunter. What was it like coming in with 16 of the world's best teams playing Overwatch 2 on the biggest stage?
Just another day at the office, really, to be perfectly honest. You know, I mean, it's not the first time that one of my teams has been, you know, up on the main stage. And with Makers, you know, this was more of a fun team, to be honest, in terms of, you know, the quality of our talent. But overall, you know, this is a huge tournament. This is the biggest tournament of the year. So it's been really exciting to be here.
You guys went on an incredible run. Unfortunately, Fnatic forced a 3-way tie. You were the victim of that tie. What was going through your heads as you were watching the final match?
Well, you see, we weren't so much a victim of the three-way tie as a victim of the 0-3 scoreline.
Right.
But, you know, for us, perhaps a win somewhere on the board would have helped us get across the line.
So close to beating Virtus.pro, and unfortunately, Makers is now out. Jake, let's catch everybody up because we started with 16. Today, we're down to 12. Who's left in the tournament?
Right now, it's only the teams who are top 3 from each group. So we've got a few teams progressing straight to the round of 8. Most of the rest still have to fight it out here in the round of 12. Of course, it's been Makers, Nightmare, Bleed, and ROC that have been eliminated so far. So everybody else still alive. A lot of teams fighting in it, but it's a single elimination bracket. We're about to add a lot of names to that list of teams sent home, and a lot of keys crushed.
Hunter, I got to get your thoughts here on the format because this is pretty awesome, and all these players are playing for some serious cash. We have $1 million being distributed at the end of the week, and your team walks home with 10 grand. Not a bad weekend split across the 5 players, of course, but every opportunity here moving forward, you are going to double up with a match win. Are the players here for the money? Are they here for the pride? What were your guys talking about behind the scenes?
Well, you know, I think it may depend on the roster as to whether you're here for pride, money, a little bit of both. But honestly, you know, anyone that's stepping out on that stage at this level, you're there for the pride, you know? You don't walk out onto that stage expecting a loss. You don't walk out happy with a loss. At the same time, you know, Makers coming off a map 5 with Twisted, you know, we weren't displeased with the outcome of the match either, you know. It wasn't the worst.
It was quite fun to watch, and of course, we got to give a shout out to everyone who made it out to Riyadh to compete. Why are they here? They're playing for a piece of the money, but not just that. Also, one of the sickest trophies we've seen in esports. Let's take a look.
Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the Club Championship trophy, and the Totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
The keys are such a sick feature here at the Esports World Cup. And Jake, my favorite part of all of this, as you can see this bad boy rocking in, is you're going to have a club championship trophy here with some of the plates at the bottom. If you win the championship here, you're going to become part of that trophy. But also, you can pick out 3 keys of your opponents to put into your award. So let's go hypothetical here. Team Jake wins. Are you picking 3 teams from your region, or do you want some global representation in your trophy?
I want the very best. I mean, to be honest, I think it's got to be the top teams, right? Who was with you in the end? The team you defeated in the grand finals, teams in the semis. I think it's just the most prestigious possible keys. Whoever was the best possible team. Maybe I just put Hunter's key in there just to mess with them.
I was going to say that's a very safe answer out of you, Jake. To be perfectly honest, I mean, if I were to win the club trophy, which I may do next year, I would be cramming, not if, but I would be cramming that trophy with North American chips. You know, every North American key I could get my hand on, I would be doing it.
Shout out to production. They grabbed Hunter's key and just wanted to show you live how he got
this is what happened
last night. Awesome stuff here as we have already sent 4 teams packing. At the end of the day, 4 more teams will be out of the competition. But Jake, it's not just the keys. It's not just the trophy. The bigger picture here in Riyadh, across the 8 weeks, we have over 20 tournaments going on. It's all part of the club championship, and we have an update on the leaderboard. Take a look.
Hello everybody, I'm Quickshot, host for EWC Central, the broadcast that covers every game, every week throughout the course of the Esports World Cup. I want to take a moment to look at Overwatch 2 group stage results and see what impact they had on the standings for our EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by SDC. Now, the bracket is behind me, and crucially for everyone following the race to see who will be crowned the best club in the world, all partnered clubs have secured their spot in the playoff stage, with Fnatic in particular clutching it in the final map of the final moments of the final series to keep their tournament hopes alive. You need to keep your eyes out on teams like Twisted Minds, Virtus.pro, Team Falcons, and Gaming Gladiators. They are all looking to make a deep run throughout the course of this playoff bracket because they want to climb high on the club championship scoring totem. Now, I think in particular, Twisted Minds came out on top in a close three-way tie in Group B. This actually secures them a top 8 finish and a guaranteed minimum 60 points, bringing them to 410 total. It's closer to top 10. As you can see, the cutoff right now to be in the top 10 is 600. Over in Group D, Virtus.pro went undefeated to also secure the top 8. That moves the club to 335 total points. Still not good enough for my top 10. If you'd like to keep up to date with the updates, keep track of the EWC Club Championships, as well as every other game that's going on at the Esports World Cup, then join us every Thursday to Sunday, 2 until 6, twitch.tv EWC, youtube.com/EWC. I've been Quickshot. Thanks for tuning in to EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by SDC.
Man, I love that guy, Quickshot. And in fact, I offered him a job 12 years ago. Can you believe he turned it down?
Very believable. You know, now that I'm stood on stage with you, I could see it.
Yeah, sorry, Quickshot. That one still hurts a little bit, but big money here, $20 million. And we talked about the teams that are in the running. Before we get to the format real quick, Hunter, I wanted to ask you, of the teams remaining in the tournament, who do you have more faith in? Twisted Minds, Fnatic, or Gaming Gladiators? Because we see Falcons is already at the top spot. They have a huge lead. Who do you think catches up?
I'd probably put my money on Twisted if I were to pick a side there. Honestly, Twisted Minds, you know, every single time they come to a really big tournament, they just they turn up to a whole nother level, you know. Ignore their Makers result from yesterday where things were a little bit dicey.
Yep.
The pressure was off there for them. But as soon as the pressure mounts for Twisted, they become a completely different beast.
Awesome stuff there from Hunter, but it's time to take a look at the format. If you haven't seen how it works, listen to the sultry tones of Jake Lyon.
The stage is set and our contenders are ready to fight for fame and glory, to be immortalized as Overwatch's finest. So let's take a look at how it's going to go down. The tournament is divided into 2 phases, group stage and playoffs. In the first stage, teams are divided into 4 groups and the matches are played in a single round robin format. All matches are best of 5 and top 3 teams advance to the playoffs, going to the round of 12 or straight to the round of 8, depending on their placement. Last teams are eliminated. In the playoffs, all matches are best of 7, and it is a classic single elimination bracket, do or die. However, to make things more spicy, round of 8 and round of 12 matches will be using a drafting system. In the round of 12, seed 2 of each group selects their opponent from the pool of teams that finished seed 3. And in round of 8, the winner of each group selects their opponent from the pool of teams that survived the round of 12. And now it's time for the creme de la creme of our tournament format, hero bans. Each map, both teams will have the option to ban a hero. While 1 or 2 hero bans might seem insignificant, at this level of competition, it will dramatically reshape the game and force every team to continuously innovate throughout the tournament. We'll have to see how it all plays out match by match, but personally, I can't wait to get started.
Awesome format here, and as you can see, we started with 16 teams split across 4 groups. At the bottom of each group, we sent 1 team packing, but now we're moving into the round of 12, and this is where things start to get exciting. We've got a best of 7, Jake, and of course, our playoff teams. If you finish second in your group, you got to pick who you were playing in the first round.
Yeah, you know, that's a valuable thing, a little bit of an asset, but with the way the groups went, I can't help but feel that there could be some upsets. You might have come out on the 2nd seed, but these groups, I mean, there's so much variety in the skill. The hero banning format, I think, really threw a lot of teams for a loop who thought they'd be a little bit stronger here in the tournament. So I think this is an opportunity for a lot of teams to fight their way back and be basically on even footing with the rest of the tournament into the round of 8.
I will say, I think the hero bans format, it has added a lot of variety to the group stage.
Yes.
You know? Not knowing what to ban from your opponent, but now as we head into the round of 12, we might see some more familiar matchups. You know, our first game today, Space Station versus Gaming Gladiators, these are very familiar opponents. And once you know your opponent's weaknesses already, then the hero bans, they can play more as an advantage, you know? You really get to capitalize on that knowledge. Whereas instead of relying on like research from a foreign tournament, instead you've actually got the experience from practice.
In theory, if I banned Lucio for map number 1, could you ban Lucio for map number 2 as my opposing team?
I certainly could, although we should always confirm this with Jake, the format expert.
Correct. So the teams, by banning it once yourself, your opponent could still ban it. You, however, can't ban it again. So if you wanted to get Funny Astros Lucio off the board, you're going to have to choose which map to do it on. You're only going to get one. These two teams, I think, are just so interesting in their matchup, though, because they both kind of want to run those rush styles from what we've seen. And so I think it'll be interesting to see how they differentiate themselves here in the tournament. I have to favor Space Station Gaming as being just a little bit more flexible, though, when it comes to that matchup.
Now in the groups, we all started with Control, and then it was loser's pick moving forward. That will continue here in the playoffs. Today, round of 12, exciting stuff. And we got to talk about the draft because, Hunter, I want to know, were there any surprises here? You can't pick a team from the same group that you just played, right? So you need a new opponent in the opening round. Let's take a look at how the bracket sorted out because Space Station Gaming got a chance to make the first pick. Are you surprised to see that they went after their opponent's Gaming Gladiators, who's on that leaderboard for the club championship?
Yeah, I would say that SSG picking Gaming Gladiators, that's an absolute classic, you know? Knowing the coach Christopher for SSG, I know that there's a very strong rivalry between SSG and Gaming Gladiators, and watching the historic matches between those two teams, it's a consistent theme. So I think that, you know, it's easier to pick a familiar opponent than it is one where there's a little bit of a gamble.
Great call. Jake, if you look through this bracket, who do you think has the toughest first round matchup?
It's got to be either M80 taking on Team Falcons, who may have stumbled against OALGD, but I think they are still a formidable force. Or potentially that final match of the day, Toronto Ultra taking on OALGD. I mean, I think going into this tournament, you would have called Toronto the heavy favorite, just having such great results in NA, looking like a strong team in a hero ban format where they have that versatility. But OALGD just upset Falcons yesterday. I don't think anybody saw that coming. I certainly didn't. And so honestly, I think the Toronto Ultra are going to be sweating a little bit, having to wait a whole long day. You know, that match is going to be just kind of building in their heads.
I love it. We had so many epic moments from days 1 and 2, but yesterday we whittled it down to our top 5. This is the Aramco top 5 plays, and let's take a look at it. This is my first time seeing these. Jake, we're jumping into it at number 5 here in Riyadh. What do you see?
Tracer absolutely eating here as we see the dives coming in from Nightmare, clutching it out and getting themselves an early lead against Virtus.pro. They were able to get all the way up into a 2-0 lead, but weren't able to close out the series. Now we get to see Spectra from M80 also on the Tracer, coming up from behind with a pulse bomb. Just so many highlight plays from this guy. Been such a consistent performer for his squad, shutting down Bleed Esports. And I mean, this is part of crushing their key, was this victory here for M80.
Number 3, more Tracers. Is it the Pulse Bomb? Sorry, Anna. Hold this one, baby. As you can see, so many talented players in this tournament. This was Yoshi's turn to pop off for Bleed Esports. Unfortunately, you will not see Bleed in the event today, but Yoshi earning a spot in our top 5, Jake.
Yeah, although Bleed did get eliminated, they're just masterful on that control game type, somehow always coming up with the wins. Here we see Twisted Minds taking on Makers, pushing forward in the series in an overtime, and oh no,
Charlie Niner.
No, that's not what you want to see, Chris. But at the same time, oh, it's beautiful. And finally, a massive blizzard here. Makers versus Twisted Minds. Top Dragon on this May, or rather Yubi on this May, getting the huge blizzard, shutting down Top Dragon here at the end of the clip. Yubi, very consistent performer on these team-based rush heroes, really keeping Twisted Minds in the tournament with not only his play, but his comms.
I just had to bring Hunter over to my side, the winning side here, but unfortunately we got some losers we got to talk to. Just kidding. We've got SSG, we've got Christopher, we've got Jake. And Christopher, awesome to have you in the studio. I haven't talked to you since the Overwatch League. Great to see you in person once again. Talk to me about yesterday, though. Were you sweating?
Yes, we had to like keep track of the Nightmare versus VP game, because if our good friends Nightmare didn't get reverse swept, I think we got knocked out. So when we found out VP won, then we kind of knew the second seed was locked up. So like the last two maps were whatever, you know.
And talk to me a little bit about the ban system, because this is a unique format that we're seeing here in Riyadh. What did you learn across day 1 and 2 that you're bringing into our playoffs here?
I think some teams are pretty prepped for bans. Some teams are just kind of YOLOing it. I think you have to be able to be flexible. I think that was inevitable, right? That's what it was designed to do, which I think hurts some teams, maybe some European teams. But
which one?
The best European team seems to struggle a little bit, but I heard they have a good coach who's going to be able to crack it down today.
Yeah, pressure's on for a coach. I'm curious, Chris, how much do you think this hero ban format puts pressure on you as a coach versus your players, their ability to adapt and be flexible? You know, where do you think the responsibility really lies in this format?
Well, one thing you need to know, Jake, I'm sure you know it, is Overwatch players are brain dead, okay? This is just a fact.
I gave you a chance to throw him under the bus.
So what happens, this is what happens. I pick a ban, we lose a map in scrims, immediately, why did we ban that, you know? So it's all hindsight from the players, you know? So we have 60 seconds to not choke the bans, and if we do something wrong, or even if we do the right ban and we lose, then the players are still going to blame you. So it's caused a lot of division in our team, and we'll probably be replacing most of the players next week.
Understandable.
Hunter, any questions for Christopher, your rival coach here at EWC?
Oh,
best friend.
You know, best mates, of course, you know, professionally speaking.
Yeah.
I mean, you say that it's like all hindsight from the players, you know, when you bugger up a ban, but I mean, from the sounds of it, you know, it's just a complete lack of foresight from you, Chrissy. You know, it's like you don't know what's coming, so then you misread it, and then suddenly Landon's figured out that you made the wrong call, and you just don't want to take responsibility for that.
It seems like if the enemy team picks a hero and wins with it, we clearly should have banned it.
It does sound like a coach issue.
It does seem to be.
I mean, you know, if we want to talk coach issues, we can talk about the prevalence of diva compositions over and over again, followed by the defeat screen for SSG at this tournament.
As often as we could talk about the fails, Christopher, I'm told you need to go do your band, so I got to kick you off the stage here, my friend. While he goes,
don't mess it up, Chris.
We got to get into the schedule on the day. Much love to Christopher, and of course, best of luck to his squad, as we'll see them taking the stage in just a moment. SSG taking on Game & Gladiators in our opening matchup. Jake, after that, we got that Ence battle going up against the Koreans from Fnatic.
Yeah, I think after that's going to be followed up by Falcons taking on M80. And to close out the day, I think the match of the day, one that is just impossible to call ahead of time, Toronto Ultra challenging a resurgent OALGD, a team having their one chance this year to perform on an international stage, and they're seizing it.
Hunter, are we going to any Game 7s with loser being able to pick the next map and mode? I feel like we can see some very long, drawn out matches today.
Yeah, I would say that the OALGD game today is probably going to be an absolute barn burner. You know, probably got a lot into it, you know, because every single time you lose a map, you get this massive advantage. You get to pick the first ban, and you get to pick the map. So immediately, you can drag things into your own wheelhouse over and over and over again.
There's a lot of emotions here at the Esports World Cup with $1 million. There's a ton of pressure on these players, but the fans were also enjoying what they saw. This is our Pepsi top 5 reactions from day 2. Let's take a look. Surmajed coming out here for the Falcons. We saw him on the stage. We, of course, saw some of the great Lucios in action, as well as Lannon's BAP. But Jake, the Twisted Minds mascot, you'll love to see it here.
I just love the stage. We've got the players on. We get to see just so close, so personal in these camera shots, how they're feeling in the moment, the reactions, the intensity. And, you know, you can see the pressure they're under, even in this new format, right? So many uncertain moments, like you're not sure what the band's going to be. You know, we haven't played in this format before. And that really, I think, does escalate the pressure on these players. It's on them at the end of the day to get in the server and just figure out what to do. Normally in Overwatch, you can come a little bit more prepared, but at this tournament, you've got to just react on the fly. And with $1 million on the line, that is easier said than done.
So many emotions, as you can see, defeat, elation, everything in between. Hunter, if you're just gonna watch one player for the rest of the week, and if you could just zoom in on one player cam, who's the most emphatic? Who do you think is the most entertaining creature up there on the stage?
Oh, I'd have to pick somebody from the Crazy Raccoons roster. You know, if you watch somebody like Shu from Crazy Raccoons, it's just a non-stop highlight. Endless. Oh, could that be biased speaking out right now? Not a chance, right?
Just a little bit. For now, though, we got to check in with Danny Lim with 4 matches. Danny, which one's going to be the tightest?
Hey, what's up, everybody? Danny Lim here to tell you guys the Jamil Motorsport match of the day, and that is Team Falcons versus M80. For my prediction, I think this is going to be an easy one. It's going to be Team Falcons getting the win today against M80. They had a surprising loss against OA LGD yesterday, so we're going to see very angry Team Falcons today against M80. I do wonder what the desk thinks of, so Puckett, what do you think?
All right, so there is our Jamil Motorsports matchup of the day, and of course, that'll be coming up a little bit later. Right now, though, we got to jump right in to the first battle as we are going to see our players entering the arena here. The Qiddiya Arena, featuring the best players in Overwatch, and there is one of the best tanks to watch. If you enjoyed the games yesterday, let us know in the chat. Can you expect more hottie dominance today?
I think this could be a really good one for Space Station Gaming. Although they've had some stumbles in the hero band format, I think they were wise to choose Gaming Gladiators because both of these teams have the same stylistic preference. They both like to play Rush. They both like to play the Lucio comps. And while many teams have banned out SSG's Lucio, I'm not sure if Gaming Gladiators is going to take that same approach. I think that's also their comfort zone. We'll see what this beautiful man in the front elects to go with. Goodness gracious.
I didn't know they brought models into Overwatch. That's Ben Best for those of you who don't know, the legendary Frenchman. Of course, he's going to have his crew with him. FD leading the way. That support going to try and pop off as they have a tough matchup here in the first round. Now, your tournament life is on the line. A lot of pressure. What do you say to your boys? They finished at 2 a.m. if you're SSG. How do you get them on track coming into a playoff?
I mean, if I was the SSG coach right now, if only, I would probably be reminding them of their historic results versus Gaming Gladiators. Gaming Gladiators, you know, they've been in the European scene for a very long time, and I'd say that SSG, from their coaching standpoint, they would have a lot of confidence appealing to history, saying, you know, we've been here before, not our first LAN, not our first time versus the Gaming Gladiators. That being said, the Gaming Gladiators, quite recently, with hero bans in, they upset SSG. SSG has been a team that, you know, despite talking about, you know, their overwhelming flexibility, they seem to have suffered quite a lot in hero bans. They seem to be struggling. So I'd say that overall, you know, there's a reason that, you know, that upset happened. And, you know, we could see it repeated today.
Love that call. We'll have to see what the fans think, though, Jake, as we open up the stcplay.gg poll. Give me a prediction. 70% leaning towards SSG? 40%? How do you think it shapes up?
I think they should be favoring SSG based on, as you said, the historic results. But I do think there is an opportunity for Gaming Gladiators to pull an upset. I think you've got to look at these upstart stars like Exodial, who's really come out as a force in the region. I mean, he's a young guy just really getting started in his career, but on the international stage, he has not blinked. He's been looking really, really solid on, even we knew he was a great hitscan player, but he came out fearsome on the Tracer, and that type of flexibility is really an asset that's going to aid you in this hero band format.
I think you locked in a higher salary going into next year with this performance so far in Riyadh. We'll have to keep eyes on Exodial, but first, let's take a look at the full roster here from Space Station Gaming.
Hadi, Psycho, these guys really are the heart and soul of the team. Psycho coming in along with Funny Astro has really elevated this roster to an entirely new level. Landon on the Baptiste, so consistent, and Backbone, the Flex God, really keeps this team unique and unpredictable with his Symmetra, the Mei. You never know what's coming when SSG loads into the server.
It looks like we know our starting lineup potentially with Sparker and Psycho in. Which one do you need to be more afraid of, Hunter?
I'd say that Psycho's a bit of a menace. He's got a bit more of a specialty role on the team, you know, often coming in when Tracer and Echo are the strongest heroes on the map. But if you know that Psycho is in, that means that it's a good situation for Psycho, so I would be very concerned about him going through this map.
And also on the support side, we have Funny Astro, one of the greatest Lucios to ever grace Overwatch. But of course, we saw incredible BAP play. Is Landon having an impact in this tournament?
You know, I think Landon is really an underrated player on this squad. I think his Baptiste really allows them to have some stability and flexibility. When you play this, you know, Mei and Sim, oftentimes you could be attacked by Pharahs and Echoes, but it's just all the pressure on Landon to kind of keep some of those dangerous flyers away from his team, but he does the job admirably, not only healing, but dealing a lot of damage while he does it.
Some epic frisbees thrown across the map to keep his Mei alive. We'll see what he's able to do today. I'm told, though, we got to turn our attention to their opponent. Space Station Gaming, able to pick who they're going to play in this first round, and the former Pep squad is now going to be representing Gaming Gladiators, who are currently in the top 5 of our club championship. Can Exodial and Naga cause problems today and lead this team into the round of 8?
I think they absolutely could. Exodial and Naga really, for me, are the stars of this team. Naga hitting new highs along paired with Exodial, who really has filled out that hero roster, can play the Tracer, the hit scan at such a high level. I think it's going to be all about enabling these DPS stars to pop off and carry the team. Tread, he started really as like, oh, he's a ball player, he's an Orisa player. I think a lot of people were questioning his flexibility, but here at the tournament, he's been solid. He has not missed a step, and you know, that's the type of performance that you need from players on an upstart squad like Gaming Gladiators.
I would say that this team, you know, they're not just a DPS line, you know. Tread, less than a year ago, people were saying, who is Tread? You know, what can he play? And then before you know it, he's like the Hyperflex of EU. He's one of the up-and-coming next-up tanks. And then you got someone like FD God, very, very experienced player. You know, there might be one map in there where they ban Lucio, where he has a little bit of a reduction in his power level. But overall, he's an absolutely top-level Lucio at this tournament. So you're going to see like a lot of power across the board on this roster. It's not just the DPS line, you know?
To keep everyone tuned in at home, we're about 5 minutes and 30 seconds away from heading to the stage. We're going to be checking out our first match of 4. And a reminder, if you're just tuning in, it's not best of 5s today. We're going best of 7s. You could see some long matches. So Jake, do you need to have the depth on your lineup? Or can you keep the same starting lineup across 7 potential games?
I think SSG, we're almost certainly going to see some substitutions. You know, they're going to bring Backbone in for a map or two because you know that May Sim is coming. I mean, there's no way that SSG doesn't find a way to run that signature rush style. So unique, so hard to prepare for. Even a team like Gaming Gladiators that looks good individually, they're super strong. We've seen very strong rosters crumble under the pressure of the Sim May and potentially even Hottie's Rhine coming out. So there's a lot of maps that unconventional styles available for SSG. Gaming Gladiators, rather, their flexibility is going to be put to the test in this series.
Hunter, let's talk about MVPs on both sides. Who do you think the fans at home should be looking out for today?
You've always got to keep your eyes on Landon when you're watching SSG. Landon is this absolutely phenomenal Baptiste player. When he's on Kiriko, you know, he's rock solid, but when he's on BAP, he's a superstar. He's a completely different beast. I'd say that he's hands down the best BAP in the world. So if you're going to watch for an MVP on SSG, it's got to be Landon, because he's the guy that is just doing everything all the time, for as long as he's on his signature hero at least.
We have our STCplay.gg results, and the audience is leaning towards Gaming Gladiators. Jake, your face says it all. What do they know that I don't?
I mean, this is a coin flip. It's very tight, right? I just thought the fans would be, based on the long-term historic results, would be more likely to get behind Space Station Gaming. But I mean, Gaming Gladiators, they are this upstart team, right? They have been knocking down doors in Europe to even qualify. They put up an impressive run in the Faceit League. And so, honestly, I think it is fair to put some respect on the name. I do think, though, the challenge for Gaming Gladiators is going to be differentiating themselves. The teams that have bested SSG at this tournament have been constantly forcing them into dive comps, force Hottie to Diva, a hero he's not really known for. I wonder, though, are Tread and the boys going to be able to achieve that same feat? Because, I mean, with FD God wanting to play Lucio, I can't help but think we might see a lot of Mauga mirrors, maybe some fast rush comps, and I think SSG is extremely comfortable in that style. So I don't know if Gaming Gladiators are going to be able to exploit the same weaknesses that other teams have found in SSG's armor.
Now, Hunter, sorry, go ahead.
I will say that, you know, Gaming Gladiators, their strength, it has looked a little bit one note. You know, when you're watching and Tread is on the Diva, they look like they're at their absolute strongest. But as soon as he's off that, it feels as if the roster is a little bit weaker. So I think as you go deeper into the ban format, as there are less options to ban for either side, they won't be able to force their one-note composition anymore. So I think I would argue that SSG has more flexibility than Gaming Gladiators, and I think as the series goes deeper, as the options to ban start to diminish, then things will get more difficult. So they need to close it out fast, or, you know, maybe not at all.
Yesterday, we saw SSG off to a slow start. Control is most likely going to be game number 1 once again. So, Jake, how do you avoid falling behind, knowing that Control is going to be up early in the series?
I think the advantage here for SSG is that in the last series we saw them in against Fnatic, they had to start on Ilios, which is just not really going to be their map, their style. So they have a little bit more power coming in as the high seed, able to take us to perhaps a Lijiang Tower. Could give us something that just a more comfortable start for them, give them an advantage here early on in the series.
And if I am a bronze player, I want to learn from the coach here. So Hunter, if I see a May, a Symmetra, a Reinhardt on the map, what do I do to counter this? What band should our coaches be picking?
Well, you know, maybe one of those 3 would be a good start, but, you know, given SSG, they've got a borderline Lucio one trick on the field. Banning Lucio always helps to shut down these May Symmetra compositions. They really rely on fast movement, fast rotations, engaging and disengaging in the blink of an eye. And if you can just shut that down, if you can take Funny Astro's Lucio out of the server, straight away, the Symmetra, the May, the Rhine, all of their value is massively diminished.
If we could, I'd love to take a look at the maps and modes one more time because, Jake, I have a feeling this one is going at least 6 maps today. Why? Because it's a good old rivalry up there in the EU. Let's take a look here. Control, Hybrid, Escort, Push, and Flashpoint. I thought it looked like the strongest format when you had Hottie on the Reinhardt yesterday. Where do you think he can pull that out, and where does he have to switch to other tanks, maybe even a Wrecking Ball like we saw in a Game 1?
Yeah, you know, I think Circuit Royale is really a Rhine specialty map for SSG. Most teams would take one look at Circuit and say, we're going to play Widow, we're going to play Sigma, poke it out. But SSG, they're very confident in the Rhine Sim, and I actually agree with them. I think that is the strongest comp on the map. If you are really executing it on an expert level, that could be a really strong suit for SSG. But worth remembering, Puckett, in this 7-game series, if you can get past Game 5, where you've got to play, you know, one of each mode by Game 5, if you get past that Game 5, all the modes open up again. So you can't repick the same map, but you are free to, you know, go again on Escort, right? Go again on Hybrid if you've already played those in the series. And so there's really a little bit more depth into the series. If we can go the distance, you can push past Game 5. You get a lot more power in those final map picks to really shake up the series.
Hunter, we know game number 1 is going to be on Lijiang Tower. That was predetermined here for the round of 12 by the admin. So let's get into some early predictions. We got about 2 minutes before this match kicks off. Who takes game number 1, and what comp are they going to be strongest on Lijiang?
I would say for game number 1, Lijiang, that's a very flat map. That really plays into SSG's wheelhouse. Constantly, you're going to see Game & Gladiators picking maps where there's more verticality, more room to spread out, play wide. But for Game & Gladiators, they're probably not too pleased about a Lijiang pick because they want to play Diva, they want to dive people out wide in open space, whereas SSG, they just want to run it down in a straight line. They want to play a nice, tight map, and that's what Lijiang is. So I'd probably give SSG map 1.
Jake, we got 30 seconds actually before we kick this off. How do you see this shaping up on Lijiang in particular?
Honestly, I think the pressure is going to be on Landon versus Naga. Usually it is going to be Landon sort of solo answering some of those flyer heroes, and that's exactly Naga's specialty. Whether it's the Echo or the Pharah, raining down death from above, those have looked like his strongest suits here in the tournament. And so I think the pressure is going to be on Landon. If the team does run a Maysim style, is Landon going to be able to shut down those flyers, or are they going to get the best of him? Are they going to be able to surround him? Usually that Baptiste, you want to target him. You want to get him down first. So, I mean, pressure is on for Landon's signature hero here.
Pressure is on and the countdown has started, so it's time to head over to the Qiddiya Arena for the first of 4 matches here in the round of 12. SSG taking on Game & Gladiators, and it all starts in just 5 seconds. Audience is getting fired up. I'm fired up. Let's get to the games.
Welcome to Overwatch at the Esports World Cup. We're your hosts, Milosh and Habibi Fancy, and today is all about eliminations.
We said goodbye to 4 teams yesterday after the group stage, and we're saying goodbye to 4 more teams as their key are going to get crushed. And then all of the rest of the matches are going to be in the playoffs. Best of 7. It's going to be very intense.
Absolutely. We said goodbye to Rock, Makers, Bleed, Nightmare. They've all said goodbye. They'll be watching from the sidelines at this point.
But then Crazy Raccoons, Zeta Division, and Virtus.pro, alongside Twisted Minds, are all waiting in the quarterfinals, which, by the way, I still don't know how Twisted Minds made it to the top of their group. They won against OALGD, but then OALGD won against Falcons, but then Falcons won against Twisted Minds, and then we had a 3-way tie. I still don't get it.
Habibi Fancy. It's okay. There's a reason why we're not on the analyst desk. However, we are the hosts on this stage. So how about we introduce our first team? Please welcome Space Station Gaming! And here they are. They come in as the second place team from Group D, but only just the EMEA champions felt the heat in last night's 2 a.m. banger against Fnatic with hero bans in play. Today, it's all about being well rested and focused, since they're not out of the furnace just yet, and their EWC key is always at the risk of being crushed. Give it up one more time, Space Station Gaming! Gentlemen, please, you may place your key and head to your seats for our next introduction. All yours, gents.
All right, they look excited, but their opponents are ready to walk on stage, and it is Gaming Gladiator. They were given a tough battle in group stage and qualified as third, but they held on and managed to survive until playoffs. But now, the stakes are high, no second chances. If they have something up their sleeve, now is the time to show it. They are also currently in the top 5 of the Esports World Cup Club Championship. Let's see if they can make their org proud. Gentlemen, please take your seats, place your key, and get ready for this match.
Man, Fancy, it's always good to be on the stage, especially when elimination's on the line, because here at EWC, we do it different. We take those keys at the end of the day. You lost, great. Well, not for you, for the other team, because they're going to take your key and crush it alongside your hopes and dreams. And how about then we get our day started?
Let's do it.
Shots accruing.
And it's time. We are here in the Kadia stage as we are about to jump into bans. Now, Jake, this has had a huge impact. Normally, you practice the same comp for your favorite maps over and over again, but now we're twisting it up a bit. We know Lijiang Tower should be the first map we're going to control. So the question is, what does Christopher and crew try and get rid of? What advantages can you take away from Gaming Gladiators?
I mean, it's such a long series with that best of 7. There's a real argument here to save some of these most impactful bans. Stuff like the Lucio, the Diva that we've seen so effective for Gaming Gladiators. Save those for later in this series. It is going to be the Kiriko coming out first. Definitely a strength for Gaming Gladiators, but I wouldn't say the linchpin of any compositions.
All right, so Kiriko is not going to be on the map. We're going to see a little bit more grounded effort on the other side. The ban is in, and they say, Hottie, put away your Reinhardt. Is this too early to ban it?
No, I'd say there's no surprises here. Lijiang's got to be one of the best Reinhardt maps in the whole game. Taking that out early, it's reasonable here.
Yeah, I think this is a wise decision, but I do think there's backups. That's the challenge with banning a Reinhardt is, you can always just throw a Ramatra into basically the same composition and still get a lot of mileage. So while the ban, I think, does make sense, you might be regretting that come, let's say, a Circuit Royale.
I absolutely love that we have the keys on the stage. One of them will be crushed at the end of this best of 7. The winner moves on to play in the round of 8, where we have to find out who is going to choose to face off against them. So much action. It is all kicking off today as we are officially into the playoffs. As you take a look at some of the players, looks like Sparker and Psycho are going to be out here. We're going to see, of course, Funny Astro already smiling. The nerves over on Gaming Gladiators, though, we don't see a whole lot of smiles quite yet, Jake.
Yeah, there does look to be a little bit more tension. These are less experienced players to these big stages, right? Playing in front of an international crowd for $1 million. I think this might be the biggest stage many of these Gaming Gladiators players have ever seen. Space Station may be a little bit more comfortable here in the playoffs.
Enough from us. Let's get the game started as we send it over to the casters. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Puckett. Hello, everybody. I'm Achilleos here alongside Avril, and we'll be taking you through our first 2 best of 7s here at the start of the playoffs. And as they have been talking about, it's time to get down to brass tacks. These teams, they have managed to survive through their group stage, played against everybody there, but now we go into single elimination. It is do or die time.
A very tough opponent, I think, for Game and Gladiators. These two teams are very familiar with each other from the EMEA region. Space Station did actually lose to Game and Gladiators in the Faceit League Masters for the qualification for EWC. But across the board, SSG has been the superior team in Europe. They understand each other matchup-wise extremely well, and that's why SSG, I think, picked Game.
I will happen to agree with you as hello, everybody. We're going to be going right into the action here. As you can see, Burrow coming forward here. It's Zodiel. We'll be starting things off on that bencher. Jake was mentioning it. Can just go ahead, flip that Ramacha in once that Reinhardt's out of the fray. And Hadi is doing just that.
And Tread knows this is going to be a Queen versus Ram matchup because the Rhino is not going to be here. It is Control Center. It is going to be a brawl. And so if I Game Gladiators come away with the first kill.
They are. Sparker going to be taken down. Immortality Field's going to be traded on either side. As Crook will also get caught up. Landon. One of the big things that we're talking about was him on that Baptiste, and he's already able to find some value. So kill's going to be coming through, allows him to take the lead towards that first Amp Matrix. As some pressure here into the back line from Tread, but he himself is going to be down low on HP, and as the beam comes through, Hadi with the punches will be able to claim the kill. Point still not snatched up here by either side, but Space Station Gaming certainly can grab it now as they have the man advantage.
It's just so hard for GG to be able to penetrate the Space Station backline because you have Hadi in that front line. You have an all-in composition for Game of Gladiators. They started with the Queen, but now going over towards the Malga. I think Tread, again, knowing that he's gone up against a Ram, wanted to try the Queen first. If that doesn't work, maybe the Malga's a better option.
FD God are going to be taken down as we just go ahead and get right into the spawn camping strategy. Tread having swapped off of that Junker Queen now comes out here on the Malga, trying to get the rundown onto Hadi, but he's able to play elusively, pulling back. And the kill is going to be collected. So 25% about to come through here at Space Station in a very good position as far as the ult economy is concerned.
What Gaming can't do is just play this extended poke battle against Space Station, right? You have Spark, you have Psycho, long-range damage that GG do not have, and now a little bit of spawn camping coming on through. Some rotation from GG, but they lost a member, so they can't quite rotate the point. They're kind of stuck right now.
Yeah, losing out on Crook does end up costing them quite a bit, as now the Annihilation is going to be coming through, so they could just continue to cycle out these ultimates as Naga will fall. Tread able to find one, though, and have they overstepped is now the question here for Space Station, has landed under some fire, falling down quite low. Funny Astra trying to peel, trying to maybe just get this poop off the side of the map, so Tread has to sprint his way back indoors. Keeps his life intact, but Space Station, an opportunity now to just go ahead, recollect themselves, and maintain this control.
The problem is, Game has just been stuck in so long now. It's nearly 60% on the cap itself. Space Station still have ults to play through. Game and have ults also, but not the chance to actually use them. Crook died first last time, needs a window to play through now, and they have a lot of all-in capability. Double ultimates on the DPS too. Here goes Naga.
Taken low, Beat going to be able to get dropped in. Bob as well going to be invested in Psycho now, getting the dupe out here onto the Malga. Nearly broken out of it and will end up losing it here, so cannot build up towards that cage fight. Rush forward from Tread, looking to try to get on top of Hadi. Once again, is just trying to mitigate as much damage as humanly possible while keeping this ultimate rolling, but eventually it will expire. So now pop here on the ultimate, swinging around the back, trying to get on top of these supports, but they make their way up onto the high ground. They get themselves protected for now, and now Tread is left out to dry, completely just pushing these supports away. Means that the tank cannot survive. Exodio, however, with the plan one is Astra will fall. Sparker Psycho now taken down. Naga tucking back, grabbing that health pack, and at 99%, Game and Gladiators will win out the fight and finally get themselves on the board.
That's the first time you really see the backline at Space Station targeted, able to be pressured. I mean, even the ultimate coming through from Exodia, you looked at Tectonic Shock, just funny Astral landed. They can get out there so easy. Jump away, Exo boots, wall ride off. Hadi now moving over towards the Orisa, maybe a little bit more of a positive matchup into the Malga. I think the Ram is probably fine, but ultimately you sit there with your arms folded quite a lot of the time. It's going to be a rare Orisa. Don't have a lot of gameplay from this so far in this patch.
For now, just that cage fight to work with. Landon, the Amp Matrix. Sprint in the back. The cage going to be coming through. Landon's going to be the one getting caught off. Does go ahead and invest that Matrix, but both supports are immediately going to be dealt with as the rest of Space Station come in, reinforcing that engage from Tread. They'll be able to wipe them up as Psycho comes away with one, taking away the enemy tank, but ultimately Game and Gladiators with 4 players left standing will maintain control.
Really good tempo there from Game as well. Unspotted as Tread going on that big charging flank and catches enough members within that cage to make it effective. Combo with the rest of their all-in pieces. Not a lot that Space Station can do. You see that window land and use as well. He's had that for a while because he built up super quickly, but didn't have a chance to go through. Tread now playing over towards the Ram as we have more tank swaps, more countering.
I mean, that's a critical pick. Stepping forward here onto the point, going to be that much more difficult. Lefty God might just have to use the beat to engage, and will be able to do so. Shielding out onto 4. Tread, however, being focus fired, taking down to about half HP. Fists come through, and man's got hands, and Sparker's got dynamite. Tread ends up falling. Blade pulled here. Naga needing to have value, but gets shut down. Landon backpedaling, gets rid of the Genji, and that's going to be the point cap coming through.
And I don't think that was the right time for Tread to move. I mean, they already have other pieces online in terms of where the comp was moving towards. Going from Queen to Malga makes a lot of sense because you still have the Venture, you still have the Genji, you can still play that all-in style. Once you move over towards the Ram, I think they slowed down a lot. you have a situation where, okay, it did also take Gaming Gladiators a lot of time to be able to regroup properly, get off the Queen, find success on the Malga, get those flanks going, get those all-ins going, actually pressure the backline of Space Station. I think the Orisa does cause a few problems for Malga, but not enough that I think was worthwhile for Shred to make that move that quickly.
Like this
Especially
was very
that
much,
late into the map, I think.
I feel like this is very much a game of picks, really helping to decide that successful lead for Space Station, as well as the closeout. Crook being taken down twice led to some fantastic results.
What's really important here is you see the Kiriko ban coming through a Space Station, specifically targeting maps like this. When we go towards Gardens, this is where Gaming wants to play their classic Diva style, which requires Lucio and Kiriko. Because as Lucio bad, they're going to have to come through in the Ram Mirror.
Landing in a bad spot will eventually fall, as FD God's able to find that spark and take it down moments before. So already a roaring hot start here for the side of Gaming Gladiators. Bit of an inverse compared to what we were seeing over on Control Center.
Well, it is a perfect mirror so far. We'll see how long Game Gladiators can hold this one for. They should get for the first cap, nice and cleanly. Zodiel, decent amount of damage. I really like this kind of comp for Gaming because when they play more of this Echo style, they typically put the Echo with the Tracer, especially if there's a Diva on board. But now that we're playing Ram, to go back to that point again, it allows Exodia to go back towards his hit scan. That's what he's known for. That's what he mostly played for this team when you look at the qualifiers.
Zodiel falling low, but does manage to survive. Healing coming through right before I believe the Dynamite would have been able to take him down. You see, though, this significant lead that he has at the moment in this Ashe battle. Sparker only at 30% after that early death. Be desperately trying to catch up. The bombs and the staying power. It's going to be quite good for them here. Maintain and just tick up on the point. Landon for now, just trying to keep everybody alive. Matrix nearly online, but Crook has his.
And that's the first timing so far. Landon's about to get us as well, so Crook needs to pull trigger. He's got it. Exodia with the bomb next if they really want to secure it. SSG right now just want to keep Landon alive, but they don't keep Hardy alive. It's a 4-man beat for Funny Astro.
Yeah, Astro sends it, but not early enough, and now Psycho as well going to end up falling. The tempo right now here dictated from the side of Gaming Gladiators, not losing out on any players here in the fight. And they get rid of that big crucial ultimate in the sound barrier. They have their own.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a slight timing difference between Crook and Landon there, but a lot of damage going over towards Space Station. I believe the Immortality Field was thrown out, but maybe not towards Hardy, so all that pressure going on. Funny Astro notices Hardy's going down quick, wants to go for the sound barrier, but ends up being mistimed, so they lose their tag. Best of all for Gaming, Exodia and FD God hold the ultimates. Great discipline by this team.
He sent it in, but it was a little bit too late to try to get the Immortality Field across. Same with that sound barrier, so fairly costly as bomb. Now going to be invested. Exodia just putting that right up in front here of the bridge. Will be focus fire down. Still surviving for a little bit longer there, as Sparker will be able to get rid of it. So one of the obstacles out of their way. 4 ultimates about to be online for the side of Space Station Gaming, but 3 here for the side of Gaming Gladiators, including that sound barrier still. A Psycho falling low. Goes for the dupe. Copy here, adding another Ramatra into the mix. But now everybody shielded up. He gets in on top of Crook, just looking to try to zone him out. The Immortality Field, however, buying some much needed time. And at the same time, it's going to be Sparker, Landon, now Hadi, all falling to the wayside. The break here onto the dupe. The cleanup comes through, and that's going to be 100-0 in response.
Yep.
Gaming Gladiators taking us the distance.
And that's just a sound barrier difference. FD God got to hold that for the entire round. Notice that he actually had the sound barrier for a while, but as I mentioned at the beginning, discipline coming through from these players on Gamer to not blow extra ultimates. Only 1 ultimate required from level 1 Crook to come through with that window, and then you get to cash in the sound barrier right at the end. We play through the annihilations, we play through the duplicates, but guess what? Psycho, I think he got broken out of the duplicate fairly quickly, but if you look at this replay here, Naga and Shred both annihilating at the same time. That's double annihilation as they walk on through. That's extremely difficult to get for Space Station to be able to hold against, especially when they don't have good defensive ultimates available at all.
Well, some banter there in the chat between the two teams, but it all comes down to this final round to see who's going to be starting things off 1-0 in this best-of-7 series.
You're not going to have...
Once again, going to be mirrored compositions.
Exactly the same composition, but you're not going to have FD God booping plays off the map or doing any of those opening frag shenanigans, I'm afraid, this time on 9 Market. That will have to come through from Exodia or Naga if Gaming Gladiators want the same lead. What it does say, though, is that once Gaming Gladiators have a lead, they know how to keep it. So, can they get it once again?
And for now, Dynamite exchange. Exodia taking that headshot, tucks back behind the statue, but no, peeks out again. It's Barker taking his head off. Opening kill going the way here of Space Station Gaming should give them an advantage now as the point has been unlocked to dive forward. The Immortality Field going to be cleared up, but Psycho has overstepped. Ends up falling as Crook is able to collect that kill, but Sparker, quick to get revenge. Takes him down, keeps them in here. As far as the numbers are concerned, evened up. Hadi now finding Tread, means that Space Station Gaming once again going to be getting themselves the lockdown of the point.
The more experienced Sparker comes on through, double tap on Exodio's face, like you mentioned in Gaming Gladiators. They're down one, they don't have anything else to work through. Naga can't get a trade. Everyone's too far away. Extended poking phase goes the way of Space Station, and as does the point itself as well. Looking over towards Ultimates right now, you have Bunny Astra leading a decent amount over FD God. Level 1 Crook and Landon fairly close together, so double windows coming on through, but FD God will not be able to match the beat, which is very important.
Now online, Funny Astro just pulling back over towards Coast side, pushing forward, just keeping that boost out here. For Hottie trying to play around. Now Beat going to be invested as a little bit of damage comes across. FD God going to be the focus fire target as the Immortality field comes in, but Crook falling first and foremost as they push up, disrespecting that amp matrix, not allowing for it to have any value whatsoever. 3 kills cleaned up. Space Station going to be maintaining control.
That's exactly how you play momentum. Game of Gladiators, you're watching FD God the entire time. Space Station know it as well. They go right for and get the pressure. Even if FD God had the sound barrier on time, they would have tried to force the Ajax onto him by putting all the damage onto FD God. So, Game of Gladiators, they understand the situation. They're going to end up losing that one. Window traded for another window.
Oh, the dive forward.
Kill. He certainly does.
Beat gets committed to, but Tildiel already annihilated. Naga now on the dupe to try to turn the tides here. Funny Astro will be traded. 1-for-1 support for damage. And Psycho, dupe here onto Lucio. Annihilation for Body, however, able to find FD God, finds Crook, and that is an immense amount of value here for Euramatra and Hottie. No end in sight, continuing on this rampage.
Well, despite the Lucio dupe from Psycho, still a 5v4 at the end of the day for Game and Gladiators. They just can't win with those types of numbers. Double Annihilation was available for Game of Gladiators. Naga used one of the dupe. Tread held on, knowing, okay, this is a lost fight. We're not going to make it out spawn just yet. 0 to 80. It's getting a little bit dire now. They need to start using some more ultimates, get that Bob in the point, and break over towards the cap itself.
Hottie's still pushing forward here in that Nemesis form. Half HP and FD God caught out, left to dry by his teammates. Just could not somehow catch up. Crook down low, but the Dynamite eventually claims its victim as they are now supportless. Bomb in desperation. And Space Station Gaming get themselves up to 99%. The Annihilation here from Tread, not going to mean a damn thing as Sparker claims his life. Amp Matrix now invested to get that heal boost across, keeping Hottie sustained and keeping Space Station Gaming out in front. Naga will fall. OT just about to bleed down. The final touch necessary if Tread can get there, but it looks like the answer is going to be no. 2-1, and that is going to be Space Station claiming the opening map at Lijiang.
Tell you what, Achilleos, I mean, the mirror in the compositions, but mirrors also in the way that they won and lost between the two teams. You saw on Gardens was the 0 to 100 momentum of game, but the exact same thing on Night Market. A single kill from Sparker sets the dominoes in motion to allow this entire snowball effect from Space Station. The spawn camping as well. The 4-man beat with the missed 5-man from FD God. Very similar to what we saw from Bunny Astro on Gardens, where he didn't catch Hottie with that 5-man beat instead of being a 4-man. It makes all the difference. You just don't have the numbers. You don't have the ultimates. You don't have the momentum. Final fight coming on through. They try to make a risky play to rotate coast side, and guess what? FD God gets caught out on the rotation, instantly intercepted. Well played by Space Station. Notice that Crook on 1 HP. There was just no chance whatsoever for Game of Gladiators to get an effective last fight in that situation.
I saw the coaches immediately going into the draft trying to figure out what the map pick is going to look like, as well as the hero bans for that second one. So Onus is going to be here on Gaming Gladiators to figure out where they're going to find the most success. Of course, they have everything aside from control opened up to them. So I'm curious to see where they end up taking us. But for now, I mean, analysts, they mentioned it. They said, okay, we think that this is going to be Space Station. This is a nice flat map, not a lot of verticality, and they should have the upper hand, and they did.
Well, I don't think the Rhine ban should have come through. So I'm on the situation where I'm with Jake on this one. I think they should have saved the Rhine for a little bit later, because you're just going to force a Ram matchup here anyway. You already can't play the Diva because there's no Kiriko. Now the Rhine's off the table.
All right, well, we're going to go ahead and send it down to Puckett and Jake, who stand by on stage.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and great job on that opening cast. We are here in the Kadia Arena, and Jake, Space Station Gaming coming out with game number 1, but we did see some life on the other side. It was a 100-0 round 2 before SSG took back control.
Yeah, it's competitive here. Gaming Gladiators showing that they still have some fight in this matchup. And to be honest, I think that ban from SSG, taking out the Kiriko early in the series, that is one of the strongest assets for Gaming Gladiators. So they're going to be able to field it for the rest of the series, potentially able to play some of those higher paced dive comps that have really differentiated themselves from SSG.
You like what you're seeing from Christopher so far?
I think it makes sense, and honestly, you got that map 1 win in the bag. It might have been close at points, but you still got it done, and 100-0 it gives you a little bit more momentum in that final round going into the rest of the series.
I gotta say, it's my first time here on the stage, and these highlights are popping off on the biggest screens you have seen in a long time. Epic stuff here in game number 1. Can Hottie keep it going, and can Landon survive the way he did on BAP like he did in game 1?
It'll be tough, but I think honestly, if you're gaming Gladiators, there's a lot of pressure to get a map win on the board, because if you lose, this is your map pick. This is you get that first ban if you want it. You really do have control of the series right now for gaming Gladiators. You've got to strike back now. If you win on your opponent's pick, as SSG keeps this going, they could just run away with the series from there.
Now, you were telling me behind the scenes that there's a bit of a difference on the stage right now when it comes to Echo play. Why is Psycho such a threat?
Psycho, it's not just his flexibility, but individually, mechanically, he's been around for a long time, but I think he's hitting new highs on this Space Station Gaming roster, and he has unlocked their potential. Before they brought Psycho in, I don't think this team would have really considered playing these dive comps. They would have avoided them unless absolutely necessary. With Psycho in the server, they're much more confident to bring out different looks, and I think at a place like Esports World Cup with the hero band format, Psycho is proving his value.
Are we going to see any Symmetras in map 2, Jake?
I don't know. It depends on the map pick. Depends if we see Backbone come in. But I do think if you're gaming Gladiators, you've always got to be worried about that from SSG. Are they going to bring out Psycho? If you ban some of these Psycho heroes and maybe you do force that sim style, it's a tough test to pass for a team like gaming Gladiators. They're good at the rush, but SSG is great and one of the best in the world when it comes to fielding that sim Mei style.
All right, so let's talk about the other side of things. How do you battle back if you're gaming Gladiators? Is there a weakness? Because we just saw behind us, Backbone is making his way to the stage for SSG. I think we might see some sim Mei. How do you counter him?
Very possible. I think that the silver lining here for gaming Gladiators is that you knew this was coming. I mean, I know it's coming. Everybody knows it's coming from SSG. And the fact that gaming Gladiators, we're going to a map with Backbone in, I think they're ready for it. They've probably cooked something up. Now's the question, though. Is it enough? Because a lot of teams have seen this coming, and it has just been like a freight train running them down with inevitability. And so, honestly, pressure's on for gaming Gladiators. Has the coach cooked? Have they brought a style that they can actually win with here on map 2?
Can I run a Winston against a Symmetra and survive, or am I getting cooked by the man?
It's possible, but it's going to just depend on the map and the style. I do think a highly mobile style is your best bet for gaming Gladiators. I don't like their chances, frankly, taking a straight-up Rush mirror. As good as gaming Gladiators have been on Rush, you've got to give that matchup to SSG. That's how it went on Lijiang Tower. So really, for me, I want to see that hottest strength from gaming Gladiators, which has been their dive style, right? With Exodial coming off the hit scan, playing Tracer. He's looked great. I mean, that's not what I expect from a rookie player known for his hit scan to play Tracer on the international level, but he's delivered.
All right, Jake, we got to get back into games, but before that, let's take a look at Space Station Gaming.
Hi, everybody. I'm here joined by Space Station Gaming. We got Landed and Backbone are here to play some amazing games with me today.
So I'm gonna give you 5 Omnics from Overwatch 2, and you guys have to rank them. Starting with, first Omnic, Bastion.
Bastion is the happy little clown.
Yeah, and he's also just, he's broken.
Yeah,
I could put Bastion pretty high.
Yeah.
I mean,
at least top 10.
Yeah, who's gonna go over Bastion would be the thing.
Ram?
Ram?
I mean, I like Ram a lot.
I ain't doing a Ram number
Ram
one.
is a cool hero. He's a sick hero.
I mean, also Bastion just got a new skin as well. This
Oh, the Bumblebee skin. Yeah, number one, just for the Bumblebee Bastion skin. Yeah, we're sure.
Okay, Bastion goes number 1. Wow. Second one, Echo.
I'm okay with getting Echo at 2. I'm also easily convincible. Yeah, I can go down as well.
I think like Zen and Ram are cooler.
You guys are not into AIs?
Objectively,
not an AI fan?
Objectively, Echo should be number 1 because she could turn into Bastion. But
you can't steal Bastion's aura like that.
That's true. Yeah, you lose the aura. When Echo copies Bastion, does she get the bird?
Nah, no way.
Yeah, well then, there you go.
Actually, that's a good question.
Maybe they get.
Jamie up 2.
Yeah, I think 3. I can agree with 3.
All right, okay. Bastion number 1, Echo 3. Let's go next one. This is honestly gonna be my favorite. Bob.
5.
What? You're crazy.
Yeah, I think 4 or 5.
I'm on 100%.
Yeah,
I'm 100% 5. What's Bob ever done? He always has to get told to do something.
Yeah, and he does it.
Yeah, he's a lazy guy.
He comes in, he gets the job done, and he
Robert does not.
True man.
Robert does not do what he should be doing.
Next one, Zenyatta.
Definitely 2.
Really? I thought you were going to go for 4. You hate this guy. I'm fine. I'm fine with Zen too.
Wait, what's the Zenyatta hate that I'm hearing?
We have an infamous debate in our team about strength of Zenyatta as a hero. I perhaps do not think the Zen is that good. My teammates might disagree with me just a little bit.
He's not that good right now, but in the past when he has been good, Landon has overhated him.
I've been a Zen hater for like half a decade at this point.
But I mean, I'm fine too. Is where I'd want to play him.
He's cool though. Like,
he's cool. I just assumed I'd be fighting you on this.
He's just power crap. Everything does what Zen
Do not get me wrong. I just assumed that we'd be fighting. I'm happy to put it too.
Not too. He's cool.
Okay.
He's just a worse Lari though.
If the last one's a Lari pylon, we're screwed.
Lari
pylon should be number 1.
Yeah, a Lari pylon should be number 1.
Wait, what did you say was number 1?
A Lari pylon.
Lari pylon should be number 1.
All right. Okay.
Whoever this is number 4, right?
So we have one more and number 4, right? Orisa.
Oh yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
really
fair. That's
below Echo.
A little bit cooler than Bob, and that's about
below Echo, above Bob.
I also agree. Okay. Say that, I mean, those were the 5, right? And then you guys ranked number 1 was Bastion, right? Say that Ram was in the picture. Where would you guys put Ram in?
2?
Yeah.
I think Ram is cool.
Really?
I don't think Ram's kind of above Bastion.
He's got a cool kit.
Yeah, Ram over Zen maybe.
No way over Bumblebee Bastion.
Bumblebee Bastion with the little Ganymede? No way. No one comes close to that Majora.
100%.
That was the easiest 1 to 5 you could have given us all the time.
I don't know if this was going to be such an easy game. Maybe I should have brought up the Bumblebee Bastion. That's just like...
There was zero debate.
Once you see him in game, just like whirring around and spawn in his little car.
Oh my god. Next to the Optimus Prime.
Oh yeah.
Buy the skins.
Oh yeah, the skins were great. I second that. I mean, yeah, those are the 5 Omnics or robots from Overwatch 2 from Team Space Station. Hope you guys enjoyed. Any last words? Final words?
Nerf a Lari.
Nerf a Lari. Pylon's OP. Get rid of it.
All right. Bye-bye.
Getting ready for the show right now as their opponents, Space Station Gaming, are up 1-0 in the series, taking an early lead, feeling confident, but now we get to see what is Gaming Gladiators cooked. We saw Backbone loading up onto the stage, so I think there is going to be some kind of sim May style, maybe in the works for SSG. What do you think Gaming Gladiators should do here? Where should they take us, Hunter?
Well, I would have thought that, after losing the flat matchup, Gaming Gladiators would be taking us straight to somewhere vertical. But then we've seen Backbone subbed in, so I'm very interested to see where we're headed now, because Backbone, maybe the Symmetra specialist, and I would have thought if you take a vertical map, you'd ban Sim. Where are we? Oh, we're actually on Circuit Royale. Wow. This is looking like another one of the Fnatic bans where it's starting to defy belief. Space Station yesterday, they looked very strong. You can take away any of their core heroes and they look pretty strong on circuit. So
I will say Gaming Gladiators with the first ban could take out the Sim, and yes, they have. I think this is a wise choice. Fnatic banned the Lucio, but Space Station Gaming still made it work here on this map. I think without the Symmetra, could be a tougher test, but with Backbone still in the lineup, Christopher and the boys are still feeling confident, most likely into this committed rush style. So Backbone, no slouch on the May either.
Yeah, I'd say that they still have many options here because Backbone, he can play a serviceable Hanzo, and of course his, the signature May is going to be very, very strong. So whether Hardy winds up on Sigma, Reinhardt, there's always going to be an option here for Backbone. And honestly, very surprised to see us go to a flat map here for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, and the Ramatra being banned out, I think this does put the game firmly in Hardy's wheelhouse, really going to enable him to play the Rhine on this map. And if Gaming Gladiators do want to field a Sigma poke style, I think they might be in a good spot because as good as the May is, I'm not sure you can beat the Sigma without the Symmetra on this map. I think it is the linchpin to the style, and I think that's what Gaming Gladiators have calculated from that last matchup Space Station played against Fnatic is you need the Sim. You can't win on Circuit without it, and that's sort of the challenge they're putting. They're also going to have the Pharah available, something that Space Station Gaming didn't have to face the last time they played on Circuit Royale.
I would imagine no matter what Space Station rolls out on, Gaming Gladiators likely going to have a lot of poke in their comp, maybe a Sigma, some Pharah. We saw FD God briefly flexing to the Life Weaver yesterday, but there's a reasonable chance that we're going to be seeing as many poke heroes as possible on the side of Gaming Gladiators. I don't think they're just looking for a clean rush matchup here.
No, I don't think they want the rush matchup, but I think this is an interesting map because able to ban the sim on circuit. I think this is the most impactful hero map combination that you're really going to see. I think this is the most important place where Space Station Gaming really rely on the Symmetra. So for me, I think this is actually well selected by Gaming Gladiators. Now that I see the bans, it's all coming together. And to be honest, I do kind of favor them. I'm not sure if Space Station Gaming has a final answer here. We are loading into the map, which means we can send it over to the casters, see what they've got to say as they call this crucial map 2 in the series. Gentlemen?
Thank you very much, Jake. Where's Puckett? What have you done with him, and how much do I owe you for the ransom? Jake trying to take over the broadcast, it would seem. But thank you for the handoff, and as well as the setup here as we get ready to go into circuit.
Jake's trying to speed run every single job of the production right now. You'll see him in the producer's seat next, maybe. We'll have a look. As in this game, I want to talk about the Ram ban first. It's in response to the Sim, so what are you going to have? You essentially have a situation where Space Station are going to play the Ryan. They don't have the Sim, but they do have the Lucio. They're not going to roll out with the Lucio just yet because they're on the defense. Why the Ram ban? They want to remove the capability for Gaming Gladiators to match the Brawl with the Ram. Now, analysts does say probably not going to see the Brawl matchup today, but if you were, it would have to come through from the Ram, and the Ram's gone.
Alrighty, well, let's see. As for now, Bastion, Hanzo, getting ready to come out here, and that could be brutal for Hottie.
But I do believe that the Sigma still is going to be the best pick here. If you can play a Sigma with a Lucio, you can outpace the Ryan, and in this sort of situation as well, once they realize actually the Space Station don't even have a Ryan to start with, FD might opt to choose something else like an Alari himself, play the poke. They're going to have a better poke composition with the Sigma than what Hardy's going to have with the Ryan. So Space Station have to be very considerate of the fact that they have to hold these close corners, play this opening hairpin as well if they do lose the corner, and just get aggressive.
For now, just the pylon taken down by Backbone, a sliver of HP. Needing some healing, and Immortality Field has to come out from Landon just to try to keep him alive. It's going to be quickly dealt with, but for now, kill's not going to be found. Decent amount of damage exchanged here on both sides. Tani continuing to play forward, now going to be walled off, looking for a pin, goes in a little bit too deep though, and will be taken down. Now the stun out on the Backbone. So he tries to peel back here. Keep them in this fight. We'll just go into the ice block, delay a little bit longer, but ultimately Gaming Gladiators are winning this fight and they're getting the push started.
I think Funny Astro has to go Lucio here. You just cannot win an extended poke battle versus Sigma team. They also have a Bastion. I mean, Space Station, if you want to play the Ryan, they do want to play the Ryan. You got to get into these brawl scenarios, and there are enough corners we can make that work. So yes, get rid of the Alari ultimate. Go back to the 15%. It's what you need. However, now the space has also been open that once Space Station want to get aggressive, Gaming also have their own Lucio to speed backwards, and FD is way ahead in the sound barrier.
Fire Strike not going to be connecting there. And Matrix invested from Crook, and Zodiel just looking to play around that one, as that's just going to be into the meat grinder here for them. The Bob is still going to be invested from Sparker, but that Bob not going to last too long, nor will the rest of the players. The cleanup comes through, and this is going to be a very breezy start here on circuit. A single parting gift kill there from Sparker, but ultimately the cap is in. It's just shy of 5 minutes in the time bank.
At this point, I don't know if it's going to be good to play Ryan for the rest of the beat. Now, Ryan can be good again on C. Still question marking because there's some high ground logo, but I'll stick to this point for now. The issue is super long sightlines, not really good corners to play through. If you're Ryan team, like I said, on A, you're playing the first opening corner, you're playing the hairpin, you've lost those situations now. The only good corner to play here is now where the spawn is, but you don't want the payload to get that deep onto B. So how do you speed in if you're Space Station? Now the Gaming Gladiators have so much room to back out.
Naga waiting to strike, Blizzard at the ready. And just decides to go ahead and poke back out. Backbone does have a Blizzard of his own. But Sound Barrier still waiting to see Funny Astro catch up. 15% away. Have it here pretty soon.
Artillery Flux combo is online just about now, so it is a bit of a risky combo. Trent doesn't quite have the ultimate. He's going to go now.
Well, there it is as they look for the pickup. Landed up into the sky, dropping down, and it gets obliterated by the artillery. But Backbone, in the meantime, he's able to get himself into the back line and finds 3 kills. Both supports and the tank now going to be taken down in the combo. While it finds a pick here onto the Baptiste, it is not going to be good enough to continue winning out the fight and continue this push.
That's just poorly executed. You don't have Tread's ultimate yet. Where was the communication there? Exodio just goes first. Tread needs to communicate. Hey, whoa, chill just for a second here. The combo requires both of us to be there. In fact, I would like to even see the Flux come through a little earlier and then Exodio go for the ultimate, because SSG's look at that situation. Backbone's like, now we can push forward. The Flux is like, use this opportunity, and Naga couldn't stop Backbone from walking up. So Space Station, they found themselves into a great spot there.
It's going to be swapped here onto the Orisa from Tread. I think that Hottie can breathe a sigh of relief now, because a lot of that shield break taken away here from Gaming Gladiators with the swaps. Don't have to be concerned about the Bastion just shredding that thing down. And is looking for an isolation pick on a FD God, but he's able to slink away.
I don't think that Tread should have gone towards this pick. I mean, Orisa's okay, but, you know, sure, we did see Orisa counter the Ryan like a while ago. You go back to Toronto last year for Overwatch, so yeah, that's where Boston just continually beats London Spitfire. And now, big Reinhardt slam coming down, but the 50 God Sound Barrier will counter out most of that.
I mean, he drops the hammer, but he gets both support ultimates as they try to back away. Naga will be able to find a kill, and that's going to be crucial here. Needing to find value off the back of these investments. His backbone will also fall down. So, okay, ultimately, the fight's still going to be good for Game and Gladiators, but for a while, it looked like Space Station was going to be able to just disengage away from that.
Still one more fight to play through. This is where Space Station can definitely retake off their Bob. Now Hardy moving over towards the Sigma. I mean, it does seem like the Rhine, as we get through this map, is going to be less and less effective once we actually get over towards the sea, assuming the cap does come through eventually. The high ground, low ground play without the Sim is going to make it too hard for Hardy, so he's going to invest in the Sig early. Shield's already broken, though.
Yeah, instantly melting that one down. Walden's trying to get a cut off here on the tread, but still going to be plenty healthy with that armor. Sound barrier at the ready as the Bob. Already invested here from Sparker, just looking to create some space, and Game and Gladiators up to pull back away.
It'll be Exodial's turn next here, so just trade the Bob for a little bit of space. Space Station needed to do that anyway. It's very important for them to play through that. Let's see how good Hardy Sigma really is. Not really one of his core picks, but he has certainly been picking up a lot more of those off tanks and adding it to his hero pool. Bonnie Astro is still with the beat available, so once Game and Gladiators want to go, Bonnie Astro has to really pull through on a big one. And Landon, level 1 Crook, both online with the window.
Yep, windows are there, and FD God is not far away either. You see when Space Station decides to pull the trigger, or if they just wait for Game and Gladiators to come towards them. Decent damage is going to be going out. Immortality Field going to be forced, and there's the beat from Funny Astro. Go button has been hit. Amp Matrix up over the top. The deep push in here from Tread. So far going unpunished as Exodial taken down low. A little stream of healing coming through, keeps him alive. That Bob's still at the ready as Naga just trying to cut things off here. Breaks some of these lines of sight and gets into the back line. Gets on top of Landon. Kill going to be found there, but FD God going to be traded out now. Crook dead as well. Support's gone on either side as Tread going to be popping the ult, but cannot survive through it. His backbone is able to claim the kill, but the cap is there. 2.5 minutes in the time bank. His Game and Gladiators continue onward.
Bit of a risk there from Hardy to go for the Flux, knowing the fight was probably lost. However, it does force out the Bob. So 1-for-1 ult trade. Ultimately, I think that's fairly effective. Now Tread gets the Sigma matchup he wanted. So as far as the bans go, I mean, the Sim gone, the Ram gone, but we go up to the Sigma sort of matchup. Hardy goes back over towards the Rhine, but like I said earlier, you need to be able to play very close and aggressive here. Once the map opens up and we have a high ground, low ground situation, the Rhine's going to be in a little bit of a trouble. Tread wants to play Counterwatch.
They haven't scouted this though. Naga able to get the catch, and Landon's going to be taken down. Looking for the freeze on the rest of the players, but they're able to get away from the Blizzard, and ultimately it's a trade up for the moment from Space Station, but as Hardy goes down, that's things get a little bit more equalized. Naga dead on the back end, though, for some added stagger. 1 minute and 45 seconds now remaining for Game and Gladiators.
That's what Hardy does here, yeah, going over towards the Winston. So that's a bit of a new pick. We haven't seen much of that. No, that's not the spawn take, never mind, I lied. Back over towards Orion. He believes in it. He's trusting in it. Naga now over on towards the Genji. Does Exodial go over towards the Venture? We have seen Venture on Circuit C. And also Knife, Fnatic beating Space Station yesterday off the Venture. That would be a possible pick for Gladiators if they want to play an all-in comp.
Backbone playing on this coastal side. Mini pack to rely on, grabs that up. Blizzard at the ready, the Bob in the mix. Game and Gladiators waiting for these ults to come up. It's going to be Crook to get that first, but okay, Exodial just finding some headshots. Is able to take down Sparker, looks for Landon as well, and force out the Immortality Field as Naga comes in, swooping forward with FD God. Exodial going to be traded out, but it's going to be a big trade up in favor of Game and Gladiators. They look to continue this push, and they will be able to do so as the kills continue to spill forward.
There's actually a 2-man hit squad coming through from Game and Gladiators on the flank as well, so Exodial gets the opening pick on the Sparker, but had that not happened, FD God and Naga on the big flank would have also have found Sparker somehow, some way. Certainly they did find Landon, and now the push finally goes through. I was going to mention to you, Achilles, the payload distance was not very good before. It doesn't open up the map for Game and Gladiators to really play for the high ground, specifically not as a full 5. But now they've really been able to open up the map. Looks like challenging for that high ground in the pool area outside, as Hardy did swap over towards the Sigma once again. Now Space Station hold all the ultimates, and the time is not good for Gaming, so Gaming basically have to do it now. This is the last push.
Going to be an overtime push if they can make it to the end. Backbone for now, just holding close. Wall coming up, looking to keep them delayed. Dynamite taken away at the May, but ultimately he's going to be okay as now Amp Matrix invested here on the high ground. Sparker looks to play around that. And they force Game and Gladiators away from their own Amp Matrix. 5 seconds now remaining. Sound barrier about to be online.
Can't play up against the May, though. The May Blizzard is going to be super important in the last fight. Landon
going to be taken down. Rough. Beat for beat now going to be coming through as Bob's get flying out. Backbone sends out the Blizzards, able to find Exodial, but then quickly gets traded out. Ult here from Tread, only really able to find the Bob, which will end up falling, but Hardy pinned into the corner, and the Bob wreaking havoc, and they've actually pushed back against it. Blizzard be damned. That opening pick is everything for Game and Gladiators, as they will make it to the end of Circuit Royale.
And look, Aaron said that 6v6 might be coming back later in Season 13, but Game and Gladiators like, no, we want it right now. Send the Bob in there. We got a 6-man, and it's not going to be enough for Space Station, with the Sigmas down on the bottom, with an early death as well coming through. Can't really afford to have that happen. Naga on his Genji finds the opening 5 versus 4, and that is exactly what Gaming Gladiators required to get through a very tough situation for Ultimates Online, for Space Station. In a final fight situation where they have spawn advantage, Blizzard's going to be extremely important. Still Gaming Gladiators on the OT push, very successful.
Making it to the end, but still need to have a successful defense of their own as we get ready to swap sides.
This is where Space Station, I think the Rhine should be... Oh, they're not going to go towards... I think the Rhine in the opening is fine. You have the Lucio to play through. They may just be a little bit concerned about the fact that opening A point has a very long sightline area. Probably going to get poked out. Possibly predicting the fact that Exodio could start on the Bastion again, although that could be a little bit dangerous. The reason why Exodio probably doesn't really want to start on the Bastion is because if he does start on the Bastion, he's all in versus a Rhine comp versus that kind of style, but then Spark can just play Widowmaker and completely out of range. So Ash, just a little bit safer. Tread says Care Lifeweaver, and the reason for that, had a little bit of banter. His backstory here, a little bit of banter before he got into the game. Funny Astro essentially said in the chat, after you bring the Lifeweaver or no? And the reason he says that is because the last time Gaming Gladiators played this map was actually during the group stage, after he got played the Lifeweaver with the Fire. So that composition is available. Gaming not opting for Naga's Fire just yet.
Well, first shot from Sparker, gonna go a little bit wide, can't find that early punish on FD God.
Just
right
what
back
I like.
over onto the Rhine.
This is
that May.
They've already got the first corner for free. Gaming Gladiators going to respect that. They're not going to play this. It's very easy to rush into. So what's going to happen is this is the area where you slow things down. Gaming Gladiators hope to outpoke Space Station here. If they cannot do so, once we get the hairpin, that will be, I think, SSC favored.
At risk, Immortality Field has to come through. Pin, however, not going to connect, and now Hadi is overstepped. The accretion will put him down on the floor. Naga is able to collect the kill. Landon going to be taken down similarly as Exodio finds that kill. And that is going to be the opening push now shut down, and some more space can be taken here by Gaming Gladiators. They look to try to cut off some of these retreats, but, well, a little bit off, so Backbone able to get out, but not paying attention to the flank, ends up falling all the same.
Well, Naga might be in trouble here as well. Won't be able to get locked out, but Hardy can still make something happen. Funny Astro dies, maybe to try and go for that kill. Gaming Gladiators can push a little bit more aggressively now if they want. If there are more deaths on Space Station, this is going to end up in a super long stagger. I mean, Hardy was the first one down, and now we've spent a long time waiting for people to regroup.
It does do an immense amount of damage, so it does just about have that Earth Shatter ready to go, but now you have the Amp Matrix out in front. Funny Astro able to find FD God, though. Couple Cheerios into the head. Does take him down, and that's going to be the pullback here from Gaming.
I mean, Funny Astro had the high side flank. They didn't watch the alternate angles coming through, so the off-angle Lucio actually ends up finding a kill, which is super strange.
Blizzard invested here from Naga. Push over to the side. Hadi trying to stay alive in the side room. Shield raised, but just realistically nowhere to go. Shield now going to be broken down. Pulls back, though, successfully disengaging his Backbone's able to find one with Astro. Backbone, both dead. The bomb invested. Exodio burned down by the dynamite. It's a bloody scrap here between the two squads, but ultimately the cart is still not progressing.
Well, Gaming Gladiators have no respawns here. Space Station have all the respawns because they have a much closer spawn. Landon going down. Huge rock for a trip. That actually might alleviate pressure. Let's see if Space Station can keep this up or not. They still have ultimates to play through. I think they should still push until they can't. Maybe even just expand some ultimates because Gaming Gladiators are still waiting for a couple. You can see through the silhouettes. They're only just arriving now.
Backbone tucked away, hit it on that right side flank and see the silhouette down below. Has the Blizzard at the ready, needs to be cautious about Tread if that kinetic grasp is going to be available. Bomb out from Sparker to try to start off the fight. Sound barrier comes through from FD God. Funny Astro holding his own. Down below half HP does drop the beat. The answer is going to be no. Tread is able to find it, but the cleanup is solid from the rest of the squad. Crook, the last one that dies. The cart now opened up, and that should just about be them getting the cap on A.
It's going to be very hard for Gaming Gladiators to recontest this one. Now, Tread even going towards the Rhine. Okay, this is unexpected. Is Tread going to be a good enough Reinhardt to play up against Hardy? FD God, nope, that was effective. Just a little bit of spawn take once again. As if it was a real life movement, you'd also see the fire. The Trace is interesting. The Trace did a touch, if I'm not mistaken. The touch has already been initiated.
They have the contest. As Shatter going to be dropped, but not found anything there. I believe Naga actually blocking that one out with the ice block, but still the cleanup looking good. And they get the Amp Matrix committed into the fight there from Crook as well as the cap comes in.
I just don't think Tread wants to smoke here. I mean, do Gaming Gladiators really think they can out-Rhine Space Stations? We're the most practiced Rhine team in the entire world. The answer is, of course, no, not going to happen. I believe they wanted to go for that just for the retake. Like, okay, what's the best retaking strategy here? Maybe just go over towards the Rhine. Tread moves over to the Orisa. The spawn swap in the terms that Hardy gets a new spawn, so he just goes back over towards spawn. They're just playing a little bit of H-key here, so you know the counter swap game is very real, but eventually you have to come out and it ends up back to Rhine, and that favors Hardy, that favors Space Station.
All right. Blizzard about to be up. Naga 4% away. Amp Matrix here for Landon. The lone ultimate the Space Station have for the moment.
Payload is very far progressed as well.
It's been pretty pacey to try to get towards B, but that's exactly what Space Station need, given how slow the approach on the A was. That's the investment there, but Tread going to be taken down. Hottie looking to assert that dominance, finds the pin. Killing off the counterpart, Reinhardt. Now the card continuing to be opened up and turned back, looking for the fire strike, but FD God already dead in midair. Both supports now gone, and that should be the push come to fruition.
Can they even touch? Naga's so far behind. They're just going to let him live.
He's just lingering in the back lines.
He's going to walk up, locked out. Certainly not going to touch. He'll try. They'll stagger him. They might not even kill him here. They'll just, let him walk around for a little bit. Okay, now they have to kill him because he's actually blocking payloads.
Now they have to wait for the payload to get set up anyway. So yeah, there you go. The kill is going to be found. Solid here from the side of Space Station. 3.5 minutes to work with for the final stretch.
And Hardy's looking like no swaps here. The spawns did move up a little bit, so Hardy could have gone back into spawn if he wanted to. It's been a very interesting game of H-key battles between Tread and Hardy so far, but eventually got to land on something. No contest coming through from Gladiators so far on this defense, as they just want to play the window around the pool. Naga now swapping over towards the Pharah. Space Station have enough space that they've pushed to basically the final corner. They can start aggressing the high ground if they want now.
Backbone just ignoring some of those far rockets coming his way as they look for the grabs and push, and Hottie finds the pin. Oh, just curving it in. Finds him, takes down Tread. Naga low on HP. FD God eliminated. The fire strike from Hottie, finding the kill, and this is a pacey push here from Space Station, completely turning around the start of this one. Now looking for the finisher. Can anyone contest? The answer is going to be yes. Touch comes in, but Tread the mech. It's not going to last too long. Crook doing his damage with the Ant Matrix to try to keep that Diva alive, but ultimately she will fall. FD got cleaned up, and the push comes through. Bumped up now to 3.5 minutes.
What a disaster class from Game of Gladiators on the final defense there. I mean, they wanted to play the poke. I think they got the matchup they wanted, actually. So as far as the H-key battles go, Tread, high ground Sigma, massive poke composition versus Ryan on the ground. That should favor Game and Gladiators on that defense, but the poke just wasn't good. They weren't really breaking it through anywhere. No off angles to play through as well. Payload just slowly moving its way up, and eventually Tread has to touch if he goes down the final corner. To be fair though, maybe it was a little unlucky that he got pinned, because looking at it from Hardy's POV, it looked like Hardy missed, but the hitbox on the pin is actually larger than you think it is. So if it just kind of clips you by a pixel, you get scooped into the pin, and then suddenly you're down. And with the Tread down, he has to go Diva. You're looking at, a spawn situation. Game of Gladiators just fully down on members. They can't hold the payload at all. Very little contesting for the entirety of C. I mean, if you really think about it, the C push was just a one and done, straight beginning to finish. No one even really slowed it down.
Well, now a minute to work with. It was a really fast push from Game and Gladiators the first time around. They need to replicate that success.
Sparker's on a Bastions, yeah. I think Naga should just go Pharah. At this point, Tread, don't bother with the Ryan. I think if they... So you do have a situation where there's only 1 minute, so if you want to play a poke composition, it might be so. Let's see what Game Gladiators want to do.
They're not supporting, they're on
close.
Yeah.
They're playing corner.
Alright, walk to point. What's deep your support? What's
Bab one.
It's mirror with Ryan, I think.
Yeah.
React in the point, they have Ash, Just push the point to corner, we look to swing. They're swinging. Bash. No shoot. Rock Bastion. Just shoot. Really low. Behind us.
No.
Look back. They can move. Coming 3. Samikaze.
Bash and low.
Just shoot.
We need to wait turns. We can be rushing. We need to touch.
Window Bastion 70.
Do I need to switch to touch?
Can someone go sim? Can someone go sim?
I'm on Diva. I go right. I try touch.
They wall.
Yeah, you touch, okay? I'm just waiting.
I think I can get.
Nice.
I don't know. I got it. I'm out back there.
Ryan does spawn, freezing him.
Someone needs to touch.
I will touch after.
Run.
Ryan dies. Equal.
I'm dead.
Equal.
Oh, play me.
We
win this, okay?
Yeah.
I need Lamp after this crook. He's gonna ult mine. The shit out of me. Lamp. Oh, shit.
Who can contest?
Can someone touch?
Can't.
I'm trying. Oh, there. We should just stay.
Made some distance there, so at least they're not going to get 0.00 meters like we saw yesterday from Fnatic, but still not quite enough. It's the 1 minute time bank on attack that's so hard to play into when SSG are defending at your spawn gates with the Ryan composition. You know it's going to be a Ryan as well. The reason maybe why they didn't play the fire is they're concerned that the fire won't be able to get out of the gates, but I guess the Bastion in the Rhine mirror, it was just really hard. I mean, this is just not something that's super winnable for the side of Gaming Gladiators. I mean, sorry, the Sigma and the D.Va there as well, but hard to just break into the Rhine in that sort of situation. You need some sort of TP if a Symmetra was available. The Symmetra has been banned out. So what can you really do here? Tracer to get out, try and move around. I mean, the real way you break out of spawn typically for most teams is you TP and just swap sides. But in this situation, Space is just so poised to hold the spawn doors forever. You need to be able to get a flying character out there, just walk around, fly into the air, get an off angle, get hands on off angle, something. But it was just so hard for Gaming Gladiators, and now it's looking very dire when there's 330 on board for SSG and not a lot of space to push in to get it.
Yeah, not very far to go. Gaming Gladiators, everything to do. Let's listen to the Space Station Gaming, though, and see how they're getting prepared for this overtime attack.
Widow.
Firelight, no Widow, Firelight.
Don't need Bastion, don't need Bastion, don't need Bastion.
Can we top left,
Asher, we could top left. You guys look for main, okay? Yeah. I will just be point.
Ready?
Can you look? You
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Fire. I didn't hit.
Breaking pylon.
Ready? 3, 2, 1. Fire one. Hit.
Pogni Hardy.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna peek Asher 2, 1. Sick Ash 1, Sick Ash both 1. 6. I just swing. I'm kind of swinging right now.
You be swinging.
We beat a Pharaoh with a pylon, Asher!
No way. I mean, no one shot us. No one healed it.
Well, there you have it. I mean, they had all the time in the world, not very far to go. And some mild celebrations there from the side of Space Station Gaming. Now up 2-0. Jake was talking about it. We've been talking about it. This is your map pick. This is where you really need to start to turn the tide. And it does not come to fruition at all for Gaming Gladiators.
The good news is, look, there's more maps to play through because we have a BO7 today, FT4, right? But the sad thing is, I mean, this was
Jim burned your set, man.
They needed a lot more here, and I think the defense let them down. Like, the attack was fine. They finished the map, but the defense, man, that C was just so poor. They had nothing to do there. I also think, like, Tread, for the most part, kind of got caught out of place by all the counter-swapping from Hardy. Hardy, for the most part, got the matchup he wanted. Tread, at the end, as I say, I think he got the matchup he wanted with the Sigma versus the Rhine, but GG just couldn't outpoke Space Station on that final defense. And there's just no world where you can't get any contest at all, and it ends up being a 0 time back versus 330 versus, yeah, that kind of time. And once we go to the OT, the actual, you know, second phase, it's just, you got nothing to play through. You attack first with 1 minute, you're not getting out of spawn.
Well, a very comfortable position for now for the side of Space Station. Still plenty of time to try to turn things around for Gaming Gladiators. But will they be able to make it happen? That is going to be the question. We're going to figure out where we're going, what the next round of bans are going to be. But first, let's go ahead and pass it back down to the studio.
Great job up there on the cast, gentlemen, and fantastic work from SSG. It's looking a little bit too easy if you're looking for the players' responses. I want to start with you. What did you see, Unter, in this game number 2? What happened on the side of SSG?
Well, off the rip, Gaming Gladiators, they drafted a flat map, which is, you know, maybe one of the first critical errors. But to be honest, it looked not so bad for them. It looked like the Symmetra ban was going to be enough for a flat map to work out for Gaming Gladiators. But then as it turns out, it wasn't, because Tread decided on second point, let's square up in a Rhine mirror, let's throw away all of our ult charge, and let's just go straight back into SSG's wheelhouse. Very surprised to see this switch up on the defense.
Jake, this has been really fun to watch. We saw Hanzo there for a moment. I saw Bastion for a minute. Orisa has been in this series. All kinds of heroes being brought out, but it still looks like they're looking for an answer on the Gaming Gladiator side, and you were not happy with the comps they were running. What do they need to change up if they want to find success?
I think Hunter's right. I think they just absolutely tossed this one away playing a Rhine mirror. I think the Sim ban and taking us to circuit actually was perfect. I think strategically, if they just play a classic comp, like play like a Sig, you got Naga on the Pharah, Exodial on the Ashe, and a double flex support. You could play a Zen. I mean, there's no Sim TP. This is a long map. You got a lot of long range high grounds. How do you even push third point with Rhine into a Zen? Like, how does that even happen? But they don't do it. They play the Rush Mirror. After you created this great opportunity to play Sig, no Sim to be dealt with, and I think they should have won with that. They were winning with that, and then, as you said, Hunter, they decided, you know what? I think it was honestly pride cometh before the fall, thinking, well, you know, it's fine. We'll just play a Rhine mirror. As if SSG's not going to trounce you on that 10 times out of 10. Insane from Gaming Gladiators. Now they're down 0-2. And honestly, a map like that, I mean, like, I think they're going to be kicking themselves. Finally, in that last defense, they played what I think is the right comp. But, I mean, it's too little, too late. You had nothing in the overtime.
Yeah, I mean...
All right, we're going to break this game down a little bit more, but first, I'm told Danny Lim is very excited because he's next to the Key Crusher once again. What's up, Dan?
What's good, everybody? Danny Lim here, next to the crushing machine. I'm just here to remind you guys, we crushed 4 keys yesterday. We're going to crush 4 more today as well. So if you're one of the teams, better get winning.
If you're going to hold a key and you're not a player, you must wear the white gloves. It's white glove treatment across the board here in the Esports World Cup. And unfortunately, we are halfway to crushing the Gaming Gladiators key. So bring it back for me. These two teams have met up quite a bit in Europe, right? Those mostly online matches. Now they're playing on LAN. You know your opponent in and out, but you haven't found success. Is there anything that they can pull out here to make this a more fair, balanced matchup?
I think, you know, the best chance at this point, they're just going to have to start slowing down SSG's gameplay. We've seen a couple of maps in a row now. Lucio has been dominating. You know, there's been fast comps over and over and over again. And even though this is also a strength of Gaming Gladiators, there's a reasonable chance that if they just start to slow down SSG, we might see a change. Another thing that they could potentially do, start picking vertical maps, start leaning into their diva, and start leaning into spreading people out. But, you know, Gaming Gladiators, it's all on them now.
Speaking of the maps, Jake, what do you suggest? What adds verticality that can give you an advantage?
I wouldn't mind taking it to maps. We've seen SSG be forced to play dive on quite a few maps. We've seen the Eichenwald, we've seen even Colosseo. They elected to take the dive mirror into Fnatic, and that was really their weakness, and it's, I still think, a strength for Gaming Gladiators. I think relatively between those two teams, that is their best chance. Play these dive mirrors. Yes, you are going to have to take on Psycho, who I think really is a superstar for SSG, but you've got to be confident in that, because I think Tread versus Hottie on a diva mirror, you're actually starting to favor Tread. I think that's much more in their own wheelhouse for Gaming Gladiators. So I think they're going to need to take us to some verticality, but this is really why SSG chose Gaming Gladiators, because they knew they're matching up strength to strength, and SSG just so confident. There's a reason they're up 2-0. It's that rush mirror is always going to go SSG's way.
I'm waiting for the pop-off moment from Exodio, and we'll see what he's able to do, but I'm told there's a little swap-up on the stage. Is it going to be a move on the right side of the stage with Gaming Gladiators, or is it more likely SSG swapping someone once again? And it looks like Psycho is going to be sent to the bench after 2 successful maps. They're bringing Sparker to be alongside Backbone. What does that tell you?
Oh, okay, so Sparker is in alongside Backbone.
Sorry, Sparker is out, Psycho isn't. I heard that wrong.
Psycho and Backbone together?
Yes.
Okay, well this is going to be interesting, because I think we're going to see maybe some Symmetra comps coming out now from the side of Backbone to keep him in, but then Psycho, you know, maybe he's going to be playing something a little bit more like Echo, Tracer, something like that. I'm surprised to see this DPS line up together, actually. So, you know, maybe they're trying to play a little bit more into the verticality, or...
Ooh. The one place we have seen this lineup, though, is actually, for me, is on Flashpoint, where we've seen the Sim Echo style with Mauga. So if we are going to, let's say, a New Junk City, a Suravasa, where that all-in, heavy rush Mauga style, I think that is a strength for both teams, but once again, I'm worried, is this not a little bit of hubris for Gaming Gladiators? At the end of the day, though, you're gonna need to win some rush mirrors, right? You might be able to force a dive map, but down 0-2 in the series, if you lose faith completely in FD God's Lucio and you stop playing your own biggest strength for Gaming Gladiators, maybe you would have won a map or two with these cheese comps, but in the end, I think the series would have gone against you. So in a way, I think Gaming Gladiators, they're just continuing to push all the chips into the middle, absolutely no hesitation, and it might pay off, but to be honest, I'm a little worried for them. I think SSG is just the better team on these rush styles.
Yeah, I'd say after 2 maps, you know, maybe the writing is starting to at least be on the wall. You know, maybe if we look at a few historic series, there's a much bigger wall that we could be reading.
Huge wall.
There's a humongous wall that could be read by Gaming Gladiators right now, but unfortunately it seems that they are. I mean, that lineup, yeah, that sounds about right for Flashpoint. And to push this into Flashpoint, you know, Flashpoint, again, these are flat maps. Even, you know, maybe they're going to try and play a little bit of dive, a little bit of diva dive on something like Suravasa. This is possible. But again, I think that, you know, they could go more extreme. They could really take Hardy onto something more of a dive hero, force Hardy to play diva. But here we are, you know, it seems like that might not be happening.
Exciting stuff. Now, a reminder, as we see the viewership climbing, we got to remind everyone at home where we're at. This is day 3. Groups are done. We're in the playoff bracket, so there's no return if you lose here for Gaming Gladiators. Your key is on the line, and you're already down 2 maps, but we have 3 more matches after this. Hunter, I won't get to keep you all day. I want to, because your brain is enormous. But what matchups should the fans be excited about later in the day?
Oh, later today. Let's have a quick squiz. I'd say that, M80 and Falcons, that's going to be a very exciting one. One of NA's last hopes going up against one of Korea's finest. Falcons have had a little bit of a rocky start to the tournament. People were heralding them as one of the strongest teams coming in, but then they've looked very rocky in their group, managing to drop maps and, borderline dropping maps to even Australians. So there's a little bit of skepticism there.
Heyo.
Definitely match of the day would be Toronto versus OA LGD though, because that is the finest team out of North America and a team that has historically, managed to kind of curl up into a ball and fail come LAN. And here they go again versus, formerly Team China. And they are just, they're LAN demons. That is the one roster where, you would hear historically they play scrims and they are just rubbish. They're getting walked all over. And then they show up at the event, they show up at things like the World Cup, and they just take over. They show up to finals and they are a completely different beast. So I would definitely be watching out for that match.
Pumped for that matchup, and that is coming at the end of the day. This match, though, continues in about 30 seconds as we'll be heading back to the stage. Jake, SSG needs to dig deep. Let's see if they can get it done. Of course, reminder, it's a best of 7. We've already seen Escort. We've already seen Control. Where do you think we're going next?
Yeah, based on SSG's lineup, I have to think that Gaming Gladiators elected to take us to Flashpoint, showing that they're still confident, most likely in playing a rush style, but in the end, that was always going to be the challenge for them. They're both teams that rely on the Lucio. Where SSG has stumbled, it's been when they're forced off the rush style, and I don't know that Gaming Gladiators was ever the team that was going to do that. They also want to play rush. They also want to square up, and time again, yeah, they got one win against SSG historically, but over and over again, SSG has been the better team on these rush maps. So Gaming Gladiators still with confidence trying to flip the script. Let's see if I'm right. Let's see if they did take us to a Flashpoint. No, it's a push. But interesting, I wonder, still, we got Backbone and Psycho in. The only time I've seen them is for this Sim Echo Mauga. I'm curious what they'll play.
Runasabi is our map here, so walk me through it, Hunter. What should we expect to see from these teams? What comps work best on this map?
Runasapi, this is a very agnostic map. You can play a little bit of anything on here. You can play
no BAP at least.
Oh, no BAP.
No BAP.
That's going to be tough for SSG. I'd say that BAP is probably the strongest hero for SSG. Anytime you see a BAP ban, that is probably the most dangerous map for SSG. Because Landon's BAP, I heralded him as the MVP at the start of the show.
Yeah.
So essentially, I'd say that if you take Landon off that hero, that's where you should be most worried. But Runasapi, that's a map where there's a lot of options, but at the end of the day, we're probably going to see another Rush Mirror.
Let's see what Space Station Gaming does in reply. And it looks like they say no D.Va. Jake, what's your takeaway here?
In the past, I've seen SSG ban D.Va and go straight to the Mauga. So that's the comp we saw on Flashpoint. I could see that working on Runasapi as well. It's a map with lots of big open sidelines, can be hard to cross, but with a Sim TP, I think there are options here to play the map in an unconventional way. And being such a new map, I think Gaming Gladiators has probably never faced that style before. I think SSG actually has a decent chance to run away with the series if they go that direction.
You can see Sparker subbing out for Psycho as he re-enters after playing on Control. He joins Backbone to complete the DPS lineup for SSG. On the other side, you've got a lot of pressure if you're Naga and Exodial. If you're Exodial, you want a top frag in this lobby. What's the best character to run into a comp that's going to have a Mauga and maybe a Sim out here?
Well, the thing about Zodial, they are a hit scan player at the end of the day. They flex onto the Tracer when there's a D.Va in the server, but D.Va has just been banned out. So we're more than likely going to be seeing Zodial on something like Cassidy or Ashe. And these are heroes which are going to face enormous amounts of pressure if our predictions are right about SSG picking a Mauga and running it down on that. Because Zodial is going to be prime target.
I love that call out. There is a look at our players. FD ready to rock. Exodial ready to ask Bob to do something. Is the Ashe coming out or is it Cassidy? We're going into the game as we are just a few moments away and you can see Psycho is dialed in. He's ready to cause some chaos.
Absolutely. This is a guy who's just been a key difference maker for SSG, has unlocked their potential on the team. And as we head into Runasapi, one of our newest maps in Overwatch, I just can't wait to see how this breaks down.
Let's send it over to the casters. Achilleos, Avril. Let's kick off game number 3.
Thank you very much. Let's kick this off indeed and see if the run back can be started here from the side of Gaming Gladiators or if it's going to be match point obtained by Space Station.
I'll be honest with you, Achilleos, I'm not a fan of these bans at all. I think GG may have just trolled their entire ban drafting stage here. They needed to protect the Diva. Ban the Zarya, get the count out of the way. We saw them play Runasapi yesterday up against Crazy Raccoons. Max beat them with the Zarya. You want the Diva here because you know there's a high capability at Space Station. Go towards Amalga. That's why you have the ban of the Diva for Space Station, because you remove the strength of the game. That's their identity, the Diva dive, and then on top of that, you remove the biggest Malga counter off the table as well. So what a gaming guy is going to play. Tread hovering over the Jungle Queen, but honestly, I don't think there's any amazing matchups into Hardy's Malga unless you want to run Malga yourself. And I think eventually, Tread is going to end up doing that. Watch the swap. He's going to die on Queen, then swap to Malga.
All right, well, battle to begin. Let's see if your prediction is correct, but the map out of the play. It's going to be landed right back over onto that Kitty, and he has been looking quite good on it throughout the tournament here so far.
Also, we have seen the Backbone Psycho. We saw that a little bit earlier on in the tournament during the group stage, and it was specifically for this composition, the Sim, plus the Echo at the same time, and it was paired with the Malga as well, getting the Malga in and out. A lot more flexibility here. And Space Station, honestly, they're pretty damn good in this comp, especially when you remove the counters.
All right, well, Hardy just going to be shrugging off that damage, getting pulled back in here a little bit. Push forward coming through from Tread, looking to try to get on top of one of these targets. For now, though, Gaming Gladiators starting to push the bot forward, but Hottie going to be melted down as FD God is able to claim the kill. Solid opener here for the side of Gaming Gladiators, but Tread nearly suffering the same fate and will as Backbone is able to confirm the kill. Up and over the top here for Psycho. Big stickies across onto Naga, nearly taking him out. So far, dead even here between these two Echoes. The beam across nearly finds FD God, but can't quite confirm it.
Just so many times that kill nearly came on through. Psycho just didn't quite have the range there. Ultimate slightly higher up for Space Station. Gaming Gladiators wanting to regroup his fire. Just a little bit of 8 meters at the moment. Nothing to really write home about. First ultimates are coming online soon from the support side, but FD God slightly behind Funny Astro. Could be the factor.
Another close margin there for FD God, but it's going to be Exodial who ends up falling now as Naga as well. Low on HP. Hottie sprinting forward, looking for the stun. And that is going to be the cleanup now coming through here. Space Station continue on their merry way with the push halfway to the checkpoint.
Won't be able to threaten the checkpoint just yet. One more fight to go through, and this is where the ultimates will actually make the difference. Both teams looking towards at least 4 ultimates. The tanks actually don't have them yet because the tanks have been the ones dying. Tread, he's been shredded. Let's see if he stays alive longer, because once cages are a factor, once we get into a situation where, you know, you get into the melee ranges, Hardy, you can out-sustain on the Malga, you can out-damage in close range.
Still down 2 players, but the escort coming back through here from Funny Astro, as that's going to be the go button here. Both Kitsune rushes going to be exchanged here on either side. Naga going to be taken low, goes for the dupe. Copies here on the... That is just a melt coming in as Psycho with a beam is able to get the follow-up, and Naga gets taken down. Now, full retreat sounded from the side of Gaming Gladiators, having to pull back, checkpoint already obtained. Space Station just looking for some more kills as Zodiel going to pull the trigger here on that ultimate, but he's immediately dealt with once again. Locked in, Hani locks him down. Psycho's there to collect. And things are starting to spiral out of control for Gaming Gladiators.
I mean, watch the entry here for Gaming Gladiators. They've already used some ultimates. FD God still has a beat available. They're going to tempo beat. Space Station can disengage from that very quickly. They can contest with their own beat.
And Astro can just beat when that Rampage comes in.
83 meters. It's already been like 3 minutes. So it's an extreme amount of distance already this early into the game.
Speed running this one, and there's the dupe. As Psycho goes in for the Junker Queen, axe across, Tread under fire, Rampage nearly online, but we'll have to use that one in a future life as he gets taken down, knife gets pulled out. Rampage not going to catch anything, but closes the distance here. Over on towards Exodial, and yeah, they're looking for the full cap, and they're looking to do it in record time here at this tournament. 6:49 still remaining in the time bank as Space Station Gaming are not slowing down.
And what is this Rampage even going to do? Is take a look. It's going to Rampage in. Funny Astro will beat straight away. There's going to be a Suzu from Landon. Gaming Gladiators have such a little entry power here, and FD God's just down. Like, what?
I don't know. Hottie just able to get in on top of him. Now Tread in a bad spot, pulls the trigger there on that, but there's the beat from Astro. Gets cummed up on the bot a little bit, but eventually the beat does come through, and Tread is going to fall. Crook dead. HP bars in tatters. FD God in desperation sends this out, but this should just about be over. Tread now swapping over onto the Malga to try to match, but they cannot match a damn thing.
Oh, what crazy how after 130 meters, Tread realizing he's been the wrong hero the entire way through. Here you go, buddy. Cardiac, it's a better shout than the commanding shout. There you go, you learned.
Sprinting forward, but there's a Kitsune rush now out from Landon. Crook about to have his online. Sends it, but Tread is already dead. Psycho again, finding that elimination. Hottie looking for the stop, and the cleanup is so swift. The push is so gorgeous. Space Station Gaming looking to assert their dominance. Crook is able to find one, but then he will get taken down. FD God's dead. Should just about seal the deal as Tread cannot survive in the cage fight. The push will come through. More than 5 minutes remaining, and and Space Station Gaming are wiping the damn floor with them.
Call up Guinness right now because we just set a brand new world record. I hope the analyst didn't get too comfortable there because you got to get back on desk immediately for that. I'd love to hear what they have to say in terms of what my analysis was, which is essentially the bans were completely trolled. GG. They have the map choice. They have the first ban option. Why would you not protect the D.Va? The last time they played this map, and when most teams play this map, it's a dive. You're playing Winston. If you can't play Winston, you're playing the D.Va. D.Va, Tracer, Echo is GG's entire identity. You left the D.Va open for SSG to ban, and then they get to play the Malga, and you do what? You play Queen? Are you kidding me? That's hilariously bad. I'm sorry.
Well, players will take their leave off stage. Time to try to collect their thoughts, but for the side of SSG, they now are at match point. One more map win, and they will be sending Gaming Gladiators home. They will be crushing their key. Let's pass it back down to the studio, though. The breakdown of that is very quick, Renasapi.
Excellent stuff from SSG. They are trying to speed run into the round of 8, and that was an incredible push map. So let's talk about the failures on the other side. Gaming Gladiators, not even close throughout this series. That map in particular, Hunter, you are shaking your head backstage. Frustration is setting in. What hurts to watch?
I mean, I'm starting to feel like a bit of a broken record at this point, but if I have to see SSG face off against Gaming Gladiators on one more flat map, I feel like I'm just going to completely lose my mind.
Jake, talk to me a little bit about a best of 7. You've watched a lot of Overwatch in your time. How often do reverse sweeps come into play?
I just think it's too tall an order at this point. I mean, warm up the press. To be honest, I lost hope in Gaming Gladiators. They had 2 chances. I think, honestly, the circuit pick, strategically, I liked it. I think that was kind of on the players not sticking with the comp that gave them the advantage. But here, I think the Queen is probably a little bit favored into the Mountain God. I can see the theory, but in the end, you got to stop taking these rush mirrors. You got to take us to a dive map, and they're not doing it. And, I mean, they just got body slammed on push. I mean, this was a 3-minute map. I didn't let me. I sat down, I had a banana, and I'm back here on stage. It's just over. It's over before it even began. And I mean, at this position, not only down 3-0, but these maps haven't been close. They've been stomps. I mean, a circuit was a little bit close, but never. I mean, Space Station Gaming hasn't had their back to the wall one time in the series. Gaming Gladiators, there's no way these guys aren't sweating. The rookies are losing hope, losing confidence in one another. I don't want to go to the comms listening because I think it might be real quiet.
We are going to give the players a moment to take a rest, recompose if you're Gaming Gladiators. We'll see if they can put up a fight with Game 4 coming up after this.
set, go. It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
Ence and Fnatic, start getting your keyboards ready because you may be taking the stage after this next game. Space Station Gaming blanking the score sheet 3-0 on the other side. Gaming Gladiators can't find any momentum at all. Jake, we talked about the best of 7. We talked about the potential of coming back. And Hunter, you were saying, I don't see it. There's no way possible. From a coach's perspective, why is this going to be so hard?
I would say with the format of these hero bans, it makes it incredibly difficult to reverse sweep a long series. The further in you go, as soon as the map pool opens up after map 5 and you can pick your absolute best map as the loser, you're immediately afforded the best chance possible. And after 5 maps already in play, all of the most valuable bans have already been expended. So all of the strategic edges that a team that needs to reverse sweep might have are gone.
We do have a sub, but first, the coaches are going to be picking the map, and once again, this is going to be Gaming Gladiators' opportunity to set themselves up with an advantage. So, Jake, you mentioned it. Verticality, verticality, verticality. With push gone, control gone, where do you think we're going here for map number 4?
Surely this is like Coliseum or Eichenwald. I mean, there's ways to force SSG into a dive comp, and I wouldn't even be shocked to see SSG, or rather to see Gaming Gladiators take this map and put one back in the series, but Hunter's exactly right. Even if you do get one win on the board, SSG is going to have 3 map picks back to back. First one, not so valuable, but the next 2, you're going to have the whole pool open. You have so many chances for SSG, so this one's kind of a throwaway. If they win it here, I think it's fair to say that Gaming Gladiators are just mentally boomed and really aren't ready to compete any further. Time to get the key crushed.
Are there veterans on this Gaming Gladiators lineup? Is there someone that is not a coach that can hop on the comms and get the boys dialed back in?
Well, you see, there is a French support line on the Gaming Gladiators that could be coming in a little bit of assistance here. We've got Ben Best in the coaching staff, who is a very long-time veteran, very respected member of the community. And then we got FD God actually in the support line playing there. So I think that there's all the veteran talent required to calm people down, but at the same time, there's so many rookies that have, without a doubt, never been in this situation before. Someone like Zodiel, like Tread, these are new up-and-coming players. So they've probably never stepped foot on a major land stage, let alone one where they're fighting for $1 million at the end of the day.
Tread has a lot to handle there as the frontline tank, and you have seen the pressure that they have applied to him so far. You don't want to match up on the Rhine. You don't want to match up on the Malga. The Junker Queen didn't work. Do we pull out a Doomfist? Because it worked on Eichenwald yesterday for Fnatic against SSG.
At this point, I'll take any kind of dive mirror. I think that's really the hope here for Gaming Gladiators, is that the dive mirror, it's the last hope for you, the one comp that we haven't seen you pull out. And for me, looking at this series from the outside, I thought that was your biggest advantage from minute 1, and you really haven't deployed it yet. As Hunter said, being down 0-3 in a best of 7 with this loser map pick format, it is brutal. And honestly, the players should probably know that too. So Gaming Gladiators, if you're going to calm down and refocus here, you've got to just put this long series out of your mind. It is going to take individual heroics, and to deliver that, you've got to just be in the moment, focused on what's right in front of you. If you start thinking about the road and how long it is to get back and come back in this series, you're kind of already done for mentally. You've got to stay focused where you are and just keep taking it moment by moment, fight by fight. The question is, can the rookies get in that headspace where they are focused on that moment?
It's the biggest stage they've played on, $1 million prize pool, and they are feeling the pressure. Hunter, real quick, let's just sing the praises of SSG. I'm not telling the comeback story anymore. Who has had the biggest impact through 3 maps?
I mean, I've been pretty happy with Backbone's performance so far. I've seen him playing a little bit more than I expected. The most recent map, I really didn't think that I'd be seeing Backbone subbed in, and yet here he is absolutely dominating the field. Full push with a massive time bank. They took it to Circuit Royale, and again, even though it wasn't a favorable position for him, he couldn't play his signature sim, he still got it done in the end. So I'd say maybe Backbone is the sleeper MVP here.
You can see the scoreboard at the top next to the names, Space Station Gaming, with 3 of those 4 blocks filled in. They are 1 map away from advancing to the round of 8 and doubling up their paycheck. Let's see where they decide to go. Flashpoint for Gaming Gladiators? Or are we going to see something like Eichenwald? We're going to Midtown here, and Hunter is cringing. How flat do you want to be right now?
Yeah, they've gone and picked the flattest hybrid map in the pool. So Gaming Gladiators, they're well and truly willing to die on the sword. They've picked the matchup. They want to just go straight all the way through, flat matchups every single map.
It's not a forfeit, but it kind of feels like it from the coaches. Winston is going to be banned here. Jake, you're shrugging. Not the worst, not the best ban?
It's all right, but D.Va's already been banned, and I think, that you didn't have to worry about it. I guess this is protecting a tank. I don't know. At this point, I feel Gaming Gladiators, they're a little bit lost. Maybe they do want to take it to this full poke style, banning the Winston protects it, and SSG banning Alari, mitigating some of the threat from that poke comp.
All right, so Alari out, Winston out. What's the comp that we're going to see?
Oh, jeez.
Under the bus, I throw you.
Yeah, no, straight under it right there. I would say that we're probably going to see some of the D.Va comp, finally, because SSG, again and again and again, they keep winning these ground tank matchups. They need to speed up on the side of Gaming Gladiators. So even though they're going to a flat map, I wouldn't be surprised if we actually saw a bit of Desperation D.Va. Otherwise, maybe a little bit of Sigma in play. But for SSG, it's just going to be more of the same. We're just going to continue to see ground tanks. We're going to see things like Ramatra coming out. We're going to see something like Malga. But again,
No giggles from Backbone this time. He has swapped out Sparker and Psycho for SSG to finish this one strong. Hadi and crew feeling confident. Naga and crew looking to bounce back, but they have to do it with 4 straight games. Let's see if they can start with this one as we send it over to our casters. Achilles, Avril, let's get this party started.
That we shall, and I think the party's already been started, at least in the camp of SSG.
Yep.
It's on the side of Gaming Gladiators where they are looking to start their own party, start a reverse sweep here in this best of 7. What a statement it would be if they're able to pull that off, but seems like our analysts not fully convinced.
I just don't think the Winston is super valuable here either as a ban because, you really going to see Hardy play a Winston here? I mean, it's possible, but I think the Rhine makes a lot more sense. I think there's a lot of ground heroes for Hardy that make a lot more sense, and even then, Hardy has played a decent amount of D.Va this entire tournament as well. What they could be doing is protecting the Sigma, but is it really a worthwhile protection? I mean, you're not there to protect the D.Va, you could be there to protect the Sigma. What really is going to be the good comp? I think, Tread hovering over the Ram, because here's the problem. If you play Sigma on the first defense, Hardy goes Rhine, you lose. You play D.Va, I don't really believe in D.Va for the 8-point defense. Maybe it'll help out your fire a little bit, but I also think you kind of just lose to the ground battle here. You don't have good high ground, low ground play on Midtown, on this A especially, for that D.Va to be effective. This is not Hollywood. They probably should have gone to Hollywood. I agree with the desk in terms of the poor map choice, and it might just come back to bite gaming.
All right, well, Space Station, they're out 3-0 in the lead. Let's see what they're going to have for us here as they start off the attack, as we take a listen in.
Yeah, we can. Ram, not they can't catch, impossible to catch the Ram. Ash, I go trade, yeah. Ash. What space you want?
We should rotate all the way, no? Yeah, 4 left, I think. There are double spam now. Maybe 4 left and go back main.
Yeah, I can main and just sync with slow. Just main and sync with slow, okay?
Yeah. After the peak left. I can take the mega. I can touch burning.
Yeah. Echo no stickies. I'm gonna trade on Ram. I'm trading.
We can just walk main.
I can slow right behind. I'm gonna push a form. Ram low.
Echo me.
I can walk main.
Echo lure me. Echo lure chasing me. Echo lure chasing me. With you. Echo on. I'm trading on that. Oh my god, I drone bounce.
Cami, guys. Cami.
Including.
I'm just blocking. I just be blocking. Just more point. Just breathe.
I angle, okay? I play
where they stay point circle. I can slow left.
Dash right.
Run. I look right, guys. I can angle left.
Ram can touch.
Yeah, look right.
Not touching.
Nice, good shit, bro.
Yeah, my fucking drone bounce. What a shit.
Well, that is another pretty speedy cap coming in here. This time, Space Station starting things off quite nicely. Over 5 minutes as they get the lockdown on A.
Sparker does get the first one if they go for the secondary fight as well. So B is looking pretty rough at this point. Lamp comes through for Tread, but can he actually live? You'd like to see Quick play an ultimate, but at this point, they're not living enough. Okay, maybe now would be a good time to window. Still a 5v5.
So Sparker going to be taken down. Immortality Field going to be baited out. Psycho pushing forward. Pulse Bomb now at the ready. Can he find a setup for it? Tread himself dangerously low, but there's a stick, and there's Exodial getting taken down. Lana does get traded out, however, so they lose out on that BAP. And Matrix comes through from Crook. They try to shove them back in with Hottie dead. At long last, it seems like Game and Gladiators should be able to buy themselves some breathing room.
Yeah, the high ground play here with the Ashe is going to be super important as well. They have the May to slow things down for SSG. The thing about SSG's team here is because they sub Backbone out, they're not going to be able to have the same make capability. Psycho's going to be playing either Tracer or Echo, so pushing into the full brawl. There's one small thing that I will say for Game and Gladiators that is going to be good for them. They can play a more effective brawl composition, given that Naga is on the May, and Space Station probably will not end up playing a May at all based on who's in the lineup.
Well, once again, they'll push. Beginning Cart working his way down through the underpass. You can see Tread moving forward, trying to create some space. Bob going to be invested here from Exodial. It's a little bit of damage. The sound barrier going to be dropped in here from Funny Astro. Finds 3. Psycho and Hottie not going to be clipped by that one, but the bomb does get taken out. He got his own beat on the opposite side, still ready to go. As they look to try to gain some control here over the high ground. The push-up coming through. Annihilation going to be Bob Tread, trying to turn the tides of this one. Drops down. Big HP bar here for him, as Hottie, however, is able to just go ahead and melt down too. Naga dead to the Annihilation. Hottie just holding the door, fists raised as Psycho comes in from behind and cleans them all up.
Now, the Funny Astro sound barrier might not have been able to be effective for actually engaging or anything like that. Game of Gladiators just simply disengage from it, but they can't disengage effectively from that Bob. So Sparker sends in, Hardy rolls up the Annihilation. Game of Gladiators, no Blizzard available. Naga dies at something like 99. Can't remember where the Ice Wall is placed, but that needed to be used to slow things down as well. If that can't happen, then you're just simply not going to have a defense, and there's no defense here. Space Station capped, 4:30 left to play through. It's a lot. I think they're going to finish.
Yeah, I mean, this is a monstrous time bank, even with how much you can try to slow teams up on C. Right now, the thing that we're seeing is that Space Station are just incomplete and out of control. I feel like you can count on, a hand, maybe a hand and a half, how many kills Game and Gladiators have been able to get so far in this map.
This is the fact that Space Station are better in this mirror. They are far more understanding in terms of how to play the Brawl versus Brawl mirror matchup, and even though it's not a perfect mirror, because they actually have the slightly worse comp. Like I said, they don't have the May, Psycho is stuck on a Tracer, maybe an Echo later on, and yet still Space Station, their experience shows.
Quick recall out, Crook under fire. Immortality Field trying to keep himself alive, but Hottie able to just go ahead and push up into the face of that Baptiste and take him down. Len at the same time does have that Amp Matrix rolling. Hottie low on health off screen, trying to stay alive, but it's going to be Naga falling as Psycho collects that kill. Hottie does get traded out, however. And without that tank, pushing does get slowed up a little bit, but Cart's still puttering along.
Should be SSG resetting now. They lose Hardy, they lose one more, but just losing Hardy alone should be enough. Financial kills 2. They might be able to sneak a little bit of distance, but Respawn favoring Game of Gladiators here. Financial kills 3! Ideal, as Funny Astro just triples up. They're going to get a little bit more distance, like I say. However, waiting for Hardy. You can't push until Hardy is back, and by the time Hardy's back, Tread will also be back.
He's already back, though. Hardy's here. He's ready to go. Annihilation and 16%. Funny Astro with its kills just racking up towards that next sound barrier. Psycho will fall as Exodial finally able to bring an end to this reign of terror that Psycho's been having in the back lines.
And instantly respecting SSG don't want to fight with 5. Understandable. I wonder if there's a situation where Psycho can maybe look towards a longer range hero here. I mean, Tracer can still be effective. Certainly have the ultimates. 4 ultimates online for Space Station. A lot to play through. Bob once again. It's going to be very impactful. Exodial needs to respond very quickly. Bob straight into Bob. And let's hope that Crook's window here is going to be enough to push away Space Station, but if Hardy can gap close, if Bunny Astro beats, it might not be enough at all.
Okay, Bob for Bob going to be coming through into the back lines, and sound barriers dropped here from both teams. Crook low on health, the Immortality Field keeping him protected for the time being. As soon as that goes away, Hardy is able to find him, but Hardy himself low on health. They're trying to sustain him, keep him in the fight as Tread tries to play back here alongside the corner. Sits up on the slow field. Hardy does end up getting picked off. Still plenty of work to be done here for the side of Gaming Gladiators on this defense. So once again, the card starting to inch forward, getting closer and closer as Hardy's going to now swap over onto the Rhine. Nope, no movement tech, never mind.
Yeah, just a little bit of spawn tech coming through there once more for Space Station Gaming. It'll just be a full reset here. It is respawn advantage for Gaming Gladiators, and a couple of faster heroes here as well as Naga swap over towards the Genji. He's not finding a lot of, I guess, success on the mate, even though from a pure macro perspective, I think just having that is just so much more advantageous. It's kind of strange, actually, that Hardy wants to move over towards the Sigma. If you want to play Sigma, I think Psycho at this point really does need to make the swap happen. Can Psycho play a far? Just some long-range spam would be very effective. Exodio, sniping on the back line. Widowmaker on C defense, I rate it. I do think this is one of the better places to play Widowmaker.
It can be good. Those barriers obviously can cause, you know, concerns here for the Widowmaker dying away those sight lines, but for now, shooting gallery opened up here for Exodio. If he can find the headshot that he does land, going to be taken down right as the Amp Matrix ends up getting invested. Bunny Astro trying to poke and prod here, keeping him distracted. And Psycho goes on the hunt, swinging around the back just in front of the spawn room doors. Pulse bomb at the ready. Card getting closer and closer. 1:15 now remaining. It's a shot, not going to hit. Looking for the close-up here against the Tracer. Has to grapple away. Recall getting popped. Psycho playing elusively, keeping himself alive. Is that blade ready to go from Naga? Might have to be drawn out sooner rather than later and needs it to have success.
Let's see where the Suzu's at. If there's no Suzu available for landing, if he burns it, then the blade should be very good. Exodio down already. Naga has to pop off now.
Blade down, going to be pulled. Immortality Field going to be able to take away that pulse bomb. Funny Astro keeping him at an arm's length distance, but it doesn't matter as Naga is chasing down Funny Astro. The cart makes it to the end.
And Tread was pocketing Naga there as well, the Matrix. So you had both your tank and one of your DPSs gone. The only person that could have touched was, I believe, one of the supports. But nope, not in position to do much about it. Level 1 Crook, I think, was the BAP that was coming back from spawn. So he kind of forgot about the spawn. I mean, they knew that the blade was going to have to be the biggest weapon there, but Naga went chasing. Probably should have stayed around the cap itself, hindsight 2020, but if you do stay around the cap, who are you slashing? You're slashing Hardy, which is not really a super ideal target.
Oh, 6 HP. Big plays here from everybody on the side of Space Station Gaming. Well, you know, started things off. Again, we talked about it. Time by potential. So after that point B is huge. They still finish with nearly a minute.
Let's see what they can do on the attacking side, where they will have, you know, attackers' advantages choosing the composition. Naga still has the option of either the Echo or the Fire. You're up against Sparker on the Ash, which is to be expected. Hardy's not going to risk anything. Just a very standard kind of neutral pick on the Ram. And Gaming Gladiators this time. The Queen is going to have a much better time into the Ram compared to what we saw on the previous map of Runasapi versus the Malga, so wouldn't be the worst pick in the world. Are they really going to do a Doom, though? We don't really... Never seen Gaming Gladiators play this, I mean...
Okay.
No, okay, no, I'm not going to say it, like, bro is not Dong Axe, so here we go.
Push up, decent early damage there onto Hardy, shoves him back. It looks like it's going to be left side wrap around up into the train car, but this could be a meat grinder very quickly. As Funny Astro finds out. Psycho in the meantime lingering behind, trying to threaten that potential flank, but needs to be cautious himself.
He's just marking just in case Gaming Gladiators do make a drop, in which case it would have been effective. They're actually putting it through train quite effectively. They're out of train already.
Pushing their way forward, forcing Hardy down onto the low ground. Wall off here from Sparker. We can just swing around that one to gain line of sight. Decent damage in response over towards Tread. He tries to take some space over towards the point itself. So deal now opened up a bit. A couple headshots coming through. Funny Astro taken low, nearly eliminated as Naga finds a headshot. And Psycho's going to fall, but Tread's going to be traded out. So Tracer for that Ramatra, and one can rejoin a hell of a lot faster than the other.
They just couldn't heal up Tread enough, and the extra damage from Sparker, who was protected, not that much under pressure, is under pressure now. Long range snipe, double headshot, I think, from Naga. That's really good. A second kill that might allow them to cap.
He's keeping him in this one. Set up for, I believe, the dink there on a Funny Astro, so the kill couldn't get collected by FD God. Now finds himself here on the point. Shield raised, Hardy. He's having to wait for the rest of the team.
Probably going to end up having to burn Blizzard on the retake here, because Space Station still have a lot to play through. And I think they should go for this retake at minimum. You want to force more ult out of Gladiator. Yeah, Gaming.
Yeah, for sure. Punch back on the Hottie, getting closer to that Annihilation. The Blizzard now going to be coming through. Hottie trying to get his way out of that one, trying to stay alive. Immortality Field instantly going to be dealt with, but they're just dumping heals into the Ramad, trying to keep him in the fight. Landon going to be taken down, though, moments before he would get that Amp Matrix online. Speaking of which, Crook has his set up on the high ground across the way. Cap's going to be coming through. Over 4.5 minutes now for the side of Gaming Gladiators on the push.
Yeah, I mean, good ultimate usage there from Gaming Gladiators. They probably didn't want to have to use that many ultimates, but it's worth it to enable the Cap to make sure you definitely confirm that off-angle play from Exodio as well. Extra damage coming in through. Space Station, I don't think they're too mad about that one. You do lose the Cap, but as I said, the retake advantage and the goal is that you want to bleed ults out of Gaming Gladiators, and that's what happened.
And all they did was use the Annihilation. They still have 4 ultimates about to be online here. And Funny Astro can survive. Amp Matrix going to be set up here onto the high ground, dive into the back, looking for Exodio, takes him low, but cannot confirm the kill here. The Psycho continues to keep that Pulse Bomb in the back pocket. Hasn't invested it quite just yet. Bomb going to be sent in. For now, that's going to be buying a little bit of space. Some really nice shots coming in as Exodio eventually finds the headshot to take him down. Flashbang not going to connect, but well, that's going to be Crook taken down. I believe the Immortality Field expiring just a hair before the explosion.
Yeah, Psycho saves that for Space Station. Otherwise, it's really good for Gaming Gladiators. But now, what can they do? They're losing members. Shred's very low as well. Hardy, if you can just stay alive here, Space Station will continue to hold.
I mean, the peel from Psycho is doing wonders. The Sparker up over the top takes out Exodio, so they are able to keep Hardy alive.
Exodio's doing miracles here. I mean, that one kill to Landon was absolutely critical, but couldn't quite save level 1 Crook from Psycho, who dodges the flashbang as well. Look, if Psycho goes down there as well, fails to deliver on Crook, I'm sure Gaming Gladiators have the capability to push. Space Station out, chilling on the high ground. Sound Barrier get to be played through. Not a lot of great ultimates from Gaming Gladiators. Exodio, he might be able to just pressure out with the Deadeye, just be zoning Deadeye to force Space Station back.
Beat at the ready here for Funny Astro. FD gone, 19% away. Crook trying to build up towards that next Amp Matrix as well. But Naga going to be taken down. Sparker finding the headshot, gets the punish, delaying that Blizzard, and just, again, buying more time here, crucially for Space Station.
It's just struggling to really be able to rotate anywhere. I mean, they have no high ground control, all Space Station. Sparker being punished there. How does Shred punch down Sparker? There's no way Sparker should be that close to Shred. Now it's time to turn things around. I mean, Gaming, you have 5 versus 4. Space Station respecting it. They're basically fully taken out here. Yeah. Okay, Gladiators should take high ground.
Yeah, now they have to just try to give up some space. You can see they're trying to do that, pushing their way up the stairs, but Hottie kind of holding the line here. Keeping Shred at arm's length. As that's going to be the Blizzard invested Hottie. Fists raised, just trying to stay protected. Ducking back, and now Sound Barrier comes through. Funny Astro trying to save and trying to bail out this Ramatra. Dueling Annihilations. Deadeye now in play. A Psycho will fall, but it's going to be the Annihilation just taking down Exodio. Not really receiving any healing to try to keep him sustained through that ult of the cast. He ends up getting picked off, but Sparker will suffer the same fate. Naga finds a headshot. Funny Astro going to be eliminated. Landon, only support now alive here, and he still under fire. Has the Amp Matrix, but they're going to have to play back for this.
It's actually a headshot from Spark, and then just a little bit of tickle damage from the Annihilation of Hardy, but it'll be enough. And now Exodio will swap over towards Ash as well. You need to be the challenge on the long range. Bob, much better ultimate than the Deadeye. And Space Station coming back for more high ground control. They want to retake that high ground as the payload has moved through the underpass now. Gaming Gladiators have good positioning, but no ultimates.
All back starting to come through, but it's going to be just this side room contest here from the side of Gaming Gladiators, but the card is not advancing forward. They're just trying to force them back with Space Station there, and they have the advantage of just being able to disengage. Now Amp Matrix set up, a couple shots across on Exodio, and Sparker's there to confirm the kill. FD God going to be taken down as Funny Astro finds that elimination. Dynamite onto Crook, and that should be the cleanup as Naga and Shred nowhere else realistically to go. Hottie will fall, but ultimately the cart still locked in this underpass.
Nothing to contest the window at all. I mean, I don't know if the May was available for Naga, but they certainly had no support ultimates. They could have backed out, but unfortunately they got caught while backing by the double damage from Sparker. Could they have run forward down to the payload? I think that's an option, but they just didn't read the play properly. They didn't expect the Space Station was just going to swing with that window, which is exactly what happened. And now with less than 1 minute remaining, it's not looking likely for the Cap. I'm afraid the reverse sweep is looking pretty dire at this moment. Space Station in control, looking for the 4-0.
That they are. 45 seconds remaining. Matrix available, the beat nearly there. Psycho lingering, waiting for this push to come through. Gonna maximize some sticky bomb damage, sends him out. Immortality Field immediately out from Crook. And Space Station getting low back middle. Hottie is going to be taken down, able to find that one, and now Landon falling as well. Solid start here to the fight. Psycho goes for the dupe, but it's going to be a copy here onto the Ash, and that's all they realistically have in this fight from here on out. He'll be broken out of that one very quickly. The dive forward, Psycho falls. Now an opportunity to maybe at least get that minute and a half bump up here for the side of Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, the push is slowly coming on through. Remember, the payload actually moved backwards while all this was happening, so it's got to go through the underpass again. That allows Space Station one more last contest. Psycho moves over towards Adventure. Funny Astro nearly has a beat. That beat might actually just be enough to finish.
As long as he doesn't Ajax this one, they should be in with a pinch.
Where's the bomb?
So Feel Good be coming through, beat, connecting onto 4. Psycho the only one not receiving it as the push forward comes in, looking for Landon. Immortality Field coming down. Landon going to be eliminated. Funny Astro picked off as Exodio finds a kill. Bob invested, but now the trade out. Psycho finding 1. 2 players left. Just Naga and try to hold the line. Psycho taken out. As the push continues, Sparker falling low. Can't really play the corner. He will die, and we continue onward.
Once again, it's MVP performance from the Bob there. Gaming Gladiators glad that they had that ultimate available. Funny Astro, I would like to say, actually probably used the beat slightly too early for my liking, but they wanted the tempo to be actually able to contest. As Gaming Gladiators get a second lease on life here, can they push through? In just about a minute to finish the map. I think they got to do this in basically 2 fights. They can't really afford to lose anything, otherwise they go straight to OT. Good news is, if they do finish the map in OT, we're not going to go into draw only scenario. So there is still a possibility. You're telling me there's a chance? I am.
Get your telescopes out, see if you can spot it. Landed on a little bit of pressure there. Nice shot from Exodio, putting Sparker down low, but kills cannot be confirmed quite just yet. Blizzard going to be invested here. Try to open up this forward corner. But now the Amp Matrix is in play. Around the corner there is Hottie, dangerously low. Right click starting to bomb in here though. And Hottie will get pushed back up to full HP. And drill dash forward, Naga taken down. More space bought, more time afforded here.
Psycho's killable,
and Psycho, I mean, he's just diving in there. He's killable, but he's going to be the one looking for the kills. Exodio gets isolated, pushed out into the open, and Sparker is able to collect.
Every single time Gladiators have one up, they can just not convert onto a secondary kill here. So like I said, they can't really afford to make too many mistakes. We're already in the OT in just about 10 seconds here. Space Station about to hit some great timings for ultimates.
And Metrics in, but dive in from the flank. Psycho looking to try to isolate and get the pick off here. Up and over the top. Is trying to hound him down. Does end up falling. But FD God going to be traded out the bottom from Sparker. Able to find Naga. And it looks like it is all coming to a conclusion as no one else can play the card. There's no one left alive. 4-0, Space Station Gaming will keep themselves in the tournament. They will eliminate Gaming Gladiators, and they will double up on their prize pool.
You can see the disappointment on FD God's face here as he dies, because he knows he had the last ultimate remaining, the sound barrier to maybe push them through just a little bit more. However, I'll say this, it still might not have been enough. Very difficult situation for Gaming Gladiators to be in, barely any time remaining. Some very curious map choices going through here. I think you need to really have some introspectiveness to look at how the series played out. If you are GG, their tournament run does end here. They do still pick up some very critical points for the organization, where Gaming Gladiators have been one of the better performing orgs over the course of the World Cup. They won Dota 2 already. They're trying to catch up to Team Falcons, but now they'll have to look for a different game as Space Station move on expectedly as the highest seeded, better European team throughout history.
And I mean, it was a difficult group stage for Space Station. It was looking like there was some fairly exploitable gaps in the armor here for the team, going 1-2 across that one, being taken down by Virtus.pro. But this was a lot more of the Space Station Gaming that we expected coming into this tournament. This was dominance. This is a 4-0.
You know, I asked Christopher yesterday, why did you choose Gaming Gladiators? M80 are available. They look like a weaker team on paper. That might be true, but he says to me, you know what? We know Gaming Gladiators. It's the devil you know versus the one you do not. Why take a chance on an NA team, which you could probably beat as well, when you know you can crush Gaming Gladiators? You scrim them a ton. Yes, they beat you and face it, but you'll say that was a fluke if you're Chris, and now SSG proved that indeed was a fluke. They know Europe like the back of their hands, and they know they are the best in Europe.
And they're looking to assert that again as we get ready to throw it down to the stage. But Space Station have their work cut out for them as they have Crazy Raccoon on the horizon. But for now, let's go ahead and hear from Hottie.
Yes, here it is. Space Station Gaming are victorious. And hey, you got two Lebanese in Germany in many ways. Hadi joining us from SSG to have a little chat. Now look, I'd be remiss if I don't mention the fact that you played Fnatic last night until 2 in the morning, right? Long game and a loss. How do you recover from it and set yourself up for a big game?
I think we weren't too sad about the loss. Of course, we wanted to win, but everything kind of still works out the way we wanted it to. I think we're all still really tired. Didn't get the full 8 hours in, but it was a good game. So yeah, we came in with a lot of confidence. We beat Peps a lot of the time, and yeah, it's all going good.
Now, if there's anything you're well known for personally, is being the tank, right? Ryan, Rama, that's your specialty. But here we got hero bans. How does that impact you, the picks, and how you adapt throughout the game?
I mean, I think I'm still just a ground tank guy. I still like to play the ground tank, the Ryan, the Ram, the Mauga, still my favorite tanks. And yeah, still trying to make them work with the hero bans.
Does that leave you open to bans that can kind of blindside you on different maps?
A bit, but I think also we can ban stuff that then make my heroes better. So it's also good.
All right, always good to play into things. That's the depth of strategy for Space Station Gaming. But because you are victorious, and this is an elimination game, as all of our matches will be, your opponents, Gaming Gladiators, will be presenting their key to you to clutch later on. There it is. Thank you very much, Gaming Gladiators and Hadi, for joining us on the interview. Now, you don't get to pick who you play against, but your opponents do. Is there any team you really have in mind that you'd love to play?
I think every team can be exciting, but I think going against Twisted Minds, like one of my old teams, would be very fun to play.
Especially here in this arena. But Hadi, thank you very much. Congratulations to Space Station Gaming. They move on, and we'll get to see who they play tomorrow, but then back to the studio.
Thank you to Miloshin. Well done. There's not many interviewers out there who can guard the mic as well as Milosh did. Hadi really wanted to hold that thing. Instead, they just hold hands. And of course, Hadi, he performed in-game in the interview, and he earns our Sony MVP. Hunter, let's jump right into this. What did you see from the German tank?
Well, the thing about Hadi is, if it's a ground tank matchup, he is the king of Europe. There's no question about it. His Ramatra, sublime. His Rhine, sublime. Every single time he has an ult, it's immediate value. Even from the Lijiang, very first map, as soon as he's popping the Annihilation, he's cleaning up the entirety of Game and Gladiator. And then again, on the Reinhardt, you can see here, Shatter, maybe, you know, swing and a miss, but straight away he's cleaning up the team again. In all of Hadi's comfort heroes, he is able to dominate, and this series, it was just a non-stop string of comfort for him.
Jake, yesterday you were saying what really is impressive about Hadi is he doesn't risk the dangerous dives. He doesn't try and just pin everybody possible. He will walk you down if he needs to, and he did that across multiple heroes. What do his opponents need to look forward to or avoid against this guy moving forward?
To be honest, there's no weaknesses in his Rhine play. He's the best in the world, I think, on the hero right now. And it's pretty much for other teams. It's about getting him off that hero. Get Space Station off of their comfort zone, because when they're in it, they are just unstoppable. I think it's fair to say one of the very best. So I think against other opponents, there's a reason he's hoping to play Twisted Minds, because that could offer him some of these rush mirrors, give him a chance to be in his comfort zone. Going up against a team like Crazy Raccoon, be a lot scarier, right? That would be a challenge for him, but he has acquitted himself well. He's been scrimming. They've been playing a ton of Diva, working around Psycho's strength. So Hadi finding his role in this team, doubling up his flexibility, but still having those strengths to rely on. He is a very powerful tank. I think it's fair to say the best in Europe right now.
It definitely helps when you got Funny Astro and, of course, the best BAP in the game and Landon backing you up. The tank getting the job done. And, of course, we saw so many highlights in this one. Let's start with Landon on that BAP and showcase a little bit of what was attempted by Game and Gladiators. Was there anything you can look forward to and be excited about from Game and Gladiators moving forward?
You know, I'd say if you're a Game and Gladiators fan, you'd have to be happy with the performances of Tread and Exodial, because Exodial, this is a very young, very new player to the scene. And honestly, they've had a breakout performance this year. Even though, you know, they're getting sent home a little bit early here at the Esports World Cup, honestly, they've got to be happy with where they've come so far, because they are brand new to the scene and already they're making waves. Already they're coming deep. Same goes for Tread, somebody that was, you know, largely considered an up-and-comer, somebody, you know, a bit of an unknown element, and then here they are, flexing to a wide variety of heroes. In this series, they opted not to flex to Diva for whatever reason, but Diva looked like a massive strong point for them too. So I'd say that there's a very bright future for both of these players in the scene.
If you're the GM of Game and Gladiators, do you build around those two rookies?
Absolutely, absolutely. That's where the future of the roster lies.
And of course, on the other side, we have some veterans for Space Station Gaming. Jake, what was the cleanest part of their game today? What excited you when watching them across a very fast 4-0?
I mean, I think they just showed what they can do when they're able to be in their comfort zone, playing these rush styles. Psycho opens things up for them when they need to mix it up, even with the rush style, right? When they want to play a little bit faster tempo with the Tracer, Psycho's got it on lock, but his Echo is, I think, where he really shines, enables them to look like an effective dive team where, to be honest, I think a lot of that is Psycho just doing an unbelievable lift for the squad. I will say, Gaming Gladiators, I totally agree. I think Exodial had a great tournament. He had a wonderful year. Really, really impressed me. And at this tournament in particular, it was the Tracer. I didn't know that was in his pool, but he looked great when the hero did come out. The team overall, I think Naga has also had a pretty solid year. He's been around for a while, but seems to be peaking to me, especially on those flyers when he can really dance around and show his skill.
Exodial, just 17, maybe just turning 18. We'll see what is to come in his future, but we know there is a future in front of SSG. They are going to power forward as we say goodbye to Gaming Gladiators. And of course, at the end of every losing match, you have to donate your key. Naga handed it over, and now we get to see some excitement. You're giving it to the man who comes in, the backbone of this team, if you will, as he places the key for the crushing.
Yeah, absolute treat for Backbone here, getting to crush the key of Gaming Gladiators. There is a very fierce rivalry between these two teams, and I can only imagine the sense of satisfaction that is flowing through young Bacchus' veins right now as he watches the hopes and dreams of Gaming Gladiators crushed right before his eyes.
I love that we have a hydraulic press on set, Jake.
Look at it go, man. I mean, I think this is one of the coolest things at the Esports World Cup. This whole trophy system, totally unique, never seen before in esports. And I think it actually is kind of fitting to the esports vibe, right? Like these teams, there are serious rivalries. They want to crush one another, and to have such a powerful symbol of that in the trophy system is, I think, a beautiful conceit by the Esports World Cup.
SSG has always had Gaming Gladiators' number this year, and once again, they walk away with a victory. I don't think we expected any clean 4-0s after seeing the settings with the bans and being able to pick your map. But the boys get it done in impressive fashion, and you have to think moving forward that you're going to see these guys have a very exciting matchup against a team that might not expect to see them if you watch their previous games. Because, Jake, 4-0, does that scare off teams like Crazy Raccoon?
I don't know if Crazy Raccoon is going to be scared, but it does give you pause, right? A team with this much momentum in the tournament, if you're in that round of 8 looking at who you might want to choose, a team that is hot and feeling good, feeling confident, isn't the most obvious choice. You might want someone who showed weakness and has been faltering in their last match and showed more holes in their game, and Gaiman did not expose that. So we'll have to see if any of these round of 8 teams can find SSG's weakness.
Now this, of course, is an unofficial placement. We just wanted to show you the visual that SSG will be moving forward in the bracket. Remember, those teams that are in the round of 8 get to choose from the remaining squads at the end of the day to see who they want to play for a spot in the top 4. Hunter, I got to say, it's been a blast working with you. I know you're a coach, but you're a natural talent as well. Fantastic insight. What are you going to take away from your first trip to Riyadh?
Oh, maybe another day on the desk if I'm lucky.
Ooh, I like that. Are you coming back tomorrow?
Fingers crossed.
Double dose of Hunter, but right now we have an interview. Let's send it back to the stage with Zodial.
What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here, standing next to Naga from Gaming Gladiators after their match. Unfortunate loss, right?
Yeah.
Talk to me briefly about the match. What went wrong for the Gaming Gladiators?
I mean, Space Station is one of the best teams in the world. We had a feeling they were going to pick us out of the groups. But we were actually kind of happy about that, seeing what other options there were, but we still knew it was going to be relatively hard. But we all believed in it, and I think for most of the maps, we could have won. It was like the last 5-10% that really mattered, too many mistakes. And I mean, on the third map, Runasapi, we just tried to gamble a comp that turned out not to be the right thing, right? But that's like 1 out of 4 maps. I think the other maps we had a good idea of what we wanted to do, is just not executed good enough,
I mean, you've been a pro player for some time, for a while now. Like you win some, you lose some, right? So I know you're not going to take this too hard. So moving forward, your journey in EWC does end here, but I mean, this is definitely not it for Naga. So what's in it for you moving forward in the future?
Yeah, so we're a relatively new team compared to some of the other teams. I mean, the Space Station is like a core of the 4 players that played together for years at this point, right? I think we have a good group of people, and some of them are pretty rookie in the scene, but they have done extremely well. So we just need to keep working on our problems and play around our strength and focus on what's up next, you know. Stage 3, Stage 4 in OWC, let's try to qualify for Stockholm. Yeah, I mean, we all really like to play these kind of tournaments at LAN, right? So those are the ones we will try and continuously qualify for, and also like hopefully get better results for in the future. Yeah.
Definitely, 100%. Yeah, before we go, any last words for the Gaming Gladiators fans?
Yeah, I mean, also all the Gaming Gladiator staff we have that has been here and all the people we met from the org has been like super welcoming and super nice. I mean, I have nothing but good things to say. We also went to Korea for a boot camp, and I've received so many nice messages as well. So I just want to say thank you so much for your support. We're a bit sad that we couldn't bring more results because we had an ambition of going at least top 8. And I think we were somewhat close today, even though it's a 4-0 score. So yeah, we're very sorry about that, but we really appreciate all the support and all the resources we have been given.
Naga, thank you so much for doing this post-match interview. I'm definitely excited to see more from you and Gaming Gladiators in the future as well. All right, thank you so much. Thank you.
I had the pleasure to talk that young man. Naga, great head on his shoulders. Even in the loss, you can see the composure. He gives Hadi a hug after handing over the key. This is a guy I look forward to seeing it in the future here for the European players. But Jake, we know SSG is moving forward. Gaming Gladiators are out. They didn't finish in the top 8, which means no club championship points.
That's going to hurt. I mean, especially for Gaming Gladiators coming off a win in the Dota tournament. They would have loved to get some more points on the board, keep moving up the leaderboard, but the key is crushed. You have no right to compete.
We've got another matchup coming your way. Another best of 7. When we come back, Ence will be taking the stage to take on Fnatic. Don't go anywhere. This is the Esports World Cup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على الصوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
Back live at the Esports World Cup. Match number 2 of the day continues as you can see Ence rolling in. The boys looking to find success against Fnatic and power their way into the top 8 where they would walk away with a guaranteed $40,000. But Fnatic clutching up last night is going to make things interesting, Jake. What are you expecting from this crew?
You know, I think they are a real wild card, but I'm hoping to see them stick with their strengths. When Donghak is on that Winston, that Doomfist, they're playing aggressive, they're playing fast. They have the individual skill to make it work. If anything, it's a shock that they played as weak as they did in the group stage. But you know what? If you can win here, all is forgiven. You're pretty much on even footing with everyone else. And I do think there's an opportunity for Fnatic to, this would technically be an upset, but I still believe in them.
We welcome McGravy back to the stage. And McGravy, this is such a fun matchup here. If you've been watching these two teams, Ence started hot. Fnatic, the polar opposite. They were ice cold before having to rally back after starting 0-2. Let's talk about this matchup. What are you looking forward to in the showdown?
I think the big question mark for this matchup is the support lines. Both of these support lines are essentially brand new to both of these teams. Izyak and Lee Jae-gung, they are a well-experienced backline. They've been around since the Shanghai Dragon days. They have been at the finals. They have won finals. These are talented players, but they just haven't gelled with this team so far. Oh, and also, on the flip side, Ence, their backline's completely new. Sky is new to this roster as well. Rack Attack is on loan from another team. So there's a lot of question marks about the supports.
And we saw Mirror coming in for a moment yesterday. So, Jake, let's talk a little bit about this DPS lineup for both teams. If you're going to highlight the damage dealers, is anyone capable of running a Junkrat? Will we see him once in this tournament? I just want to hear you talk about tires, bro.
I would love to see a little Junkrat, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think both these teams are going to play high-paced heroes. The Tracer, the Echo. On some maps, we might see the hit scan come in. I think there's going to be no issue for either team in terms of stylistically the heroes they want to field. For me, I think there's going to be a lot of pressure, though, on the tank matchup. While Donghak is an expert on the Winston, the Wrecking Ball, the Doomfist, these high-paced main tank dive heroes.
Yep.
On the other side, Vestola typically is at his best on Diva and Sigma. And to be honest, I think the meta is going to really favor those heroes. So in a way, stylistically, if Ence can just execute on the meta, I do think they should be favored in theory. But again, I mean, the name value on Fnatic, despite the performance so far in the tournament being lackluster, if they can just find their footing and execute, as you said, McGravy, like to the potential of this roster, they are a fearsome opponent. You cannot write them off.
I went back and I watched the VODs yesterday, and I saw in chat, Dongfist or Doomhack? What do you prefer, McGravy?
Dongfist just has has an aura about it, has an energy. I love the Dongfist.
I want to see the Dongfist come out as well. Doomhack is great as well. Keep the nicknames coming in the chat, and of course, we'll see the rosters in just a moment. But first, we want you to weigh in on your predictions. Get them in over at stcplay.gg. The fans, 0 for 1 on the day, McGravy. They didn't really see Space Station Gaming get the business done. We'll see what's going to happen this time around. What are our feelings after watching these teams in groups, though? Dive, rush, what is the strength for each lineup?
I feel like it's going to be a different variation to dive. For me, the DPS, it feels like it's going to be a battle of the egos. I think you'll see Kevster a lot with the double flex of Maimon as well. I think you see Fnatic playing the dive they're so good at. I think the DPS matchup for me is a big thing to look at because I think both the DPS on their teams, they really want to play that dive oriented DPS. So I think that's what you want to look out for, and it's going to be very close.
Let's talk about DPS as we take a look at Ence. Jake, walk me through this lineup and what they're bringing to the table. Kai is engaged.
Kai, Superstar, Hitscan, Kevster, the original Hyperflex, the rest of the team as well lined up behind them to enable them. I think Maimon is a great call out for this squad, though, has opened things up when they want to play that double flex, drop the Hitscan entirely. But to be honest, my focus is always going to be on Kevster when it comes to the DPS line. This guy is an absolute beast. For me, seriously in the conversation for GOAT, greatest of all time in Overwatch, especially within the DPS role. He has been around for years, and he doesn't slow down. He is only getting better. That is terrifying when you think about the high highs that Kevster has already achieved.
A lot of pressure on his support to keep the heals he's used to as he is going to be trying to get into the back lines. Let's talk a little bit about the other side of this matchup, though. Fnatic has shown us all kinds of substitutions. We've seen Donghak, last year's Rookie of the Year, popping off. He subs out for attack at times. We saw the DPS switching up roles. What are your expectations to see from the starting lineup from Fnatic? What is their strongest 5?
I feel like their core, it's really centered around Checkmate. They've inserted him into this lineup, and it's given them so much flexibility. So the Knife, Checkmate, the Dong Fist, That's kind of really where they're going to focus. Obviously, they have Izayaki and Lee Jae-gong that'll always be in, but I feel like Checkmate is really the core of this team right now. He's brought so much flexibility to this roster. He's super experienced. He's my former player. This guy's done it on the biggest stage, and he's cool as a cucumber.
I was looking through my notes here, Jake. Of course, Fnatic took down SSG, who just 4-0'd Game and Gladiators. Is Fnatic the underdog in your eyes, or are they the favorite coming in here against Ence, who comes in with a higher seed?
I do think just the way these two teams match up in particular, I do think Ence is in a good spot. I think Ence is great at shutting down these fast-paced dives, especially pressure on Vistola, but he is no stranger to big stages. He has performed against elite super teams, defeating South Korea in the World Cup, gapping Hanbin on Sigma. I'm not going to forget that so soon. So I think Vistola has real high highs, and he is going to be the one to watch when it comes to shutting down these high mobility DPS and tanks from Fnatic.
Well, we know Vistola is going to have his diva banned eventually in this best of 7. So McGravy, talk to me about the off tank. What else can Vistola run for this team?
I think Vistola can play a lot of characters, but yes, you can only ban the Diva once. There are potentially 7 maps in this series, and I think Diva is going to be a critical character in this series, especially with Donghak in the series playing the Winston, playing the Doom. I think Diva's a great matchup into both. But yeah, I think the tank matchup is something to look forward to.
Jake, earlier in the tournament, I saw a Zarya. Will we see a Zarya on day 3 of the Esports World Cup?
You know, I don't hate it. I think the hero may be underutilized currently in the meta. I think we see some very high-paced compositions built around Zarya, especially when Zarya matched up against Diva. Doesn't have to worry so much about that defense matrix, just chopping through that big armored mecha. And so I do think there's a possibility, but Zarya's limited mobility is going to make her more of a specialty pick on certain maps and certain matchups. With heroes like Sigma and Winston in the pool, they can shut her down pretty well.
We talked about Hadi being arguably the best Reinhardt on the planet. Looking at this matchup, are any of the players taking the stage the best on an individual hero? Anyone in your top 5, McGravy?
I think Kevster on the Tracer, I think you definitely have to think about it. He is absolutely in the conversation. I think anybody who would disagree is just plain wrong. He is absolutely top 2, top 3, and I think there's definitely an argument for top 1.
I think he's one of the very few Westerners, period, who is in the GOAT conversation, and there's a reason for that. It's the Tracer. I mean, that's, I would say, his signature. But what I love about watching Kevster play is that it's the Echo, it's the Genji, it's the Mei, it's the hit scan. He can play Widow. I mean, this guy really, anything you need him on, he's there, he's ready. He doesn't get subbed out. Hero bans, I don't think they really matter when it comes to Kevster. You just can't block this guy's heroes. He has too many of them, and they're all on such a high level.
Now, I got to double check with comp ops, but I'm almost positive we're starting on Lijiang Tower. So let's get some early predictions. Game number 1. Who has the stronger comp for that map?
Really tough to say. We've seen Fnatic pull out Checkmate on the Pharah, and I think Pharah is absolutely insane in this map. It always has been. I've played since 2017, and that's always been a strong character on the map. Pharah is still viable. So I think I might give the slight edge to Fnatic on this map. What do you think, Jake?
Yeah, I think Control is a good game mode for Fnatic's style. They love those fast-paced comps. However, if Vistola can bring out the Diva here, he could be a critical asset to shut down those dives.
He is going to bring out the Diva, Jake. I'm just going to tell you straight up, Vistola seems to be picking Diva all tournament long, and as you can see, it's just 5 seconds away from kicking off on the stage. Let's head into the Qiddiya Arena.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Overwatch at the Esports World Cup. We start off our day with a steamroll as Space Station Gaming took down Game and Gladiators. We already had our crushed quarterfinals blast off for Space Station.
That's right, and Gaming Gladiators, unfortunately, since they finished their run at the Overwatch at the Esports World Cup, they don't get any points toward the club championship. Even if they place top 12, that would be top 8 for them to get any points towards that. But now, it is time for our next elimination match.
Absolutely, so how about we introduce our teams? Please get up for Ence! The EU squad is used to deep runs at every tournament they're at. Roster changes and all. Second is their usual finish, and by coming out of second place in Group C, their journey had just begun here at EWC. But from today on, every match is played for survival. Gentlemen, please place your key in its place and take your seats.
And now it is time to meet their opponents, and it is Fnatic. After their impressive game last night versus Space Station Gaming, Everyone's expectations for this roster is now sky high. They fought tooth and nail to be in the playoffs, and now they are one step away from top 8. Captain, please place your key, and players, please take to your chairs as we get ready for this match.
Absolutely. We love to see it. We've already gone through today, and we still have 2 more games to go after this, but I want to see. I was so excited watching Fnatic last night. I just want to get into it.
That's right. And we're about to start that match because we crushed 1 key so far in the playoffs, and we have 3 more keys to be crushed. So let's get it on.
Coached by some legends from the Overwatch League, Fleta and Fate, Fnatic barely squeezed into the playoffs with a Game 5 win over SSG last night. Now they face off against another European team in Ence. And it's time to find out what heroes they're going to ban. We know the map officially. Thank you, Comp Ops. Will be Lijiang Tower. We will see Control. Gentlemen, you are right in the predictions. So let's jump right into it, McGravy. Expectations here. Ence is going to be banning first.
Oh, man. You really have to think about protecting your diva pick on a map where the flying characters are so strong. The Echo and the Pharah on the Control Center and Garden are both so strong. You really have to think about potentially protecting your tank pick.
Yeah, there's options here, though. You know, are you going to ban the Doomfist this early, or do you want to just throw away a ban? It is going to be the Baptiste ban. Very interesting. So not worried about anything but maybe some of these sim comps, opportunity on Night Market to get onto the point, stall things out with Sim and May. And the Baptiste ban is a way to obliquely approach that same strategy.
It'll be interesting what Fnatic goes with in Flag. That's kind of the opposite approach of what I expected from Fnatic. I think Fnatic wanted to lean into playing this guy character, so I'm really interested to see what they're going to do going forward onto this map.
Pharah?
Potentially.
I think this does actually protect the Pharah very nicely. Echo a classic Predator against Pharah. And if you are going to run a Diva comp, typically it would be combined with an Echo Tracer. So this does limit some of the options for Ence. However, I'm a little bit worried using bans on DPS heroes against a player like Kevster. For me, is a little bit risky. He always has another pick in his back pocket.
Fnatic winning over the fans with their win last night takes a slight advantage, 53% to 47 in our fan poll. McGravy, you agree with these guys?
Just so ever so slightly. I think this is going to be a close series. I think this will probably go the distance. I don't know about all the way to 7, but I think this is definitely going to be close. But I would slightly favor Ence. I think they're just in a little stronger form right now, and they have Kevster, who is absolutely always the X factor.
Yeah, I think, honestly, the meta is just really great for Ence right now. Vistola is an off-tank legend, and he's able to be right in his comfort zone constantly throughout this match. We'll see if a sleepless night for Fate and Fleta was enough to reassess this team, get them back in form, because, man, they were playing late last night, and they've got to face off against a totally different squad in Ence than their opponents yesterday.
McGravy, we've seen a lot of huge decisions being made by the coaches. Not only is it which hero will you ban each map, it's which map you will choose. So last time around, we saw that SSG had an advantage on flat maps. Are these two teams even?
Hard to say about even. I think right now, this tournament, it feels like Diva's been the X factor a lot. And you would think with Fnatic that, you know, these higher dive maps where you play the Winston, you play the Doomfist would be a big boon for them. But with Vistola on the Diva, he's potentially the best Diva in Europe.
Wow.
And I think he's competitive. Like you said, he gapped Hanbin on Sigma. He's potentially one of the best off-tanks in the world right now. So I think Vistola on this off-tank really denies what Fnatic's good at. So I think that's a really big deal.
Jake, in our first control, we saw 100-0 on the scoreboard twice. Can you do that on Lijiang?
It's unlikely, honestly. I do think these teams are more evenly matched. Another role I'm watching is the Tracer. Fnatic's been swapping it up. Kevster, though, old reliable on the hero.
The players are locked in. The audio issue has been sorted. It is time to get this match started as we send it to our casters. Gentlemen, take it away.
Very much, yes. Our second series of the day. Another team, one of these squads, will be going home. Will be having their key crushed. Their hopes and dreams and their EWC run will come to an end. Is it Fnatic? Is it Ence? Because Fnatic, they scraped by. The desk was talking about they're playing late last night, well into the evening hours. How refreshed are they now?
The morning hours, I mean, they didn't finish till 2 a.m. in a 5-map gigabang of versus Space Station Gaming, but Ence played before them, and Ence, you know, they had a tough run. 0-3 versus Zeta Division wasn't particularly inspiring. They need to be able to fix those issues. They were losing in the D.Va versus D.Va matchup versus Burner. Not a particularly good look on the last map as well when they tried to play the double flex. And as we move through into this particular matchup, it's a very different team compared to what Zeta brought to the table. This is now going to be a full dive team. What I want to see from Fnatic coming into this match is Dongak the entire way. Unfortunately, I don't think attack is up to snuff for this tournament right now. It should be ride or die with Dongak, no matter what the map is, no matter what the situation is. And for Fnatic, they're going to start out here in a Malga versus Malga.
Malga v Malga support lineup's going to be looking the same, but the DPS is where we find some key differences. Farah here on the side of Ence, as we have that venture out from Knife.
Maimon coming through onto the fire as well. Notice that the Echo has been banned, but it's first blood from Knife and the rank attack and low HP for Vistola.
Yep, that is just going to be a very easy team fight victory here as the rest of the players now chasing out, trying to get themselves over to the dropship and keep their lives intact. Looks like widely they will be able to do so, but very quick kills coming through. Rack attack not quite ready for what hit him. That's going to be the first lockdown of the point going the way of Fnatic.
Might be tough for Maimon to play in the situation because, you know, I think Farah has some capability playing around the outside, playing on the coast, but low ceilings here and difficulty in retaking. They do enter, however, most of the point. A lot of regression from Fnatic, though.
Yeah, Knife into the back, and once again, it's going to be Rack Attack. The focus fire here is Checkmate, slicing and dicing, cuts across, finding Till. Vistola taken down as well, as now Sky will fall.
Ence, 2 fights lost in a row. Ultimates are coming online now for Fnatic. Izayaki definitely ahead of Sky. Especially considering that Sky Ripper did die there. Izayaki did not get into a situation where Checkmate's also finding a decent amount of first bloods. This ground game, due to the fact that you have the all in between Venture and Genji, is just so much better for Fnatic.
Donghak though going low. Can they try to keep him alive? It's going to be the Kitsune Rush coming through as he just sprints his way out towards safety.
Beat's coming too.
Bill's coming through as, yep, Beat will get dropped in. Checkmate. Basically no HP right now to speak of as he goes rushing forward though, but joins in alongside the rest of the team on the dive, and the kills will once again start coming through. Nowhere realistically here to go for Rack Attack. Looks like he may just be able to wall ride long enough to get himself back over to safety, though.
Need a situation now where Sky might have to use Kitsune Rush out of spawn. Depends if Fnatic want to let them do that or not. Cage is coming up as well. Just have so much more Fnatic side.
All right, popping the ult, but he's going to be dealt with. Yeah, huge shutdown there from Kevster, interrupting that one, and now it's going to be on the back foot for the side of Fnatic. Donghak just trying to peel back away, but cannot escape. And ultimately, this is just that Kitsune Rush invested. They still do have a sound barrier available to them.
I would actually like to see a situation where Knife actually waits for Donghak to use the cage first, then you have guaranteed targets to be able to use Tectonic Shock against. In this situation, Kevster just finds the opening, and for Ence, they only use the Kitsune Rush, and great effect as well as Fnatic. First fight lost so far. Ence, 4 ultimates, and this is where Maimon's Farah has a lot more utility. Now you can play all throughout this entire middle point. It'll be very tricky. You can play up to the high ground as well.
Barrage at the ready. There's a cage fight coming through, and looking to make advantage of that, and yes, they indeed will. 2 kills going to be found. Kevster pulls the blade. Will be able to find Izayaki and get the dash across on Checkmate. That's the team kill.
Yeah, they bought way too high here. Supposed to buy low and sell high for Ence, and unfortunately they've emptied out their ult bank. 4 ultimates for that one fight. I don't think it's a good idea whatsoever, as Fnatic will walk away with just having used the cage. Spawn camp coming through from Ence.
Malgus trading places. Blade at the ready here for Checkmate. Kitsune Rush now available from Izayaki, but he himself going to be taken quite low. Checkmate dashing forward, slicing, seeking a target, but hasn't been able to find much of anything there as Izayaki and Donghak will both fall. Slicing across, will set up for the kill from Knife, and he gets his double. Sky will also fall, but it's still good return fire here from the side of Ence, and now they're going to get in the lead.
And what they need for Fnatic is support ultimates, right? Legion Gun's still away from the sound barrier. Izayaki, not quite sure if he had the Kitsune Rush in time, but certainly a difficult situation for Fnatic to be in as Checkmate goes over towards the Tracer. Starting to get towards the later parts of the map now where touching is going to be important. You want something a little bit more mobile. Double support ultimates though finally online for Fnatic, so this is the moment where they can get ahead.
Kitsune Rush going to be used first and foremost. Izayaki looking to escort them forward.
Good disengage.
Yep, disengage here from Ence, just giving up a little bit of position here, but can now counter push back in, deny the flip from coming away. As they work themselves closer and closer to getting that 99%. Point going to be cleared out there. The flip is going to be through. 66% ticking up as the beat comes in. Back attack going to be taken down, but another barrage already built up. and Knife will fall, but Donghak able to find one. Trade back, though, keeping the numbers a little bit more even here. As Vistola going to be taken low, the stops, putting them down on the ground permanently, and that will be Fnatic winning out the extended fight.
Fnatic on 91% overall for the cap itself, and now they set a double support ultimate, so ideally for Fnatic, they won that one with a lot less ultimates. They got the Maimon barrage up, and Maimon could just go over towards the Tracer, so both teams are looking towards that Tracer, but it's just so much more to use for Ence.
And Checkmate's dead. Maimon arrives with that Tracer and immediately finds value.
Oh,
whoa! Attack! Denied the beat. The Ajax coming through, forced to the hands of Knife. Vistola out dead. As the flip back cap coming in, Ence will be able to gain control of the point for a brief little moment here, but it's going to go right back into the hands of Fnatic. Maimon doing his best to try to buy some time, but now needs to exit and get ready to further delay here with the rest of the squad. 99-99, Kevster now going to be moving over onto the Pharah as well as Vistola. He does have the cage, but can he get in position? Retouch coming through, but Maimon going to be run down as Donghak is able to find that kill. Rag attack down to half HP. The cage fight going to be dodged out here by Checkmate. Lockdown on the Donghak. He will fall. Knife eliminated. Pulse bomb going to be lobbed in, but it's just there onto the Malgate. It's not enough damage to try to find that elimination. And now suddenly Ence are turning the tides of this fight right back into their favor. In control, Checkmate the last one alive, and he cannot make it there in time. And Ence can breathe a sigh of relief as this round almost got away from them, but they barely managed to clutch it out.
What you see there is My Poor Son getting a stimulus check from Kevster as the Fire comes on through and saves the day for Ence. That was nearly disastrous. An Ajax coming through, beautifully played by Lee Jae-gon, by the way, who believes Boop's rack attack further up, but my goodness, the last second swap there. Kevster comes on through, Vistola with the beautiful cage on the Donghak. That gets rid of the tank. And once that's all said and done, the rest of the frags, it's free for Kevster to do what he does best. When Ence needs it, when Europe needs him, Kevster delivers.
Big round victory here for the side of Ence as we get ready to go in the night mark and see whether or not this is going to be a 2-0. Very, very close between the two squads. But the onus is now on the side of Fnatic to answer back. Checkmate digging the skies here with that Pharah.
Donghak starting out on the Orisa, though, which is a little bit curious. I mean, this is actually a very diveable map. I mean, he's not going to play the Diva here, but surely a Winston or a Doom would have been preferable. We'll see if this ends up being a swap a little bit later on. Everything else, though, seems as usual for Fnatic, with Knife going down early. Not what you want.
Rockets flying down from above, just getting a smattering of damage here. Is Maimon, but it's still going to be some solid cleanup from the rest of the team. I don't even get a double on the back end of that. Want to go ahead and try to fast track another barrage. Kevster on the Tracer up to 57%. As Knife going to need to try to catch up.
I think Donghak might have assumed that Vistola's going to run out onto the Malga again, and because Vistola could have run out of Malga, he wants to have a soft Malga counter available. But now that they understand it's going to be a Diva, he understands it's ball time, it's some sort of dive character. I mentioned Diva Winston, but of course the ball is always available as well.
Swinging up into the air, and it's enough damage. He's able to isolate and pick him up. Maimon just really kind of looking away, disrespecting the Wrecking Ball, not anticipating that pitch to come through. The kill doesn't get found. Sky TPing cross, tries to get himself out to safety, but Checkmate's able to find that elimination. Roll up over the top pile, drive it down, will be dodged out, but that's going to be a very fast flip here into the favor of Fnatic.
And they found the right composition they need. Knife going to be challenging Kevster here as well. Obviously no echoes on board, so Maimon versus Checkmate in the skies, and that's going to be a really critical deal. Vistola has a Diva to be able to support Maimon and put some pressure on a Checkmate. But largely, I think Donghak's going to go unchecked. There's not a lot. Kevster can chase him down. Donghak should really have minimal deaths here, and he is one of, I think, the top 2 balls in this tournament right next to Jumpman to be able to pilot this hero correctly.
Just dropping down. Quick pile driver in, already up to 80% towards that minefield. Spots out Kevster, see how low that Tracer is, and wants to try to get the kill, but Kevster will be elusive enough to keep himself protected for now, but on that poke out, needing quite a bit of damage.
Ultimate's up.
Checkmate up over the top. Maimon nearly taken down as for now, and still going to be held back over towards the spawn room.
Okay.
And that's a double pulse bomb kill. Both supports cowering in the corner. Knife able to collect.
2 supports down and not a Suzu to be found. Sky must have had that one on cooldown, unfortunately, as Ence had great timing on the ultimate. So look at Rack and Sky versus Izayaki Lee Jae-gon. Lee Jae-gon still missing by 15% on the beat. Could have been prime time for Ence to get that flip back in their favor, get a little bit more percentage cap. The Fnatic, how deep do they want to play? Look at Donghak's positioning. He's constantly going to be the high ground. He wants to get some flanks going, put the pressure on the back line. Sky, he wants to get them on point though.
And just pushing him out in towards the open. The minefield going to be used there by Donghak. Big boop there on a rack attack. He's going to be taken low. Sound barrier is available, but first it's going to be Sky with that Kitsune rush. Pull back, coming through. Barrage going to be layered in. Looking for the elimination there on it. Lee Jae-gon can't quite find it though. Checkmate will get dove on him. Still able to find that elimination here for the side of Ence. They have gotten the flip. They're back in control. Self-destruct having to be used by Pistola just to try to get themselves back into the mech. Now Lee Jae Gon dropping the beat, but it's only for he and Izayaki and nobody else. Catching this one, but Maimon's going to be taken down as Donghak finds that kill. Izayaki headshot, gets rid of Sky. As Kevster now recalling and trying to maintain control of this point and regain the lead here for the side of Ence.
Maimon trying to get back here as quickly as possible. I don't know if the Sombre's going to be any good, but it's about the speed. That's what matters here. Vistola demeched again. This time, no self-destruct. Hack, kill. That's actually one.
Now fires across, does get rid of him, but the flip is still going to be back there for the side of Fnatic now, regaining the lead, moving up past 70%. 3 players dead. This is going to be a big stretch lead now for Fnatic.
Fnatic, I think they had less ultimates going into that one. They had an early death on checkmate as well. Vistola enabled the 5 versus 4, but it wasn't enough. Donghak chases down Maimo. Rack even had a better sound barrier, but a clutch 2-man beat from Lee Jae Gon was all Fnatic required to hold on to that point control as we head into the final fight. Now it's Check that has the barrage. Maimon, if you can look for this hack, maybe cancel the barrage that we used for, but that is not a kill, and no Suzu.
It's just having a bit of a rough time there as the pulse bomb stick does come through. Kevs are able to answer one back, but Donghak quick to reply. Finds an elimination. Maimon now just trying to extend this, trying to get the back cap coming through. Barrage going to be used by Checkmate off screen. He'll clean up Vistola. Flip health interrupted. The jump out, the overtime bleed down. It's a quick tap back in, but Rack Attack once again cycled into the respawn room, and this time the overtime bleeding down ever faster. As they just trade out, just constantly trying to get this touches going through, keep this thing extended, but Kevs are now going to be taken down, and Maimon cannot make it back in time. We're going to be going the distance here on Lijiang Tower with Gardens coming up next.
Need Vistola next, but Vistola I think was just a little bit too far away. Maimon did the best that he could in terms of stalling out the point. Super annoying. Sombra invis touch, translocate out, can't quite afford to go and catch. Then Kevster comes on in to extend it further, but just nothing further to play through when all you are really doing is delaying. Fnatic have the point, they have everything to play through, and this is the moment that I think really changed something here as well, because Donghak can just fly into Maimon and solo that kill. I mean, ball soloing a fire like that really shouldn't be a consistent thing that happens, but when you are one of the best ball players in the world, yeah, why not?
I mean, you saw it right there. I called it out. It was one of those moments where there was rockets flying in Donghak's way, but he just ignored it and said, okay, I'm going to be fine, and then he's dead.
Maimon's actually going to stay on the Sombra, not just the final touching hero for the last round, but a permanent swap now as
can play against
I believe this is the hack versus Donghak, but is it really going to be effectiveness? I don't think that that's how you want to be able to play this, because now Checkmate goes a little bit more unchecked.
Seeing if they're going to be able to make this one work. For now, Donghak shrugging off that opening hack there. Kevster putting it down a bit of damage. Just have that Mega hack to play around with as well. His point gets unlocked, and Fnatic starts setting their sights over here. Trying to get that initial lockdown.
Point is open. Knife fairly low at this point. Neither team kind of getting ahead in terms of ultimate charge. Sky burning the TP could be a target here. Checkmate down, but it is traded.
Yeah, Maimon able to find one, but I think he'll take the trade up, and now Lee Jae Gon dead. It's going to be a 2-for-2 across the board here with Izayaki down very low on HP.
Chased, hunted.
Yep, does end up falling. Kevster able to find that elimination. Pulse bomb have to be online here for him. Knife nipping at the heels to try to get one of his own. But so far, still no lockdown to be found here on this point. Hound down onto both of the Tracers as we can just continue to go blow for blow here between both the squads. Of course, Donghak able to rejoin very quickly. Look to try to zone them back out, but Vizola crashing through, takes out Checkmate far now out of the sky. Crash across from Donghak, but no eliminations going to be found. Can't send anybody off the side of the map and cannot maintain his life.
Critical that Vistola was able to, or rather, Kevster was able to get the kill to Izayaki a little bit later on, as Izayaki was on 1 HP. If Fnatic can get a 3v3 going a little bit more, perhaps they could have won. We also did see, by the way, hack onto Checkmate, onto the fire, allowing Vistola to get the kill. Checkmate's like, okay, maybe I don't want to deal with this one. Maybe the combination of hack and Diva is a little bit too much to deal with. It's going to be the Mei. Mine's available, but no other real ultimates. It's Ence that have all the cards to play with.
Minefield going to be coming through. Hack is there on the Donghak, but just tucks back behind the pillar. Looking for the flip. Stick going through. Rack Attack again. Being found here by Knife. Just continuously putting him down. Can't play around the Mega Pack. See, just trying to make his exit here is Knife, but eventually will be hounded down as Kevster finds that kill, but then he just moves right up into a mine. Gives up his life. Checkmate will fall, however. Vistola able to find that kill. Knocked out of the mech, but has a self-destruct.
He's thinking about ulting.
Space going to be created here. Gets back into the mech. And so far, it still ends maintaining control of this point. Now getting ready to crest up over 50%. Sound barrier dropped in from Rack Attack. Keeps him shielded up as Donghak trying to stay alive. Goes back in, now going to be receiving that EMP. Lee Jae Gon drops the beat on the back end of this one, and now the turnaround is looking good here for the side of Fnatic as they gain control of the point. Sky and Rack Attack both going to be taken down. Maimon joining them in the grave. Pile driver cannot come to fruition, but they still get the break on the mech.
And now Vistola off the side of the map. Tries to get a kill with the Baby Diva. Just jump off, buddy. This is not going to work out for you. Ence don't still have 55 to the 12. So excellent lead coming through. They had the better ultimates. They had more ultimates. And for Fnatic, had to try really hard to bring that one around. Patience shown by Lee Jae-gon. Hold the sound barrier for the EMP. So Maimon can't get enough effectiveness on that. And now the solo goes over towards Amalga. No more Pharah to try and counter with the D.Va. Why not just counter the ball now?
Two tools to try to really contain Donghak here. Blizzard available now for checkmate. Certainly mess things up a little bit, but we're trading places. Ence kind of just swing around. Managed to get the way over onto the point. Now Onus is on Fnatic to try to maintain control, but Knife is going to be taken down right off the rip. That pulse bomb not going to be seen quite just yet. Speaking of which, though, Kevster holding on to one of his own, but somehow Lee Jae-gon actually stays alive. Looked like he was dead to rights.
Yeah, just barely. My moment probably had the TP out of that situation. Fnatic, they have a couple ultimates, but they have to let the point go. Life going down early. They have mines, they have Blizzard, but can they catch anybody? That's the problem. There's still a lot to be played through for Ence. It is difficult to lock them down.
Minefield going to be dropped in, and Rakatech going to be taken down. Goes right into that one. Now pulse bomb across onto the solo, trying to break down this Malga. And the healing throughput from Sky is just not going to be enough to actually bail him out. So Flip can come back in, but Ence, with that control, they get themselves up over 80%. Looking for a little bit of added extension from Kevster. Will eventually fall, but it's going to be Fnatic now starting at 50.
It's Fnatic. They keep shoving the knife into Rakatech, and Lucio's down consistently throughout this map so far. Sky needs to do a really good job of trying to keep. Needs to do a better job of trying to keep Rakatech alive, especially through the pulse bombs. Ence, they saw good ultimates, but how does Maimon just get sniped? That's incredible.
Just a headshot coming across from checkmate to be able to find that elimination. Pulse bomb stick does go out onto Donghak, and Kevster can find that elimination. That could be critical here for them.
Sky, oh
Everyone's
my
going to be
goodness.
invested now. They're going to just slap down the Blizzard here in the side room. We're not even fighting on the point. Point be damned. Now they're chasing them back over towards the dropship.
They need a fast reset. They need a fast reset because there's one more fight and Ence still have better ultimates. You cannot afford to just get picked out. You can't let checkmate just double think you in the head again. They have just about everything online minus the pulse, but you won't need the pulse, but it's everything else that's going to be good. For Stoller, especially the cage will be excellent. He has to catch.
Lead is gained from Fnatic, but Ence once more getting themselves over onto the point. The EMP online. Sound barrier already committed to. The flip is there. Ence back in control, ready to take this one up to 99%. Knife with the pulse bomb, needing to find a target. Sky, he's got the Kitsune rush ready to go. Now he's going to be hopping at the EMP, comes through the cage fight as well. Going to be invested in Donghak, just cannot stay alive. He gets taken down swiftly, as is Lee Jae-gon, and it looks like this round going to be getting away from Fnatic as Ence put their foot down. They go ahead and strangle them out of this map. Nothing further to be done here by Knife. Donghak cannot get there in time, and Ence will take Lee. I was going to say Lee Jae-gon Tower. Lijiang Tower, 2-1.
Got the first one done, but a lot of scrapes and bruises. That was not easy, particularly for the backline. So much pressure coming through from the diving power of Donghak and the rest of Fnatic. And that is just but a teaser for what we will expect on future matches, because guess what? The Winston from Donghak yet to be seen. The Doom, especially, which costed SSG their game yesterday, yet to be seen. You got past the ball. That one was easier to counter. The Malgo comes through from the solo. Great pick. Donghak doesn't respond. He stays on the ball. Perhaps that ends up being the punishment for Fnatic. They have to really consider how they're going to navigate through some of these picks versus the Soul in the future. But for now, Ence, they get that lead.
Yeah, plenty more to think about, but that's a solid first step here for Ence. But if that opening map has shown us anything, it's that this is likely going to be a very scrappy back and forth series. So let's go ahead and hand it back down to the studio to break down the action from our opening map of the set.
A very exciting opening map here in the best of 7. We knew we were going to Lijiang Tower. We were wondering what comps we were going to see. And Donghak brings out the ball. He showcased his skill in that second round, but it looked like you saw Ence adapting throughout this matchup. So, Jake, what did you see?
You know, I like that Ence relied on their strengths when it comes to the tank picks. I think Vasola was great on the D.Va. The Malga swap to close out the final round was well done. But honestly, I think Fnatic is kicking themselves. I think they could have won this first round. I think they had their opportunities, and they let them slip through their fingers. On the side of Ence, I can't help but feel that Rakatech is getting kind of eaten up here. I mean, he is really taking a lot of heat. Fnatic focusing him, and he is not surviving well. Donghak's ball, I think, is going to continue to be an asset throughout the series. So, although Ence comes away with the win here, I can't help but feel that this is going to be an extremely close game. It's going to be heroics from Kevster to get this one done.
Rakatech filling in for the team this weekend, and of course, we know that the Fnatic boys have quite a bit of experience with dialing in on an individual. So will he be targeted moving forward? Can you just wipe the Lucio at the start of every team fight, McGravy?
You can, but you can also game plan that around that. If you know that they're going for the Lucio every fight, you can game plan around that. If Rack Attack and the team is able to adapt, you can put him in the back line, and they don't know what to do. If he's so far away and they continue to go for him and they don't adapt, it's really easy to beat team fights like that. What I'm really worried about is I'm worried that Fnatic is going to steer away from this Maga comp, but I actually think that that style of play is something that they should continue to go for against Ence. I think just losing one Koth round, they shouldn't shy away from it. It looks like they kind of were towards the end there, going towards the ball.
Jake, if you're Fnatic, you know you're picking the map next. You know you get to do the first ban. Who are you trying to shut down on the other side for Ence? Can you just remove Tracer?
I don't think there's any point banning out Kevster's heroes. I wouldn't even be looking at that. I think he's just going to swap to something else. And for Fnatic, they also have a great Tracer. Knife had a sick round 1 there on Li Jiang. I mean, it was pulse bomb after pulse bomb. So consistent. So for me, I think it's Vistola you got to target. That's the real difference between these two teams, is their preference on the tank lineup. I think if you take out Vistola's D.Va or Sigma on maps that he might otherwise want to use those heroes, Donghak could really differentiate himself.
All right, where can I not play a Sigma if I ban D.Va?
Not play a Sigma. Potentially, I'm surprised I haven't seen Hollywood. Hollywood has potential on the first point to play the Sigma, but I think the rest of the map, you're kind of more open at what you want to play. I'm really surprised I haven't seen teams play it more, and if they do pick a hybrid, I'd be interested to see if Fnatic takes it there.
It's a best of 7 reminder. Once we go through all 5 of these game modes, they reopen up for game 6 and 7. We only got to 4 games in our first matchup, but Jake, I have a feeling this one's going to be a little bit longer. So if you're Fnatic, you got Hybrid, Escort, Push, and Flashpoint to choose from. They didn't pick the ones we thought they should yesterday. What do you expect, though, for game number 2?
If I were Fate right now making this pick, I would take us to Dorado, and I would be banning out D.Va. I think that's going to force us to a really awkward situation for Ence. I actually don't know what they can do in that scenario. Might be Vistola forced to play a Winston, which is, I think, just definitely outside of his wheelhouse. And for me, that would put Fnatic in the driver's seat in the series. At the same time, an Escort pick would block out Circuit Royale for the moment, which is, I think, one of Vistola's biggest strengths in the poke mirror on Sigma. So for me, there's no second option.
McGrave, you agree with that?
Yeah, I'm absolutely in agreement. I think right now you need a win. And I think take him to a dive map where you can take Vistola off as probably his best character. I think it's just a no-brainer to me.
Vistola on D.Va, something we've seen since the start of the weekend. The question is, what is the decision made by the coaches? We still got about a minute here before we get back into the Qiddiya Arena. So, Jake, let's tell the bigger picture here. How did Ence get to this position? How did Fnatic get here into the round of 12?
Yeah, Ence qualifying to the World Cup, consistently being second best in Europe. I think this is for them the opportunity to establish themselves on top of the region and potentially in a competitive place globally. On the flip side, Fnatic 4th place out of Korea, not having the chance to compete in an international event. For them, this is an opportunity to stake their claim, show that they are a team that can be globally dominant, can face off against other regions. Yes, they had a rocky start early in the group stage, but I think if they find their footing, McGravy, I liked you called out, those Malga comps can be strong for them. Donghak on the Winston, Ball, the Doom, the dives can be fantastic for Fnatic. And I think if they can find the way with the bans and the map picks to stay on those strengths, they can be a serious competitor. They could be knocking Ence out here.
Well, I see a Doomfist at all on Dorado if they pick it, McGravy.
I think you could potentially see a Doomfist if for some reason Ence had pulled out maybe a slower style like Sigma, but still I would just anticipate the Winston. I don't know, on Dorado, for example, I would see a Doomfist. Potentially, as I was going back to Hollywood, we've seen it before. Wrecking Ball is definitely something we could see. Maybe if Ence went for maybe like a greedy or support line, like maybe for whatever reason we see Rackball at the Life Weaver. But other than that, like again, if we go to Dorado, I just don't see a reason, unless it's banned, to not play Winston.
I was just wondering, because if they do go to Dorado, is it a good decision to swap out Donghak for Attack? Because this team has 2 tanks to play with. Attack, though, being a rookie, has shown some nerves on stage.
I think if you are taking us to a dive map, you do want to ban D.Va. I think you want to create this scenario where, you know, while Fnatic can play any kind of tank, they have no problem playing Winston. If you take D.Va out of the lineup, I think Vistola is a much weaker player without that option in the dive comp. That's really his bread and butter dive hero. He's fantastic on it, but the ban system allows you to control the narrative on Dorado. The danger, though, is if you go to Dorado, you're almost certainly going to be facing Kai on the Widowmaker. That's a place many teams have struggled, have fallen. Kai has taken over Dorado time and time again. He might not be getting as much playtime in this meta, but you better believe he is ready to pop heads.
If you're a Donghak fan for Fnatic, I have great news. There's no substitutions coming in. We're going to be playing with the same exact 10 players on the stage. So walk me through this, McGravy. Who has the stronger DPS lineup, knowing that we could see an escort map coming through?
Oh, man, it's tough to say. I think Kai on the Widowmaker is a big shout. And in turn, I think you talking about the Wrecking Ball is also a big difference maker there. I don't think a lot of teams will play the Wrecking Ball versus a Widowmaker. So that might also shut down Kai if they do choose to bring Kai in, is that Wrecking Ball. Because Donghack has been insane on that so
Jake?
far.
I mean, with Kai not coming in, I have to think that I was wrong. I think if you did go to Dorado, I would expect to see Kai coming in. So if Ence not making any subs, that says to me that Fnatic has gone a different direction, maybe keeping those escort picks in their back pocket. I think that could be a mistake because they might end up playing Circuit Royale against Vistola and Sigma, but maybe they're confident, believe that Attack can take that mirror matchup, not so afraid.
Well, let's send it over to the Kadia Arena for map number 2 as the bans keep coming through. Fnatic gets the chance to hero ban first. McGravy, you are fate. D.Va, not right away, right?
Oh, man, it's so hard to say. I do think you need a win now. We'll have to see what the map is, and then it'll really show us where they're thinking. Where are they taking us? Where are they taking us?
Where Fate and Flood are feeling comfortable.
Suravasa. So I think for me, that shows for Fnatic that they want to stick with that fast pace, as I was saying earlier. I don't want to shy. If I'm Fate, I do not want to shy away from playing fast. That Control Center Li Jiang, I think that was very close. That should have been their win, and I really appreciate Fate sticking to his guns.
Hero banned, no Mauga.
Super interesting because it's going to be a big change-up on a map where I would have thought they're going to bring out the Mauga. By banning it, though, you could take this into more of a Winston dive situation. The trouble is, you are going to be probably facing off against Vistola's D.Va. Can Donghack get it done with a Winston, a Doom, a Ball? What's he cooking here?
Vistola did not look bothered by that ban. On the other side, no Brigitte, please. I'm not getting bashed in this matchup. Walk me through the potential for both of these teams, McGravy. Tell me the story of a Game 7. How does Fnatic win it?
I think Fnatic has, after taking the Mog out, I think they have to stick to a Doomfist or a Ball there. I think with the no Brig, it'll be hard to play that Winston composition, but we'll have to see.
Game is set. Players are ready. Let's take a look at the map and get this party started. Casters, take it away as the players are set. Here we go.
Alrighty, thank you very much. Let's get ready to hop into this one and see if this is going to be another one-sided affair, if Ence can move up with a 2-0, or if Fnatic, with their pick with these bans, are going to be able to tie things up.
I'm in full agreement with the Jake here. I think Dorado would have been a much better pick, especially since we know that Ence like to take things to Shambali. So if this win goes to Fnatic here, I fully expect the Shambali to come through next. Now, you're probably wondering, well, why do Fnatic keep doing this? Why they go to Suravasa and New Junk Cities? If you've seen them play in Asia when they were still Yeti, they always like to go Flashpoint if they lose map 1. Their opening map drafting seems to just be the Flashpoints, whether it's Suravasa or New Junk City. I've seen them go Suravasa more. They want to get one on the board. They want one of their favorite maps to get on the board. The problem is, you start losing from here, you start losing some of your very good map picks that should be good for you. You got rid of the Mauga, you're forcing the solo onto the D.Va. Dong, I think you should look at towards the Winston or the Doom here. They want to go Ball again. I'm not as much of a Ball believer on this map as I am against, you know, his other picks that he could be picking instead.
Oh, looks like it's just going to be that Ball coming through. That's going to be the key difference here between the compositions. Otherwise, we are going to be mirrored up.
And the Brig ban also means, obviously, no Brig Anna to come on through. So, Lucio Kiri going to be the pick for both sides. It's going to be an outside fight, actually, so not even on the point itself. Kind of rare.
Forward push here from the side of Fnatic, looking to try to take the final, you know, outdoors. Slows up the approach, but Flashpoint now getting ready to unlock. Let's see who's going to be able to lock this one down first and foremost, as Donghack just crashing through into the back, popping that shield. Plenty of health, but widely damage not going to be found too, at least not too much of it going to be found here. But yeah, Cap getting ready to come through. Contest comes in for a brief little moment. Now Fnatic are going to be in control.
Stolen nearly being down 1 HP, basically. Donghack 1 HP himself. No such healing, has to get out of dodge. A D-Mac of a solo would have been tragic there, especially since Fnatic already got the cap. And so the opening damage, it's Kevster and Knife so far that lead the way.
I mean, it is, but the supports here for the side of Ence are surging forward. You see just how far behind right now Izayaki and Li Jiang both are.
Well, they've had no Donghack to heal. That's the problem.
Oh, Izayaki now going to be taken down for the delay as Kevster comes up with another. Checkmate going to be eliminated. That's going to be a counter flip now starting to come through here from Ence. Li Jiang diving forward, trying to get an interrupt on this one, finds himself in a corner. And Sky finds the punish. So kills come across. Fnatic lose control, but they get up to 57.
I mean, that's the worst case scenario economically, however, for Fnatic. Despite being up 57, they just don't have the ultimates to play through. The reason why Rakitek and Sky have ult and Easyaki DJ on Don't is Vistola gets chunked down, doesn't get demeced. All of that healing goes to the supports. Dongak gets chunked down. He goes for health packs around the map. Healing does not go to his supports. That's a huge difference maker in terms of the pacing of the ults. And now Ence can slowly catch up. They're likely to win the next fight and push this to 99.
Minefield up here over the top. Donghack trying to just lock down this point, but widely it's Ence playing off of it, looking for that kill, and that's going to be the pulse bomb going across. Kevster able to open things up. Dupe in from Checkmate, copying here onto the Tracer, builds up the pulse, but can't quite get it through, and now going to be taken down as Maimon able to find one. Rakitek will be traded out. Knife continuing to have his number. Stops the sound barrier from coming through, but Ence now in control and moving up. They have the lead significantly.
And this time the kill onto Rakitek, not that impactful. I mean, he's a Lucio, he'll get back in time. Checkmate's even got to go towards a Sombra, so the second time we've seen a Sombra this series, but this time for Fnatic. I don't know if this is going to be really the best pick. Are you really trying to hack here? Maybe Kevster or Maimon.
It's been spotted out though. A little linger play not going to be coming to fruition. It's Izayaki taken down right as he gets the ult online. Vistola able to pursue forward, finds that kill. Vistola eats up the pulse bomb, denies it away. Lee Jae-gon dead. This opening flashpoint is over.
Lee Jae-gon didn't even find a sound barrier through all of that 94%. Izayaki gets the Kitsune Rush eventually, but didn't get to use it, so pacing-wise, Fnatic, yeah, they got the early 57, but it just did not matter. They could not break Ence's hold once they got on the point themselves, and Ence didn't even have to use their own sound barrier. So yeah, Rakitek is like, okay, I'll go down a knife, but we get to keep the sound barrier, and it doesn't really matter. Unimpactful death.
Yep. Just holds onto it. Sky as well, getting caught up, 40% away from being able to start lapping Izayaki.
Fnatic should be at a double support advantage here, but they're only at a one support advantage, which is going to be enough. Dongak gets to the point, maybe not yet actually. It's going to be the Kitsune Rush first.
Yeah. Opened up there from Izayaki. Nothing in response quite just yet, but Izayaki does find a headshot. Kevs are going to be taken down. Solid opening kills. Fnatic will once again gain control to start things off here on the second flashpoint. Donghack chasing forward.
Big slam.
Pile driver going to be denied there by the Suzu out from Sky. Now Sound Barrier going to be dropped in from Rakitek. Shields up on the floor. They want to try to counter punch here. And Lee Jae-gon does have his own beat. Self-destruct going to be sent from Vistola. Maimon going to be taken down. Remech will be found, but Vistola is immediately going to be broken down to this one again. And this time Fnatic have a solid follow-up fight off the back of the cap.
And this is after capping the point first as well. So the difference maker here is beforehand on that first point of market, they cap, but then they lose here. They cap and they win. So we're going to see a lot more than the 57 from before. Brilliantly played, forcing the sound barrier early from Rakitek, and Lee Jae-gon responds. Huge amounts of pressure on Vistola. Suzu gone early from a beautiful power driver and Donghack. That's exactly the type of utility you need to get rid of on Ence if you're Fnatic trying to win.
And Donghack still just having fun, swinging around the pillars here, trying to set up for any kind of damage he possibly can. And just widely try to keep Ence away from the point as long as they possibly can. It's the dupe now. Checkmate going for the copy onto this Diva. Donghack getting whittled away at. It's off screen. You can see that HP bar continuing to go lower and lower. Gets a little bit of shielding as the heals will start coming through and he will be able to find some stability. But now 98% found. First touch of the point realistically here for the side of Ence. His pulse bomb goes out. A knife once again finds Rakitek. How many times has he killed him in the series so far?
Sky couldn't find the Suzu. Self-Suzu didn't know where Rakitek exactly was. Still 4v4 though. Not that bad for Ence. They have better ultimates. They get the kill. And they got the flip.
Yeah, flip is there. Dupe out, just dropping a minefield for a brief little moment, but Maimon right back into that echo form, has the beam. That's going to be Knife falling. So in control here is Ence for the time being, but Fnatic about to have that next Kitsune Rush ready to go. Yep. Already settled at 99.
I will say that the one bad thing about Rak getting a pulse there is the fact that he doesn't get to build ultimate, so he should be about 15% further ahead right now. You really want to have that sound barrier up in time to block Izyaki's Kitsune Rush, otherwise things are going to get really difficult. Vistola and Kev can only do so much. Speaking of Kev, might need a pulse bomb to save them now, assuming Izyaki doesn't Suzu.
Ball driver into the back. Attack again, looking like the focus fire target here, but 10% away, now 8 from that next sound barrier. Izayaki opens things up. The flip is back into their favor. Now overtime going to start bleeding down. And trying to see if they can turn things here as the D-Matrix from Vistola is absolutely everything. They're trying to keep Rakitek protected. Sound barrier comes in, but not before Maimon gets taken down. Checkmate is able to find that kill. Minefield now here on the point, looking to just zone them away. Vistola moving forward. Can clear out some of this as he does have that self-destruct ready to go.
Let's go B.
Die taking some damage. Self-destruct going to be sent right here onto the point to try to clear them out. But the Baby Diva going to be denied. Sky also falls. And it looks like with that Final kill here on a rack attack. Fnatic should be evening things up, and they will. Tied 1-1.
That's just a timing difference there. Easyaki having the Kitsune rush, rack attack still kind of missing out on the beat, barely getting one down, pocketed by the defense matrix of Vistola, and even then only a 3-man, which unfortunately is not going to be enough to stop Fnatic. Lijigon even holding his own sound barrier. The discipline there for Fnatic, knowing, okay, we're going to win this one. It doesn't matter. Vistola's not even going to remake, courtesy of checkmate. Now holding that for a tempo beat or just a counter Sky for the 3rd point.
Once again, I mean, lots of fights just not even happening here with them.
Oh,
the points themselves,
Sky
that
OTP.
pile driver just absolutely annihilates them. Solid pulse bomb from Kevster will be able to take down checkmate, but the rest of the team relatively healthy here. And there's the stick. Knife. There's the kill. Knife able to find Kevster. Vistola going to be taken out of the mag. Knife clearly showing up to play here today. He's been finding regular impact here for the team thus far, even with the map loss earlier on. But Fnatic now, they want to go ahead and equalize. They want to take the lead here on Suravasa.
And this is what you need if you're Fnatic, because you have to equalize on certain positions. You cannot have these kind of losing positions where Kevster just takes over the game. So Knife showing his dominance there, can actually contest Kevster as Dongak. There's a pretty big slam here. Could be some members in trouble. Sky down again.
And Suzu's forced out. And Lijigon will give his life for that one as the Duke comes in on the Tracer here from Maimon, but then the Lucio from checkmate. The rack attack will still fall all the same, though. Pulse bomb going to be built up. I'm trying to find a target here where possible, but might just lose out on this Duke. Turns the sights over. Wants to try to find Donghack, but sprints over into the corner. Keeps himself protected. Minefield now going to be invested. As I'm going to be kept at an arm's length. That beam, it would have been able to find the kill here onto the enemy. Hammond, but can't quite make it happen.
Not a bad force. I mean, Donghack probably didn't need to actually go for the mindset, but he goes for it anyway. Maimon dying is not ideal.
No, it is not. And that's going to be the contender rush committed here from both sides, and Sky himself also tagged low. Pistola going to be knocked out of the mech. Opts to go for that self-destruct. Needs to try to get back into this one, but Sky now has been taken down. And this is just going to be a slaughter. One side here for the side of Fnatic as they look for this tie-up, or rather the lead.
I mean, the hesitation for rack attack, I think you got to go for the big. Sky was still alive for several seconds. You got a 5-man potential for a retake situation there. But the fact that the beat was not used means Ence, you have to give it up. Now it's 2-1. Worse still is Vistola. D-Mech is going to have to go back to spawn. Do a little bit of a swap, lose his ult charge. And now Fnatic 2-1 on Suravasa on this flashpoint. Lijigon looking over towards the beat as well. Ence giving up the last point there. Might have to rethink it.
Yeah, well, not much loss, at least for Vistola. That's the silver lining found, given that the self-destruct was just used. And now, beat Izayaki with a lead towards the next Kitsune rush. Sound barrier going to be used. They're looking for the tempo push up here. Try to get aggressive. Lob in on the pulse bomb this time. Rack attack able to avoid that one. Shielding going to be taken away, and checkmate ends up falling. Izayaki under some fire off screen, but Donghack able to find a kill. A Sky is going to be the one getting taken down.
Maimon low here. Donghack with a double. He's just running rounds and rounds around Ence. And at this point, points about to go the way of Fnatic. Again, they will once again have this lead. Vasola cannot do enough on his lonesome. In fact, he might get demicked again if he's not careful here.
Does manage to sneak his way out, but was trying to pursue forward, trying to get rid of Lee Jae Glum, but he does manage to survive. Donghack continues to push the issue. Yep, deep mines coming in, just shrugging off those sticky bombs now. Just looking to reroute, crash across, pushes them back here into the corner of Vistola. We'll lose at the back now this time around.
Dead as well. At least he won't be staggered.
Kevster taking away the mega pack, but can't confirm the kill. Can't get rid of Donghack, that window of opportunity that he was so desperately looking for.
Ball's faster. The ball is faster. You can't chase him down. You have a limited amount of window of opportunity. 3 blinks and that's it. And this is the difficulty of killing the ball. You simply can't in certain situations. As you look towards Kitsune Rush for Izayaki to extend this one further. Remember, last round potentially if Ence don't bring this one back.
Donghack's just playing like a madman. Down to half HP, maybe punishable now as Simon going to be good, diving into the back line, looking for Izayaki, but it's going to be a quick little swift step away, and now the Kitsune Rush going to be invested as Lee Jae falling low, but shield pop from Donghack keeps himself nice and healthy. Going to be dead as Knife comes up with both supports. Lee Jae will fall, but Kevster needs to try to replicate those scenes we just got here from Knife, but now Knife finds the Baby Diva. Self-destruct from Vistola is able to take down checkmate, so a bit of a fight back here for the side of Ence, but overtime is achieved, and Fnatic start having this ticking down. Push forward, Maimon in desperation, pushing his way onto the point, trying to keep things extended, trying to keep them in with an opportunity, but Knife collects another 3 kills. Overtime will bleed down, and that's going to be Fnatic's map pick, working a treat. They claim Suravasa, and they tie us up 1-1.
Fnatic, masterclass Tracer gameplay coming through for Knife, as is the ball on Donghack, and now Suravasa, the flashpoint pick, it pays off Brilliant stuff from Fnatic. It does open up Escort 4. The future map Shambali probably going to come on through. But the most important thing here to remember is Kevster has met his match. This is super important. A lot of teams, especially in Europe, but also at this tournament, cannot keep up with Kevster's Tracer. That's the most hyper carry position and hero for the best player on Ence. But if Knife can do this consistently, then what can Ence do in response? Because, I'm not going to lie to you, Rack Attack Sky on a respawn simulator.
Yeah, I mean, just a masterclass, as you said. Knife coming out swinging. I mean, this is a really rough start on that Saravasa. It was looking like, okay, the momentum, it's not there. Ence, they have the advantage, they have the upper hand, but the response from Fnatic, finding their footing, Knife just starting to really dominate, and Donghack never being punished, always having free reign. It was gorgeous to see from Fnatic.
It's super hard to punish him. What are you supposed to do? Maimon going back over to the Sombra? I mean, it's a possibility, but then you lose the capability of playing the Echo. How do you really checkmate? That becomes another problem there as well. Really, it just comes down to the fact that Izayaki and Lee Jae-gung were not under as much pressure as Rack Attack and Sky, and part of the reason why we saw even the opening round win on market being the difference for Ence and winning that is because Izayaki and Lee Jae-gung were behind, but for the rest of the map, they were not behind, they were ahead.
No, they were not. Well, we're all tied up 1-1. Analyst Desk, what do you make of that?
I'll be honest, this is what we were hoping for. We were hoping for a long series and a tight one as Fnatic is able to pull out their map pick. Jake, at the start of this, you were questioning it. You're like, I don't know if these are the right hero bans, the right map choice early on in this series. We will see Escort later on, but it's not necessarily going to be Fnatic choosing it.
You know, Fnatic do take the win here on Flashpoint, and I think they are right to say, you know what, we will win with ball against D.Va. We know that you need the Mauga to shut down our ball, take that off the field, and we're going to win Flashpoint. And so, yes, it's good they do secure the win. However, for my money, I do think now you have to worry, like for Ence, there's an opportunity to take us to Circuit Royale. Two big guns come on the field. That's Vistola Sigma and Kai on the Widowmaker. Huge assets for the team, very much in their comfort zone, in their wheelhouse. And so I think they may live to regret the choice to not take Escort there with the map pick, but the series is 1-1. There is attack on the bench, a superstar rookie for Fnatic, so maybe they're not scared of that poke matchup.
We heard the casters talking, should have dropped the beat on point 3. You agree with that, McGravy? Is that where Ence fell short?
Oh man, not just that, there's tons of times. I think fundamentally what's going wrong right now is that Donghack has pulled out that Wrecking Ball, and I think Ence's backline just has no answer, and it's specifically Rack Attack. I think the Lucho has a lot of counterplay that you can have with the ball. You can wall ride to avoid the slams. You can boop him to slow down his momentum. There's just not a lot of that happening right now.
I think Rack Attack's just not ready for the pace, the tempo of Korean Overwatch, right? Until you've played against these superstar Korean teams and you see the pace that they bring into the server, if you're not ready for that, you're gonna just get wiped off the face of the earth. Even with players like Kevster delivering a lot of kills, they're not closing out these fights, and the ball, the Tracer, the Echo, they are back so fast into the action. You got players like Lee Jae-gung and Izayaki. If you don't pressure these guys, they're going to start getting proactive on you, and suddenly the backline is on top of you, and that's when you know things have really gone awry.
Not a whole lot of main supports to choose from in North America. In fact, North America not the best place to practice, apparently, either. But we do have to mention one player who seems to be at the top of his game. Kevster, considered one of the greatest of all time, one of the most exciting tracers. But Knife comes in sharpened today. Jake, talk to me a little bit about the Tracer for Fnatic.
You know, it's awesome to see Knife have his day in the sun. This guy came into the Paris Eternal, tried to basically one-man army, solo carry that team, and yet it wasn't enough. He was playing on 200 ping, long suffering. He's found his spot, and he is an absolute monster on land, on Tracer. He is going toe-to-toe with Kevster, and at times, even coming out on top, and that is a ridiculous achievement for Knife to be battling one of the best Tracers in the world, and for things to be going his way. I mean, he dropped a pulse onto Kevster. In the Tracer v Tracer mirror, there is no stronger statement.
Doesn't happen that often. Great to see it here as we are opening up our playoffs in the round of 12. McGravy, we just saw a shot of Kevster there. He doesn't look shook. He looks focused in on a game 3. Do you expect more Tracer? Is he eventually going to have to flex to other heroes?
I think he will eventually flex, potentially when Kai comes in for potentially the Ashe or the Widow. Maybe he plays the Pharah to kind of match with it, kind of match that style. But I think anytime Tracer's available, Kevster's going to do his best to stay on it. I don't think he is absolutely not worried about Knife. Knife is absolutely dominating the server, but Kevster is Kevster. And not that the man lacks emotions, but he is cool. He is not phased at all.
He's a bit Swedish.
Bit Swedish.
A little bit.
Unflappable.
There is a look at our two tracers as Kevster is going toe-to-toe against Knife. And let's talk a little bit about the rest of the team. Clearly, there is a support advantage here for Fnatic. They've been playing together much longer than what you have as the fill-in here with Rack Attack on the other side of this matchup. So talk to me a little bit about what else we need to see. Is this up to the tanks? Or is it solely on the DPS if you're going to take this game 3?
Honestly, I think the pressure is on the coaching staff for both teams. Make the decisions because it's clear stylistically when Fnatic has the ball out, they are monstrous on these fast dive comps. They are just punishing. But I think if Ence can slow the game down, and if it becomes more about DPS, allowing Kevster, maybe even Kai coming in on the hit scan to shine, put a map where, you're not going to be playing the Wrecking Ball, give Vistola a chance on the Sigma, we could see this game look very different. And honestly, I think slowing things down would favor Ence at this point in the series.
All right, McGravy, let's put on our coaching hat once again. I think you're permanently wearing yours, but walk me through this because you are now on Ence's team. You are Ence's coach. What are you thinking? Do we need to slow down Donghack? Do you just play your own game? What's the plan?
I am in agreement with Jake. I think you need to take it to a slower map, potentially an escort or something of that style, and I think you need to give your backline a little bit of a breather. Maybe you potentially target Donghack's ball. Any chance you give your backline just a little bit of a confidence boost right now, because you take it to another fast map and they lose the ball again, it's going to shatter their confidence.
Jake, we talked about Fnatic wanting Dorado. Do you choose an escort right now if you're Ence to make sure Dorado isn't in this best of 7?
If I was coaching, I would be going straight to circuit. And I might be banning a hero that allows a potential dive or a rush style to come in. Maybe ban that Ana just so you don't have to worry about some kind of Nano Genji shenanigans. Winston dives coming in and, bring attack into the server. Donghack, I think, has been looking great. Maybe put him on the bench, slow him down a little bit. If attack comes out, maybe that rookie weakness can come in. Vistola has taken down very strong opponents in the Sigma mirror. And if I'm the coach's friends right now, I'm going to push my chips into the middle, trusting that Vistola can do it again here on the big stage.
I like that call out in. McGravy, you are nodding in agreement here. How do you see this playing out?
There are a lot of levers that Crimzo can pull, and it's really up to him and up for the team to decide what they are most confident in. Obviously, like we were saying, the backline was having some struggles. Obviously, you can slow it down, you can change it up, you can ban it. Bringing in attack, I think, is probably a big boon, I think, for Ence. I think you want to switch it up. I think Donghack, I think Fnatic has shown they want to stick with that style. They want to stick with him. So I think potentially taking it to a Circuit Royale and getting attacking is something they're looking to do.
They've been finding success with Donghack in the lineup for Fnatic. We'll see, though, what substitutions will be made on this stage as both teams are getting set for game number 3. And this is Ence's first opportunity to not only pick a map, but also the first team to ban. So let's take a look at what is going on here as the Ence lineup features Kai, it looks like, coming into this next one. You mentioned it. Kai might be our sniper. Will we see him popping off with a Widowmaker?
Yeah, I think this potentially leans towards an escort pick. Yeah, I think now you'll see, you're talking about Kevster potentially getting off the Tracer. You can still play the Tracer on some of these maps. Maybe on Circuit Royale, they opt to go for that super slow, spam heavy, make Fnatic think a lot, play the Widowmaker, play the Pharah, make them make all of the decisions. I think that might be what they're looking to do.
Pharah?
I think the Pharah is good if you want to slow things down into a spammier style. However, I do think there's an option, even if you are in a Sigma mirror. At the highest level, we've seen the Brig Genji really come in, and although you're playing a spammy Sigma comp, that Brig Genji unlocks a lot of aggressive potential, and I think a player like Kevster on the Genji really can be a place you can differentiate yourself. Even though it's slowed down to a poke mirror, Kai on the Widow, Kevster on something faster and more aggressive to create space. For me, that's the direction I'd go, but I just like that we've seen Kai in. For me, that signals we are going to a slower map. There's a few options about where exactly it could be. Maybe some of the push maps can favor a slow style. I personally would love to see Circuit, though.
And it sounds like we're going to have another swap. Mirror is coming in for Rack Attack. We know Mirror can play every role possible, so what do you expect to see him on? He's most likely playing a support, I assume. So which one?
Yeah, this is a breather of a different variation, I think. I think you take Rack Attack out, and frankly, he's been a problem. And again, it's not a ton of flame towards Rack Attack. This is a tough situation to be in, and to a new team. And this is a caliber play. Like you said, the Korean pressure, that is just something he's not used to playing in North America. I think Mirror, it seems like almost exclusively to have him coming in for the Alari. He was supposed to be the kind of fill-all role player, but it seems like they've kind of focused on his support play.
So if he's the Alari, does that mean you have to waste your ban on a support to protect him?
You know, I think that wouldn't be a bad idea. You know, maybe actually ban out the Brig. As much as I said that fast out could be good, I think with Mirror in, you do want to make it a double flex support comp where his aim, I mean, his individual mechanics on the Allari are impressive, and I think that is a strong point. So as much as Rax having a tough series, I don't think this is them benching him. I think this makes sense if you're going to slow the game down, take us to a poke style. For me, we've seen that from Ence on Midtown. We've also seen it on Circuit Royale. So for me, there's a few options as far as what map we go to, what ban, but I like that call-up bucket. I think banning a support, just protecting this double flex support style, that makes sense if you're going to bring Mirror in.
All right, so we might see a Widowmaker. We might see an Ashe. We might see a Cassidy. Is Cassidy viable after watching 2.5 days of action? Didn't go very well for our previous team as they got 0-4 as Space Station Gaming took care of business. Can you bring out Cassidy?
It's hard to judge a Cassidy because Exodio, I think, was their best player in that series. And I think he was effective on the Cassidy. We pulled it out. Although that might have just been a skill differential. His aim was insane. He was hitting a lot of headshots. Yeah. But Kai on the Cassidy, that is a comfort pick as his as well. So I think it's not out of the realm of possibility, especially if you see Donghack on the ball. That might be something to look to do.
Jake, you're mentioning you watch Overwatch for 12 hours, you go home and you play Overwatch for 8 hours. Who else is just like you on that stage? Who's the biggest grinder?
Of these teams, you know, I think you do have to look at players like Vistola. I think he is an up-and-comer. He is highly motivated to reach the very top. I feel he is already near the top of Europe, but now we're on the global stage. This is the opportunity to take home potentially your share of $1 million. So honestly, if we're slowing things down, we're going to a Sigma map. While Kai is amazing, Mirror is great on the double flex support, they are going to be strong in those DPS and support lines. I think the Sigma is the biggest opportunity for a differential to occur. And in the Sigma Mirror, the opportunity to stun your opponent Sigma out of his ultimate is this one little moment of play that, man, it just changes everything about the game.
You see the cube? That means it is time to head back into the Kadia Arena for our map selection. This one is up to Ence's coaching staff, and we're about to see where Crimzo wants to go.
Oh, there's so many options. I'm really curious to see what Crimzo does here. Like I said, he has so many levers he can pull, and he's already pulled the Mirror one, so I'm interested to see where he's going to take it on the map.
We won't see Flashpoint. You won't see Control. How do we feel about this pick, Jake?
Circuit Royale, baby, just as I thought. I like it. And honestly, this is why I was criticizing Fnatic not taking us to Escort, because I think that's where the biggest difference is. For me, Circuit is a masterful map for Ence. It's exactly in their comfort zone, and it's a place that I don't think Fnatic has looked at their best. So for me, Ence taking us to Escort is a wise decision. However, if we can get to Game 7, we could be seeing more.
No Lucio.
It also protects the flex support, right? So you can't get your flex supports banned out.
Allari's in.
Also makes it much harder to play either rush or fast Genji dives. Much more difficult without the Lucio. So you're really solidifying this into a slow game if you're Ence.
Is it smart to ban the Lucio this early in a best of 7?
I think right now, when it's 1-1, right now, we're looking towards momentum. And the third map is absolutely critical, I think, in a 7-map series if it goes that distance, because there's so much momentum involved with that. So like we said, we want this game to really slow down. Is the Sigma banned? Is that what we just saw?
Yeah, Fnatic bans the Sigma.
Swapped it up there for a moment on us. I thought it was a Faragon.
But we have seen on this map, Team Falcons has had success playing, especially on the defense. They played the D.Va, so I'd be interested to see if Vistola tries to do that as well.
Yeah, I think the D.Va, the Ramatra, there's a couple ways you could go, but this is a major respect ban onto Vistola. They understand what a massive threat that guy is. When you put him in the driver's seat on Sigma, he takes the game over. So taking that out of the lineup, the D.Va could be effective, Ramatra can be as well, but much less of that gapping solo carry potential that we would expect to see from Vistola. Mirror, though, I think a lot of pressure on him coming in cold into the lineup. Kai as well. Can they deliver against this Fnatic squad?
Exciting lineups as Fnatic is staying with their starting 5. You're going to see Ence making some switch-ups here. As we'll find out, can Ence take advantage here in the best of 7 with their map pick? They're taking Escort. They picked Circuit Royale, but they won't have a Sigma. So things could get interesting. McGravy, give me the prediction. Who takes map 3?
Oh, it's going to get hairy, but I feel Ence here. Even without the Sigma here, I think slowing down the game and making Fnatic stick to their guns is really good. And I think denying the Escort pick into the future is super important.
The game is set. Casters are ready. Let's head on up with Avril and Achilles.
Thank you very much, and yes, okay, some interesting developments as we go into this escort map to see which one of these teams is going to be taking the lead.
I'm really curious about Crimzo's line of thinking here because he has first ban priority, but he chooses to protect the double flex support by getting rid of Lucio instead of protecting the Sigma. There was an option here for him to ban away attack any tag, which then means Vistola gets to play his signature Sigma, which I think is the most ideal hero for this map. Could be a concern that, okay, if you play Sigma, does Dongak then go over towards the Rhine? It's not hardy, but Fnatic can play the Rhine composition, so given that Fnatic gets second ban, they'll take with a Sigma. Very obvious. However, with Mirror in, it's absolutely going to be double flex support. I don't think Mirror's going to play any Lucio, obviously because it's banned. No Brig, nothing else. Are Fnatic going to try and double flex themselves? Iziyaki and Jigon hovering over that currently. Can Dong dive on this map? That's the other question. Otherwise, it's going to be Ram Mirror, and actually in a Ram Mirror, you probably favor Ence. They're far more practice on it.
Well, for now, that is going to be the hover. Did get to see a couple flickers of the Doomfist as Iziyaki looking like maybe it's going to be matching here with that Alari. Knife on the Widow, checkmate, going to be taking in the skies. Go for that Echo to try to keep Kevster contained. And as you can see, Knife anticipating a potential pop shot here.
This is basically a matchup now. Iziyaki and Lee Jae-gon on these heroes. Here we go. Flyers coming through. Kai not going to find the shot just yet.
Watching for each other. Shot's not quite connecting here. Kai on the pop shot as well. Nothing found. For now, just a little bit of neutrality here in the exchange, but Vistola taking quite a bit of damage, has the backpedal. Immortality field going to be cleared up by Donghak. He's got the shield set up here on the corner. A little bit of a slow field going to be set up there. Try to break through that pylon as Donghak tries to take some forward space.
Shot onto Kevster, but it's just the body so far. Fnatic pushing up, getting a good amount of distance. Ence are losing ground. They need to make something happen now between Kai and Kevster. The damage needs to come on through, otherwise Fnatic will have the hairpin for free.
And just a slow grind forward here from the side of Fnatic, working their way up, but only a minute lost as the cart gets dangerously close. Some nice shots here from Kai, softening him up, but kills cannot be confirmed. Kevster taking low, but again, healing's coming across. Mirror now under fire. Nearly gets eliminated himself.
Watch Lee Jae-gon, ult's coming online. Iziyaki needs to live here. Okay, here we go. Healing planet will stay him alive. Lee Jae-gon lives, it'll be Window. He needs to pop it straight away. Get that advantage going.
Kai finds it. There's the opener, but the quick trade back. Knife able to go ahead and get the punish, so no more Widowmaker on the opposite side, but down a healer here are Fnatic. Lee Jae-gon has that window out, however, and checkmate is able to find Kevster. The sticky bomb's coming through, and that should just about seal the deal here on this push, especially as Mirror does fall. Supportless now.
That's so late from Sky.
Trying to get his way back into this one. Drops down that window. Is looking for an opportunity. Puts a little bit of damage down onto the side of Lee Jae-gon, but cannot confirm that kill. Right clicks through, however, will keep the sustain here onto Vistola as that Annihilation rolls in, but Donghak is going to pressure him out. Return coming through, and that's going to be it. Vistola taking it down. Cap getting ready to come in. Captive Sun going to be committed here by Mirror, but the cap comes through. It's 4.5 minutes as the kills continue to come in for the side of Fnatic.
It's a sunk cost fallacy here. What is going on? Ence are just throwing ultimate after ultimate after ultimate in a losing fight. Fnatic basically already had the point. They had the one-to-one trade-off. Lee Jae-gon with a much earlier ultimate in the sky in terms of the window. And still, Ence just didn't want to give it up, but now they ruined the opportunity to economically be able to fight Fnatic in this subsequent B defense. So that is really, really tragic coming through from Ence. I think Kevster and Kai have to bring this one back. They have Infrasight.
No one
Can Fnatic do something about this, or will they just respect it?
I mean, they pop it with Donghak playing the door like this. They don't have to respect the Infrasight whatsoever. TP across, though, instant dignity found. Captive Sun going to be popped, looking for the elimination, but checkmate comes to the rescue. Beam comes across, and Kai going to be taken down. Pylon now set up, just keeping Donghak alive and well as checkmate has the dupe. Sky going to fall, and that is going to be the cleanup continuing here as this payload has just been making a very steady pace, never interrupted.
Yep.
As Fnatic looking alive and well here on circuit.
You might not believe me, but that's what this race car looks like in 5th gear. It is a racing car. Formula something, I'm sure, on the streets of Circuit Royale, and so far, double purple sectors as we're looking over towards the 3rd here for the fastest lap. Fnatic doing all the best as Ence just fumble their ultimates away. Kai can't get anything done in the Infrasight. Donghak, perfect push-up to deny it.
And it just feels like Fnatic coming into this one. I mean, previously, you know, in the group stage, not having good reads, not really understanding, you know, drafting as far as the maps are concerned, where they should be going to really give themselves the advantage. Right now, it feels like they've almost laid a trap for Ence. We'll have to, of course, see how things do shake out as Donghak does get taken down. His reign of terror brought to a brief little conclusion here as Knife tries to stay alive, and Izayaki, the beam across, can't quite bail him out.
You need to see Ence take control here. Knife is down, and they have more ultimates to play through should they need them. Fnatic backing on out. The first major slowdown, the first, you would say, fight loss for Fnatic so far, and that will be extended further by Kai. Get the shot to Lee J gone. Mirror and Sky already have ultimates where Izayaki does not. So Ence can finally just take a bit of a breather, knock that 4-minute time bank down. If Fnatic indeed do cap, make sure they cap with basically no time.
Plenty more still to be worked through as Pistola just spamming there on the corner. Annihilation at the ready, and Sky just
that's a violent jump.
Yeah, and that's just the instant headshot found. Izayaki nearly getting traded out the Immortality field. Gonna get cleared out, and Kai again dead. Kevster able to find Izayaki though. Cleans him up, pulse bomb committed, comes up with the goods. Value found, his knife up over the top, cannot escape, and Kevster will be able to pursue to find that elimination. Mir gets checkmate, Lee J gone dead. And even with the rough start with Sky getting his head taken off, Ence will find stability further.
Sky might get money there, but Ence, they'll be the ones cashing in that fight. Fnatic, another slowdown here. 4 minutes down to 3, but the ultimates are starting to become expended on the side of Ence. Sky, the only one holding on to one because he was the one that ended up dying. Fnatic, they're actually kind of okay here. They got the advantage through the knife headshot. It's the other ultimates that didn't get used by Fnatic. So now Lee J gone, pulls trigger.
Yeah, Matrix there on the corner from Lee J gone. Knife eating a bit of damage. Immortality field's going to be cleared up at Donghak. Captive Sun there from Izayaki. Just looking to poke and prod here where possible. Gets topped back up, and Mira too far forward will end up falling as checkmate collects with a headshot. Space now bought here. Fnatic can begin the push.
And they need that payload distance right around to the final corner so they can find a challenge for that high ground in the pool section. Does Kai
swapping?
Want to just, no, I think he might be repositioning here. He's got Infrasight. I think it's too early to go for the swap. Infrasight's going to be important here. You also want to make sure you have parity with Knife. Infrasight for Infrasight.
Speaking of which, one of that pop comes through. Okay, never mind. They already know. Kevster here up above. The jump up. Quick little blinks out. Knife nearly getting caught there on the flank.
Buying time for Mirror.
Headshot there onto Pistola, trying to soften up the enemy Ramatra, but far cry away from being able to find that kill. For now, Cart going to be locked in at this corner as Knife taking a very aggressive position. Instantly going to be headshot as Mira sends down the Captive Sun, clears out that Immortality field, but Knife out the safety, not going to get popped.
They're really desperate for that kill. Still gets the explosion, my goodness! That lasted so long, and now Mirror with a triple! Wow! How's he done that?
See this one in a replay is unbelievable scenes. Mirror gets himself the 4-piece. Lee J Khan's going to be taken down, and he just took this entire fight. I mean, it wasn't even a fight. It was one-sided.
Take a good look at yourself, son. That was brilliance coming through from the substitution on Ence. Double flick supports coming out. And maybe now you start to see the double flicks, protect from the bans. Might have been worthwhile for Ence all along. Fnatic majorly slowed down now as they've got about 1:10 left.
Unbelievable. And with all those kills, I mean, Mirror, he committed the ultimate to find the opening one. Now up towards 40%. Does get taken down, though. Izayaki able to find that elimination. But Lee J gone now in a bad spot, will fall. Sky able to trade that one back, but Izayaki looking to try to recreate some of those scenes from Mirror, finds himself a second. Fight win will come through. Izayaki with a nice headshot, puts down Kai and Kevster down on the back end.
Fnatic still need more players, though. A couple players did go down there on the attacking side, so they can't quite complete the map until they have their full fight, but they have double support ultimates available. This time, it's just going to be Sky on that defense with the window. If you can't get value out of that, it's going to be very troublesome. However, Ence have high ground, Fnatic do not. That's important.
Kevster pulls as well. Captive Sun to start things off. Lee J gone. The window invested. Izayaki looking for the kill, but it's going to be the Immortality field taken down to start things off. Kevster pulse bomb, able to find the Immortality field on the opposite side, and Sky can collect the kill. Lee J gone now eliminated. Down to support here are Fnatic. Players still standing tall for the side of Ence. Checkmate taken out of the dupe. Kai with a headshot. Able to find Izayaki. Lee J gone going to be swapping over just to try to get back a little bit faster. Knife with some peel, gets a headshot, takes out Sky, and takes out Kai rather, I should say. But Knife himself will just get beaten into oblivion. Pistola able to find that elimination. Donghak dead. This push likely coming to a conclusion. This is just Lee J gone trying to play forward here alongside Checkmate, but as they both fall, that will be the end of it. Fantastic time buying here, mostly at the hands of Mir, setting up for that monstrous 4K. They managed to deny the full push.
Yeah, and right towards the end there as well, I mentioned the high ground advantage there for Ence, and Sky makes a full advantage of it. Window up high, there's nothing that Dongak and the rest of Fnatic can do. They just couldn't quite see it. Take a look at this moment again. It didn't look like it was going to amount to much, but yeah, you forget that the Captive Sun lasts for so long, and it was actually someone else. I believe that was Sky that triggers it. Sky triggers the Captive Sun explosion, and Mirror says, you know what? I'm on a flank already. Let's just keep on going, and keep on going. He does. Ended up being a 4K. Assisted by Sky, and the Mirror Sky double flex support have won that C-point defense, especially from that final push.
Yeah, very much sealing the deal on it. Fantastic here from Mirror. Stability at long last found there by Ence, but they give themselves a win condition, but they still need to make it towards the end of the map.
Let's be clear about something that happened here as well. Praises where praises are deserved in terms of the C defense, but you have to remember A and B. Those were non-contests. You had the race car of Fnatic, double purple sectors into a DNF, just crashed, shunted onto the wall.
I understood some of those words.
No. Some people appreciate the references, I'm sure. As Fnatic, what they are proving to me at least is that they're capable of playing the Ram. They got through in a Ram mirror in the neutral with a lot of distance. They only struggled at the end. If they can continue this, Dongak's hero pool is expanding by the minute in real time.
Kevster looking like it's just going to be sticking with this Pharah v Pharah. Not opting into the Echo, at least not for now. Kai on the hunt, swinging here on the corner. Shield in his face, goes up over the top. Knife not quite even looking for it, but now gets the word here that the pop shot attempt had come through.
More good.
Be taken down for now, the only casualty found.
More good opening pacing from Ence, same as we saw from Fnatic early on. Gets straight over towards the hairpin. As you can see, the pylon positioning here just makes it so hard for the attacking team to clear until probably their Pharah has to be able to be the one shoot, but then you play Imton knife scopes. It's going to come down to the Widows once more, looking for the shot, knows that Kevster is there, and leaves him on 1 HP.
Yeah, couldn't quite confirm it though. Just swinging out, looking for that wide angle. Jump up over the top with the grapple. Kai trying to set up for it. Kevster again eating a bit, and Knife decides to pull off the angle for now.
Fnatic do lead in ultimates ever so slightly, not by a lot. Vistola though, look at that. It's actually going to be Kai.
Direct hit. Checkmate able to pull back, but as you say, Kai finding the headshot. Knife going to be taken down. Immortality field set up here by Lijigon now. Sending in with that amp matrix, but he's going to fall, and there's no one else to really try to play off of this one. Donghack left out to dry, a sliver of HP finished off by Kai, and that'll be the point A cap coming in here for the side of Ence. A big time bank in their own right.
Knife is going to be disappointed in the fact that he had a couple of really critical moments to turn that around. If he gets the kill to Kevster, if he finds a shot into Kai, it's a very different story. Ence, they get the early ultimates just barely. As we take a look at this play again, you have a kill onto Knife, just starts slowed up. You can see that Kevster, there's no pressure. He knows that there's no Widowmaker on the other side. Just start going deep, force some ultimates out, and Lijigon pulls that to no avail at all. Nothing comes through from the window, sadly.
Nope, and now it's going to be a big advantage for the side of Ence as they have double support ultimates. Captive Sun's going to be exchanged here. Those coming across, keeping Donghack alive. It's chipped away, yeah, down to half HP, continuing to just try to keep things contested as the cart gets ready around up here on the corner. But Kevster caught, going to be taken down at the barrage, gets opened up, he's just stuck in place, and Izzyaki finds the headshots, but the Pharahs get traded out. It's just going to be these Alaris taking down the Pharahs out of the sky. Jump shot attempt from Knife, not able to find it. Doesn't have the infrastructure for the match here as Kai opens up with his own.
And this is very difficult now because Lijigon has to get out of dodge. Fnatic cannot challenge Infrasight when you are mismatched on ultimates. Knife, he can't really do anything about the situation. There'll be more deaths here. Donghack is very low as well.
And Knife, yeah. Sliver of HP as Donghack will not be able to survive here, it would seem. Mir eventually able to claim that kill. Kai does get taken down as Checkmate arrives, has the barrage here in his back pocket, but gonna get the opportunity. The answer is gonna be no. Vistola pushing forward and just forcing out some of that self-damage. Hopes to take him down. Kevster dead, but Izzyaki quickly traded. And it feels like deja vu, but the color's inverted and having just as strong of a push, slightly stronger push, in fact, than what we saw from Fnatic.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Fnatic just couldn't quite get their defense online from the very first cap point on towards A. The momentum continued forward, and this time as well, I think Fnatic had a better shot at defending B, considering they wasted less ultimates. Remember, Ence wasted 3 ultimates trying to contest A. Lijigon burned a window, but that shouldn't have been the critical factor. I think the fact that, you know, you have Kai kind of just outpacing Knife here, Knife dying,
I mean, he's desperately trying to find some kind of headshot. Eventually, Mira will fall. I was going to say everybody's pushing onto this angle just to try to really disrupt his exit. Knife will finally find, I believe, his first elimination of this defense as well, as Kevster will get a headshot. So cleanup can be found. That's going to be some stability sought here for Fnatic, but it's still 4 minutes, 10 seconds that they need to buy.
You generally prefer to be the defensive Widowmaker here. Now Fnatic have to work on their ultimates. It's going to be a long time, as you said, and Ence, they still have more ults to work through. You're going to need a magical moment. Izayaki with the Captive Sun, he's going to need that Mirror 4K to slow things down, because that's essentially what wants Ence most of their time.
Sun for Sun, sent out, Mirror falling low, tucks back, heals coming across, Immortality Field's going to be taken away here from Lee Jae-gon, and he's instantly going to fall as the Annihilation claims Izayaki as well, and claims checkmate. And now it is just Donghak left on his lonesome. They say, yeah, push the cart. Let's just stagger this guy and show him a little bit of mercy. But that's going to be a team kill with 3.5 minutes now remaining.
There's going to be a lot of distance. Ence are looking fantastic here, and they don't even have to finish the map. This ends as soon as the blue box of victory is capped out. And Fnatic just have nothing to work through. And the same situation here. Ence had full high ground. They had a window available. Their supports chilling on the back. Checkmate, though, that is a very important kill. That's actually knock off the map.
Knock off the map, and Izayaki going to be traded, so 1-for-1 on the supports, but it does get rid of the Ant Matrix for now, and that's the most crucial thing here for Fnatic.
Fnatic have a respawn advantage. The 1-to-1 is not going to be good enough. The 1-to-1 actually still favors Fnatic, so just the one kill from Checkmate alleviates so much pressure. Just turn that pressure valve down. Get the needle back into the green. 2 minutes 50. A lot of work still yet to be done. You need to buy time for your supports to get more ultimates to play through. Knife, once again, cannot challenge the Infrasight.
Just jumping out, denying that line of sight here where possible. Knife eating a bit of damage. Pulse bump from Kevster, able to find the Immortality Field. Jae-gon, Johnny on the spot with that one, trying to keep everybody protected. But Pistola pushing forward, Nemesis form here, and Donghak just cannot survive. Pistola claiming 2. Right back up to full HP, and it looks like this map might just be coming to an end. 4 meters let they go. Can anybody go for the touch? The answer is going to be no. And now Ence, with their map pick on Circuit Royale, will regain the lead up 2-1.
And Ence proved that even without the Sigma, they can take away Circuit. The Ram matchup, it looked good for Donghak, but it was better for Pistola still. Ence, the more practiced team in this mirror, the more practiced team on this map. And speaking of mirrors, the substitution coming in, paying dividends. What an Illari performance that allows Ence to buy back one more map.
Yeah, I mean, the desk was talking about it, saying, okay, we see him come in, it's likely going to be Illari. It was, but it was way more gorgeous than we could have anticipated. But enough from us here. There's still more games to be played. For now, we'll pass it back down.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. As we wrap up game number 3, we thought the Sigma ban was going to be crucial to the success for Fnatic, but that Ram looked pretty clean on Pistola.
I think it was smart to ban the Sigma. I think we would have seen an even bigger gap if it was a Sigma mirror there. But Pistola still's fantastic. He has flexibility, and the Ram, a fair replacement. For me, though, you got to look to the DPS from Ence. I mean, Kai on the Widowmaker, fantastic performance. Finding picks on attack, very hard to do, but he managed. And Kevster, every time he goes with the Tracer, he just lights up that kill feed.
Let's talk a little bit about these players as we take a look at the highlights, McGravy. We thought it would come down to the DPS. Kevster showing you his Tracer strength, but we were watching the Widows back and forth. Let's take a look at some of these moves. Will we see more Echo from Checkmate? Does that work against the composition you saw coming out of Ence?
Yeah, I think Checkmate still will play the Echo. It's one of the comfort heroes, and it's really flexible. It has a lot of opportunity to play against a lot of different comps. But yeah, as you were saying, the DPS, both Widowmakers were insane. I think even the Illari battle here was pretty intense, pretty back and forth, I would say.
As we take a look, this is the first point captured. Ence putting away the Pharah eventually, as it was the Tracer Widow to finish their attack. And you mentioned it, Jake. Pretty easy to defend with the Widowmaker. Attacking with one, though, you need to put yourself in a vulnerable position or hit those critical shots in the very minute moments that are available to you.
Yeah, and Kai was finding those picks on attack where I don't think it's expected. It's not easy. He's breaking open those defenses with a first pick. And, I mean, for the rest of his team, it's kind of easy from that point on. So you got to give your flowers to Kai if you're Ence. But on the other side, Fnatic, you knew this was going to be Ence's strongest suit. This is why I was kind of criticizing them for not choosing Dorado the last map, because you opened yourself up to a Widow duel on Circuit. I think Knife performed admirably, but he's a Hyperflex player. I don't think he's really like that Widow specialist, and that's kind of what you need to take on a player like Kai.
Now, we could see Dorado later in the series if we make it to a Game 6 or a Game 7, but as Jake said, this may have been a bit of a mistake by Fnatic choosing their Game 2, but they'll also get to choose Game 4. Let's take a moment, though, to highlight these Widowmakers, because this was such a fun battle to watch. Huge, impactful kills on both sides. McGravy, Will we see this battle on future maps in this best of 7?
I think it's not likely unless we do go to that map 6 or map 7. But yeah, as Jake was saying earlier, I think Knife has the aim for the Widow, but I think Kai is just a more experienced Widowmaker. He had those jump peak timings. When he was on attack, he was finding those openings for his team that Knife just wasn't matching. Knife was not bad by any means necessary, but I think Kai was absolutely, like, his kill timings were absolutely critical.
These headshot tracks, so impressive, Jake. Can you keep performing at this level if you're Knife, if you're Kai? Because Knife is putting everything out there. We saw what he was doing on Tracer, keeping pace, if not beating Kevster in that role. Now, he was going toe-to-toe against one of the best in the tournament.
I think we've seen the identities for both teams established. I think Donghack, when he's able to play the ball, I think similar style we could see with a Doomfist or a Winston can still be replicated. Those super high tempo dives, attacking the backline of Ence, that's been a strong suit for Fnatic. For the Ence squad, I mean, if they can slow the game down, make it about snipers, allow Vistola some time to work in the tank matchup, I do think that's going to be their wheelhouse. So a lot of pressure on the coaches. You've got bans, you've got map picks.
Yes.
What can you do to really throw each other off their game? Pick the map that gives you the biggest advantage. Falling behind in the series could be really rough. Fnatic, they need to strike back hard and fast.
It's time for Fleta and Fate to huddle up. It is halftime here in our second match of the round of 12. When we come back, we're guaranteed at least 2 more maps. Ence versus Fnatic. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. We are live in Riyadh, the Disney World of esports. It feels like the bright lights, the huge stages, and a spectacle for everyone who's come out to watch these players. So far, Ence has a 2-1 advantage in the best of 7, but now we swing it back over to the coaches on Fnatic to make some serious decisions. Jake, you were talking about it during the break. You cannot make any mistakes here for the coaching staff. You have to win your map picks.
You have such an advantage with potentially first ban and map choice after you do drop a map in these best of 7 series. This is pressure on for the players of Fnatic. This is the one that they're expected to take, even up the series and keep things alive. If you're Fnatic, you've got to force a long series to make a comeback here.
All right, so what is the best case scenario if I'm a Fnatic fan? Do I go to hybrid? What map do you want to see here, McGravy? Where are you comfortable? Because the Doomfist was doing work on Eichenwald yesterday.
Yeah, we were having a discussion about it, and it's right now you really got to think about saving that D.Va ban. They still have that D.Va ban in their back pocket, so you could go to hybrid now and potentially ban D.Va and stick to a dive and make them play something slower. You can just run them over, but you also have to think the series has to extend. This has to go to a map 6 or a map 7 for Fnatic, so potentially you take them to a Coliseum. They've shown it before that they're willing to play a Doomfist on Coliseum.
Jake, you were saying last map there was a change in the game, and that's when Kevster switched over to the Tracer. Is there a way to avoid Kevster's pulse bombs going into map 4?
I think you cannot throw bans at Kevster. It's a waste of time. He's going to do just as well.
Is there a map, though, that Tracer's not so good on?
I guess, but I mean, I do think Knife is battling well, so I actually don't think that's really the edge that you want to expend a ban on, because you're banning out Knife's Tracer at the same time, where for me, I just don't see that being a huge advantage for Fnatic. I did just have a brain blast, though. I think there's a road forward here for Fnatic, if they can find it. If you take us to a new Queen Street and you ban a tank that is not D.Va, that protects the Wrecking Ball on New Queen Street, which for me is the best map for Wrecking Ball. It's the place where a player like Donghak can shine, as he has throughout the series, but that means you could keep that D.Va ban in reserve for a more impactful map like, let's say, a Dorado, if we can get to a Game 6, Game 7.
I really like that call. Some fresh thoughts here from Jake. McGravy, what's going through your head?
Yeah, his brain is churning. I'm really in agreement here with Jake. I think that's a great idea. We've seen, historically, New Queen Street has been a great Wrecking Ball map. Wrecking Ball in general has not historically been good, but we've seen teams pull it off. Even if Crazy Raccoon is someone who's also really pulled out the Wrecking Ball at New Queen Street, so I think that's a great idea.
Best hero on New Queen Street outside of Wrecking Ball, Jake?
It might be the D.Va or the Winston. I think Wrecking Ball might be the best hero on that map. I mean, it is a unique map, extremely long, very wide open, a lot of little tricky hallways for the Wrecking Ball to come in and out of, a lot of health packs to go eat and get right back into the fight. We've seen Junbin have huge success on the hero combo, and Donghak has looked fantastic on the hero. He is masterful.
Mirror is 1 for 1 so far in this best of 7. Can the Alari come out on that map, or are you expecting Rack Attack to come back out for Ence?
I think it would be tough to make double flex support work. I think that's a very greedy choice. I think you do need a main support with all those angles of attack. It's just hard to keep the enemy in front of you, which is what you need on Alari. You know, you want to kind of take your angle, you know, have the attack coming in where you can see it. If you get surrounded, things are looking grim for an Alari.
As we send it back over to the Qiddiya Arena, it is time to find out what changes are these coaches going to make. Fnatic not only gets the map choice, they also get the first hero ban, and we are going to see some new bodies on that stage as Rack Attack is going to be back in for Ence. The choice of the map is coming from Fnatic, and Jake, we will see push.
It is going to be Coliseum. They've had success with the Doom dive before. They beat out Space Station. However, I think when it comes to the D.Va dive, Ence is a different beast. They could be much more threatening on that D.Va dive. So confidence from Fnatic.
So you got to ban D.Va right here, right?
Potentially. I think that would be a decent choice. They're going to go with the BAP, though, blocking the Rush style as opposed to the D.Va style. Maybe feeling that the BAP could be used in either a D.Va dive or a Rush. This is an interesting choice now because we could see a tank man, maybe attacking Donghak's Wrecking Ball or Doomfist.
No Frisbees this map. What will we see on the other side from Ence? It's time for Crimzo to lock in his ban. And here it is, Wrecking Ball. No Wrecking Ball for you, Donghak.
This feels like a battle of egos here. I think Fnatic on one side says, hey, we want to play dive. I want you guys to mirror this. And then on the other side, Ence is like, hey, we'll play dive. You just can't play Wrecking Ball. We're fine with this Doomfist. Let's see it.
Doomfist is an incredibly powerful hero, but so volatile. You cannot make mistakes, much less forgiving than Wrecking Ball. And with Vestola on the other side, this could be a real test for Donghak.
With 40 heroes in the game, Doomfist by far the greatest to ever grace Overwatch. And we will see Can Donghack make the difference as Fnatic is looking to tie up this series at 2-2? It's best of 7s all the way through the round of 12, and it looks like the players are ready to go at it once again. Give me the prediction, McGravy. Does Fnatic tie it up?
Oh, I actually think it's going to be an upset here. I think Fnatic might be a little too confident in their Coliseum. I do think even against Space Jason, it was very close. They relied a lot on Checkmate hitting critical pulse bombs. I'm feeling kind of an upset here on the map pick.
Mimone back in. We'll see if his Echo can do some damage or what hero he brings to the table. The map is loaded up. The casters are ready, so let's send it upstairs for map number 4.
Thank you very much. Now, Ence in a position of power. 2-1 the scoreline at the moment. And if they can get this win, like the Gravy was just talking about, then they will have series point. They will be then just one step further away from sending Fnatic home and keeping themselves then into the top 8.
But it is Fnatic's map choice, and you know, Fnatic, if you really think about how their team has gone, they'll defy expectations in terms of what maps you think they will play, but even then, doubly so, they'll defy expectations in terms of winning the maps they pick anyway. They've already won Survasa, they won Colosseo against SSG yesterday, off of Donghack's Doom. Now, considering the bans, Ball is gone, Ence don't want to deal with that anymore. The problem here is, if Donghack indeed wants to play Doom again, if he wants to play some sort of dive, there is the capability for Vistol to go towards a Malga. Now, there's no BAP on board, which means it looks like Fnatic wants to drag this one into a dive if possible.
That they do. Well, they're talking about that Diva. There it is. Donghack, though.
Really going to do the Ryan.
I didn't think it's been a while since we've seen that, but yeah, Pivot's going to be coming through. Doomfist is going to be there. Is Yaki going to be picking up that Ana, trying to get those nanos online, and Leech Khan going to go for the break.
So let's see what happens here. If Ence do lose a fight, if Vistola goes back to spawn, does he go over towards the Malga, or he's going to do the same thing as Hardy and stay on the Diva?
Time shall tell. For now, though, Donghack looking to play aggressively. Quick little jump forward on the seismic slam. Rest of the team going for that fountain side approach. As we wait to see any kind of real engage coming through. I'm on back into the fray here, trying to see what kind of difference he could put up on this Echo as Anti goes across, catching on to 2. He and Rack Attack both getting clipped by it, but still not yet to be found. Fnatic for now just occupying the bot, starting a very slow push.
Have to be very good with the Suzus there to deny the Antis and the sleeps. Yaki, he's going to hit plenty of both in the series. Fnatic just ever so slightly getting tiny amounts of meterage as the first minute has gone on by. Where are the ultimates? Currently, Izzyaki leading, but lots of damage still being traded back and forth. A pick might come through before the first ultimate does.
I mean, Izzyaki leading, but Sky is not that far behind, nor is Kevster with that first pulse bomb. You can see Knife trying to catch up, but down by about 20%. So pulse bomb opener could be big here for the side of Ence.
Nano's coming.
On the
way.
way.
The first ult. Sky trying to catch up.
Go. Sky there, nearly getting it. Stunned up for a brief little moment there, but the kill's not going to be found. The beam across, however, Rack Attack is going to be the first one to fall. The sticky bombs able to go ahead and find that elimination, but still going to be held in position. Fnatic needing more to really start to get this push going. And now they will turn their sights back over to it.
And just before any ultimates were used as well. So yeah, indeed, a pick is going to come through first. Comes through from Checkmate. Now 98%, 99 versus Mimone. Yet to be there. Dong, here we go. Nano in play. Suzu's already gone.
He's looking for Vistola. Turns his sights now over to Kevster, but he's a little bit too elusive. Drop down. Pulse bomb going to go out. Vistola going to be taken out of the mech. Pulse bomb from Kevster, though, going to be coming up short. Doesn't manage to find anything here. Kitsune Rush going to be committed from the side of Sky to try to turn the tides of this one, but the Baby Diva is going to be finished off. The copy now coming through from Checkmate as well is adding that Diva into the mix against the likes of Ence. Trying to turn the tide. Self-destruct now going to be online. Can just go ahead and send that one before the dupe expires. Will do so. See if he is able to find any kind of pick. The answer is going to be no, but as he comes out of that one, finds Rack Attack once again, just cycling him right back into that spawn room.
And Mimo's still trying to play this one out. It's 2 supports down, but the Duke comes through. This is maybe a little bit of a waste of an ultimate. I mean, Fnatic don't even have to really care about this one. They'll just, okay, leave Mimone to get Matrix by Vistola, but that's one further ultimate down, and he gets taken down anyway. Checkmate with the follow-through, and that might give Fnatic the capability to cap.
And Checkmate looking absolutely devastating here at the moment. Already a third of the way up towards the next one. Rally popped. Kevster dead to the whip shot. Looking for a little bit more, trying to deny these retreats over into the spawn, but there will be 4 players retreating successfully, but now Bot getting ever closer towards that checkpoint.
And by the time we get to a checkpoint fight here, is Izzyaki going to get the nano or not? Because that would be critical up against Ence, who need to go for the touch. They need to go for the contest. Solo currently trying to checkmate, and Maimon will get the kill for the 5v4.
Yeah, a bit of a rough spot there. The beam coming through. It's just up against the wall, nowhere to go. Nice eat on the pulse. Knife unable to turn the tides of the fight there with the ultimate. As Donghak will just drop down and eventually give his life, but still a significant amount of damage, or distance, I should say, opened up here by Fnatic.
And that's what Ence need. They need to be able to find those individual picks. They need to get this before the ultimates become a factor as well, because if Izayaki had 6% more, that could have been a difference, or a check could have been nanoed there to save his life, and Ence wouldn't have really much of an answer. 64 meters, not quite a cap, as Ence will finally get their first meterage on board. About 3.5 minutes into the game. Nano comes through. Dong is the recipient. Where do we go for the damage? Sky nearly on the Katuna rush.
Izayaki and Lijiang going to be taken out. I mean, they just go ahead, they invest this nano, but doesn't hold any water here for the side of Fnatic. This fight very much falling away from them. Knife, I believe, going to be going for a little bit of a back cap push on the bot, just making sure it stays over towards the opposite side of the map, but not going to be able to sneak away any kind of checkpoint here.
Well, it's about resetting, I think, the opportunity for Ence to get more meterage of their own. So now Fnatic get to come into another fight where the bot hasn't really made any progress despite Ence winning a fight. And I like the fact that they just decide to ignore Donghak and go for the backline. Izayaki leads you on. You need to pressure them down.
Rack attack here, wall riding, trying himself out the safety, takes quite a bit of damage.
Kevster got one up.
Punch just absolutely annihilates Kevster. Sky is similarly going to be taken down as Izayaki lobs in that anti. Punch not going to connect. Rack attack elusive enough to avoid that, but the back line now starting to fall to pieces. Maimon coming alive. Being the takeout lead, Jagon. Izayaki dead moments before. Bot again being taken away. Vistola looking around saying, where the hell is it?
That's twice now that Maimon has bailed out Ence from what could have been a really upsetting situation. Vistola needs to be careful not to get demeched here. All have teammates and Matrix available.
But because of the thievery here of Knife, he's denying them being able to get really easy progress off the back
shades
of
of zest.
Yeah.
You know, because at this point, Ence should be getting a lot more done, but they just can't. They can't keep control of payload.
Dupe from Maimon here, rather, onto the Brig. Not really finding any targets, though. Trying to build up towards that rally. Backpedaling now, Izayaki and Lee Jae-gon trying to stay alive. The pulse bomb comes through. Kevster eventually finding his mark, and Izayaki dead again. Maimon managing to come up with that kill. Rack attack will fall. Donghak going to be good for one. As he drops back down, seeking another target, seeking some reprieve as well. And Dupe is here, checkmate, self-destruct built up, sends it up over the top. Knife's gonna be eliminated though as Sky finds the headshot.
Vistola lost his mech though as well, has to reset it, so it's an ultimate for an ultimate at least. Now to get something out of that sort of situation. Now the respawners start to come on through. Can Ence still challenge for this cap? They've run out of ultimates. They need more players to come on in. Rack died. He should be back soon though. Here's a Lucio.
But Sky now going to be traded out, so while they do go ahead and they regain Rack attack, he's going to be killed off. His Knife again will find a pulse bomb kill onto him, and Sky dead means that this push is going to come to a conclusion. So close but no cigar for Ence. They get within 15 meters, but they cannot gain the lead.
It's actually the first time in a while that you actually see Rack Attack and Sky being pressured up, because for the majority of this map, I want to say Izayaki and Lee Jae-gon have actually been dying, and that's what's giving Ence any sort of capability of being competitive. But if it wasn't for the fact that Knife has repeatedly stolen away the payload, I think Ence probably could have really threatened the counter by now. It's strange that they're still behind. Here comes Nano again.
Nano again, but last time this is where things fell apart in the fight.
TP?
Sky getting jumped on. Suzu's himself, TP not being spotted out. Goes ahead, wall climbs back up, but checkmate is there with the beam. Gets the alley-oop, finds the kill, but then does pay for it with his life, but with Rack attack similarly falling. This means that things are still continuing to fall apart a little bit for the side of Ence. Break onto the mech, the rally now rolling from Lee Jae-gon. As Donghak just continues to play forward, continues to threaten, and try to escort Knife forward to go ahead and collect some more kills.
They got the cap as well. Checkmate was the only one that went down. He should be flying back very shortly, so 5 alive for Fnatic as Ence get the regroup in. And now Sky's got the Katuna rush, but we're getting extra meters here for Fnatic. 76, should be looking towards the 80 plus here. Good disengage. Okay, they don't want the smoke coming through from Vistola on the counter attack. They're happy with the 77, and now we'll go back to neutral.
Just pulling back away, not wanting to overdo it, not wanting to feed any additional ult charge here towards the members of Ence. They also know that they're likely in a bit of a rougher position as far as that ult cycle is concerned, and they'd be right to assume so. Knife, trying to get a predictive, just leading shot on the pulse bomb lob in, but that is going to be relatively easily avoided. Speaking of pulse bombs, though, Kevster able to find one as Izayaki gets taken down. He gets a follow-up on the Lee Jae-gon as well. Sky traded up, but Donghak does manage to make it a little bit more costly, but ultimately it's still a 3 for 2. Donghak having a meteor strike out to safety, drops in over towards the spawn room doors, and that means Ence now with an opportunity to potentially get this checkpoint themselves.
He's got to take down the hypercarry because Kevster just soloed the backline off, and that double supports down because of one player. But look at this, if you see on the map, many Ence players coming back from spawn. Sky and Kev down there. Super important for a player like Donghak to get that solo kill onto Kevster or anybody, because when you get those trades happening, you have defensive spawn advantage, and the attackers have to come through from so far away.
Dupe here on Izzyaki, the anti-connecting, but that final shot not enough to kill him off, but as he goes back into the Echo form, the M1 will be able to find its mark. Izzyaki going to be taken down. Checkmate again, the Dupe here onto the Diva. Lee Jae-gon able to find Kevster, keeping him honest. He tries to flank around these back lines, and now Maimon in just far too deep a position, and it's Donghak who's actually pushing the bot.
Yep, they are going to a minimum reset this one. I don't think any distance will come through of it, and I don't think Dong wants to go for any sort of damage himself, as you don't want to risk anything. A minute 30 left to play through. Honestly, all of the payload stealing, it's been good for Fnatic, but Ence have enough distance that should this go into OT, and it will, the 20-ish meter gap can be closed.
No, it certainly can. That's a solid start as Maimon's able to find one. Checkmate going to be taken down. A solid beam kill coming across. Donghak now having to backpedal. Izzyaki desperately tries to get that next ult online, but he's going to have to wait for the next life as the kill comes across. Sticky bombs getting the full connect. Lee Jae-gon barely able to keep himself alive. Maimon down to 17 HP, but the kill just cannot be found. No one else there to follow up on the damage.
And see the situation where they get the sound barrier off. Here comes the camp finally. Does Fnatic go for the touch? Just barely in time. Pulse bomb.
Pulse bomb out from Knife, not going to be able to find the touch there. Kill not found, sound barrier now dropped in from the side of Rag Attack. Rally rolling from Lee Jae-gon. Whip shot to try to keep him at distance. Pulse bomb looking for the stick, but it goes into the shield. Lee Jae-gon keeping him protected, and for now, that checkpoint still has not been found. But speaking of checkmate, he is going to be eliminated. Maimon continuously getting the better of him here in this Echo battle. Nano has to be used. It goes over to Lee Jae-gon to try to keep him alive, but the focus fire still doing some damn good damage. Holds on by a threat as Donghak comes to the rescue, able to find one more kill, but Vistola with the self-destruct, he takes out Donghak, and now the checkpoint is obtained, the lead getting ready to be in the hands of Ence.
But Fnatic have the better respawns here. Ence have to come through from so far away. The flip, oh my goodness,
0.06. The distance here, the advantage for the side of Ence. They might have just stolen this one away. Knife is able to find Vistola, but all Ence need to do is win one more fight. The bot getting shipped, the overtime coming through.
That's basically C9. That's basically a C9. Fnatic let the flip go through. Fnatic were about to win the map, and Ence stole away the flip. That's gigantic.
They have to win this one out. Leeching on the rally nearly there. Checkmate as well. The Dupe about to be online. The advantage, as far as the ult is concerned, is very much in the hands of Fnatic, but they cannot squander this. Knife needs to be able to find value. He's been noted on the flank to dive forward. They're looking for the supports, and Izzyaki, he's dead. Lee Jae-gon eliminated. No hope in hell, it would seem. It's Fnatic. They had the upper hand for so very long, but in one fell swoop, it gets pulled out from beneath them, and they lose it all. Donghak cannot do anything more. The overtime will expire, and Ence will be taking the lead even further. They will be gaining match point. They are one map away from sending Fnatic home.
That is the most egregious mistake that I've seen so far in this tournament. Maybe one of the worst C9s of all time.
0.06.
You just have to keep the payload in your distance. If you don't allow the flip to come through, you literally win the map. You win the map, Fnatic. There should be a 2-2 score. I mean, oh my goodness. How do you allow that to happen? That's a monstrous C9. That is like top tier. That's on my S tier of C9s of all time. Look at the face of Fnatic. They know what happened. They knew that they won the map, but they had the payload stolen away. I mean, how poetic that Knife steals the payload for the entire map, but right when it counts, it's Vistola that shoves it past the finish line and allows Ence now to have a 3-1 when it should have been a 2-2, all because Fnatic did not pay attention.
And that is one of those losses that can linger with you and linger with them. It seems like it has. Fnatic right now, knowing their situation, knowing that they are one map away from elimination, from losing out on that doubled up prize money, from that top 8, from that chance at glory here at EWC.
If this series goes the way of Ence, and it's looking likely now with the 3-1 scoreline, Fnatic, they'll be kicking themselves for that moment for a very long time, for the rest of the year, some for the duration of the careers. Maybe it sounds dramatic coming through from me, but you have to understand that was Fnatic's map. They had it locked in. All they had to do was not allow the C9 to happen, and they C9 and they gave it away, and now their tournament life is in jeopardy because of that one mistake.
And now they become that much more readable from the side of Ence, because you've only got one more map type that you can go to, that you can rely on for this map to try to keep your life alive, frankly. But man, Fnatic down, not yet out. We'll see if Ence can finish the job, though, when we come back. But first, we'll pass things back over to the analysts.
A massive blunder on your own map pick cannot happen at this stage in the game. Fnatic now on the back foot. They are against the ropes. Jake, we've seen some epic C9s in our time. Do we just find ourselves with a new term? Is this officially a Fnatic?
I don't know if that can take. I don't think anything can take it away.
Settle down,
at this
Avril.
point. We're too far. We're too far. But I mean, this was like Fnatic was in control throughout the entire map, and only at the very last moment does it slip away. Even after the C9, I was pretty sure they were gonna win the map. I mean, they had the ults necessary, and Ence just went for a hard int rush with no ulties. It was kind of their only play, and it paid off. It worked.
McGravy, Papa Puckett is watching from Florida. He texted me, I don't know what I'm watching, but this is awesome. Can you break it down for some of the more casual fans? What was the key moment in this game? How did you see Ence steal the victory away from Fnatic?
Outside of the C9, for me, what really stuck out to me was Maimon's copies. And right there towards the end, when he copied that in and that highlight we had just seen, he ended up hitting both value. He had a nade onto the opposing Nana on Izayaki. He killed him, and then he slept the Doomfist. That's a ton of value to be getting out of copy.
Yeah, the Ana copy is so much impact, and one that not every Echo player is so adept on, right? To play such a different hero as the Ana on DPS, but not only does he kill Ana, sleeping the Doomfist into the Diva Bomb,
Yes.
a classic combo.
Unfortunate finish there for Fnatic, but they are not out yet. It is a best of 7. They still have the advantage being able to pick the 5th map, and of course, being able to be the first team to ban. But Jake, you're looking like it's over, my guy. Is this Ence's series to lose?
Here's the thing. Fnatic gets the least valuable map pick of the entire series. Game 5 map pick, you only have hybrids. So yeah, you get to pick between the hybrids. Yeah, that's an advantage. You get first ban. But the next 2 map picks, if Fnatic wins 2 maps, the next 2 map picks are going to be Ence's, and they're going to have almost the entire pool available. You can't replay a map, but you can play any mode you want to as Ence, and you're going to have the next 2 first bans available. So Ence, they've got a lot of chances to close this out. It's going to take heroics from Fnatic to win this series.
Going back to the Virtus.pro series, we saw some success on Hollywood. We saw some success from Fnatic when they're able to just get some high ground. Kevster, though, is causing chaos in the back line. Is there a way to slow down one of the world's greatest tracers?
You could never stop the world's greatest tracers. You need one of your own, and frankly, they just don't have that right now. Knife has been good, but Kevster's on a tier of his own. What I'm really scared about, like you said, the map pick on map 5, it's reduced. You just have a lot of strategic, less strategic value. You have to feel really good if you're Ence. I think Crimzo also has to feel great. I think, like I said earlier before, he gambled. He said, hey, we're not scared of the Doomfist on Coliseum. He said, bring it. We're ready. You can play the Doomfist. We're not scared of it. And I think going forward, you have to think if you're Fnatic, you can't really pull that out anymore.
We've got 3 minutes, Jake, so it's time to theory craft. I'm Fate. I'm Fleta. I just picked my map. Where am I going? What do I tell my players? Do I make any substitutions?
I don't know if you make any substitutions. I think you do just stick to your guns. For Fnatic, I think you've got to keep believing in Donghack. You haven't taken him out all series long. Yep. The Doomfist might not have worked, but the Wrecking Ball has been fantastic. The Winston is still waiting in the wings, and with that first ban, you can control, I think, a little bit more here on this hybrid. The last 2 maps of the series, if you can force it there for Fnatic, those are going to be your real test, but you do still get to pick the hybrid. You go wherever scrims have been showing you whatever's your best style, wherever you think Donghack can be the most comfortable. You've got options here. So staying alive this map is the first hurdle. The real challenge is going to be as we go deeper into this series is, only these 3 options. Hollywood, Midtown, Eichenwald. I'm leaning towards Hollywood, but I don't know.
I'm going
Sigma on first.
I'm going to remember last night. I'm going to remember us clutching against SSG, and I'm going to give my team confidence. McGravy, am I a terrible coach?
You are not a terrible coach. I'm actually in agreement. I'm thinking I'm just kind of theory crafting in my head right now. If I want to play Wrecking Ball, what's the best spot for it? I think Hollywood's really awkward with the grapple angles. Midtown, it's just too open. And I think Eichenwald, it kind of fits more with the big castle, the really big second point where you can really utilize the movement.
Pretty excited for this one. I had Fnatic winning it. I don't know if that's going to happen right now, Jake. I'm kind of feeling Ence to finish this one. Can they put Fnatic away right here, even with Fnatic making all the decisions?
They could. They just won Fnatic's last map pick, so the advantage that Fnatic thought they had was not enough. And just great individual play, especially I like that call to Maimon's Echo was fantastic.
Yes.
And wherever we go next, this hybrid map type, I think Maimon can keep running Echo, and with Maimon and Kevster both firing on all cylinders, even this dominant backline in Ijegon and Izayaki might just not be enough.
Time to head back into the Kadia Arena. Fnatic, Ence. Round 12 continues now.
I have to see what the hero bans are, what the map pick choice is. Fate, Fleta, backs against the wall.
Don't pick Midtown. Just don't do that.
They might, though. It just scrims. Whatever scrims have been showing. But you were right. Fuck it.
We're going to
Offsides.
Germany, baby.
Come over to the analyst desk.
I'm ready. I'm ready. 3 days in, I am ready to be right back here in the Overwatch world. So many talented players making it out to Riyadh, but we are down to just 11 teams left in the tournament. Fnatic trying to stay alive, or else we are down to the final 10, and Ilari is not going to be played. What are they trying to do, McGravy? You just kind of winced there.
Well, I think what it kind of is I don't think the Ilari is really a threat. It's more so protecting their supports and protecting their style. As Ence had already banned Wrecking Ball, they can't do it again, so you just want to make sure the supports that you want to play with the Wrecking Ball stay in. So Ilari wasn't really a threat. I don't really think that Ence was ever going to do that, but I think it's just kind of like a pseudo ban and just make sure that their style is protected.
On the left side, Vestola has showcased some spectacular diva play. You mentioned he's the best Sigma in the West. What is he running on Eichenwald?
I think it probably will be a diva dive. In the end, there's just so much verticality. Maybe a Sigma on a first point defense. You know, you can make that work. Banning the Winston, I think, is a good choice. Now for Donghak, it's kind of Doomfist or Wrecking Ball. However, I do think Fnatic, they did throw away Coliseum, but they should have won that map. I think an Ana, Brig, a Doomfist, or a Ball, whatever Donghak believes in, I do think they are favored to win this map and at least extend the series.
There's no Kai. Can there be a Widow pick to start this game for Checkmate?
I hope not. I hate when people jump shot. I don't think it's even worth 5 seconds. At this level of play, everybody knows it's coming, but these players, they can't help themselves. You know, they just they got to go for that flashy play on land.
All right, so hit me up, McGravy. What is my rollout strategy if I'm Fnatic here?
I think both of these teams are, at this point, they're pretty set in their ways here. They're going to stick to their guns here. I expect both teams probably to run an Echo, probably run a Tracer, and like you said, the Diva, maybe an Ana Brig, but probably similar styles here is what I'm expecting.
Time to knock down the castle doors as we send it to Avril and Achilles for potentially the final map.
Thank you. Yes, it very well could end up being the conclusion of this series. Fnatic, can they fight back? Were able to do so yesterday to get themselves into the playoffs, to get themselves to this point, but it has been a very fast turnaround for them, and clearly Ence has had the upper hand.
Typically so far in this series, the way it's gone has been that the team that picks their map has typically won it. That breaks when we go to Colosseo, although I have to say once more again that Fnatic probably should have won it if it wasn't for that mistake towards the end. Now they get to go back to Eichenwalde, another map they took against SSG yesterday. Mistakes aside, can they bring it back now? We don't have Winston's available, which means if Donghak wants to play dive, it's either going to have to be the Ball or it's going to end up having to be the Doom.
Well, Rack Attack calling it out.
But either way, Vestola being there on the Malga causes huge problems.
As Jake said, they just can't help themselves, and Kevster can't help but get the kill. Jake, egg on his face, but more so for Izayaki as he gets taken down by that opening Widow shot. How's that for style points, Jake?
Yeah, there it is right there. Kevster says, you know what, that 5 seconds totally worth it for me and my moment. It'll be Jake on us all. Call it a cap. I think this one might already be gone for A.
Yeah, they have to play it back. They have to wait. Lee Jake gone. He can get back quickly with the rollout.
Donghak can touch, so he goes for it.
Up and over the top, a big pile driver coming through. Instantly going to be greeted by some sticky bombs with the cap nearly there. 96.3% in Kevster. He is not done yet. He wants this to come to an end. Donghak going to be taken down. That's the staying power. Widely eliminated, and Rack Attack gets a piece as Izayaki will fall. And that is going to be this point done and dusted. 540. The time bank to start the push.
Yeah, I mean, what an opening pick from Kevster. You just have to respect
Show me that again,
Izayaki just, what is he? That is a unfortunate moment. Another violent jump moment, but this time not on a BAP. Don goes over towards the Malga as well. Understands that the ball is not going to be effective here. Don't even bother going towards a Doom as Kevster's going to make this one count.
Oh, the readjust.
And barely had, you know, the frames to work with there to find that final shot, because like you said, it's a readjustment.
That is a disgusting shot to hit from Kevster, and has very much just shut down everything that Fnatic had in the game strategy, in the playbook here on this map, and now they're just continuing to push forward to the Portcullis, and they're just getting ripped apart.
Fnatic want to get some aggressive going there. I mean, they have they could try do something with the poke, but really, if you're playing a Malga, you got to get aggressive. Vestola swapped over towards the Diva. That actually could have been a situation where Donghak says, I don't have to play the Malga because Vestola has the counter to the Malga. And guess what? Because it's Eichenwalde, you appreciate the fact that you can fly on this map. Donghak can't do that.
No, he cannot. Pulse bomb at the ready, lobbing that one forward. Not going to be able to find the pick there. is Knife. Would have been some desperately needed peel. Donghak whittled away, taken down. Vistola able to find that kill. Will not be able to hold on to the mech. Does get broken out of that one, and the Baby Diva likely to be killed off. But now you have to dupe in from Maimon. Goes in for another Kiriko, trying to build up and towards that Kitsune rush. But everybody playing back, denying line of sight, but still offering up space as the cart already making its way across the bridge just a minute and 40 after the cap on A came through.
Donghak's given up on trying to counter right now. He is just going to continue playing the Malga into the Diva, and Vistola says, yes, please, that's exactly what I want. One ultimate available both sides, and the Dong goes deep right into a sound barrier, though.
He does, but yeah, as you say, sound barrier pulled in there from Rack Attack. Vistola now back into the mech. Mind you, he's been in Baby Diva form this entire time. Now he's back into this one. Donghak is dead. Izayaki pulled the trigger here on this Kitsune rush. Rack Attack will fall. Some reprieve found here. Vistola on the side of the map. Cannot get out of that one. No way to pistol it way back through, so will just fall off the side, and Fnatic will find some semblance of control at long last.
There's some good news here for Fnatic. You're playing mostly a ground game now that you're at the end of the map, and because you also won that fight, you can take some of these castle high grounds. The bad news is once you're pushed back towards your spawn and you have to start touching, you are in a position where Ence can have the high ground instead. One-to-one trade, both that goes down to Traces.
Yeah, they both can take it down, but there's the pulse bomb on the floor. Donghak just sat on top of it. Takes quite a bit of damage, and Lijigon has to send the sound barrier just to try to bail him out. Vistola able to find Izayaki. Kevster on the retreat. Cannot escape. Knife is able to hound him down, but Donghak again leapt to dry. Sat there, slapped down that cage fight, and ends up losing the fight.
This is the chance for him to think about a swap. If you really want to keep playing Amalgam to Diva, it's not working out. Here comes the ball once more. That's what you actually want to play with. Sky looking for ultimate. That will be Ence's capability and their opportunity to be at the cap.
Comes back through, pile drive the knock up here on a Rack Attack, but Maimon again having the upper hand here, taking down Checkmate, goes for the dupe, immediately is going to be able to find Izayaki, so now it's a two-man advantage here with that Kitsune rush on top for Ence as they look to go ahead and continue this aggressive push forward. Cart getting closer and closer as they continue to bleed members out on the side of Fnatic, and now it's 3:45 for the final stretch.
So good for Ence right now. This is looking so fantastic for their series, a 4-1, top 8 within their grasp. Sound barrier coming on through shortly for Rack Attack. It's Fnatic that have to do so much here to catch Izayaki and Checkmate up. You can copy over towards a Diva, maybe a Tracer, slow things down. If you are Checkmate, you need to step up because my Mo has had your number.
Really has. The dupe about to come online. See what he opts for here, as it is at the ready. Rack Attack just trying to get this corral here onto the Wrecking Ball, keep Donghak at bay. Sound barrier once again online for him. Been able to build these up quickly because of how aggressively Fnatic have been playing, but the kills just haven't really been going their way. Sound barrier going to be out there from the side of Ence, looking to just go ahead and survive. Dupe in onto the Diva once again for the side of Checkmate, trying to build up towards that self-destruct. Pulse bomb from Knife again, coming up short, unable to find a target. Stick not coming in, kill not found, but for now, Ence are held back.
Just at the front of the castle gates here as well, so C point so far, reasonably good for the Fnatic defense. They still have Lijigon on the sound barrier. Waiting for opportunity from Sky, and it's going to be a tempo beat. They're not going to wait at all. I don't know if this is the ideal play to make, but they're going to go for it.
They try to turn the tides of this one again. The lob, and this time Kevster going to get punished. Lijigon able to turn back, finds the melee hit to put down the enemy Tracer, and Rack Attack will fall. Self-destruct going to be committed as well from Vistola, as well as the dupe. Maimon going for the copy here onto the Lucio. They want some staying power, but he needs to get the sound barrier online sooner rather than later, and he's going to get broken out of this dupe in the end. So ultimately, big overcommitment, it feels like here from the side of Ence as the minefield comes in to try to cut off the retreat.
Yeah, no more players are going to go down. Sky's not going to play this ultimate at all. Fnatic have outplayed Ence economically here. Donghak's burned the mines, and that's the only thing that Ence can try and salvage from this situation. Probably not going to get the kill on Dong here. He's a really quick hero. Yep, gone. Make a health pack claimed. Ence have really ruined their ultimate economy here. At least Vistola is going to go for some sort of a swap. I'd like to see Donghak go back to spawn right now and go for a swap as well.
Let's see if that's going to be the case. But I mean, he's playing quite far forward here. Seeking target is a bit of a scattered fight, but it's going to be Maimon again, having the upper hand, taking out Checkmate. Man advantage here for the side of Ence's. Yeah, support's going to be ripped asunder. Knife is able to find one, takes down the enemy Echo, but stop forward. Vistola taking down Izayaki. So those supports now gone from Fnatic, and they're going to have to play back as the cart can once again start moving forward.
Important that, I was going to say Sky has the ultimate available, can salvage their economy if he can just get this Kitsune rush down front.
Rack Attack though, sound barrier online. They do have staying power because Sky can TP back in.
Yeah, they have to wait for the 5. They do have to go back for Sky. The TP has a little bit of a range limitation, although it does go through walls. That allows Fnatic to just chill for a little while longer. That one kill onto Sky is so important for Fnatic to stay alive.
Vistola charging forward. There's the dupe. Checkmate going for the copy here onto the Malga, trying to get his own cage fight up, but that's going to be the break on the dupe, and the instant kill found as Kevster.
It's gone, he's got
Beat held here by Lee Jae-gon, just trying to stay through with the Kitsune Rush, which has now expired. Donghak swooping in with the final one. Maimon going to be taken down. Lee Jae-gon still holding ult, and Kevster dead. Means that Fnatic can continue to hold on to this beat, keep that in the back pocket for a rainy day.
It's extremely important that Lee Jae-gon didn't die there. The beat unused as they go forward for one last contest that Ence will have to go through. Donghak kiss the spawn doors challenge completed. Not very difficult for a ball, to be fair, but the cage is super important here. What are you going to do if the solo goes up? Cage is likely to hit somebody, and Lee Jae-gon has to make a choice. Do you go in the cage to go for sound barrier, or do you let that player die?
Donghak for now just trying to intercept, trying to keep them all busy, stop them from making their way forward. The cage has to be used outside of the castle walls. Sky's going to be taken down. Checkmate able to find the kill. Back cap attempt here from Kevster, though. The dive in, rack attack. They're starting to work this one forward. And what a disaster this would be here, but now they've realized the game. They know what's happening. A knife with the pulse bomb will put Pistola down. Cleanup can come through. They shorten that gap between here and the finish line just a little bit more, but Ence cannot make it to the end of the map, it would seem. Overtime will bleed down, and Fnatic have somewhat rescued this defense.
And that's a great decision-making play come through from Fnatic to go super aggressive right towards the end. You can force the C9 in there. At minimum, you force somebody to go and touch. Forcing the cage also in the castle outside on B, because what are you supposed to do if you're Ence? You don't want to just like ignore Donghak. This is a team fight. It's officially a team fight now. And so you're in a situation where half your team is committed to the cage in the team fight outside on B, but you still have to touch. You split your team members. A few members go touch, a few members stay, but you lose everywhere. And as you mentioned, you're going to gain a couple of meters, but you're not going to actually get a real C9 against Fnatic, because as soon as they clean up Pistola and the rest of the members on B, they come back, they defend the point, and you just don't have the numbers. But still a good amount of distance. Credit to Fnatic to be able to stop that after a disastrous A. They slowed things down on B and managed to actually defend C. It is still winnable, but how do you get past the Pistola Malga? When Fnatic come through on their opening attack, it might have to be Donghak just mirroring the Malga for now.
Let's see what they land on. But a bit of an inverse situation from Circuit Royale. Ence held near the finish line, stopped, not able to complete the map. A win condition set up here for Fnatic to try to hang on in this series.
I do think based on the time that Fnatic had, or rather that Ence had going into that C attack and the economy they had, they should have been able to finish. My issue here is that I think they misplayed their ultimate economy and kind of used some ults when they probably shouldn't have.
And we saw a double commit after, supports had already been taken down.
Yeah, exactly. So a little cleanup there would have allowed Ence to cap. However, they can still win this map. In fact, they're probably still favored to win this map given the matchup disparity. As Donghak probably going back over towards the Malga. You just can't really play the ball into this on A, so here we go.
Quick check, mirrored compositions. Minimal time used there. 340 as we start opening things up now on the push. Let's see what they can get done. Knife taking some early damage, will be sustained. Ziyaki surging towards that first Kitsune Rush as Maimon just having the tuck back.
Fnatic trying to buy some space here. Izuyaki getting a decent amount of ult charge, actually leading the way for the team so far.
And surging up now to 60%.
Ence taking so much damage.
Okay, Donghak falling low, but the turnaround is going to be there for Stola and Maimon both going to be eliminated. Massive advantage here for the side of Fnatic as they look for a very fast cap of their own.
That looked like Checkmate. That looked like a lot of stickies all at the same time because Checkmate's on 85 right now, Maimon's on 47, and a cap comes through not quite as fast as Ence's one, but for Fnatic, given their situation, it's pretty damn good. And now we have the solo swap over towards the Diva. We're back on B. High ground, low ground play is important. You also have a situation where you want to counter the Malga, and Donghak, this is permission for him to go back to the ball should he want to, and he probably should after this fight. Well, after the cage maybe, actually, even.
Pulse bomb at the ready here from Kevster. Kept honest for now. Just passive healing, back up to full.
By the way,
around the back, looking for a target, but Izuyaki not going to be the prime one there because, of course, that's Suzu going to be online.
Lee Jae-gon doesn't have ult yet. Sky and Rack Attack do.
A very good point. Lee Jae-gon still lingering behind at 67%, trying to build up towards that beat. For now, Ence pushing forward, taking some space, taking control of this cart. And also taking note as the knife's position. They know that the pulse bomb's used, and it's going to be a while until he has the next one, so the backline can breathe a little bit more easily.
Well, it's a super important disengage because you know you're down one ultimate here, so that's how you equalize that one ultimate disadvantage.
Okay, dupe for dupe going to be coming through. Maimon kind of having to use that one in a little bit of a desperate situation. Was at risk of being taken down. Donghak now trying to fight back here against this one. As Team Matrix is going to be exchanged on either side, just trying to keep everybody protected. Rack Attack drops in with a beat. Lijigon about to have his online. Ziyaki gets in a rush, expiring. The cart starting to get away from Ence, who have traded positions. Pistola opens things up. Checkmate going to be taken down.
Need the cage to be played here. This is the moment. Fnatic might only have 4, but you're still committed. You're still pushing. Cage, who does it catch?
I'm going to be jumped on Kevster. He gets caught up in it. Ends up getting taken down. Can't use that ultimate. Still the beat available here as well, but for now the cart stagnant, not able to push forward as there's the self-destruct. Pistola just trying to dance around that one, tucks it back around the corner, drops down with the mech, is able to get back through, and Maimon at the same time is able to find Izayaki, but now Sky's going to be taken out. So we get a trade out here on these Kittikos. Beat dropped, 3 members shielded up here from Lijigon, seeking target, but still Pistola forward, still being a pain in the rear.
Rack Attack on 1 HP, but survives. No, Knife gets him down. So possible advantage to come through here, but we get a swap immediately. Maimon still could get traded out, so Ence, they're still going to be down 1. 4 versus 3. Slightly better spawns for Fnatic, but as we push over towards the bridge, Ence should be able to fully regroup for one last contest. So a lot of time here for Fnatic to go over towards C if they can cap this now.
I mean, crucially right now, Ence, they're going to have that economic advantage when, as far as the ult are concerned. The Kitsune rush from Sky up at the BL9, but Kevs are going to be taken down. Checkmate, a crucial kill coming in here in their favor. Rack Attack annihilated. Knife with an elimination might have just managed to seal the deal here on this push into B. Checkmate traded out. Maimon able to find that kill. The Duke about to be online. Pistola going to be knocked out of the mech. Donghak swinging back through the castle. Duke comes in. Maimon trying to equalize here. Picks up that Mauga. Gets the touch in time. Pulse bomb going to be sent out, but elimination not going to be found. Cage fight comes up. Suzu used here to try to just spare some of this damage coming in, but Izayaki somehow stays alive for quite some time, but eventually Maimon is able to find the elimination.
Brad
out of the mech. The beat comes through. Right on the rejoin, managing the shield up for Lijigon going to be taken down. Donghak eliminated as Checkmate goes off the side, and the hold is there. 0.35 meters left to go, but still 2 minutes and 20 seconds for Fnatic.
That's a giant clutch from Maimon. I think Maimon might have been the most important play here for Ence the entire way through. This Echo has been absolutely dynamite. He stays alive, gets a crucial copy, finds a cage in a situation where Fnatic probably should have capped, allowing Rack Attack to come back with a beat, and then Maimon just... He does what Ence need him to do in a situation that was so dire.
He clutched up, but now ult swinging back here into the favor of Fnatic. Kitsune Rush going to be coming through the cage fight as well. Going to be dropped down. Pistola knocked out of the mech immediately. Self-destruct used, seeking target, but only going to be claiming the cage. He gets back into the mech safely, but he's immediately losing quite a bit of HP as Sky does fall. Pistola will be broken out of this one. As Ence just desperately try to delay as much as they possibly can, get rid of some of this time, but ultimately the cap is getting ready to come through. As that's the cleanup, that's the extended team kill, and it's 3 minutes that Ence need to buy if they want to end the series right here, right now.
You see the desperation there as well. Checkmate even ulting when it looked like Fnatic probably had won the fight. This time, it's not really the same capability to clutch from Ence because they don't have the same ultimate. So that's one Duke gone. As Visola's going to go back over towards Amalga. So yeah, losing a bit of confidence on the Diva on the Ence side as well. The ultimate's about to come online for Ence. And as you mentioned, Kevster on the Genji. But it's a fresh Genji.
That blade gonna be a world away. Sticky Bombs finding minimal connection there as Lijigon pulls the trigger on this beat. They want to try to end things right here, right now. In response to that, Kitsune Rush and Sky will be the first one taken down.
I'm on the cage.
I'm on again. Yep, cage online. Drops that one through. Donghak gonna be gunned down, as will the supports and Checkmate. Cart inches forward a little bit there, more by the side of Knife, but team kill is gonna be found. 2 minutes and 12 seconds remaining here for Ence on the defense.
Yeah, I mean, so much damage that Maimon just had a copy not that long ago, and 2 fights later, one more copy, crucially, once again, onto the Malga, and he finds another cage. If it wasn't for that, I think Fnatic, once again, win that fight, are in a much better situation. Knife now going over towards the Venture for the final cap, the final few pushes with less than 2 minutes remaining.
Blade not that far off. Pistola eating quite a bit of damage there. Rotates back around.
And even it's Izayaki Kitsune Rush. That's what's going to come online.
They have the beat. And Kevster will have the blade, so could just be that combo to try to really counteract this. As it's going to be the beat first and foremost. Izayaki now using the ult in response. Blade is pulled by Kevster, protected for the moment, but kept at arm's length. The boot back from Lijigon, doing wonders for them, and he just cannot find a target. He's got to resheath that Pistola. Going low, taken down. Knife finds the kill. Rack Attack eliminated the beam from Checkmate, sealing the deal. Drill dash forward, just keeping them pushed back. Kevster will follow the card again, pushing up 0.36 meters, and this time there is no bailout, there is no rescue. Fnatic sparing the blushes from the start of that defense. They manage to make it to the end, and they keep this series going.
4-1 scoreline denied here. Or is it going to go further into the series? A map 6 on board. And what a tight one that was.
Ence nearly cleaned it up, but it's important for the confidence of Fnatic to realize, okay, we can win these brawl matchups. The Malga on Dongak, it's good enough. Maimone nearly won that one for Ence. It was so close. The Echo was so clean. And the most important thing I saw there was actually the fact that Vistola eventually has to swap away from the D.Va. D.Va, one of the natural counters to Malga. Ence is like, this is not working for us anymore. And unfortunately, I'll have to be the one to say this. Maimone, he played well, but Kevster, a little quiet that series. Kept in check for the most part. He had a couple of good moments here or there, but the Genji swap, not very inspirational. Knife, though, the Venture swap, now that put a lid onto Kevster.
No, very much did. Just able to shove that Genji back, keep him contained, stop him from doing what Genji wants to do. Fnatic digging deep and persevering.
By the way,
they keep this series going.
It has to be mentioned before we go to desk here that the entire map pool is now open once again. And Ence have full pick priority across the board. Now, the only bad thing here is that we're deep into the series and most of the critical bans are gone. You want to target most of the good heroes out from these plays, it's going to be very difficult to do. However, map choice, super important. You can go absolutely anywhere in this map pool that you want to, and that includes situations where you can look at the Sigma again, you can look at a D.Va matchup, you can look at Shambali Monastery, which Ence has played for the majority of this tournament, that they still have open.
Well, we'll see what they elect to go to, but we're not done yet, so we will go ahead and pass it back down to the analysts to break down all of the insanity from Mike and Bolt.
Where we have Karn fist pumping with joy. Fnatic's still alive, and he desperately needs them in the top 8 to earn points for the club championship. On the other side, Ence, as Avril said, are kind of in the driver's seat. McGravy explained the situation. We've played 5 maps. We've played every game mode. It's not very often we see more maps thrown into the series in a best of 7.
Yeah, I think starting from Fnatic's side, you get a small breath of relief for continuing the series, but as Avril was saying, Ence has all the control here. They have all the maps. They can pick anything. What do you think, Jake?
You know, their only downside is that some of their very strongest looks, like let's say on a Circle Royale with Kai and Vistola, those are out of the pool. So you can play any map type.
Let's pause that real quick as we have to revisit this game. I'm sorry, Jake. We'll talk future. But right now, what did you see on Eichenwald?
I mean, in the end, the strengths from Fnatic are serious. They are formidable. In the Malga mirror, I feel Fnatic has a slight edge. The dive mirror, when it's the ball into the D.Va, that does look a little bit better for Fnatic. So I think there is a way forward. The challenge for Fnatic is going to be navigating some of these Sigma poke styles, because when they are in this overwhelming aggression, I feel like this puts a ton of pressure on support players in particular. And for me, that is Fnatic's edge.
When you saw Venture coming out, you said, oh, this is what Fnatic needed. They need to put that pressure on Rack Attack. How often can I pull this hero out, McGravy? And is that potentially a ban hero for Ence moving forward?
Yeah, I think they can pull it out more than they already have. I think they kind of rely on it in these kind of close quarter situations, but I think it's something that's a little more applicable even in open scenarios. Yeah, it puts a lot of pressure on Rack. We saw it before on Leafy Tower. He did Ajax, and that was almost directly from the Venture.
Lots of pressure on the fill-in support. He's done a great job up to this point, and Ence is just one map away. So, Jake, now take it away. Ence is in the driver's seat, but missing their best maps?
I do think some of the most obvious dominant choices are out of the pool. So you might have map pick and you can decide what's your most comfortable mode, but some of these super decisive, controlling not only your hero band, but also setting us up with that really great map for Ence, some of those are already gone. So there is the Shambali Monastery. You could go for that poke style there, but I think there are viable counters available for Fnatic. So really, time to dig deep if you are Crimzo. You really want to lock this up here, hit Fnatic with your strongest punch. The worry is, if Fnatic survives this map, if they force a Game 7, Ence, what do you have left? So really, if you're Crimzo, you've got to close it out right now. A Game 7 would really put a lot of wind in Fnatic's sails.
Control is basically a death match. Will we see them just go toe-to-toe, or do you think this is going to be a more strategic pick?
I think normally they would avoid Control, but I think Busan is an interesting case because the maps are so dynamic and they're so different. I think Busan Sanctuary is very open. You could play that Sigma style, but on the other side, Fnatic could also play the ball, so you're scared of that. So I think Busan is something to think about, but I do think generally they would kind of lean towards maybe like an escort pick. That's kind of generally where I think their strengths lie.
How about New Queen Street, Jake?
Another great ball map, though, and honestly, the way this series has gone, I think you got to put some respect on Donghak's ball. It's been banned out once. It is protected, at least for the side of Fnatic. For the rest of the series, I don't think you want to go anywhere near Donghak's ball. I mean, he is tearing it up. I think the matchup, Vistola's D.Va, Donghak's ball, it's been going towards the ball. So for me, maybe the Shambali, maybe you bring Mirror back out, try to close out the series the way you got that early lead on Circuit Royale.
Our comp ops are super fans of Overwatch. We're going to be here till at least 2 a.m., probably 5 a.m. if these series continue to play this tight. So let's talk about what's going to happen here in this next map. If you're Ence, if you're trying to get some sleep before the round of 8, we're closing it out. It's not just Kevster. Do you put Maimon back on the Echo? Is he back in the lineup, or are you going to be switching up your DPS again?
I think you want to stay with Maimon. He's been a real boon on the Echo. And also, I was thinking about it. I think Ilios is also something in particular because you haven't seen Donghak play the Winston. For whatever reason, that's just been something they've kind of shied away from this entire tournament. So maybe you take it to Ilios and say, hey, we're playing D.Va, invite them to play Winston, and see if they're ready to take that matchup.
Jake, we mentioned it during the other game. Is Zarya potentially going to come out against the D.Va from Vistola?
We could see it, but I don't think Vistola would be as scared to take the Mirror, and I think Vistola does have other options. I am a little worried now as I look at this for Ence. I don't know that there's a super obvious pick. I like the Hollywood shoutout. I think that's a place where Sigma first point defense could sometimes hit big full holds, and I think D.Va is really at her best on that map compared to a Wrecking Ball is not nearly as dominant. Might be your best shot, but this is a challenge, right? We're deep in the scrim pool. How much have Ence really played against teams running Wrecking Ball? You don't see it very much in NA. Donghak's one of the best in the world. You probably rarely practiced against someone of that caliber. You know, Ence, they were boot camping in Europe. They weren't practicing against some of these Korean teams, so there's a bit more unknowns here. The question is for Crimzo, do you stick with what's your biggest confidence where your scrims have been the best, or do you try to take Fnatic out of their comfort zone and force something totally different?
Here's a look at our stage as the coaches just locked in their picks and bans. Fate on the right for Fnatic is the key decision maker for his squad. But as you mentioned, it's Ence who has the opportunity to draw the map, pick the first hero banned, and we've banned a lot of good ones so far, McGravy. If you are on the other side for Ence, who are you trying to target on this Fnatic squad? Who do you shut down with a hero ban?
I feel like the core of this team is really Donghak and his playstyle, but there's not a lot of bans left. They've already done the Wrecking Ball. I'm not sure if they've done the Doomfist, but I'm not sure there's a lot of Doomfist maps left in general. And if you do ban the Doomfist, he's just going to go Wrecking Ball anyways. So it's really hard to say. Maybe you target like the backline from Fnatic. You maybe deny the Brig or the Ana and make them play that fast style, and hopefully you beat them on that.
If I'm the coach of Ence right now, I'm going to all 5 of my players and I'm saying, give me one more map and I will give you $20,000 more. You are guaranteed $40K if you break into the top 8, and that's what's on the table for Ence. For Fnatic, I think you're playing for more than money. You're playing for some pride right now. You're playing for the $20 million in the club championship, Jake.
Yeah, I think the ownership of Fnatic really is desperate for this team to succeed. I think the Overwatch tournament is a massive opportunity for Fnatic to score some points. And although they started off the tournament a little bit rocky, they've been finding a comeback here. Can the comeback be enough to swim them back into the series? That is a tall order, right? This is Ence's biggest chance to punch back hard, take it to their comfort zone with potentially the first ban.
We're in the stage, so it's time to see what heroes are going to be banned and where does Ence want to play. Kevster, stellar performance throughout this match. He's definitely one of our MVP nominees. And Jake, do you pick a map to allow your DPS to just simply frag out? Looks like we're going Midtown, staying some flat.
Got to see the hero bans to really tell us more. I think this is a map where all 3 main styles of Overwatch are viable. You can rush, you can poke, you can dive. So let's see what Ence has cooked up in the bans here. See what they've chosen to shape this map on Midtown. And it's the Ana, as you said, McGravy, targeting the backline. The Ana Brig looked fantastic for Fnatic, so I love this ban.
Yeah, what I really think you're looking for in Midtown is I do feel like Vestilla might lean towards the Sigma on this map. I think Ana, essentially in this tournament, is pretty much a pseudo Winston ban. They don't want to get ran over by that Nano Primal. That's a super lethal combo against the Sigma comp.
On the other side, it's Fnatic's turn.
Sigma's already been banned. Can't use it.
Where are we going? Farah will not be in the game. Jake, this one catch you off guard? Are they just running out of heroes to ban?
Yeah, I mean, you would have loved to, I think, ban the Sigma here. I think it would have been great, but you already used that on Circuit Royale.
Yep.
That card has been expended. The Farah ban, I think, sure, it's nice, but DPS bans against this Ence squad, I don't think they're the most effective, but like you guys said, you know, they're running out of options. So the Farah ban, I guess it does protect a little bit of, you know, some of these pokey styles where Farah can rain down death from above. But we will see Kai coming into the lineup, so...
Snipey McSnipes?
Yeah, I mean, this is a great map for hit scan. Kai has performed fantastically when he comes in on Midtown before. He could be just the person that Ence need to close the series out.
Out of the 3 hit scans, what's Kai's best?
His best is probably the Widowmaker. It's what he's known for the most. I played with him. He was probably arguably a top 2 Widowmaker. But I think probably on this map, he's going to start on the Ashe. But I do think on that second point, and especially that third point, there is a potential to see the Widowmaker.
Mirror's back in. Does that mean Ilari is going to be in the game?
Almost certainly, and I think with the Ana ban, I like what Ence have set themselves up for. I think it's going to be really tough for Fnatic to hit a fast dive style without that Ana to nano in the aggressors. I think Mirror is going to have a big opportunity to close the series out alongside Kai.
It's 3-2. Fnatic needs this to force a Game 7, but it's all Ence's pick. The map is loaded. Let's send it up to Achilleos and Avril.
Is this the end of this series? Can Ence finally bring this to a conclusion, or will Fnatic give us a 7-map banger here in the set to try to keep their life alive? We're gonna see. So we go ahead and jump into Midtown.
Ence have the capability to play the Sigma here. That is something that Fnatic cannot do without attack, and they should not be putting attack in the roster at all. I said at the beginning of the series, it needs to be Doliak the entire way through. The entire way through, we'll see him now. The question will be, how do Fnatic respond to all of this? Now, I believe that Fnatic have a secret weapon in here that Ence are not going to be prepared for. They have forgotten the fact that Doliak can, in fact, play the Rhine. You're not going to see it on the defense, at least not yet. So, if you want to play double flex support with that Sigma, it is critically, potentially quite weak to that Rhine. I know Fnatic is not SSG, but Doliak knows how to play this hero. Checkmate is a fantastic Mei. You have the capability with Fnatic on their own attacking side. It's going to run over Ence, but for now, it's Ence attacking first. Dong going to start out onto the Malga. Pretty neutral pick. Pistola, though, has a pretty good matchup into this.
Knife just sat here, though. As he strikes, let's go ahead. Listen to the comms on the side of Ence.
Get one. Get one. Get in one. Okay, I'll go Diva, I think. Go Diva.
Oh.
Okay, just scout the DPS, okay? Yeah, Tracer's gotta hide every time.
Can you go Tracer?
No, it's nice.
I
go Sven. Or clear top left. I think Tracer's gonna hide bottom left a bit. Something. Maybe behind. Tracer, my ping. Okay. Go. Where? Cherry.
Lose one. Blue one.
Okay. Come on.
Rama.
No pin, let's take space. Blue left. On three. Go miss well. They're very top. Genji buff. Low. Maga one. Yeah, train. Get me. Low on. Carry on. I have no mech. Need to get to point. They're gonna retake. Get left side. I want to kill Genji.
Yeah, walk on Genji together.
Yeah, I'm touching point. Look, I'm gonna bait them all. Kite to Mega. They're touching on monkey.
Monkey vest.
Level copy. Kite to Mega.
They have Kiri ult.
Take angle, Bear.
Yeah, top right.
I'm going to Mega. We're starting point. They're gonna touch for sure. Left side.
Yeah, I'm playing top. Right side.
On me. One kill left. Kill me. Turn away. Left copy soon. Yeah, I'm touching point.
Low, right side.
Come on. I'm pushing this side. Good. Gap point. Get one.
Carry me. Yeah, carry you.
I'm late.
Okay, they didn't use anything. They stopped the match. Hey, Good Listen.
Well, solid recovery there from the side of Ence. Things getting a little bit dicey at the beginning, but Kai with some very big kills. Steps back through, plays the Ashe, and looks incredible.
And an important swap over from Pistola into the Diva as well to counter the Malga, and Doliak doesn't want to have a bar of that. Bit of a pause coming on through from the Fnatic side, and a lot to think about here as we are now into a bit of a dive matchup. This actually is really good in terms of composition for Fnatic. They would prefer to be in the dive. They don't really want to have to play the Malga. If they don't have to, they know Vistol is just going to go for the counter. And in this situation, you have Lucio carry because Ana is banned. There's not going to be Brig Ana, although to be honest with you, I think this Fnatic squad has performed plentiful well despite the Ana being gone. You don't need the Brig Ana here, although it would be nice. Blade's about to be online here as well. There's a lot coming online for the side of Fnatic as we figure out what the technical issues are. Now, there's a bit of a scare. We're hoping a player doesn't end up disconnecting because if they reconnect, they'd probably end up losing their ult.
Very true. We're gonna hope that that's not the case. Don't believe that it is. But hopefully something that we can get taken care of fairly quickly. We've had a couple hiccups throughout the weekend, but widely. There you go. I was gonna say they have been dealt with fast, so we're right back into this one. Push now beginning for the side of Ence. 4 minutes, 10 seconds here in the time bank is Knife. Gonna be swooping around the back side. Pulse bomb at the ready. Just decides to clear out the pylon. Just get tagged down, but Kai, he's able to find Izayaki in the meantime.
Suzu clears the captive Sun, but unfortunately it's not going to clear Kai from taking you down. That's going to be one off the table for Fnatic. At least it's a Kiriko that can TP back into play, but you need to get these ultimates online because Ence, they're pushing forward. Fnatic, okay, they have the ultimates, but time to execute here as Knife still looking for the flank. He's been spotted.
How do you try to close this gap? It's going to be hopping up. Oh my God! What a predictive pulse bomb, and he's able to confirm the kill on the backhand. That was absolutely nasty from Knife.
Yeah, screw the lamp there. The Immortality Field doesn't matter. You still get taken down at one. I'm still going to kill you, Knife. Just going to turn it in as he shoves it straight down. But what a disgustingly good pulse.
That was nasty. And yeah, he will lose his life here. Mirror with a solid punish to try to open things back up for the push. But we couldn't see just that long linger come to fruition.
It's one of those situations where if he missed, we'd be like, why did he do that? That was pretty bad. But because he hit, incredible stuff. So, Ence, what do we have to play through here? High ground control, barely obtained. Jigon being pushed up ever so slightly. Remember, huge diving tools coming on in. Beat Blade.
Blade to be pulled out, and Kai to first the fall. The bomb did get invested. Meanwhile, Immortality Field sat here, and it will be the bomb actually taking down Checkmate out of range. Didn't quite see exactly where the bomb had ended up. Either way, he does find that elimination. The Cavs are now finding Izayaki, and Lee Jigon taken down by Vistola, who does have something to start to get himself back into the back. A little bit of peel going to be necessary here for Sky, but none to be found as Donghak will be able to juggle him into the corner. But in the meantime, the cart continues to push forward, get closer and closer to that B checkpoint.
Sky counting his lucky stars there. That he had a Guardian Angel called Bob looking over his shoulder. Still not going to protect him from the Primal Rage. The fact that Donghak has to Primal Rage here is going to be a little bit costly. And you're in a sort of situation now where momentum has all but slowed down on B. Plus, you're in a dive mirror, but you don't have a real main support. You're on a Diva double flex with a Tracer, with an Ashe. So it's still kind of pokey. It's mostly a poke composition with a Tracer. But Fnatic are finding this. They love playing the Winston to this.
Sinner Rush about to be online. Another captive stun attempt here from Mirror and 25%. As for now, Knife trying to do similar scenes, trying to recreate that success from earlier on, but has to wait out, get that recall back up, and Kevster coming forward, trying to get the punish here. Knows that he doesn't have that recall. In the meantime, Mirror going to be taken down. Pulse bomb sent, and there's the kill. Kevster getting the elimination, but Sky, Kai, all dead. Well, Kevster's busy trying to deal with Knife. He says, yeah, well, my team is having their way with yours, so it doesn't matter.
And the stagger now. Paul Vistola. We'll keep him alive for a little while here, as it's an inconsequential kill onto Izayaki, who will TP back in. Ence, this is the risk of bringing Mirror in for a map like Midtown. Now, they ran Mirror on Midtown previously yesterday versus Zeta, but that was versus Burnout. You know it's going to be a Sigma Mirror. They lost their Sigma Mirror, by the way, but when you go up against Fnatic, Don can switch it up for you. He's going to go the Winston. Now you are stuck on this double flex versus the Winston. Here comes the Captive Stun.
Waiting for it.
Nearly deflect. Oh, check
looking
the
for
deflect.
And Lee Jigon going to be taken out. First kill, only one found thus far. Kevster hunting for more. Receives that recall. Cart once again being brought forward. 42 seconds remaining here for the side of Ence.
Check's in trouble.
Needs to tuck back, and looks like for now will be left to his own devices, so not going to be punished quite just yet, but can he rejoin with the team? The answer is going to be yes. Comes back through, sound barrier immediately differently. Jengron gets the shielding out onto 5. Kai, Mirror, both going to be taken down to Vistola. Likely to lose the mech. 25 seconds remaining.
Stagger.
And yeah, they're just going to stagger him. Brutality found.
Sky check time doesn't matter.
Yeah, can only get one, that's it.
Leave the solo right. Let him run back to spawn. Like, I mean, actually, no, he's going to get mech back. Oh, that is so bad. Oh, he tried to remake and he dies. There's no time. There's no time. Vistola's not going to spawn. And Kevster has to touch. I don't think Ence are going to cap this. Kevster has to touch right now.
Trying to work his way over onto the cart. I just don't think they can get there. No, they cannot. The cart now resting just in front of point B.
This, right at the end, Mirror even goes brig. Ence know that this is a incredibly bad situation. They have gambled on a Sigma double flex, but guess what? What happens now that we're in a dive matchup? Mirror is stuck in. Can't bring Rack Attack in. Maybe you should have kept Rack Attack. Mirror is basically only playing the Illari here, and the Illari, unfortunately, is not doing diddly squat in this matchup. What you need isn't a Lucio. What you need is possibly even a Brig. Mirror can't play Lucio. He has to go Brig, but I don't know if he's actually practiced on the Brig. And now you're stuck in a situation where, as I said earlier, how do you defend this now? You're Vistola. Do you go Sigma? Do you rely on the Sigma double flex Mirror? Look at this. What does he lock in? This will tell you everything. Still, the Illari, it's his best here in this matchup, but look over at Dong. I said this at the beginning. The secret weapon is here. The Rhine is always an option, which is why Vistola cannot just play Sigma off rip. It has to be the D.Va double flex. But if Dong sees this, he's like, great, playing Winston again. Maybe the Doom's even an option. If you play Sigma, I go Rhine. If you play D.Va, I go Dive. If I go Dive, Mirror stuck on this Illari. Fnatic have a very strong chance of taking this to 7.
The stage is set for them. Ready to take the final bout. And maybe into
they're expecting
a final map.
The Sig. This is why they go on the Rhine first. They expect the Sig. Once they scout the D.Va, they're going to go back.
Pushing forward, about to get the bad news in that regard, but no, they're actually just going to play this one out. The TP forward. Scouting be damned. They're just going to try to ham fist this one through.
It's actually maybe okay for Ence in this situation. They still have to find angles. I mean, yeah, you can poke away, but once the TPs are on you, what do? Reasonable wall.
We're looking for the wall up here on Amir. He does get stopped. The Mortality Field coming through in response. Izayaki going to be taken down by Sky. Traded out. Checkmate, however, falling means that it's a trade up here for Ence, and it's a successful first volley on this defense. Kai unable to be punished, and Donghak now, well, basically just going to be staggered a little bit more. I'm curious to see what the swaps now look like.
I don't think they should stay on this, but they've already kind of half committed. They should play to their strengths. The Rhine is here to counter the Sig. It's not here to play up against the D.Va. Because they didn't scout, they fully committed, and now because they've like halfway towards ultimates, they're going to stay on this still. Vistola now on the ramp. This is preferable. Ence's matchup just improved.
Here dropping down, playing here into the back. At risk of getting jumped on, and he will. Donghak able to confirm the kill, and that's going to be a critical error now. One that could very well spiral out of control. Stole it on the ramp. It is a big battery, though, for that ramp up from Knife's damage, so it has to be cautious. Pulse Bomb going to be lobbed in. Immortality Field already there. Izayaki keeping them protected. Donghak falling low, but the heals streaming across. Vistola falling. The cap now at risk here. Izayaki will get cleaned up, but it's still such a one-sided affair on this fight. Fnatic in control, getting the cap.
There's no retake here at all. Vistola dies, and Ence will have to just play towards a B. The issue here is that you still need a Lucio. Ram double flex, this doesn't work. You're in a brawl matchup now. If you're in a dive matchup, the Illari doesn't work. If you're in a brawl matchup, the Illari doesn't work. This only works if you end up in a situation where you play a poke composition, but if you play poke composition, the Rhine runs you down. So Mirror, again, is just stuck on the Illari.
Trying to find value, trying to get that captive Sun to see if he can get any kind of impact here from it before ultimate's available for the side of Fnatic. Kai has the Bob, several on the way from the side of Ence, but they need them sooner rather than later. They need them right now.
You should just TP in. Don't give Ence any time. You have ultimate advantage. You give more time, Ence will find ultimate. So if Fnatic have read the situation correctly, they got to get aggressive.
Watch for that TP, Earth's Shatter coming through. Up over the top goes Donghak looking for the pin. Trying to get the catch here, but now he's overstepped the Bob again. Going to be doing wonders here. Able to go ahead and burn down Donghak. Checkmate dead on the approach, and that's quite a bit invested actually for the side of Fnatic. Both support ultimates now going to be gone.
Honestly, not the best execution. I mean, you have, unfortunately, Dong going so far deep trying to get that pin in that he misses the sound bat from Lee Jae-gon. You need this guy alive because even if things go poorly, the Rhine Shatter can save you. You did at least get the Bob out. You got the, kept the Sun out, which I don't think was going to be super useful there. Still have plenty to play through. I think Fnatic are still in an okay spot, but they just lose a lot of time.
I mean, still do have 3:20 remaining here in the time bank. Push forward, just trying to disregard His Matrix as much as possible. The Shatter coming through. Vistola going to be pinned, pushed up over into the wall, but the kill not going to be confirmed. Annihilation ticking away. Vistola able to find the kill, but will get punished in the end. Kevster, however, still fighting back. Finds Izayaki. Scott going to be traded. As Kai jumped on down to his sliver, somehow survives, grabs the Mega Pack. And the cart not moving.
And the problem here is Fnatic stayed on the Rhine for so long because they just had the Shadow available. They want to go over towards something like a Winston. Vistola instantly stopped. I think if you're Dong, you might just want to go back to spawn again. I mean, you just got out of spawn. This really should have gone so much better. I mean, if Fnatic executed better on the Rhine composition, this is why, like, they have the capability to play it, but they're not SSG. I think SSG would have executed that cleanly, perfectly, and maybe have capped B by now. Fnatic should have capped B based on their advantage, but they just completely misplayed.
Now an opportunity for Ence. Still to try to close this one. The cart stuck here at the top of the ramp. Now moving forward once more. Donghak has moved over onto the Malga. Dynamite trying to create some space here. It's going to be a rotate around through the subway up towards the high ground. Pulse bomb from Kevster at the ready though.
Very hard to blizzard. Very hard to blizzard here.
That wall raised up, looking for a pinch here, but the HP bars on the side of Fnatic are just getting absolutely wrecked. And Legion going to be taking down. The bomb continues to find value here from Kai. Kevster now cleaning up knife. Donghak dead, and that's the blizzard committed. Checkmate. He's going to have to swap.
This is really upsetting to see for Fnatic because they've had such great advantages and capability, but they're now behind tempo-wise from the momentum perspective. Ence have survived the brunt of all that Fnatic want to do. They've now forced a Malga matchup when this could have already been the map finished. If the Rhine just simply worked out, if the execution was good. Now Lee Jae-gon looking at the sound barrier. Ence, they might still be able to win this one. Where does the Captive Sun go?
Seeking target. It's going to be right there on top of Knife. Nearly finds the kill. Sound barrier shield from Lee Jae-gon coming through in desperation, trying to keep everybody alive. But Lee Jae-gon himself, the one to pull the trigger. He's going to be taken down. Checkmate gone. Donghak dead. And Ence now fully and utterly entrenched on the defense.
Yeah, Fnatic just can't engage at all. Vistola's doing such a good job alongside Kevster of just disrupting the rotations. And then Kai Muriska on the back lines, able to just get that poke in. And this is the unfortunate reality, right? This is where you start to turn that mirror disadvantage back into an advantage. How? Because you're in a Malga matchup, and the poke is just so good here, where the opposition is also on Malga. That is case in point.
Vistola just gets on top of him now, has the cage fight. Rotates in around the back here, alongside Donghak, drops it down, locks him in position, and there's just no escape. He does manage to find Kai, but Mirror starting to look a bit more like the Mirror that we had seen over on Circuit Royale. Cleans up the other four.
This could have gone so poorly for Ence, but they've turned this around now. They just have such great control, and Fnatic,
30 seconds.
Almost the second map slipping away from them. The 7 could have been here, but I don't think it will anymore. It's not looking likely. Kai has not died for so long. Ence have such great control here. Fnatic have no ability to engage this high ground. They barely have ultimates, and the time is basically gone. And they still have an OT push.
Pulse bomb stick, Knife trading 1 for 1. And Kevster getting the better of him. Cart needing to be touched. There it is. The tag in, the overtime, forced out. Pylon in the corner, the bomb, again, engaging. The cage fight drop from Donghak. As Kai tries to turn the this one. Cage fight in, Donghak has the trap here on Vistola, the immortality field coming through, and Kevster able to find Checkmate. He gets taken down. Kevster finding another Mirror. Gonna be eliminated as Knife rejoins the fight, but they are down so many players. As it was a solid hold in front of B, it seemed like they had everything scripted ready to take us into a 7th and final. But as Knife erupts from the ground, he will be put 6 feet back under. Ence bring this one to a conclusion. They allow Fnatic to get close, but not too close.
Fnatic had a really good run in this entire tournament, but just such close calls, a group stage that they barely scraped out of, an Ence matchup that I think they believe should have gone to 7, I believe could have gone to 7. Ence, a couple of really shaky moments there. I mean, let's be clear, they did not finish Midtown. They got held up, and the matchup was starting to swing momentum-wise, composition-wise, strategy-wise over towards the side of Fnatic, and that could have been a huge blunder from Crimzo in terms of substitutions. However, the failure to navigate this Rhine composition up ground with Symmetrus with a huge ultimate advantage into what would have only been a little bit of a push
further underground and then onto the actual ground itself to then finish the entire map and take us to 7. They just couldn't do it. They couldn't get the Reinhardt uphill. They couldn't do anything in that regard. They had to swap off, and that then gives the opportunity for Solar to go towards Amalga, force Amalga, and suddenly Mirror's thinking, now I can play the game again because our poker superior, Kai and Mirror, never touched for the back end of that entire map.
Well, let's call a spade a spade. If there were shaky moments for the side of Ence, there was earthquakes for Fnatic.
Yeah.
So many moments allowing this game, this series, to get away from them dangerously close. At the start of this one, this could have been them starting things off, 1-0 with that Lijiang tower. They managed to make it competitive, couldn't quite close it out. Then we see the moments from them over on Colosseo, from Circuit Royale, looking like they had it, looking like they were going to be able to win in that Ramatra fight. They have that map get away from them, and then they have every advantage. They have the hold in front of B on Midtown.
Yeah.
But they just cannot make it happen.
I just think it's, again, the same old story with this Fnatic squad, even back when they were Yeti, some lack of experience. They have a little bit more experience on board, but they had so many issues to solve this tournament. The fact that attack didn't work out for them. You have to play with Dying the entire time, and that's what you want, but it is limiting. Ence, on the other hand, they came in with a squad with a couple of new members because they couldn't bring their entire team, and you question some of the new members in here. Are they going to be up to scratch? They had some difficult moments, but Mirror proved himself on that Alari, on that flexible rack attack. He had a rough series, but you still really need someone with his prowess on the Lucio in this game to carry Ence forward. And the hope of Europe is still alive, as now this is a European squad in the top 8, eliminating a Korean team. It is not going to be a Korean top 4.
No, it is not. And for Fnatic, those championship points they so desperately want, not going to be accrued. The double up on that prize pool, not found. And for Ence, they will get to crush that key, denying them access from the Totem. What a performance here from Ence. They're going to be moving forward, getting themselves into the top 8 for tomorrow. But now we've got an interview on stage.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am here on Gidea Arena with Sky of Team Ence, and we've had such an intense match. You had everyone on the edge of their seats, but now you guys have made it to the top 8, winning an extra $20,000, so congrats to that. But also, I want to ask you about what happened in map 4, especially on Colosseo. You guys seem to be losing the game. Fnatic almost had it, but then that was one of the biggest C9s that we've seen throughout the whole tournament so far. What was going on through the team's comms at that moment?
I don't even remember seeing the C9, so I'm not sure. I just remember what's engraved in my brain is the previous fight when Vestola screaming on the top of his lungs to kill Diana. That's it. I don't remember the end counts, so.
That's all right, but you guys were able to win the map anyways, and here you are. But before we continue this interview, since you guys have won this match, that means Fnatic will have to hand over the key. So we have Knife here to hand over the key to you guys for it to be crushed later on. All right, before we crush this key, I have one more question for you. So since you guys have made it to top 8 now, there's a chance that you might play against Twisted Minds, which is your former team. And during the EMEA Overwatch Champion Series, you guys have played the grand final with you being on Twisted Minds' side against Ence, and you won that match. I know that you guys don't have a say on who you play against in the quarterfinals, but do you want that match to happen?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really exciting match. I think we want to play against Twisted, and it's going to be very fun because I have friends on that team, and yeah, it's going to be a good match.
Yeah, it's absolutely going to be a great match. Thank you very much for joining me on this interview. We'll get that key ceremony going, but for now, let's head back to the studio.
Stuff there from Fancy, and congratulations to Sky and Mirror. They don't get touched in the final game, the final round, as Ence seals the deal. We were worried, though, for a moment, McGravy, that we were going to see a Game 7 and Fnatic potentially stealing this win back.
Yeah, I think a lot of it came down to this series was just Ence had better safety picks. They really relied on Kite and Mirror with that double flex, and both times they pulled it out, they won it, and wasn't super convincing on both times, but clean wins nonetheless.
Let's take a look at some of the best moments from the final game before we dive deeper. Jake, walk me through the comps. They had so many hero swaps, but you were saying early in the game you preferred what Fnatic was bringing to the table. In fact, we're going all the way back to Lijiang, it looks like, where we saw the Wrecking Ball come out from Donghack.
Yeah, Donghak's Wrecking Ball was a force to be reckoned with, but on this first map, you know, Ence found the answer. I thought Fnatic was going to clean it up. I think they did have their chances, but starting off the series with a map win really got Ence going on the right foot, got them a lead in the series, and that really paid off early. Flashpoint also went Fnatic's way. They were able to get the win here, but when Ence brought it to Circuit Royale, this is really their comfort zone. Mirror and Kai on comfort picks. Really can't be counterpicked here, especially with the bans coming into play. So really well executed, a great selection by Ence to take it to this map. Even without Vistola Sigma, they still got it done here.
Talk to me a little bit about the tank matchup, because as you said, they were trying to remove his better heroes, but Vistola looked like he was shining from start to finish. On the other side, solid play from Donghak after Attack tried his best through the group stages. They decided Dong was going to be their main tank all the way through.
Yeah, I think the Dong, I think he did his absolute best. I think just the characters he does ended up playing, they're not exactly meta. So he did his absolute best with what he's been given, but Vistola's playing what's really strong right now, which is the D.Va and the Sigma, and he was absolutely dominant on both of those characters.
The highlight for me, though, was, of course, the Tracer play. You saw Kevster doing his thing, but Knife may have the pulse bomb of the week. Catching the Baptiste, he saw it coming minutes before it happened, Jake. Walk me through this one. Here it is.
I mean, you can watch a lot of Overwatch before you see something that marvelous. I mean, that really shows what Overwatch is all about. These incredible, ridiculous mechanical performances on heroes like Tracer. I mean, Kevster and Knife were just going blow for blow the whole series long. In the end, though, Ence, with the flexibility, with the roster subs, late in the game, they won the day. They've shown a few different powerful looks. That's been a calling card of all the best teams here at the Esports World Cup. They've had different looks, different options to go deep into a Game 7.
Can Vistola do it all? Is the Mauga good enough? Is the Sigma good enough? Is the D.Va good enough to take this team into the top 4?
I think they definitely have the D.Va and Sigma down pat. I do have questions about their Mauga. Fnatic, I think, was pretty evenly matched. It was pretty back and forth, and I think they leaned on the D.Va a lot. They didn't want to take the Mauga v Mauga. They felt like the D.Va was a better pick. I think that's a big testament to testing out the patch. I think a lot of people theorize that the D.Va Matrix, the new D.Va Matrix, would be able to out-sustain the Mauga E, but back and forth, it was really close, so it's hard to tell.
Great stuff from both sides of the stage, but after Fnatic rejoins the Overwatch League scene, we send them packing just a month later. We look forward to what they bring to the table, but right now, we have to celebrate our Sony MVP. He goes by the name of Kevster. He may be the greatest of all time, and he's still on the sticks here in Riyadh.
He might be racking up Sony MVPs, but I don't feel any guilt for that. This guy deserves it. He is constantly our match MVP. It's because he's unbannable, right? Whether you take him off the Tracer, he will show you something else. But man, I will say, when he is on the Tracer, he is a force to be reckoned with, dropping kill after kill, pulse after pulse. Even when things are dire and it feels like no one is able to help him, sometimes he just gets it done on his own. Here on Circuit Royale, he was constantly coming in and just shutting down the opposing Widowmaker, really opening up the map for his team. I was even criticizing people for attempting the jump shot, but of course, Kevster goes for it.
He hits it.
And gets it. Yeah,
Kevster's
okay.
different.
I'll eat my words on that one. Kevster, what a performer. Massive, massive kills. The Echo, I mean, this pick on Izayagi really secured the point for his team. So well done by Kevster, putting on a fantastic Sony MVP performance. But I mean, at this point, that's what you expect from the guy.
Yeah, he's going to keep playing that way, right, McGravy?
Yeah, I mean, you can talk about his in-game performance as well, but also he is just unflappable. He is cool. He is collected. No pressure is going to crack this guy ever. He's been there. He's done that. He's won big tournaments, and I think he's ready for another one.
Well, we say goodbye to Fnatic, and there's only one more thing to do. You take their beautiful key, you put it in the press, and it looks like Vistola is giving the honors, showing it to the camera, and throwing it down, Jake.
No, let's see it, man. This is really, I mean, the symbol of a team's right to compete here at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. Once it's crushed, you're no longer welcome on the big stage, but that's how a tournament goes. Only one can reign champion in the end.
Gaming Gladiators sent. Now we'll see Fnatic sent packing. 10 teams remain in our tournament as it comes down to the wire. But before we say goodbye to Fnatic completely, we're going to get a chance to talk with one of the players. And Jake, you've been in this situation. Your tournament's over. What's going through your head? How do you rebound?
you know, this is a challenging spot for a player, and I think it really speaks to their mental fortitude, their sustenance in these long tournaments, that you could take a loss. How quickly can you get back on the horse, come back into the fight, and really deliver another great standout tournament performance? I think there's a lot of exciting players on this Fnatic roster, and I think a lot of them have bright futures. This tournament didn't go exactly the way they hoped, but I do hope to see them back in the competition.
From the general manager of Fnatic, I'm going to throw the bag at this man. It's Knife with an interview on the floor. Take it away.
What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here, standing next to Knife from Fnatic. Unfortunate loss, but I think you guys did fantastic. You guys tried your best as well. So I just want to hear from you, Knife. You know, how was EWC for you? 자, 오늘 아쉽게 패배를 했지만은 그래도 열심히 하셨다고 저는 생각을 하고 어떻게 EWC 이번에 오버워치 월드컵 처음으로 이렇게 경기를 뛰셨는데 어떠셨는지?
제가 일단 이 국제전이 처음이고 저 메인 딜로 포지션 변경했는데 이것도 첫 대회고 많은 경험을 한 것 같아서 좋습니다.
This was definitely an experience because it was my first international competition, and also I did have to change my role to a main DPS position as well. A lot of new things, moving parts, so a lot of things that I've learned from this EWC 100%. Another thing, I mean, EWC is over for Fnatic, but what can we expect from Fnatic moving forward? 자, 이번에 e스포츠 월드컵은 아쉽게 끝이 났지만은 이제 Fnatic 팀에서 또 나이프 선수 개인적으로 좀 어떻게 앞으로 미래 좀 어떤 계획이신지?
일단 무조건 OWCS2 우승이고요. OWCS2 무조건 우승이고요. 일단 제 개인적인 폼도 더 올려서 무조건 우승하도록 할 수 있게 했습니다.
I am confident that OWCS, we're going to be winning it all for OWCS 100%. And I am definitely going to try my best and try harder, practice a lot more to become a better player as well. All right, Knife, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much. Sending it back to the desk.
We have such a star-studded talent lineup. Danny killing it there on the translations as well as the interviews. And of course, Jake, your time is up here on my stage, but you're not done on the show. Where are you going next?
I'm going to be casting our next match, which I'm super excited for. Team Falcons coming up next, taking on M80. That's going to be a tough one for an M80 squad that's been scrappy, but this is a Falcons that the bear has been poked. OALGD shut down Team Falcons. Falcons did not anticipate being in the round of 12. They thought they would be smooth sailing to the round of 8. So time to see what Krusty and Junkbook have cooked up to get this team back on track.
You got to finish in the top 8 if you want to earn those club championship points. Falcons look to do exactly that when we return.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Hello, we are Fnatic from South Korea. Let's go fishing.
Okay, let's go.
근데 이거 어떻게 하는 거지? 그냥 이렇게 뽑는 건가?
안 뽑아줘.
이렇게 뽑는 건가?
일부러 안 물리네.
그냥 이빨이 걸리는데 그냥 이건?
오케이.
그냥 뽑으면 되네. 그냥
오케이. Open your mouth.
왜 안 되지?
입질이 하나. 왔다.
하실 거잖아. 오케이.
I'm winner, maybe.
우선 몇 개냐?
1, 2,
둘, 셋, 넷, 다섯, 여덟, 아홉, 열하나. 넌 몇 개야?
7, 8, 9, 10. Oh no.
나 11개.
GG.
오케이. GG.
Support Fnatic. Please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fnatic number 1.
Fnatic number 1.
Day 3 of Overwatch 2 here at the Esports World Cup continues. We're done with the group stages and we are halfway through our round of 12. We've already sent 2 teams packing, but 2 more are about to take the stage. Fielder and crew ready to earn a dub for the Falcons and put this team back in the points running for the club championship. They're currently in the #1 spot, ZP, and they could continue to climb up that leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons is a team where I don't think they're going to be messing around. No crazy substitutions from here on out. I expect them to be fully locked in as they go in here today. However, you think about this first matchup and, their opposition, they might be a little bit scared.
There is a look at M80, Ultraviolet leading the way. McGravy, what I love about this squad is, yes, they are pro players, but you have Kaluge and you have Ultraviolet also playing for their collegiate team. They're scholarship players playing at Winthrop down in South Carolina. What's different, though, playing on the world stage here at the Esports World Cup?
Well, I think the stakes are just a little bit higher, Bucket. Just a tiny bit, just a smidgen. Yeah, these guys are a lot of fun havers. They have a good time no matter what, win or lose. They're up there to have a good time.
They were ready to celebrate last night as they're already guaranteed 20 grand. They are playing for 40K, guaranteed in the top 8. ZP, break down this matchup for me. What are you excited about coming in? Let's keep it top level.
Top level, I'm excited about seeing. I want to see if M80 can complete the redemption story right now, in the sense that they started out pretty rough. A lot of people, including myself, didn't even think that they would be here today, but they were able to clutch it out versus Bleed. They seem to have found a style that's starting to work for them now, and that might be all you need, even though the course might be rough.
M80 versus Falcons. It's time to get your stcplay.gg predictions in. McGravy, will we see 80% for Falcons? Higher?
Might be a little bit higher than that.
Might be a little bit higher.
I think it's justified. Like I said, we have some fun havers on the other side, and Falcons, like Jake said, the bear has been poked. They're here. LGD, LGD, upset them a little bit, and I think they're angry, and I think they're here to maul them.
Falcons had the #1 spot locked up. They were 2-0 before falling to LGD. They lost that #1 spot to Twisted Minds, who is going to be in the round of 8. And we saw Surmajed come in for a little bit. Not a ton of Smurf yesterday. But ZP, if you're looking for your 5 strongest players, who are you fielding for the Falcons?
I mean, for Falcons, you are not going to be swapping in Majed a whole lot. You're keeping Fielder in there. And when it comes to tank, I mean, look, you're keeping Hanbin in there. I think Smurf is a more situational type of pick where maybe if you really want to run a Doom, but I think overall, you try and play maps where you don't even have to go to that. You keep your main 5 that you'd expect.
I asked Sir Majed who to watch from this team. He said, oh, it's just Proper. Obviously Proper. He's going to be the guy. On the other side, we've got M80. They're the underdogs in this one. Kaluj, known for his talent, but not necessarily his time in game currently. He's split between studies and things outside of the game. He's back on the stage, though, tonight. Who is he going to be looking forward to help carry him to a victory tonight, McGravy?
I think he's absolutely looking towards Tree. This is the American prodigy. He's been waiting in the wings. He's been known since he was 14, just Wadley biding his time. And finally, OWCS gave this kid a platform, and he is insane. He is another one of those hyper flexies. He's one of those Kevsters, and he's hoping to claim his spot as North America's flex EPS.
Is he going to be playing hit scan, or is that Spectra's job?
He will be playing the hit scan for this team, but that's kind of just... It's kind of like a Proper situation where he can play the flex DPS, but he's also really good at the hit scan as well.
CP, who's got the better damage dealers? How do these two teams compare in each of the 3 categories?
Oh, man, between the two, it is really, really hard to say anything right now against Falcons. I think Falcons kind of has them beat in every respect, but the comfort zone that you have right now for M80 is that they really like running a lot of D.Va. Kaluj on D.Va, that is his safe spot that I think he can give any tank a run for his money there. And also, oh, dear
Our
God.
graphics might be drunk. I don't know what's happening here. 95% are going M80. The American fans have woken up. They're cheering on their squad, and we are just a few moments away. So real quick, how many games are we going in this best of 7?
I think we're going to 4.
Going to 4.
I think we're going to 4.
I think we're at least going to 5. Let's find out. If we can get it started, it's Lijiang Tower to open things up. We know control is map number 1. McGravy, any final thoughts before we send it to the stage?
If M80 wants to win, they really have to rely on their strengths here. They have the Kaluj on the D.Va and the Sigma, 2 of his featured heroes, especially the Sigma. Tree on the hit scan, Spectra playing the Tracer. They really need to rely on their strengths if they want any chance.
10 seconds to go. Match number 3 in the round of 12. Who's powering in to your final 8? It's time to find out. Let's send it over to the Qiddiya Arena.
Welcome back, everyone, to Qiddiya Arena as we head over to our next match. Ence have prevailed once again, and Fnatic's key have been crushed. Only 2 more keys to go.
Absolutely. In our next game, might seem one-sided on paper, but paper and theory does not matter at all when you're on stage, especially with spirits and energy running so high.
$20,000 on the line and so many points toward the Esports World Cup Club Championship. So the next match is going to be an important one. And we are ready to welcome the first team on stage. It is Team Falcons! The crowd have rallied once again for the squad. They are a favorite to win the whole thing. But the tiebreaker rules have pushed them into top 12. Will they make their hometown fans proud, or will they prevail in this match?
And their opponents. Please welcome to the stage, M80! That's a different kind of welcome for one of the 2 last remaining North American teams here at EWC. They huffed and puffed as hard as they could in Group C and made it here, despite the rocky seas of recent roster mania. They face a Korean giant on home soil. Can they make the impossible happen? Gentlemen, please place your key and take your seats. Fancy, the crowd once more has rallied.
Absolutely, and they are ready to witness this match. It's going to be an exciting one. One more time for Team Falcons!
One more time for their opponents, M80! It's a tough crowd out there, but we got a game on our hands. Let's get this show on the road.
Falcons fans filling up the Qiddiya Arena, and it's time to find out which heroes are going to be banned first. There's 40 to choose from, 3 different categories. We got damage dealers, tanks, and healers. You can't ban 2 in the same category, but first, we have to announce it officially, ZP. We're going to Lijiang Tower. What's best on this map?
Well, for Lijiang Tower, if you look at M80, they want to put Kaluja on Diva. I mean, they kind of want to put Kaluja on Diva on every map, but especially here on Lijiang, that's not absolutely going to be the #1 tank Kaluja will be comfortable on. So you have to wonder, will that Diva ban be coming out early?
Yeah, the fun haver, you got to really maybe potentially target him early. We'll learn a lot just looking at this. And Falcons goes with the Baptiste, which I think is kind of saying, hey, we don't want you to brawl. We want to take skill matchups because we're better than you.
Getting rid of Bap early on in the series, that is the choice from Falcons. On the other side, M80 trying to make an impact. Who can they slow down? Can you slow down proper? Symmetra has you confused, McGravy. What's going on here?
It's just not a DPS I would expect to see from Team Falcons. They are capable of playing it, but I think Falcons' approach to this series is that we're better than you. What do you think, CP?
I think it's just one of those things where Symmetra will get played on control even by teams that don't usually play a lot of Sim. And given that M80 has shown a really, really big draw to playing Ashe as much as possible, they just want, hey, give us as much space as possible. We want to deal with teleporters, keep it simple.
Yeah, no shields as well.
Yeah.
We've got the match ready to rock. The game is loading up. We're heading to one of the greatest control maps in Overwatch history, one of the mainstays of the Overwatch League, and you can see the players. They're ready to jump out of spawn. M80 taking on Falcons for a spot in our final 8, and the game starts now. Let's send it upstairs to our casters.
Thank you very much, Puckett. Yes, map number 1, Team Falcons versus M80. Of course, M80 scraping through their group at a scoreline of 1 and 2. Team Falcons a little bit better at 2 and 4. Tough group too. 3 teams ending at 2 and 4 in Group B, but Team Falcons, most people saying that they're number 2 seed coming in.
Yeah, I mean, Team Falcons, I think obviously the heavy favorite coming into this, not just in the crowd, but in the match. Also, I am not Jake Overwatch. I am
That's true.
Rex. That is Jaws. Jake Hill, he'll be in the caster booth tomorrow. He's just, hey, it's getting late here. He's running out of, he's trying to figure out what
a little crazy. All right, let's see what they want to run out with. Baptiste ban for Team Falcons. M80 running the Sim ban, obviously McGravy was talking about. A little bit confusing, but Sim pretty prevalent on these kind of game types in Control, just getting out of spawn early, and even if you run over to Night Market, teleporting through that window.
Yeah, look, Falcons seems like they want to brawl here early on, right? Ramatra with that Lucio Moira, Reaper as well. Reaper has been a hero that we have not really seen a ton of here throughout the weekend. I believe actually Falcons did run it against Makers, but that's really the only time I can think of it.
Yeah, not too many times at all. Spectra taken out Proper pretty easily there as M80 find first blood. All going pretty low. Harbin still trying to push back the rest of M80, and despite them finding the initial kill, looks like Team Falcons are going to be able to cap. Shio just skating away from the rest of the team now, trying to stay alive, but there's Falcons with the M80, with the recap. 5% only for Falcons, but Proper is back in the mix again.
Yeah, even though they lost Proper early, they still had a pretty sizable advantage in terms of like the overall HP, as players are quite low for M80, so Falcons gonna get this coalescence here behind Field, or you can get aggressive behind this ultimate.
I mean, Kaluja's 1 HP. Had to get that Suzu. Damage orb sent out by Field, and now Coalescence rippling through at Team Falcons. A duplication online for Tracer. Double Tracer for M80 as Falcons end up finding this flip, but now they have to worry about Shio's sound barrier coming in. A good little stick though on Lucio. No need to worry about that anymore. Duplication does eventually end with the tree going down. Proper jumping over to Tracer instead of the Reaper now. A rush being pulled on the point for M80 as they try and salvage this fight, but it is going only one way, and that is Team Falcons.
Well, they're going to get Chio back in the fight here. They do have the sound barrier if they need here, Falcons. And that's going to be Chio dropping the beat. It's going to connect with everybody, but Stalker coming off spawn. It's Falcons trying to put this fight away.
Yeah, good stick there from Proper. A lot of AoE damage, but Kaluj managed to find 2 regardless. Harmon and Field are dead. Proper, seeing his team fall around it, decides it's better off just to reset back in the spawn.
Yeah, now with this comp for M80, right, it allows Kaluj to play one of his best 2 heroes you consider, whether it be Diva or Sigma, and then see Tree and Spectra, both playing Echo and Tracer respectively. Tree, one of the players this year for North America that we were super excited to see be able to compete.
Nemesis spawn bot by Harbin there. Annihilation to boot too. Spectre haven't hit that Regal, going super low. Don't want to get ticked down by the Ramatra. You're going to get chunked pretty quickly. How's that Tracer? Speaking of getting chunked, Tree had to run out of there. Use that glide to get away. Falcon still in control. Another Coalescence for Fielder. Just so much pressure from the Cole. Again, Moira, not really a hero we've seen a whole bunch, but when you're moving so quickly, when you're in these rush-style comps, Moira can be just so frustrating to deal with. Cluj has to eat those orbs pretty quick, but the Coalescence, you just can't stand up to that.
Yeah, and I'm happy they moved away from the Reaper, put proper on Tracer. I think Reaper's a bit of a throw character at the moment. Does not really provide a lot, especially against, like, Echo Tracer. To match that Tracer, I think that is huge. Nice Maywall there from Stalker. It's going to force Liar to go all the way around.
Pulse going wide there for Spectra. Another Tracer duplication for Tree, so there'll be another Pulse bomb in the future for M80. Can he get Chio again? He's looking for him, he's hunting, he's trying to find him, but Chio's just too slippery. Oh, the 180 stick was kind of nasty there by Tree, but didn't result in a kill at all. 2 ultimates available for Team Falcon still, and overtime approaching. Ultraviolet down, now they have to rely on Liar's sound barrier to keep themselves in it. A Blizzard is going to separate the team, but M80 do manage to make it back to the point in time and lay down the beat. Proper now with the Pulse Bomb, and they're still just trying to touch our M80. Ultraviolet's going to come back rather soon, but a Pulse Bomb connection on Tree is going to be bad news bears for M80 as a self-destruct will help Kalush remech, but how much longer can they actually hold on?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that Falcons is going to be able to hold on to the point. They end up backing out just slightly because you're going to have Chio coming back here with Sound Barrier, and you're going to have this Coalescence. The Stalker goes over to the Venture here. You can get extremely aggro behind these ultimates, and there's going to be absolutely nothing M80 can do about it, right? No Kitsune Rush, no Sound Barrier of their own. That's going to be the Sound Barrier for Chio. Expect to see this Coalescence soon.
I mean, Tree's already dead, 4v5. They don't have control of the point. I mean, Team Falcon still need to cap here. Looks like they are deciding to do that now. Shit, almost off the map. Liar down, not a good start either. Of course, Stalker now jumping over to the Venture. And now M80 struggling to get back. And against an Annihilation, even after disappearing like that, you've lost Kalush, you've lost your character that you ideally want to be juggling the points. Overtime ticks through, and Falcons find the first round.
So the crowd's so behind Falcons here. As they've been really all week long. It's been awesome. We took a little tour on a golf cart. We saw like Falcons. They got like their own building here. I mean, it's crazy. Tons of support as we take a look at some of the highlights from round one. It's a little bit closer, I think, than potentially I expected, and I think that's saying because like M80, right? We've kind of heard up and down in terms of performance, right? I think the Nightmare guys have an opinion on the M80 squad in terms of how they believe they play or deservingly play. But I thought it was pretty close there. And if Kalush can play the D.Va, you have really good damage dealers here on the M80, so they can make it interesting.
Superstar in the making, Tree. Of course, Spectra's always been very solid too. Extremely reliable player, very consistent, I'd say. Proper on the Tracer, no Reaper. Rushing to point, using that Stalker wall to hopefully isolate somebody.
Just looking for a pick here. Blocks off the doorway. And then backs on up. As this is going to be Falcons, they're going to get control of the point first. It's going to be very difficult for M80 to try and break in here and contest. That's Spectre just getting on, contesting for a brief period of time. And then he backs out with a recall, but that's going to be first pick over to M80.
Yeah, Falcons maybe looking for a little bounce back here, but without Stalker, they've lost a lot of control in this fight without that wall. Heavy utility for like isolating a D.Va, but of course Proper comes in and just kills Streak, just like that. It's been his public enemy #1 at the moment.
It's also going to be really hard to dislodge that Ramatra in the back of the point, right? Ramatra's so sturdy. It's going to be Stalker back on the Venture here, so
gets the power off too. That's Kalush losing mech.
Yeah, this is pretty bad here for M80. Is Hanbin's still alive on the back of the point? They've still not dealt with this Ramatra.
Promise found his arch nemesis again. Oh, Pulse Bomb goes a little bit wide. Suzu used though by Ultraviolet. Oh, that's Sound Barrier for Liar. Very aggressive. I mean, if Team Falcon still control the point without Hanbin, they're not going to have much sticking power, but still Proper finding kills. Of course he does. Guy's just an absolute animal.
But still, I mean, they need to invest Sound Barrier there. It's going to be 45% build up for Falcons. They have to invest Sound Barrier there to take it. Now Falcons comes back. They're going to have a Sound Barrier Coalescence of their own, right? So they're going to have a big advantage in this next fight. When you want to fight inside that Kitsune Rush for M80, it's going to be Hanbin, on that Ramatra, probably with Annihilation here shortly. Going to make it very difficult to do that.
Yeah, the Coalescence has just been so good from Fielder. Suzu already used to Ultraviolet, burning every CD possible. Although playing in the rush will help you get those back pretty quickly. Although unfortunately for Ultraviolet, not quite quickly enough as Stalker takes him down. A duplication onto the Venture 4 tree. Super quick to build up ult. Could be disastrous for Team Falcons if they let this one go off for free. Annihilation has been popped. Harbin just trying to back off now, provide his team a little bit of cover. Pulse bomb on the frontwards facing Ramatra with the arms up. So that's doing next to no damage as Team Falcons handily deal with M80's aggression.
Yes, M80 gets close to taking the lead, but not enough. As now Falcons, you can play close up here with this tectonic shock that Stalker will have, as it looks like proper. Potentially was trying to go to the high ground there, so now we're going to see a Mauga. You're going to see the Mauga come in. So a Mauga v Ramatra matchup, so you're going to be able to get right past that shield.
Uh-oh. Might send them back to the Stone Age if they're not careful. Looks like everybody's huddling in a small corner. Easy pickings for proper, though. I mean, what is this POV? Like, what are we watching?
God. It's like he turned his DPI up to like 1600.
Yeah.
Spinning and shooting anything he saw move.
I mean, they're going to have to shoot a little bit quicker than that, Matt, I think. It's 85% on the board. I mean, they're just going to run away with this round. They're playing tight to the spawn door challenge.
I mean, Falcons just putting on the pressure now.
Oh, Tree's coming back.
Yep, Tree on the outside there. On the far, going to get back, try and get a touch.
Any touch?
He should be able to do so, yeah. So that'll be Spectra and Tree getting a touch on the point.
Doesn't like Team Falcons want to push this choke point here. Ultraviolet TPing straight to the back line now. Tree on an off angle with his support. Coalescence from Field, though, once again just ripping and tearing through that front line. And man, this was a little bit more one-sided. This is kind of what we expect coming in as Team Falcons with a clean 2-0 on Lijiang Tower. Ults to spare, crowd behind them. They start off the series with a 1-0.
I mean, you had so much energy in the crowd for Team Falcons, and those players on the stage, how good they are. They're going to be real difficult for anybody to beat here at EWC 2024 for Overwatch this weekend as M80. I mean, they have a lot of work in front of them. Also, for Falcons, it doesn't really matter what gets banned out, right? Their players are so versatile across the board. It feels like this ban system definitely plays into a team like Falcons' favor.
See what they want to ban next. I mean, banning the sim.
Oh yeah. I think Falcons could just get a poll from
ban
the crowd.
Hog.
Yeah, they can get a poll from the crowd.
Just do a crazy raccoon strategy. Let's jump down to the studio though. See what map and bans are up next.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and congratulations to Falcons, who are trying to get us back on schedule. A very swift game of Control. We got ZP and McGravy to break it down for us. ZP, I want to start with you because you said this might be a comp difference. Not necessarily individual player skill, but better strategy overall.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons, look, coming into this, they know that they're going to see the Diva, right? So why not just run something super tanky? You get into the point first. The other team kind of has to let you get on point first. And they go, look, M80, we don't think you're that good right now. Can you actually make the plays needed to dislodge us? And the answer for most of the series, no.
McGravy, the highlight for me, of course, was the moment we saw Tree on double Tracer. But that didn't last very long. You saw it flip right back in favor of the Falcons. Who was popping off most, or is this a team effort?
This is absolutely a team effort. As EP was saying, this is kind of a comp difference. We know that M80 is kind of rigid in their playstyle, what they're going to play. They're probably going to play the Diva in the segment the entire time. And if you're going to do that, Falcons saying, hey, if you're going to do that the entire time, we're just going to play Mei, we're going to play Moira, we're going to play Ram, we're just going to run at you, and you need to deal with it.
Well, gentlemen, I was told we have 4 minutes until the next map, which is longer than that map took to be played. So let's one by one, kill by kill, break it down. No, ZP, big picture, though. Let's walk back a little bit. Falcons shouldn't be here, right? They should be in the round of 8 already. They slipped up a little bit at the end of last night against LALGD. And now they take the first step, which means their opponent has the edge. They get to pick not only the map, but also the first ban.
Yeah, and you talk about bans that you can go for here. You know, you think about what we've seen too is that, why not bring it to a map like Circuit here, where you already have seen the strategy that Falcons like doing. They're going to put Fielder in, they're going to put Fielder on the Ana, and well supported. It's like, well, we already know your Circuit strategy. Maybe go to Circuit, ban the Ana. Just, play with the history that they've already given you, but interrupt their strategies if you think you can play yours uninterrupted.
Coach McGravy, talk to me about that guy on the right, the tall one, 8K, Mr. Gator.
I think Gator right now knows it's going to be difficult, but I think he's in there trying to get a mental advantage for his team, talking talking a little smack, saying, hey, it's going to be easy. It's no big deal. We lost map 1. That's the American spirit, right? Get in there. Even if you're not the best, get in there and act like you're the best.
Who's got a better mustache, you, Gator, or Mac, who's been running around as part of the Overwatch crew?
Mac's got a pretty good one. Listen, I love myself. I love Gator, but Mac's mustache is pretty elite.
We'll talk to Mac a little bit later in the show, as you'll see, but we know we're going to see these 10 players going once again. So ZP, talk to me about M80. This is an opportunity to pop off on a global stage, an opportunity to really showcase your individual talent. Who's got the highest ceiling on this squad? I was told that Kaluj was one of the better players on this team before this event.
Yeah, Kaluj, there's been points in Overwatch history where you talk about especially North American Overwatch, and Kaluj has just been one of the very best. A diva where even when Kaluj was in the Overwatch League, players that would be screaming against him would be like, yeah, that Kaluj guy's pretty darn good. But also Tree. You can't really talk too much about Tree, where it's like, this is another player in the footsteps of, oh, it's a young phenom that's going to, age up, get of legal age to play in the higher end competitions, and then crush everyone. So you never know what you're going to get from a player like Tree, especially in the longer competition where you have some time to evolve.
Great opportunity to grow right now. McGravy, of course, they're playing for $40,000 if you get to the top 8. Right now, they're guaranteed $20K. Not a bad paycheck for M80. But let's talk about some success. If they're going to find some here, we've seen some interesting comps. Is there any chance that they're able to mix up the tank line? Will we see an Ana ban potentially?
Oh, man, it's hard to say. Yeah, an Ana ban might be a good target. Simply, I think M80 might want to band together here and play together as a core and kind of take the challenge that Falcons laid down. But they played the Ramacha, they played the May. Maybe something similar is kind of where M80 wants to butter their bread.
Final question for you, McGravy. As we got about a minute before it heads back to the stage, you're not just playing against the Falcons. You're playing against that insane fan base. We have had some passionate fans at the Blizzard Arena, but none of them came out at the start of a match and made as big of a roar as we saw from that crowd. How do you avoid that getting into your head as an opponent?
Hey, you just have to stick within yourself. Hey, you're in their home country. You're never going to have the cheers. You kind of have to let the boos fuel you, in a sense. You kind of have to let the jeers, and whenever you hear the cheering, just kind of assume it's for you. Just take it and use that as your own energy. Anything you can to get that sort of advantage.
ZP?
Honestly, you can't let it unsettle you. You have to go the entire sports analogy of, we're going to shut them up. Because other than that, if you're going to let them get in your head, then you might just be losing.
4 members of USA on Team M80. What is North America good at, ZP? You got 4 different game modes to choose from. Control is no longer on that lineup.
I think right now, for where an M80 is, and you look at where teams have been upsetting each other here, I wouldn't put NA above Korea really in any respect right now in Overwatch. But if you're looking for an upset, go Flashpoint. Get some momentum.
Go Flashpoint. Just like Control, it's going to be scrappy, everyone fighting over the same point on the map as we head back into the Qiddiya Arena. It means our bands are in. Let's find out where the coaches are going, starting with Mr. Gator. What are you doing for M80?
I kind of agree with ZP. I think you want to get fast here. I think you want to get in their face, the belligerent American style. We might not be better individually, but we will run you down.
Circuit Royale.
There's potential for both. This could go either way. This is notoriously Kaluj's map on the Sigma, really slow style. He loves to farm the ultimate, but on the other side, you could also see something fast like a Ramacha rush.
Puckett, if they ban Ana, they were actually listening to the comms. Gator is not making his own strategy, just heard it over the comms. He's like, yeah, that sounds good. Go Circuit, ban Ana.
Hero banned. First one is in, and Sigma is not there. So no Flux is coming in.
Yeah, I think it's like I said, I think it's going the opposite side. I think they're just going to try and go fast here. Maybe they might even pull out something similar like the Space Station does. The May, the Symmetra, Ramacha, maybe run them down style.
I love that combo. It gets down and dirty. M80 trying to hang in it as a group because individually they were getting picked off. Let's see what's on the other side of this one, ZP.
Oh, they're going to ban the Lucio. So it kind of goes with what McGravy was mentioning. Is that, yeah, stick together. Don't go for a strategy where you're spreading out a whole lot, slow it down. And in particular here, you go back to the Sigma ban as well. It's playing Circuit Royale in a way that Circuit Royale usually isn't played because Sigma is a mainstay on that map.
Right.
Sigma is almost always played. So you might go with the idea of, hey, Falcons have a lot of practice with their Sigma comp on this map, but now we get to put them in an area where they haven't had as much practice because they probably haven't run this map a whole lot without the Sigma.
Shout out to the man who doesn't take off the wedding ring while gaming. I got to take it off before I hop on that keyboard, but not the supports over on Team Falcons, M80 Team Falcons, Circuit Royale. I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of Ram.
I think so as well. I think even without, we said it before, Space Station also proved that you could play the Bapalari. And as long as you have the Symmetric, you can tactically TP around the map and use the natural cover to get you to the important fights.
Kidney Arena, make some noise. Match number 2 underway. Map number 2, I should say, as we send it over. It's Jaws and Mr. X, gentlemen.
Trying to take us back in time there.
He's like, no, we're going to play the other games again.
Match number 2, but no, this is map number 2 of match number 3. That's how fast this series is going, though, as Mr. X here with Jaws. So we jump into Circuit. I think the Sigma ban was a little bit surprising in that, like, okay, Circuit is a Sigma map. Sigma is like kind of Kaluja's hero. Maybe he doesn't want to take that head-to-head with Hanbin, wants to play something a little bit different, like how the desk was mentioning.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe before we saw the Lucio ban, I was like, oh, maybe Falcons run like a Rhine kind of comp, just kind of rush him. But I mean, hey, ban the Lucio there. Looks like they want to do the double flex in the Illari and the Ana with Hanbin on the Diva.
Double flex is pretty good on this map.
Yes.
You know, even with Lucio in the mix, the double flex support is pretty good here, right? So you can play the Illari, you know, with a Pap, Illari with an Ana. It looks like for Falcons, it'll be the Illari with an Ana. Kick things off. They'll keep a Mei in the mix here as proper on the Widow. That is not going to be a fun time for M80.
I don't know. Gio calling for a brief pause there, making sure everything's good. I wonder if Spectres or Tree are going to kind of take the duel there against Proper. I feel like maybe not.
Yeah, something else that's also quite interesting is like for the few times that we've seen Circuit, we've actually seen Sir Majid come in the game for Falcons.
Right.
They don't make a sub here. As we move into the playoffs, they decide to kind of stay with this lineup. Obviously, very talented lineup. You would definitely give, Sir Majid a little bit of an edge over like Chio, right? In terms of like the Illari, like you think about how good he was for Saudi Arabia in the Overwatch World Cup.
Yes.
On that hero, right?
Yeah.
So typically, you would see him come in. They elect to not bring him in here for this map.
The last 2 times the Falcons have played Circuit Royale was against Twisted Minds. They did end up winning it, and then they lost it versus OALGDG the other day. God, the acronym.
I think you just throw extra letters in there every time you mention OALGD. I think you threw an extra L in there.
Nah, I didn't. Nah, I'm fine. I said it correct. I say everything correct. My prediction's always correct as well.
Whenever I do shaking his head somewhere.
I haven't many preds this tournament so far, so we're good. We're 100. 1 for 1. 0 for 0. 100%.
I mean, every time you see him, use that grapple, it feels like he's gonna
get a kill.
Find one. Yeah, it's kind of like your breath is just you're holding it there.
We saw some insane Widowmaker play on that series as well versus OALGD. Shine Proper just head-to-head. So for Tree to try and take Proper down now. They've forgotten a little bit of space here.
The Diva's typically pretty good against the hit scan as well, right? So when Tree tries to get up to that top position there, on that little catwalk, he's going to get pressured out by Hanbin so fast and easily. And the thing that's quite brutal is that there's no way for Kaluj to close the gap to get in front of Proper's face, right? I know Proper can play at such a long distance.
When Hanbin smiles, I smile. It was a dirty shot there from Proper to start off with. It's going to be really hard to get an angle here if you're Tree. Of course, Proper, ideally, as the Widowmaker, you wait for the other Widow to use the grapple. You hear it from across the map, and then you use the grapple yourself. Jump up there, the Widow's going to be on the ground. Sights are available from Proper as well in just a moment.
Yeah, and Spectre makes a change over to the Genji, right? So it was on the Echo, now over to the Genji. So the Genji can play a little bit more aggro, going up against that Widowmaker as well. You see Tree.
He's waiting for the grapple.
Yeah, just looking up in the sky, waiting for it.
Well, they do end up forcing the block there, and a nano boost onto Spectra. Nano boost onto the Mei. That's something you don't see every day, but sure, why not? Nice little wall, bit of extra damage down. Just enables Stalker to earn this ultimate. A Blizzard in the backline. Kaluj just dashes straight through it. Tries to go for a kill on one of the supports with the help of Lyre popping the rally, but the Blizzard just completely isolated Lyre. And in fact, that wall has as well. Gio throwing in that ultimate too is doing a good job so far of healing everybody up for this Kaluj self-destruct. Ends Stalker's life, all CDs used. And what was quite a scrappy fight. Ends up with M80 coming out on top.
Yeah, potentially you could have thought maybe it's like a really early nano, right? But Spectre just trying to apply pressure. I think the rally really kind of turned the tides, right? You're playing the double flex support with the Illari and the Ana. No real support ultimate, right? You just have that nano, but can only help one person. The rally I know ends up being huge there for M80, and that's going to have Chio switching over to the Brig as well. So both teams value a little bit of a support ultimate now.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. Double Brig. Of course, if M80 are just going to continue to kind of sending Kalush, sending Light in at the back line, the Alari's got, you know, he's got an outburst and kind of get away, but oh, Spectra and Kalush pretty low.
Yeah, there's been a few times, you know, you pay attention to the UI at the top, that the bio grenades have actually gotten through the defense matrix there for Kalush, right? Connected with a few players, so have to keep an eye on that, especially in some of these chaotic fights.
Double sights. Proper just pinging. Are they going to ego chow? We'll see. Proper looking like he wants to do it. Obviously noticing that one of the supports in Liar is off to the right-hand side. Not alone, though. Ooh! I look like it connected there, but instantly woke up. A nice little anti once more. Spectra's Blade getting absolutely nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's like woken up right away. The bio comes in. That was in for sight for both Widows. This is going to be the Nano D, but we've seen this the other day. It's so difficult to get rid of Hanbin.
Nano boost onto Liar, though. That rally's coming really quickly now. 100% already, but Spectra's already down. 4 on 5. Self-destruct up on the high ground for Hanbin. He gets the remech there pretty quickly. A D-mech onto Kalush is not so perfect for M80 there. No self-destruct. At least Tree does end up getting a kill, and Lion wants to continue this fight. He's popped the rally. Ultraviolet is getting this overhealth, but a 2v2 up in this high ground against Hanbin.
You have Spectra coming back, so maybe they think this is doable.
Nice nade again. I mean, Spectra is going super low. Luckily there, Ultraviolet throwing a nade in as well, hitting Fielder and securing the kill.
So you're going to come back here. You're not going to have your Ana for Falcons, but you're going to have your Blizzard here, and you're going to end up with Rally here soon.
Yeah, I mean, M80 recognized that, Matt. Look, they're not full strength.
What do you think of Liar's rally there?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it got a little bit of space there, but you lost too many. We're going to get a quick M80 listen as they try and push this second point.
No more. Ah, fuck me. It's fine. One ball. Here, just backline live. We can bait. Yeah. He's died. Here, back up.
I have a bomb. I have one more, maybe.
We don't know grapple. They can still push. They have out. They're gonna push us.
Okay. Well, they have mail though, right?
Yeah.
Purple.
Okay, I don't really want to ram if they have mail.
Stay, guys. Stay May. Or stay debug.
Yeah.
Care everything besides Nano. They're gonna be 70 Nano though, even Nano. What do we want to do this fight? I think let's play so. Yeah, play so. Build our Nano. We can Nano. This fight.
I can't walk to I don't see you though.
You can walk.
Yeah.
Yep.
I must have Nano.
Widow back.
We can go Nano.
Caramel here, guys. Caramel.
Rally. Yeah. Walk left side.
Care rally push.
You walk left side. You walk left side. Give a purple. I can go down on me. 3, 2, 1.
Caramel.
Oh.
I got you.
Present. They're gonna stagger Cullen. Quick it out.
And he does it again. Fielder with the sleep onto a nanoed Spectra and to disrespect from Hanbin. Self-destruct, the cherry on top to that kill.
This has been a masterclass here from Team Falcons.
It's over.
Yeah, this is going to be the rally from Liar. Kind of keep things going here.
Somebody help him.
Oh, Spectra takes a big shot there from Proper. Just finishes him off. Yeah, Falcons making it look so easy.
Yeah. Ridiculous stuff there from Team Falcons. Fielder, 2 for 2 on the sleeps there on the Genji. Hits him on the Blade, hits him on the Nano, and Spectra wishing he was in a different server.
Well, it's got to be awesome for the crowd, right? You cheer for a team like Falcons. I mean, how good they are. Take a look at some of the highlights. This is where they kind of threw the rally into this fight. Maybe they thought they could kind of like get this Ana, but they trade the Ana with the Genji, and then you got both supports there. Didn't really kind of like pan out. In M80's favor is, yeah.
No, this is it.
I don't think you would have been able to do much anything. You know, you have a Blizzard there, you have the Infrasight, you got Rally going. I mean, just there's so much to work with.
Yeah, Spectra, I mean, we had the player cam up there when he did get self-destructed by Hanbin. Just a look of disappointment in his face, unfortunately. Fielder just too good on the Ana. Looks like Spectra actually jumping up to the Echo this time around. for defense, or maybe deciding what he wants to do. Yeah, okay, Kalush on the Ram now, Matt, as well.
Hey, this keeps going the way it's going. You're going to see, you know, 4-0 Team Falcons, and Chris Puckett's going to have a Falcons jersey on for the post game there. Yes. See M80. So they were talking when we did the listen-in, like, oh, like Kalush, like maybe like thinking about going to the Ram, right? But didn't want to play the Ram into the May. So I wonder if Falcons sees this and decides to actually play that May, that the May actually bothers the Ramatra a little bit with the walls.
He definitely wanted to try and eat the Blizzard too, right?
Yeah, so they will actually look like they're going to play them here currently.
It's going to be a little bit rough for Kalush if he's caught out with this wall, but... With hometown crowd advantage here, coming in super strong for Falcons. Not too many meters, just a checkpoint and then some.
Oh yeah, Falcons Twisted Minds game would be quite awesome to see again.
Yeah, true actually. Of course, they played once already, and it was Falcons winning 3-1.
But Twisted Minds, they get first in the group though?
Yeah. It was a very competitive group, Group B in the end.
Oh, I mean, what is Spectre even supposed to do?
I mean, you can't do anything. When Proper is locked in, dude is locked in. There's nothing that can unpull the plug that is Proper. Just slowly but surely. I mean, this is M80 just kind of bleeding out. They're not taking any space here, obviously. Quite hard with Spectra. He's now switched over to the main.
And the closer they kind of like stay here, right, where like Liar and Kalush are trying to play, like you end up losing this fight, and then you're in real trouble coming up next.
Hanbin's in the backline, by the way.
Hanbin is in the spawn.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, he just forced out the block. So he forced out block from Spectra by the spawn. And now trying to put pressure onto Tree.
I mean, he's just soloing him.
Yeah, we got an annihilation on the other side of the map here.
Oh, the nano on Shio, though. Oh, there's no way Kalush survives this. No.
That's a Maywall behind him, yeah.
Unfortunate stuff there from Kalush.
Hanbin's still alive. He's still in the spawn. I'm looking at the mini-map. I was like, where is he? He is still in the spawn there, yeah, as he is pushed way far up.
All right, a couple of headshots here. Tree even jumping over to Hanzo. Trying to counteract the Widow. Is it going to work, though? I mean, look at the ults from Team Pack. Is it going to work? Yes, it is. All right, Tree insta-killing Proper. Okay.
I think also to just try and punish Hanbin a little bit, you can't allow him to just kind of sit in your spawn.
Right.
You got to be able to kind of like, you know, make him at least a little bit scared of the prospects that you're a damage dealer coming off of respawn.
Sights for Proper as he comes back from the spawn now. Here comes the rally from Chio. Chio on a decent angle. Do some additional damage here through this window too, but look at that. Proper just hard peek in this window, just does not care at all. Stalker throws the Blizzard in. Self-destruct on Ultra. I mean, it's over. It's done. 4 minutes to go. Shio dead. Tree eventually felled by Fielder. That blue box of victory not too far away.
Yeah, and it's going to be hard to like get back and get a touch, right? Because there's no Lucio.
Yeah.
So you don't have the speed ability. Spectra's going to get close.
They can't touch.
They actually wall it off.
They can't touch. They're going to get walled.
Yeah. All right. So
and Team Falcons starting off the series strong. In front of the home crowd here. 2-0 in what was a very decisive Circuit Royale.
Proper actually just writes C9 in the chat as that Maywall just, you know, they had the rally going as well, trying to come out, but just not strong enough, man. Falcons, you know, looking like they had a little bit of a slip up right against OALGD, but still looking incredibly strong.
Up to M80 to try and come back here first, 2-4. And with M80's priority pick on the ban and obviously the map and the game type, got to find something.
Yeah, and you just kind of like, what is it, right? You ban the Sigma here, so you remove Sigma from the table, which no, Kalush is very good at, the hero, but they have Hanbin on the other side, right? So maybe you feel like the strongest path is, you know, with some of these Diva-based compositions, but after 2 maps, even with Diva being extremely strong, does not seem like that's going to be a path to victory for M80. They got to change something up a little bit more, probably.
Think so. Of course, Gator now discussing the rest of the team, what they want to do, where they want to go, and what they want to ban. Let's quickly toss down to the studio. Puckett and the guys can break it down.
I'll be honest, I want to go out there. These Falcon fans are going nutty out there. I feel like I'm at a football game. But McGravy, let's talk about the matchup here. The chiseled chin of Kalush got boppity-bopped in. It looked like Proper was just shooting ducks And we even saw Hanzo come out to try and cancel him, but I feel like M80 is just grasping at straws here, ZP.
Yeah, M80, they're in a tough spot. I mean, I think they went with the Sigma ban because they figured, okay, we'll put them in an area where they're a little bit uncomfortable, but really, you bring them to this map, you got to take out the Autumn because Fielder, again, was working magic behind the scenes, making it so difficult for M80 to actually push, and then, you know, you look at poor Genji for the M80 side, just going, oh yeah, you want to do something? No, you're slept. It's over.
Look at the teamwork. Never are you really seeing a one-on-one, McGravy. That's my big takeaway. It seems the Falcons' teamwork is on another level. Their ult management, another level. Everything is in their favor.
I mean, that's just brutal. Spectre just could not get a blade off that entire map, and insult to injury is getting slept and then getting an entire ultimate dropped on her face. And honestly, that's about the best use of a Diva Bomb. It's potentially one of the worst ults in the game, so if you could use it for a little bit of mental warfare, I mean, why not?
I do want to give credit to Tree. He officially scores the only Hanzo kill I've seen so far in this tournament, and he does it with the best skin. But look at the faces on the Falcons. This is just joy. Hanbin, Proper, everybody smiling as it looks easy. They know they're playing at the top of their game. They simply are outclassing their opponents. And M80 knew this coming in, right? You said they're here to have some fun. How do you stay positive, though, after that beatdown?
I don't know how. I mean, we got that listen in, and it just did not sound good. There was not a lot of voices.
Like, you want me to switch from Diva? He's got a May ult, right?
Liar's like, guys, what are we doing? And there wasn't really an answer, and I can't really blame him. This is a bit of a beatdown, and that was the expectation.
ZP.
Yeah, I mean, that listening kind of tells the entire tale, right? We're normally locked in Overwatch comms, monkey, you know, people are in. That was just confusion. There was anxiety, might have been a little bit of depression. I mean, that was a team in search of answers that we just saw there, Puckett, and clearly they didn't find them.
All right, so you might have had 10 runs in the first inning here if you're the Falcons, but the game's not over. We still have maps to play. Let's take a look here at our map pool and what is up for grabs here. If you're M80's coaching staff, if you're Gator, the former Atlanta Reign tank, where are you taking my squad?
Listen, Falcons has gotten rid of Lucio ban. That can no longer be banned from the Falcons side. If you are M80, all bets are off. You are taking a fast composition. You're going to a Flashpoint. You're potentially going to a Coliseum, Runasapi, anywhere. You want to run them down. You want to get in their face. You want to make them think a little bit.
Yeah, and also on the other side, when you look at Falcons and how you're going to handle this, you're up 2 right now. You need 4 to end it in full, but why not just crush some hope here? Make them go, oh, you're going to have to reverse sweep. Now's the time you ban the Diva. Just remove their one hero that you know that they're not going to play very well without. Get it out entirely, no matter what map you go to here, and you know that you probably won't be reverse swept.
McGravy, we all know that the top 8, we have 4 teams waiting for the winners from today, and they get to pick from these teams. Is this a statement matchup for the Falcons? Are you going to keep your best possible composition in and try and get a clean 4-0? Or do you take some time and give all of your players some time on the stage?
Listen, this is no disrespect to Smurf or Majid. They're excellent players. They can absolutely win maps, but I think this is time to set a statement. OA, LGD kind of embarrassed them a little bit because this is a team that has top 1, top 2 aspirations. They feel like they should be in the finals, so dropping maps and dropping series that early, I think they need to make a statement. This needs to be a 4-0, so I think you stick with what you got right now.
ZP, give me one player to watch from Falcons.
One player to watch from Falcons? I'm still in on Fielder. I love the support play we've seen this tournament, whether it be players like Shu or players like Fielder. I just think that supports are making some of the biggest difference right now, and it might not always be flashy, but when you see your team isn't going down and you have key plays coming in, whether it be sleep darts or BAP fields, that's where the difference is being made.
Ana lovers, make some noise in the chat. We are going into Game 3 as Falcons are trying to speed run the round of 12. Let's head on back over to the Qiddiya Arena for our map selection and bans. The Falcon fans still chanting. I love it. They haven't dropped any of their energy as we're about to kick this one off.
It's just infectious, man. When you're up on that stage and you can hear the crowd behind you and every positive move that you make gets a reaction, you just feed off of it. It's going to be so hard for M80 to come back to this. And we come and see the new Junk City, which is what I was talking about earlier. You take them to a close map where they can't really play the spam, they can't play the Pharah, they can't play any of that. This is get in your face Overwatch, and I think that's what M80 wants.
Do we see Reinhardt's on this map?
That's not what Cluj is known for, but hey, a little off-the-wall pick, you never know.
All right, hero ban. First one coming in from M80. Kiriko, we will see you later. You are out for now.
Yeah, I think this is, listen, they want the BAP. I think they want the honest Batmere. I think they want to play the Ram. They want to play the Bap, potentially like a potentially Cassidy. Hey, you never know. Maybe Tree plays Hanzo. Maybe he's feeling himself. We've seen Merit pull out on this match as well. You never know. And Falcons is like, well, you want to play an honest Ramatra Mirror, not allowed.
No Ramatra for you.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gravy's right in terms of M80's game plan here. They wanted to be a little bit brawly, a little bit in your face, and Falcons goes, yeah, of course we know that's coming. We have way more diversity in how we can play than how you can play, so we're going to take out the Ram. Let's have some good, honest Overwatch.
The sun is down, the city is coming alive as everyone is filing into the Kadia Arena. Map number 3 is loading up as our players are entering the spawn zone. It's time to give me some predictions, fellas. How long is this game? Can you steal a point here if you're M80?
Not very long, just like the segment.
It's time to send it over. Matt Mr. X, get me a jersey. Jaws, take it away.
Yeah, Matt, go get him a jersey. Hey, where's Danny Lim? Danny Lim, get us a bunch of jerseys. Yeah, where's that? I also love how Puckett was like, hey, let's do predictions, but not over who's winning or losing, but how long this one will go. Is the Ramatra ban, right? So you're looking at what? Morga, Sigma, probably like Diva still. Like those are kind of like the tanks you potentially see. The Kiri, like we usually see that kind of like comboed with the Morga, so maybe the Morga is kind of like out, right? So
yeah, pseudo out. Yeah. It's like the Honor and Monkey kind of debacle.
Yeah, so like with the Kiriko gone, you're looking at like Baptiste, Ana, Lucio, always on Flashpoint. So characters that work pretty well with them.
All right, let's see how we do. I forgot we were on camera. We'll be gone in a minute. It's all good. So we jump into the third map. I mean, Matt, it's only gone one way so far. Team Falcons, a dominant showing on Circuit Royale. We'll see what they can do here on New Junk City. Tree on the Ashe, Spectra Tracer against proper Ashe, but Stalker on the Mei.
Yeah, Stalker continuing to play the Mei, so it feels like Mei potentially a pretty strong pick, especially against a team that you maybe feel like is lacking a little bit of the coordination, right? Can kind of split them off. And also, Fielder on the Amas made really good work out of the bio grenades. You typically see, you know, the Divas being able to kind of like eat those up, right? Negate the effects of it, but it's not really kind of happened so far in this series as a bio grenade goes in, doesn't connect with anything this time.
Two Divas just looking at each other, perma-matrixing. So neither one can get healed, but neither one can actually do damage to each other. Slowly but surely, proper kind of chunking people down from afar. And Fielder, of course, I mean, that's his best hero, the Ana. Realistically, you don't want to be in a 1v1, regardless if you're a DPS or a support. As long as Fielder lands these nades, it's going to be quick follow-up from Harm.
You build up this nano so fast, though. I mean, look at this. Fielder's going to have it already. So it'll be M80 who takes the point first.
And they're posturing for it as well. Harm going pretty low here, but can get nanoed. That health bar is going to get topped up pretty quickly. Oh, 99% can't get the nano off.
Yeah, he also broke line of sight a little bit, I think, but they're going to nano the Mei anyway.
A second time around. I mean, why not? If you can catch someone with the left click, there's no chance they're running away. I mean, we don't need you, Harman. We're chilling. We got Stalker on the Mei and Chi on the Lucio taking names and numbers as well.
I mean, Mei is already pretty tanky. You nano the Mei. I mean, Mei's got 300 HP as is, right? So damage reduction, ice block. It's like just adding another tank out there. So this will be a wall, splits off that entrance there. So M80 backs up as it'll be Falcons taking the point.
Yo. Harman just free firing there out the door, just kill Spectra.
Yeah, Shakti was able to kill him. Like, Tracer obviously a ton of ways to avoid damage and survivability.
Well, the heals are back as well. All right, okay, Tracer dying. It's not the worst in the world, I suppose. You can just triple blink back, but now they have to try and deal with Falcons and their Blizzard. Kalush's got to be on his best behavior here, making sure he doesn't overextend, get walled off and demeched. Point is being contested currently by Spectra. We'll see if Team Falcons can respond to it, but another beautiful nade in the backline. Lyra in trouble, hits the beat at 1 HP. Stalker now's got an easy Blizzard though. There's a sound barrier from Shio. Doesn't manage to save Stalker, but they are still in this with Harman and Proper, and Proper's Bob out. However, Trees and Bob getting a little bit more value here, as it looks like Team Falcons might be falling over.
Yeah, Stalker actually doesn't get the benefits there of the sound barrier. It looks like you still have a few players alive here though. Proper finally will fall. So this is going to be M80 flipping the point back. Looked like for a second, with the Tracer coming back with the supports, you may have tried to rush everybody in there for Falcons, but they decide now, just take a breath, now get everybody back in the action.
Look at a shot. Boom. Just so quick. Off the mark. And there we go. Should be a touch here, you'd imagine. There it is. Stalker getting in there with the Tracer. Self-destruct from Kalush getting the remake. Oh, what? Liar comes in with a giant boop, helping Kalush secure a double kill with that self-destruct. Team Falcons, they end up flipping the point, but that's M80 getting one on the board.
Yeah, this is going to be the first flashpoint here taken by M80. So fighting their way back into this one as the next flashpoint will come up. M80 has a pretty fast rotation over, so they should get control of this flashpoint first, or at least the choke. And we'll see how Falcons decides to push on through it. They do have the nanos, this time potentially for Hanbin.
Crowd's still very much behind their team. Hanbin just gets nanoed into the backline with the help of Stalker. What a deadly DPS duo. Oh, a DPS duo. What a deadly duo. Hanbin might as well be a DPS on the D.Va.
Look, if you have the nano on the D.Va, you pretty much are a DPS. So uses those micro missiles getting to the backline. So this will be Falcons off the back of that nano, who end up taking the point. So looks like even with how good that nano has been, they're actually going to swap over to the Baptiste. So potentially valuing the survivability of that immortality field now.
Bap as well, really nice on this point. Exo boots to get up onto the high ground, plus a lot of ways you can use the window to control the point. So it makes a lot of sense for this one specifically, but of course changing that late mat does mean Ultraviolet's going to get his window up first. Oh, nice E from Kalush. Stalker's pulse on. Not finding anything there. Self-destruct from Hanbin, trying to find the remake. Where's the punish? Isn't there. Lamb comes in just in time to save Hanbin's life. And now Ultraviolet, see if he can find anything with this window. He's just being harassed currently by Stalker. Force the recall though, and there's the window. Shio with the beats, almost gets taken out. Lucky for him, was able to dodge behind cover, but will the beat actually be enough for them to stay in the fight? Doesn't look like it, but Team Falcons still with a decent lead.
Hanbin just playing so aggro on the D.Va, like had absolutely no kind of support at the moment. Maybe he thought that she was going to come around the corner, end up using the sound barrier, keeping him up, but he gets demexed, then uses the self-destruct remix, and then just instantly get, he just kind of pushes on in to the choke and just gets demexed yet again. So playing a little bit aggressive there. I know is Hanbin just trying to push into the backline, but he just gets punished so easily for that.
3 ults for M80 though, that pulse, that bomb, and the self-destruct versus the bomb, and then maybe the window. See if Spectre can weave this one around Hanbin's defense matrix. The entirety of Team Falcons right now grouped up this miniature health pack room. The ball from Plopper instantly thrown out as looks like Treat is going to do the same. Nice little window there too. A lamp even just hidden behind that door frame, so unable to actually get destroyed by M80. Still creating a lot of time here and burning a lot of time off of Team Falcons as that Fielder gets traded there for Spectra. But it's just a back and forth here as the lamp comes in to try and save Tree, unable to get any damage through that D.Va matrix once again. This is a scrappy one, that is. M80 are going to find 90%, but it's Chio taking the game into his own hands. I mean, Hanbin is 1 HP, somehow still alive on the point.
Yes, just trying to use any type of healing resources there from the Lucio, trying to keep Hanbin alive. Kalush extremely low as well, but nobody here in terms of flankers able to kind of like push on forward, try and get that kill as Spectre gets quite low, sending it into OT.
Yeah, Kalush couldn't even get healed up all the way there. Matt had to dash back to the rest of his team and then jump back onto the point. So it wasn't 100% healthy before he had to get there to trigger OT again. I mean, this is, yeah, I mean, Proper's back. Proper does what Proper does, and Falcons, that'll be a point on the board for them.
Yeah, they will tie us up at 1 flash point apiece. Tree switched over to the Sim, tried to get a TP back towards that point. Is desperation to be able to get a touch as Kalush now will play Sigma here. So Sigma could be pretty good if you're going to play a little bit of a poke style at range. They also have Liar now moving away from the Lucio, because if you're going to play the Sigma, you don't exactly need the Lucio in the mix. You're going to play definitely a little bit more static, as this is going to be aggression here with this sound barrier for Falcons.
I mean, Tree already dead. Stalker was jumping into his own pulse bomb there. Would have been rather unlucky. Forces the recall from Spectra. Spectra killing Fielder is quite nice. Of course, now Kalush switching over to the Sigma. How's this really going to fare with Team Falcons, Matt? I mean, Hanbin, like you mentioned, has been playing so aggro on the D.Va.
Yeah, you also don't really feel too bad about using your sound barrier there, because they end up switching off of their Lucio, so you know there's going to be no sound barrier in response. You're resetting some ultimates. You could use your sound barrier aggressively as when you see the D.Va move away, you actually see Fielder come back now with the Ana. So being able to potentially get behind that Sigma shield, use those bio grenades. Sigma can eat it with like the kind of grasp. It's just way harder than the defense matrix in terms of managing that resource.
I mean, look at that. That's exactly what we were talking about before. Just how aggro they've been playing. Or at least they end up trading with Stalker there, I suppose. Bit of a pressure on the point for Spectra as well, but Shio quickly rallying the troops and getting back. And Liar, I'm afraid you're in the wrong place at the wrong time. Easy kill on the brig, and now it's just dealing with Spectra.
Yeah, tries to predict there with the dynamite. Does not connect as this will be a reset for M80 as their players get wiped off the table there by Proper.
They're playing so slow now, M80. Their comp is completely switched up, and are they going to be able to get back?
So this is why you never really switch off of Lucio in this game mode, because you don't get many fights if you don't play the Lucio. Like, you get maybe one fight, and yeah, it doesn't even look like they're going to try and challenge for this flashpoint, so they're just going to give it up after that one fight.
Boom. There you go. Falcons with yet another point on the board. And M80, they did rotate pretty early there, of course, without the Lucio, like you said.
Yeah, but now if you lose this fight, you're screwed. I mean,
yeah, to put it simply.
yeah, you're done. Yeah, it's looking quite Jover if you end up losing this first fight.
Yeah, Flux available from Kaluj though. Spotted the back line. Oh, narrowly dodging the rock there. Fielder, who is pretty low. Harmbin with the nano. Flux does land. No defensive countermeasures there. It's Fielder and Shio slain by Kaluj. Can Stalker even this one up? Spots the low health Sigma from across the map. Hasn't got the recall though, unfortunately, to sustain him through the fight. But M80 holding on to the point.
Yeah, it was a really nice flux there from Kaluj, right? No sound barrier available there for Team Falcon, so not able to keep Fielder alive as Stalker now moves away from Tracer, going to go over to the Venture. So Venture, they have a really easy time getting behind that Sigma shield, right? Can use the burrow, go underground, then just appear right on top of that Sigma. There's nothing that you can use to disengage here for M80.
Ooh, Stalker switch over to the Venture. I mean, dislodging people off the high ground is perfect. You can just drill dash into him. Sound barrier. Very aggressive push here from Team Falcons. Straight onto the back line. Violet in trouble. Deploys the Lamb. Spectra looking for a pulse bomb. Lands on the ground, unfortunately. Narrowly missing Fielder there. Just fancy footwork. Gets him out of danger. Kaluj dead. Now up to Liar to really touch. Instantly eliminated by Proper. And now with the range advantage and how aggressive Falcons like to play M80, they're going to struggle to come back in and actually comp swap here again as Kaluj switches over to D.Va.
Yeah, so you see that, Ana on the other side. You bring the D.Va now back into the mix, right? There's still no Lucio, though, right? This is where you would say, like, maybe Liar plays the Lucio, right? Because you're using that Brig in that, like, slow-paced composition. But maybe you feel like the aggression is so strong from, like, Hanbin and Stalker that you need that Brig back there to kind of help Tree and Ultraviolet stay alive.
Uh-oh, Stalker. True to his namesake there. Oh, no. Fires a shot, backs up. Slow comp, like you mentioned, without this Lucio, Matt, so they are trying to get in there cleanly, and unfortunately Spectra taken out, and it looks like, yeah, M80, they're going to have to go again. Any more, like, kind of stagger kills here, they are just going to lose the map.
You can't exactly just kind of, like, rush on in either, right? It's going to be, like, 70%. Spectra's going to come back. Tracer, obviously, extremely fast back into the action. But this is going to be last fight. Nano boost available here, potentially onto Hanbin, or even Stalker available for Team Falcon.
They're going to go early. Look at that. A very, very early lamp, including the window. What a nade on the back line. Oh. Tree and Liar down. Oh, Team Falcons just flying away with this one. M80, no say in the fight. No one on the points. As Team Falcons take map number 3.
Yeah, and they are just trying to make a statement, I feel like. Team Falcons, everybody had them, whether top 2, 3 potential coming into this event. A little bit of a slip up in groups, but now that the real money's on the line in playoffs, I mean, they are just looking dominant.
As expected. At some point, you got to think maybe they want to make it all that way to face off against Crazy Raccoon again. Just get some more revenge after Dallas. M80, are they going to come back, Matt? Is this doable?
This would be a wild reverse sweep, one that I believe the analyst probably would say has no chance. I think it would be highly unlikely we see a reverse sweep in this type of scenario. I mean, things would have to fall apart for Falcons tremendously, right? You know, you have the home crowd, you have the star players. It seems like everything aligning for the Falcons. Let's go to Puckett, ZP, and McGravy to hear their thoughts on New Junk City.
Thank you, gentlemen. And we did see a point for M80. They got one. They almost got two. But then Tree started getting dived. Let's talk a little bit about what we saw. The youngster on the Ash caught your eye early on.
Yeah, it was really good to see Tree on the Ash. We haven't seen it this series so far. It was how M80 was able to even get here today after a very rough group stage. When you look back to their last match versus Bleed, the problem happened when Falcons realized, wait, we're eating so much damage from this guy. Yeah, let's just start diving him, and it just kind of went downhill from there.
The Gravy Falcons are looking in championship form, but they failed to do that back at DreamHack Dallas. What have you seen from them here, and how deep can this team go in the tournament?
I think it's a connection of Hanbin kind of entering into the fold of this roster, and also followed up by Fielder's Ana, which is one of his best characters. When he broke onto the scene, he came to the Overwatch League for Paris Eternal. It was around 2...
I'll fix your mic.
All right, thank you. All right, all good. I'm getting set up by the ultimate Chris Bucket. Thank you so much. When Fielder first came onto the scene for Paris Eternal, he was playing on 200 MS, and he was known for his Ana. And I think if M80 wants any shot of winning this tournament, they have to fix and get him off Ana.
Are we going to see more Ash throughout this? What do you want to see from Falcons moving forward as they look to close this one out 4-0?
I mean, for Falcons, honestly, I want to see the Roadhog ban. I know it makes no sense, but it would make the home crowd pretty happy to see that happen here, just as a flex. It is nothing more than a flex, but you're up 3-0, and yeah, you might have gotten burned a little bit for playing around early in the tournament, but come on, you got to do it. Or, you know what? Do some substitutions.
Can I get a cheers in the chat right now? Normally, we give our players an opportunity to walk away, take a halftime bathroom break, recompose. M80 says we don't need it. We're ready to go. Falcon says, all right, let's finish this fight. They're ready to go toe-to-toe. So map 4, match 3, about to kick off here in about 3 minutes. So McGravy, let's talk a little bit about the Falcon squad here. Up to this point, what has been their greatest strength? Are you going support? Are you going the tank play? Or are you going the DPS?
Oh, man, it's so hard to say. This is such a difficult set of circumstances. They were talking about, Cash was talking about a reverse sweep. Listen, if there's a reverse sweep that comes out, I'll shave off my mustache right on camera. I will shave it off. Listen, this is almost impossible. Everything's set against them. The crowd, the game mode, the bans, everything. It's just, this is almost impossible.
M80 is one game away from elimination, but before they go, we want you to get to know their players. I got a chance to sit down with Ultraviolet and Kalush. Check it out.
What's up, everybody? It's Puckett, and we're about to play Overwatch Skinder with Ultraviolet and Kalush from M80. So let's check out a Hanzo. How do you feel about my Scion skin for Hanzo? He looks good in black and blue.
That one's really good.
Yeah, I like people who dress up, so.
Right?
Yeah.
He looks like he's going somewhere.
Really dapper.
Yeah! Okay, not the best Bob, not the worst Bob. How are we feeling about the Warlock Ash?
I mean, I kind of like the Bob.
You feel
yeah, that was a solid skin.
The Bob is cool. I don't really like the Ash skin.
The Ash is kind of weak.
I don't see many people use that one, but that's a good one.
The Lava Bob. Okay, we got Face Changer Sombra, one of my favorites. How are we feeling about it?
What is that on her head? That's cool.
Like a mask.
I'd give that like a 7.
7?
Yeah, it's not bad.
Okay.
I feel like there's better ones, in my opinion.
Yeah, there is, but there's always something better.
Always something better.
A couple better ones.
Oh my God.
Police Officer Diva.
Yeah, that's amazing.
The siren neck.
I just think the siren going off when you fly is cool. So.
Pretty sick.
That's a 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10 for
Have you used this skin?
Nope. I don't use skin.
Doesn't use any skins. We're gonna change that. I'm gonna hack your PC later. Yeah. Okay. What about the Polar Hog?
I like the Polar Hog, but what's the one with the hook that looks funny? Is it the New Year's Hog?
The funny hook?
There's like a hook that looks weird. I don't know. That one's good though.
Polar Hog, 1 to 10. Where are we ranking it?
It's a 9.
9?
That's pretty good.
That's real good. Okay. Yeah. And we've got Aviator Farah.
That's good. Yeah. Top Gun skin.
It's clean
we
outfit.
already did that one, but
this looks like a lady Tom Cruise getting ready to take off. I'm liking it. Yeah. And how about a Flying Dutchman, the Sigma?
Yeah.
Scottish Pirate hat.
Yeah, top 2.
Very good.
Top 2?
I like all the seaweed and stuff.
Well, top 2 Sigma skins.
Top 2 Sigma skins. Yeah! That's pretty high praise. And of course, the Overgrown.
And the perfect Bastion skin. Yeah.
Perfect Bastion right here. Straight
it's
out
like
of the
default
cinematic.
2.
There's only one default skin. There's a bunch of mythic skins.
Love to see it. And finally, we've got the Crusader Reinhardt before he could grow a beard.
I like the new Ryan skin. What is it? The Transformers ones?
Oh yeah,
that one's awesome.
One is insane. I like this one.
I just remembered that.
0 to 10, where are we going?
That's getting a 9. That's getting a 9.
9? Kaluj, after watching this and looking through all these skins, are you ready to put a skin on your character?
Never. Never using a skin.
Best they can be. That's M80. That was Overwatch Skinder. Hope you enjoyed it.
Awesome stuff there from Collusion Ultraviolet. I had just hopped off a plane, 6 hours of sleep. I rolled up there. Those two were ready to go. Collusion, though, never had a skin in his life. He's a default guy. Is he the only one in the pro scene that doesn't own any skins?
Potentially a psychopath amongst our midst. I mean, that is crazy. I mean, I feel like the skins are a huge part of Overwatch. I mean,
the game's been out since 2016. How do you not have a skin in the last 8 years?
How can you play the game without skins? I don't get it. I mean, loot boxes, no loot boxes, doesn't matter. You need some skins, man.
He does give credit to the artist, though. He said default is so good. Why would you change it up, CP?
I have a confession on my account. There's probably like back in the loot box era, I had like something like 2,000 unopened loot boxes. I didn't go for it. I'm also one of those people. I just had to confess.
ZP keeps it default. You and Kaluj can hang out later tonight, and it might be sooner than we thought it was going to be because M80 is on match point. They're about to be knocked out unless they clutch up. They still control their destiny, though, McGravy. They can pick the map. They get the first hero ban. Falcons is looking like they're ready to make a run for the podium.
Listen, yeah, I think you just got to take Fielder off the Ana. He's been absolutely dominating. Combining that with Hanbin's Diva, they're giving him the nano, and they're just running them down. They have to take something away. You want to keep Kaluj on the Diva, but you need to break up that duo one way or another if you want any chance of taking any maps.
We're about to head on over to the Kadia Arena, and I'm told the Falcons ready to flex. They got 2 tanks on the roster. Why not showcase them both? And this one has a bit of a history in the Overwatch universe. Tell me about Smurf and what he's bringing to the table for the Falcons.
Oh, man. You talk about Smurf historically. You're talking about one of the very best main tanks in Overwatch history. You know, came up through the Tier 2 scene, got to the Overwatch League. The Outlaws famously traded him in Tier 2 to the Shock for pennies on the dollar. I mean, they got Dante, but the Shock came out way ahead.
Way ahead.
Yes, and it never got better for the Outlaws since, but it got a whole lot better for the Shock.
Very happy Krusty there. The hero bans are in, and we will not see Diva on Eichenwald.
Yeah, like I said, I think you have to break up the Hanbin Diva. Whether that be the Fielder Ana or the Hanbin Diva, you have to break up that combo, and now it puts in Smurf, so maybe the different look gives M80 a chance.
What are the best heroes for Smurf to play, and what do you want to make sure Kaluj is not running on the other side?
So I would say Smurf's best hero is the Winston. As ZP was talking about earlier, this guy came from Optic Gaming. I don't know how many people know that Optic Gaming was even in Overwatch, and Smurf was on that team. So yeah, I think even back then, he was one of the best Winstons ever.
Credit to Tree. Ash is not playable this time around. They said, we don't want to see your Bob, bro.
Yeah, that makes all the sense in the world. I mean, you look at what M80's been good at, you just go, no. Get rid of it. Get out of here. And, you know, it's not even so much Falcons is afraid of that because they can run an Ashe of their own and probably would win the mirror, but why give your enemy one of their biggest strengths?
Falcons with one last game. Kaluj still all smiles, lounging, relaxing. With his tournament life on the line, they've already banked 20K. That may be good enough for them. We'll see if they can pull out a gutty win as we head to the map. Let's send it up to our casters. Matt, Jaws, take it away.
Our 4th and potentially final map, Matt.
Yeah, it's looking like it. Yeah. M80 is not really brought a lot in this series. Falcons really the dominant team all throughout. So the ban's quite interesting, though. We do see that Falcons, they get rid of the Ashe, right? So you would think with the Ashe gone and then Diva gone as well, you're going to see more of these like Winston-based compositions, right? You think characters like Cassidy could be in the mix. You could think, Echo Tracer, right? Not necessarily playing a hit scan, a bunch of different options for teams to go through now that the Ashe is gone.
As soon as that Diva ban came through, I'm like, obviously just gonna Obviously, Smurf's going to come in. It's worth keeping in mind with the ban system, you do ban the hero, then you choose the roster. Yeah, so it's like, oh, D.Va's banned? Okay, that's fine. We have
I mean, what a luxury, right? Oh, let's bring Smurf in,
yeah.
right? I know, Smurf is just unbelievable.
Yeah, he's our second hitter. Yeah, he's pretty good. All right, Tree. Sees the monkey. Monkey doing a 180. All right. Kalush. Ooh. Junker Queen?
So
Queen Monkey.
Queen Monkey. So the Queen in the past, right? We've seen have some success against like Winston-based compositions, right? When the Winston kind of comes in, the Queen can definitely kind of like stand there and trade a little bit easier with the Winstons than some of the other tanks. You're really looking at playing a little bit of a deathball style though with that Queen, the Cassidy and the Baptiste in the mix.
This is what you got to be careful though with the Queen comp. Got to be careful with the Ana, but Stalker on the Pharah, you haven't got too much time to kind of rotate around this giant clock tower. And Tree's the only one that's really going to put pressure in.
I'm surprised we haven't seen an Ana ban from him.
Right, yeah.
Because they clearly don't want to play it themselves, right? They've just been playing pretty much the BAP the entire time. They haven't really played any Ana. And Fielder has just been going crazy on the Ana the entire series. And now UV is going to go over and play the Kuriko. So Kuriko Maga. So we take a look here, Spectra on a little bit of a flank on the Tracer, but bringing the Maga into the mix, now you definitely want to play aggressive.
100%. Nice nade. Here's Kalush. Spectra calling that Smurfs on their high ground right now. Maybe deciding he wants to put a bit of pressure on Fielder, but look at Stalker. I mean, they're just encapsulating them right now. Just these rockets going to be so deadly against M80. Kalush is 1 HP, got antied once more. Yeah, I mean, it is really just Fielder hitting nade after nade after nade. UV has to be so careful with this Suzu. Has to get it on Kalush if Kalush gets affected with the bio.
Yeah, which is why it's so odd that, like, we never saw them ban it because they clearly don't want to play it themselves, and clearly it's having a huge impact. So Kalush, that was his second death. This is his third life, 3 different tanks. We saw him start out on the Queen, then go to the Maga, now go to the Winston here.
All right, Kalush Winston versus Smurf. Nano boost for Fielder. Proper with Deadeye, Stalker, Barrage. Kalush looking to try and make an entrance. Have to obviously pay attention to Smurf, but they got to know the DPS also Falcons are up. I mean, also, I mean, basically 5 ults. We'll call it 5 ults. Smurf only 10% away from his Primal Rage.
Kalush just trying to maybe wait for Sound Barrier potentially. That's going to be the Pulse Pump. Doesn't hit anything.
Misses, Rally comes out, everybody's in this small room. Kalush just getting burned down. Here, this High Noon on the side, and Nano boost onto Proper. No one does it better on the Cassidy. Oh!
They Nano Proper. And Tree is right in his face. Just takes him out instantly. Tree now going to go over to the Echo here. Deadeye still held on to. Same with Barrage. We'll take a look at a replay. I got a good idea of what we're going to see.
I mean, like, the Terminator. Look at this. Oh! Didn't catch the end. It's all good. We need to get back into the action. 50 seconds to go. Still with double DPS almost for Team Falcons. Lie with the sound barrier is going to have to come out rather clutch here. Although Stalker has been his kind of arch nemesis. You aim for the Lucio here, and it's all over for M80. Liar speed boosting in. Hits the beats. Hits 5-2. Backline in trouble. Shio ends up going down. Same with Fielder. Backline dead. Should be an easier fight here now for M80. There you go. Beat rush into the point. 30 seconds to go. A pretty quick team kill. Don't think there's going to be able to get a retouch. No,
without playing the Lucio, not going to be able to contest. No Primal to kind of use the double jumps, get back to the point. That will be M80 in the final seconds, taking that first checkpoint. Still a large mountain to climb here. This is the kind of compositions they probably don't want to play against a team like Falcons.
I mean, this is even better for the Falcons comp this point, you'd argue. On this high ground. Let's see how M80 kind of deal with this one without the sound barrier.
I think the advantage for M80 would be like the Echo instead of the Pharah. Like, I think Echo, we've seen now enough that, like, just produces a little bit more consistent results, potentially, than having the Pharah in the mix.
Uh-oh. Well, Cheers under a little bit of a stress there, but good sleep from Fielder. Obviously, the Monkey waking up pretty quick. Barrage, too, in fact. Tree does take out Proper with those sticky bombs. So high ground now from Team Falcons. They have lost it. Obviously, only Stalker being able to get back up onto heights, but still with a decent angle here from Fielder and Shield to help the front line. Primal Rage now being popped by Smurf, trying to juggle Tree out of the sky. He's going to leap back to the rest of his team, though, just for some safety.
Yeah, not much cart progress here as well, right? I know Smurf with the support's able to hang around. Now you get the damage dealers back into the mix as they're trying to body block Kalush here, preventing him from getting out. Yeah, they finish him off.
Yeah, no chance there. Fielder with that last shot onto Kalush as he sailed away. And with only a minute to go, Spectra found out by Proper, who's trying to chase him down, doesn't even bother recalling.
Nah, Stalker there as well. He was dead to rights. So now Falcons, you have the ability to use this nano onto, well, I mean, you can nano Smurf, you can also nano Stalker, right? We've seen a lot of teams in the past, you know, nano that far, let the far really get to work.
And duplication could be quite useful. But diving this backline. This is the El Clasico too.
Yeah.
The Atlanta Rain, like Arna, Brig, like impossible to dive. Oh, good whip shot too on the duplicated monkey. Oh, and a nano boost on the Pharah. Ultraviolet. Didn't know what hit him there. And Fielder taking care of Kalush. I mean, Matt, this is with 30 seconds left. Just put them out their misery already.
Oh, well, they're going to have an opportunity here. Kitsune Rush plus Sound Barrier yet again, right? They were good with the Sound Barrier. They ended up taking point A. Can they get value out of the issue is that it's going to be high ground here for Team Falcons. Total control as they end up losing Tree. That's brutal.
You see Proper on the high ground there, was ready to triple blink over the top. Oh, Stalker!
They didn't get the rush.
No rush. Oh, from bad to worse. No chance to touch. As Team Falcons hold M80 under that bridge. Man, there's just no opportunity to do anything here for M80, sadly.
Falcons just giving the crowd exactly what they wanted here tonight.
You saw a lot of them like hold up the 4-0 with their hands, like they were ready. There you go, they were ready for it. They know.
They know what's coming as they cannot wait for what feels like the inevitable for Falcons to close this one out and move on to the next round. Proper and Co. looks like they're going to be around for a few more rounds, not just next round with the way we see them playing.
Fielder's super happy with himself after that one as well. Crazy Raccoon, Virtus.pro, Twisted Minds, and Zeta Division obviously waiting in the quarterfinals for Team Falcons if they can take this map away from M80. Crowd also kind of unrelenting in their chants too. You love to see it and love to hear it.
And this is going to be a team that I can't imagine many people are going to want to play in the next round, right?
Right.
We do have a format here where it'll be Crazy Raccoon's pick first of who they get to play out of the qualified team. So right now you're looking at Space Station, Ence, potentially Falcons, and then the winner of Ultra versus OALGD. So not many easy options there, as Virtus.pro would actually end up with the remaining team, after all teams select.
Stalker, no. Doesn't quite find anything. Smurf Ball.
I think you're going to see Smurf.
Oh, Winston, okay.
Back to Old Faithful. I think you'll see him swap as
Tracer.
well.
Far off. Okay. All right. Same kind of comp versus M80 with Kalush on the ramp.
They can play a little bit more aggressive with the ram, right? You can kind of like maybe run down Shio and Fielder, but not many teams have had success trying to put pressure on the backline of Falcons.
Yeah, I mentioned before, but historically immortal, that backline on these picks. I mean, ideally, you're looking for Stalker as well from Team Falcons to open up with a pick, but it was like Kalush and the gang, like you said, Matt, want to go really aggressive on the back line. I mean, probably just stood there in the corner, by the way, while the entirety of M80 walked past him. Not exactly you want to, I think you want to do, leave Proper unattended. I think that's first point, though, with Laya the only one remaining.
I mean, it hasn't really worked in the past, trying to put pressure on Fielder and Shio. They're able to just keep each other alive through what feels like just about anything. Liar says, thank you, Gio.
I think he booped him to get him out of there.
Yeah, it's gonna send him going over the roof there. As Falcons probably like 2 team fights away here from taking this series 4-0.
Spectre didn't even make it around the corner.
He didn't even react in the player cam.
He's like, oh, whatever, man. Proper killed me again.
Look,
okay.
I'm sure McGravy can speak to it. there are some times where you know a match is coming and you kind of know the results before it begins, and you're just a little bit numb to kind of what's going on. I got to imagine that's how M80 feels here.
It's so sick. All right, M80. Gonna try for the aggressive hold. Gonna flip the map on Falcons. We have decided to play offense now. You are on the defense, Team
This
Falcons.
is such a sick angle for Fielder to land like a bio, right?
Yeah.
On some of the players playing down on the cart.
Well, there's one.
There it is on the Kaluge.
Kaluge had to hit the Nemesis form. Hoping that Ultraviolet doesn't end up using the lamp. Good stick, though, from Spectra. Okay. Chio dead. Builder a little bit more vulnerable now in the backline, but the likelihood of them actually getting to the backline is next to zero, especially with Ultraviolet going down as Stalker and Smurf with the Nano jump into the backline.
Yeah, that's a nano boost on the Smurf. It's going to be a Deadeye here from Tree after he picks up one. It's Tree just trying to stay alive, not able to dodge that Primal Rage that comes through from Smurf. And, you know, Smurf and Stalker can just live forever in the backline, right? You know, they're not able to really kind of focus down Stalker or Smurf there. Earlier in the fight, Kaluge does get him off a spawn, but Smurf was able to take that nano, turn it into a Primal, and then just make quick work of M80 as just going to be one more fight here for Falcons to take the series.
Proper's on Soldier of all things too.
Hey, we saw Seeker playing some 76 here throughout the weekend.
Yeah. Shout out boy Seeker. All right, post one from Proper, forcing M80 off of high ground just with his sheer presence. The rest of the team does end up joining him. Rally available from Chio too, just go super aggro, why not? Post bomb, looking, hunting, searching, Tree. Trying to dodge out of there. Stalker still has to be a little bit careful, but Tree, just a lamb to the slaughter there. Just running away from Stalker, straight into a rallying brig. I think this might be it, ladies and gentlemen. Team Falcons with 2 and a bit minutes to go. And M80 just getting routed as Stalker just cleans him up. There's only one player left. It's the Tracer. Tree double heading too, though. Not enough. As Team Falcons take the series 4-0 and now get the beautiful honor of crushing M80's key.
Yeah, M80's key gonna get crushed here shortly. Falcons, you see, kind of celebrating with their fans in the stands. They will move on to the quarters. Our top 8, and we'll see who decides to pick them, right? We just got one more spot.
Picking Falcons, their last pick for sure, Matt.
Hey, I could see, we have seen Crazy before. I could see like a situation where Crazy Raccoon just says, hey, we'll just play him and, we'll see what happens. We have to play him eventually, right?
Yeah, right.
Just
get him out of the way.
Out of the way. Feels like, because also you got to remember those teams in your, top 8 already, right? They've had the day off, right? So, you play a little bit later here today. Maybe you're like, I know a first game tomorrow, get them back in here early. You get a little bit of an advantage, but it's going to be an interesting process once we start to get drafting. As Gator and the boys for M80 put up a good showing here. I know some troubles getting out of groups. They make it out of groups, and look, you just run into one of the 2 juggernauts here at the event.
Oh yeah, his mustache too, kind of rivaling McGravy's there. Got to take probably Gators over McGravy. Sorry, mate. Still happy to be there, of course, and yeah, with Falcons kind of moving on, like I mentioned before, Crazy Raccoon could end up picking them. Virtus.pro, Twisted Minds, and Zeta Division in the quarterfinals. Who's going to pick them? Not sure, but I don't think any team is going to be happy. Maybe, like you said, apart from Crazy Raccoon kind of picking them, but I have to wait and see.
Yeah, it'll be quite interesting, right? Because Space Station, we see them win 4-0 earlier today. Ence and Fnatic, that's like a pretty back and forth game. I think both those teams, Fnatic, we thought they would be quite good coming into the event as Ence ends up winning that there. Falcons, they take care of business here against M80. I think the next match, right? I think that one would kind of throw things for a loop. Like, if that is a blowout either way, it's like then kind of becomes pick your poison. Like, what do you really believe, right? Is OALGD actually figured it out? Or are they on a little bit of a heater? But playing Falcons is not a great other option, right? You feel like Crazy Raccoon with that first pick probably picks one of our 2 teams from EU. And then after that, it'll be just all over the place.
I think we got a interview down on the stage with Danny Lim.
Thanks, guys. What is up, everybody? I'm here standing next to Proper from Team Falcons. Can we hear it for Proper, guys? Make some noise. Amazing stuff, dominant performance from Team Falcons. I'm gonna keep it simple. How'd you guys do it? How are you guys looking so dominant in the EWC? 자, 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 첫 번째로 굉장히 쉽게 가겠습니다. 오늘 승리 어떻게 이루시게 되셨나요?
콜루지가 한민영을 되게 무서워해가지고 그것 때문에 되게 쉽게 이겼던 것 같아요.
The reason why the match was so easy was because Kaluj was scared of Hanbin, and I think that was the key to our victory today. I'm going to follow up with that. I mean, Kaluj was, you guys did play on the same team with San Francisco Shock, and you just beat your old teammate. Do you have anything you want to say to Kaluj? 자, Kaluj 선수가 아무래도 예전에 같은 팀이었기 때문에 좀 하실 말씀이 좀 더 있으실 것 같아요. Kaluj 선수에게 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
콜루지는 제가 없으면은 일단 이기질 못해요.
Kaluj, if you don't have me, you're never gonna win. What a great answer. Proper, thank you so much. Talking about Kaluj, let's bring him over. Kaluj from M80 is going to hand over the key. Amazing stuff. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, you're good. Thank you, Kaluj. Proper again. Everybody, give it up for Proper one more time. That is it for the post-match interview. Puckett, take it away.
Thank you, Danny, and congratulations to the Falcons. Proper with a little bit of sass there towards his old teammate. It's all love, though, right, McGravy?
Oh, it's absolutely all love. These guys are ex-teammates. They've gone to the very ends of the Overwatch League. They were in the grand finals together. These guys have been through it through thick and thin, so there's no love lost there.
Unfortunately, that is the end of the road for M80, but the Falcons starting to heat up. So, ZP, let's talk about our Sony MVP. Proper caught my eye across all 4 of these maps. The Electric Cowboy may have been my favorite there in map number 4, but what did you see from the DPS man on Falcons?
Look, it doesn't matter what the year is. When you're watching Proper play, you are watching excellence. This is a player that has collected just about every award imaginable. Hasn't quite gotten the championship, but you think back to 2022. Oh yeah, Rookie of the Year, Roll Star, oh, regular season MVP. Yeah, that type of skill just doesn't necessarily fade with age, and he right now is looking fantastic.
Yeah, I'm talking about his individual accolades. You talk about him, you also talk about Stalker. These are some of the best DPS in the game. But yes, they have the individual accolades. But I think they're looking to add to their own trophy case as a team. The rest of their teammates have the big awards. They've won Overwatch League Grand Finals. They've won the big events. But Proper and Stalker have not. So I think they're really motivated. And I think you can see it from Proper right now because he has dominated the server.
A very hungry DPS duo could spell trouble for the remaining teams in the tournament, as we send another one packing Falcons, waiting to find out who's going to pick them tomorrow. But first, we got to just look at all of these hit scan heroes. You saw the Widow, that's it, the Electric Cowboy. We've seen it all. Where is Proper at his most dangerous? Because I feel like it's kind of similar to Kevster. You can't just ban this man out.
Yeah, I mean, I'd even argue that relative to Kevster, Proper is even more versatile. There's pretty much nothing Proper cannot do. I mean, right now, the way teams are playing, you probably leave it on hit scan, but he can do whatever. He can do anything. Proper is that good.
Let's take a look at our highlights from this series, and you can see it as a one-sided affair in the kill feed. This control, probably the closest we saw from M80. They had a little bit of life in the flashpoint. McGravy, what do you see?
Yeah, that's about as close as they could get. They had Kaluj on the Diva, which is a good hero for him. I don't want to say they were playing with their food, but they were definitely playing something that was kind of get-in-your-face style, and it gave M80 a little bit of room of opportunity, but not enough. I mean, the Falcons are just too good.
And the Falcon fans, they were so loud, getting behind their team after every headshot. ZP, the arena just catching fire.
Yeah, I mean, and they had a lot to cheer for, because when the Falcons win, they do it in a flashy way. They do it in a way that doesn't give up a whole lot of fights either. I mean, you take a look at what happened here on map 2. Fielder was just doing God's work in the back, just completely keeping everyone healed up, dropping Genjis to the floor with a sleep dart. It was just fantastic stuff.
McGravy, you've watched a lot of Overwatch today. Where does Hanbin stack up with the tanks that we've seen?
I think there's a really good chance that Hanbin is the best tank right now. Him and Junbin, I think, in my eyes, are the best and most impactful tanks that are here at this tournament right now. I just think the patch has been so beneficial. Sigma was always good, but I think it's improved even more. And then the Diva. I mean, the Diva and Ana connection from Fielder and Hanbin was absolutely lethal, and I think that's something we'll continue to see going forward.
And of course, we know everyone wants to play for the first place, the trophy, the $400,000, the lion's share of our $1 million prize pool. What are the chances, though, Crazy Raccoon choose to play against Falcon in the first round? They were in different groups, so it's a possibility knowing Crazy Raccoon gets the first pick.
There is a real chance, because I know Crazy Raccoon, Team Falcons look good, do not get me wrong, but Crazy Raccoons have not lost a map. They have been dominant. They won the last major event. They have no reason to be scared of anybody, frankly.
Yeah, on the other hand, there's no reason to be scared, but why take a risk with that much money on the line? Because there'd be nothing worse than taking that flight home when you know you could have went home with more.
Great call there, and of course, we have to send one more team packing. Let's send it over to Tree, the youngster, playing on the biggest stage.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. We're having a quick interview here with a Tree from AM80. Commiserations, but you still made it here to the main stage. Got to play beyond the group stage. First of all, a lot of people call you the prodigy from collegiate. I mean, that has to carry some weight with it, especially as someone who's as young as you are.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of been the whole storyline. You know, I haven't been able to play for a while. I've been under the age limit to compete. But now I'm finally here. First LAN event. It was fun. I enjoyed it a lot.
And that's actually what I asked you about. How is it like for you to finally have that LAN event, international LAN event, on the stage, getting to feel all those kind of games and emotions in person this way?
Yeah, I mean, it was great. I think EWC in particular is like nothing I've ever seen before. Not just Overwatch, but like across esports. So just playing on the stage, even the crowd, even though they weren't cheering for us, you can just like feel the energy, and I think that's great. So yeah.
Is that some sort of kind of, are there anything that you can take away from this tournament as personal experience? Because this is development different than being at home and playing collegiate or in smaller spaces.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a different environment. It doesn't necessarily feel the same, you know, a little bit different setup and whatnot. You're playing in front of a crowd. But honestly, I think you get used to it the more you do it, and it's just so much fun.
And actually, you say you get used to it the more you do it. Is that something you want in your future? I mean, you're a young gunner. You're someone that's really looking forward to the future. Are we going to see more Tree on LAN?
Oh, yeah, I'll be in Sweden. That's a guarantee.
I was really looking forward to it. Anything like to say now? You know, of course, Key Crush. There's a lot of hopes and dreams that go down with it. But do you feel that you've gained more positives than you've lost to this game?
Yeah, definitely. I think just playing here is like a huge experience, and there's everything to gain from that, really. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Tree, thank you very much for joining us here. Well, commiserations to M80. Still a lot of experience, and that's what we're looking for here at Esports World Cup. So let's give it back to the studio.
Thank you, Milos, and congratulations to Falcons. They have the honor of smashing the key from M80 as we send our third team packing on the night, ZP.
I love to see it. This is my first time I've been here live for a Key Crush, and you know, I love everything that goes in. You got the hard hat, the satisfaction of putting your opponent's key in. Like, this is a very visceral way of going, yep, you're done, you're out of there.
Yeah, this is not my first key crushing, but Jake's always been so excited. I just let Jake have it, but it's so nice. You know, it hurts a little bit because I'm from NA. You know, I'm an NA coach. It hurts to see this NA team go out so early, but, you know, they did do their best, and, I mean, Falcons just a superior team, and that's why the key is being crushed.
Don't worry, Kalush. We'll meet you by the pool a little bit later, and you have $20,000 as a team to go home with. Congratulations on making it out of groups. Unfortunately, you just ran up against the Falcons way too early in the tournament.
These are just the Titans of Overwatch. I mean, ever since the OWCS has formed, these Korean teams, these are just absolute super teams. This is potentially like the greatest stacking of talent that's ever happened in this game.
From 16 down to 9, we have one more quarterfinal to go here in the round of 12, I should say. So, ZP, what are we excited about moving forward tonight?
Moving forward tonight, I mean, it's going to be a real test for the Toronto Ultra and going, are you real or not? And can you go against almost Overwatch Ghost at this point, where you look at OA LGD? This is a team that, you know, a lot of star power on it, a lot of talent, but we haven't seen much of them in Overwatch this year. But right now, they're scaring people.
One more best of 7 to go, and of course, our bracket draft all here from the Esports World Cup. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
Hello， 大家好，我是来自无风点 LCD.OA 的古雪，来自中国。
Hello， 大家好，我是 LA 的 Shine， 来自中国。
开始吗？
什么开始？我们就今天挑战是什么？不是，就是
谁掉谁多啊？
你打都还没打开。
打开。
我操，好贱你！我操。那这个算吗？哎，这个就算了。
他妈不用手抓。
哎，再看一下我的天赋。过于常人的天赋，
我都有3个了。
你那他妈的偷跑，我操！
走。这我小时候天天妈广场经常玩这个抓鱼的。
不是我一个都猜不进去怎么办？OK。有没有截胡这种说法？能给你截胡了吗？
截不了，除非你给我塞到同一个嘴。
我操，还真有点难度啊这个。
它有些半天不张嘴。
你们是哥们天赋高。
哎，
你别挡着我呀！我操！
妈 PK 我不挡着干嘛？
我操，兄弟！你他妈别玩了，兄弟！你别玩了！我操！哇，吃不进去！
我好像已经赢了。
哇，兄弟，没见过这么贱的！
我已经结束了。
嘴，我操！
我那个时间2倍了。
1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8。1、2、3、4。
结果结束怎么办了
？7、8、9、10、11、12。
我这个看着就是你2倍，
多4只。哎，没办法，说实话，他妈给老子截胡了，我操！
然后呢？对完之后呢？
这游戏挺好玩的，就是很适合这种宝宝玩，宝宝体质
啊，很喜欢。这让我想起了我的童年，因为小时候经常就那种广场之类的玩过这种类似的很多。
Does it make you nervous that I know all your secrets? Promise you honestly I wouldn't use them against you unless I thought it'd be fun. So I sit at home alone in your t-shirt. I'm wondering where it went wrong when you always said it.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. It is time for your Jamil Motorsport match of the day, and we've got a good one gearing up for you. Toronto Ultra getting carted into the venue as Toronto looks to continue their run in the tournament. Sugar Free and crew making their way into the Qiddiya Arena. And tonight, they may have their toughest opponent yet. They're going up against OALGD, a squad that started ice cold, McGravy, but are starting to heat up.
Yeah, I mean, they look good coming in with those nice purple jerseys, but it's going to take more than jerseys to beat this Chinese super team. I mean, these guys have played together for a long time. They're the same core that was in the Overwatch League. Toronto has their work cut out for them.
We've seen these guys play in the Overwatch World Cup for Team China. They've had a lot of success in the past, but we haven't seen Gushue and crew in a minute here. ZP, you've been all giggles. Why are you so excited for this matchup from, once again, LGD?
Look, because historically, there's nothing more exciting than Chinese Overwatch. They could come out and be the worst team in the world, come out and be the best team in the world. Just some of the greatest upsets ever have come off the back of Chinese players in Overwatch history, and the fact that they started off cold and now are getting red hot adds to that lore and mythos. I'm super excited to see how far they can go now.
Now, keep in mind here, if you're looking at the stats, of course, OALGD is the underdog, but we want to know your predictions. Hit us up, stcplay.gg. Let us know. Who do you think is going to take it? Toronto Ultra? That looks familiar, COD fans. Yeah, that's the team that formerly was Toronto Defiant, now playing underneath this org, McGravy.
Yeah, I think Toronto Defiant, I haven't seen the numbers yet, but I feel like in a realistic world, they should have the advantage because these teams are very similar in their playstyles right now. OALGD has Shy on that hit scan. Toronto Ultra has Mare on their hit scan. I think it's going to be a battle of the hit scans. Those are the two people I really want to look out for right now because these people, they're not going to swap off. It's going to be, they're going to butt their heads together until one of them gives up.
Let's take a look at it. We got Merit. We've got Sugar Free. Someone is running the tank. Yes, that's his name. Someone. Vega, the best eyebrows in the tournament. And, of course, RuPaul running the support. What has Vega shown you so far, ZP?
I mean, Vega right now, you take a look at Toronto Ultra, I feel like that's the biggest area for improvement. The support line in general for Toronto Ultra had troubles when we've seen them here so far. The DPS line, especially led by Sugar Free, kind of carrying at times. But we know that these players can be good. It just hasn't entirely translated here on stage just yet. But if Toronto Ultra wants to win, they are going to need a better performance out of their backline than what we've been seeing in the tournament so far.
Players are ready to go, so I'm going to jump right into the second team here. We have OALGD, who made a run at the end of yesterday to make sure they were playing for a spot in the top 12. Shy, Leave, Gushue, Langsa, and Monk make up this lineup. Gushue, by the way, winning with 4 different tanks, shutting up Reddit so far, McGravy. Can he keep it up tonight?
That is absolutely a story going into this match. Historically, he has been a bit of a Winston one-trick. He's able to pull out the Doomfist every once in a while, but he beat Team Falcons playing characters he's not known for. He won map playing Sigma against Team Falcons, which is absolutely unheard of. So yeah, I think that is absolutely the story for OALGD. If they want to win, Gushue's flexibility is actually going to be a huge thing to look out for.
Now, we're only a half hour behind schedule, but we've also had 2 4-0s and a 4-2. Is this the match, ZP, that goes the distance? We only got about 30 seconds here.
The range is high. The range is high. Could either be a 4-0 or a 4-3. Both these teams have high highs and low lows, so who knows what we're going to get.
We do know we're going to Lijiang Tower to kick things off in just 10 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the final match here in the round of 12 as we send it over to the Qiddiya Arena. Let's get it started.
Friends, we are back for one final match to close out our Elimination Frenzy Day. One more team will be joining the likes of Space Station, Ence, and Team Falcons.
M80 had survived in the tournament for so long, but they couldn't make it to top 8, and that would be the end of their journey in the Esports World Cup. But now, it's time for the final match of the night.
Then let's introduce our competitors, starting with Toronto Ultras! The Ultras stand tall at the Esports World Cup as the final bastion of the North American region. It might take the best NA have to offer to keep the region in the championship running. Gentlemen, please place your keys and take your seats.
And for their opponents, please welcome OALGD! They may have started the tournament on the wrong foot, but now they are dominating, defeating the tournament's favorite in group stage, facing a three-way tie and proving that the legacy of Team China from Overwatch World Cup is still alive. Always ready to bring a game back from a loss. Gentlemen, please place your key and take to your seats as we head to the final match of the night.
I can't believe it. We've already gone through 3 games. We've crushed 3 keys, and there's one more left for the Crusher to take.
Let's not keep the fans waiting, and let's get it on.
We can set the world on fire.
Here we go, the final best of 7 here in the round of 12. Who is going to power into the top 8 and earn themselves some points in the potential club championship? Toronto Ultra looking to field a Call of Duty team later in this tournament. I know they're hoping for some victory from their Overwatch team. On the other side, OALGD looking to continue to play spoiler. We know we're going to Lijiang Tower, McGravy, so let's talk about what we expect here in the first control map.
This is going to be a tough one because, like we said, Guchui's flexibility has come into question here. There are a lot of different tanks that OALGD seems to be willing to play, and we know someone. He won the MVP award in the Overwatch League at the last season because he's flexible. So I think these tank bans could mean a lot on this first map. Let's see.
Here we go. Hero ban is in from Toronto Ultra. No Pharah, please. Stay out of the sky.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting ban because it's something that they could play if they wanted to, but clearly they are scared of the Pharah player that could be coming in on the other end. It can be a wild card at times, and for the Toronto Ultra, they're just looking to keep it grounded, keep it simple.
I love Toronto Ultra waving to the crowd, but they know they're outnumbered by fans cheering for OALGD. You saw the neon lights there behind their squad, and there's not going to be a Reinhardt. Is this a good move to ban Rein early?
This is potentially a Scrimbucks movement here. So Toronto, with the first ban, ended up sending out the Pharah, and there might have been some rumblings in the background. Maybe Toronto has sped up their gameplay a little bit. Someone has a good Reinhardt. It is something. He's won the Overwatch League playing Reinhardt, so that is potentially something he was looking to pull out, and OALGD wants to shut it down early.
Toronto Ultra, Wu-Fang, OALGD. We're starting at 0. First of 4 map wins is powering through. It's time to kick this one off. As you can see the excitement, Vega with a little bit of smirk. Is that nerves on the Chinese team? How do you feel OALGD is feeling about this?
You have to be nervous. Your key is on the line. Crusher 99 yearns for another key.
Yeah, Crusher 99. That's a deep cut there, McGravy, but you know what? Teams right now looking to forge their own history.
We got the game ready. Let's send it upstairs to the casters. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Pocket. Yes, me, Jaws, and Matt to lead you through this series. OALGD versus Toronto Ultra. Our second match of the day. It feels like the first one. And that first one that we just had was pretty quick. It was a little 4-0, but this one not looking like it's going to be the same affair.
This is a huge matchup, I think, obviously for both teams. I think OALGD, right, this is their biggest event of the year that they're going to compete at, right? So everything on the line with a single elimination, right? They have to be perfect from here on out. And for Toronto Ultra, you need to be able to beat a team like this if we think you're going to live up to the expectations that we have for you as a team. So the Reinhardt ban, quite interesting here to kick things off.
Yeah, Guxue running out on the Ramatra. We've seen a lot of flexibility from Guxue,
which is a bit
over
surprising.
This past
you would never, never really kind of put him in the category of someone who can play like tons of different tanks, right? We kind of have a good idea of what his hero pool is, but a ton of time between the last few times we've seen him.
Insane macro there from Leave. So Leave just kind of splitting up Toronto Ultra, and then using that drill dash to actually push someone away from the rest of his team. They couldn't end up capitalizing on a kill. It's actually Monk to fall first. Leaving Guxue looking like they want to try and capitalize here as they try and run down the back line, but it is Sugar Free just picking off the stragglers as the point is capped by Ultra.
And it feels like if you can have someone play the D.Va, like that's probably one of the weaker tanks in his pool, right? You probably feel pretty good about that if you're OALGD, but not able to take that first fight on the board. So actually it'll be Gushue going over to the Zarya, so just playing really hard counters here. So see the D.Va on the other side, bring the Zarya into the mix. Zarya can just melt this D.Va down.
Yeah, 25% of building now for Toronto Ultra. Of course, now with Gushue on the Zarya, normally better counter than the Ram against the D.Va. I mean, with the pulse one for Sugar Free too, it's going to be tough to get that through anybody. Of course, they're going to get instantly bubbled, and that's a lot of free energy for Gushue.
And we saw OALGD play this here on Midtown the other day when we were casting their game, right? They just used the bubbles onto Leave, and it makes it so difficult to get rid of the Venture.
Ooh, Leave. Getting out of there with the drill dash. Nice bubble there from Gushue. Should be quite high in terms of energy now, as they just run off Merit. The gang just run through the window. Monk trying to respond and help OALGD to take over that point. A sound barrier, though, is going to help Gushue surge forward, but the self-destruct from someone is going to hold their advantage, and now that overhelp just disappearing.
Yeah, Leave actually didn't get the benefits there of the sound barrier, so was not able to get the big Lucio ultimate, which could have been a huge difference in that fight, as this will be Toronto Ultra in control of the point with their own sound barrier to work with, maybe holding it for that grab.
Yeah, Leave getting bubbled there on the sidelines as the tectonic shot comes through. Ooh! Vega almost Ajaxing there, was sent sky high by that tectonic shock, but managed to get the beat off regardless, and wow, saves Toronto Ultra and puts him in final fight territory as well.
Yeah, it's something Jake was talking to me about, I think, when we were in Dallas, that like with that Venture ultimate, like the tectonic shock, if the Lucio goes to beat, you can actually just kind of use that ultimate to just kind of juggle the Lucio in the sky, make it very difficult to get the ult off. With Ultra now, not really anything to work with. It looks like Leave will be able to get a touch. Oh, that's brutal.
The brutal stuff there as someone not only finds 2 kills, but finds the eat on the grab. And Leave, all that meanwhile, had to go and touch the point. So it's quite literally a 1v5 right now for Leave. I'm not sure they're going to let him escape, or at least not let them get back to the point. That's Toronto Ultra with a nice first round.
Yeah, pretty clean stuff there from Toronto Ultra. Someone looked pretty decent there on the D.Va. The Gravy was huge, where seems like OALGD still trying to figure out how they kind of want to play this, right? Do they want to kind of maybe go back to that Ramatra we saw them go with early, run down that back line of Ultra, or do they want to end up playing something that resembles more that Zarya style? But as we get to the next round, some completely different comps. So you see someone now hovering over this Winston, one of his specialties, as Gushue potentially bringing out the Doom.
So seeing a lot more Doom than I kind of anticipated in this tournament.
Yeah, the only tanks we really haven't seen much at all are really like, we saw a little bit of a Risa, and obviously Roadhog, right? Everybody else we've seen get some type of serious action.
Gushue, though, deciding Doom, not for him right now. Vega, ooh, using that outburst to get over that small gap onto the kind of the main pavilion there. Just taken advantage of by Gushue, just jumps on him.
This feels infinitely better for OALGD for me. Like, Gushue on the Winston, Leave on the Tracer, Shy on a long-range hit scan. I mean, the backline, this is like their comfort heroes, right? So I think for OALGD, you're pretty happy that Toronto wants to try and match this.
Vega with a nice pylon placement. Although getting over this bridge is going to be so tough. They've hit in the recall, goes back to the rest of his team. Oh, Sugar Free's head got taken clean off. Definitely had the recall there, but unfortunately for him, Shy's a pretty cracked shot.
I kind of want to see Ultra make some changes here. I don't think in this type of matchup, you should be mirroring OALGD.
Yeah, and Monk already with a nano. I mean, RuPaul was going to be able to match him there too, but OALGD want to go fast. You can see Gushue already kind of posturing for it. There's the nano straight into the back line. And Toronto Ultra seemingly ready for that, but unfortunately for RuPaul, didn't see Leave on the other side.
And that's the nano as well. The use for Toronto Ultra on the someone as well.
More defensive too.
Yeah, so you're going to get absolutely nothing with that. Vega's not even close to a captive son. As this has been quite brutal here for Ultra. Feels like matching OALGD in this type of dive is not where they want to be.
Oh, Leave. Of course, with the pulse bomb. Didn't quite manage to get an angle on RuPaul. Parrot 1 HP. These nades from Monk just so clean with it. Looks like Toronto Ultra want to move towards White Room now. Pulse one. Oh, it connects to... Oh, Merit and Vega dead. Time to reset again.
This has been really ugly.
This is brutal. This is...
I mean, they have made it look incredibly easy. Waking up the OALGD fans here as after round number 1, they were looking like they were going to go to sleep there. Maybe turn the lights off, conserve some of the battery, but now their team is really
going in again.
Lighting up.
Dude, they're using every single ultimate defensively near their own spawn. Sugar Free at least manages to find one with the post bomb, but Vega sent careening over the edge. Probably tried to use the outburst to get back on top, but Matt, it's OT. Someone's won. No primal left. It's only Sugar Free to touch. A 99-0. Toronto Ultra, but couldn't get a word in.
But thinking about it, just in terms of comp and matchup.
Oh, it's in the wheelhouse.
Like, Monk versus RuPaul and Yana, like, I think you probably say it's about even. Like, Lengsa, playing the break, fantastic break player. The Alari on the other side doesn't really pan out. Gushui and someone on the Winston there, those are like right up there, neck and neck. And then I think Leave probably has a little bit of an advantage over Sugar Free and the Tracer. Sugar Free, a very good Tracer, but Leave, a former Overwatch League MVP. And then Shy on the versus Merit on the hit scans, a little bit of a wash. I feel like though it gives just this is the type of style that OALGD wants to play. I like this look for Toronto Ultra a little bit more, right? Try and kind of counter this type of style as opposed to play right into it.
TP out the door from Toronto Ultra. Double flex support yet again, but yeah, on the Sigma now. So they just want to get onto the point ASAP.
Paul gets slept coming out of spawn there.
Doesn't look like they want to go for it. Oh, Shy taking a lot of damage. I think Vega just quad hit him, and that was it. Shy dead.
Yes, Gushui there trying to work with Lee, put some pressure on the supports, but it's going to be way more deadly jumping into the Sigma, right, than it would have been just trying to play that Winston, so someone will take out Lengsa. Already Toronto off to a better start.
I mean, that's the big benefit there of the Alari just being able to chunk down the Ashe from range. Of course, the Ashe probably doing a little bit more damage if you're landing those shots, but it's still some form of pressure, added pressure onto Shy, as he has to deal with Merit as well, who have both taken a little small off angle here. Merit and Vega on that mega health pack.
Oh, they both get extremely low, but they're able to get topped up just a little bit as
no lamp.
Merit and Vega make it out. Yeah, no, Sugar Free in the back line now, take out Monk.
Whoa, I mean, the damage is just insane from the back line. And that's why you play the Alari most of the time, is that damage output is just ridiculous. And you can just put the pylon down in a safe spot and then just keep shooting.
And this is where now I would like to see OALGD make an adjustment here. We saw the other day they actually played like Maga-based compositions into something like this, where this is where Maga, Maga bring back Leave on the Venture, right? That's where this could be pretty good against this comp.
Gushui near in the primal, maybe sunk cost fallacy a little bit here.
The nano for the Winston here, right? So you feel like you can win a fight off the back of that.
He's got it in about a couple of percentage points. Sugar Free tending to the point there as Leave try to...
They don't get the nano. They just send Gushui right into an amp matrix.
Yeah.
He just gets flat.
Oh dear. This is a strange occurrence. I mean, Toronto Ultra right now flattening OALGD. Exact opposite of what happened. I mean, back and forth. And ZP called it on the desk. This is either going to go one way or the other. Back and forth is currently... what's happening on your screens right now. And Merit, little cheeky bob placement potentially in our future.
Yeah, I think OALGD has just been way too committed after the last round. That is just a flat in there.
Uh-oh. Hello, Shy. Didn't expect me here, did you? Nano booster onto the Ashe, though. Okay, Shy has to come up with a miracle here. He's trying to find people. Spots Vega, still getting healed by the pylon. Oh, can't quite win out the fight. Lands a headshot for Vega once again, getting the best of Shy. And we're now in OT. Monk and Lengsa carrying OALGD for the time being with a double kill from the Ashe. Arna even, and Lengsa on the point contesting.
Yeah, it was a 1v1 there on the point as Monk was actually playing across the middle, so he was actually just kind of like looking directly across, picks up 2. So 1v1 with Lengsa and Sugar Free on the point. Lengsa wins it, also more importantly, holds on to the rally there, Jack. What do you think? So someone going back to the Winston here, so interesting that they opt to just ditch the Sigma. I thought they looked awesome playing that.
I think they just want to use Vega's ult, hit the backline and instantly collapse. As soon as you get stomped on by the monkey, when you have that Sunstruck on you, you are dead. There is no chance for you. Lengsa has to hit a rally of a century
You're
here.
gonna keep the rally going.
There's the bomb. Looks like Toronto Ultra trying to back off. Pulse bomb from Leave is going to make sure Vega goes back to spawn.
But here's the danger, right? Playing around that type of scenario, right now you're giving up just about 50% here to OALGD. You're going to get close to like probably a nano in this next fight, right?
Right.
It's going to be really dicey because other than the Captain Sun, you have nothing to work with. Oh, usually he was in trouble.
1 HP. Oh, antied. That's not good. Here comes the rally. Vega, there's a lot of detonations coming in. Oh, and he finds two. Someone with the follow-up. Perfectly placed there into the back line. Length's shield not quite big enough to protect Monk and Shy. And now it is OT Toronto Ultra. 99% ticks over. And they start the series off with a bang.
Yeah, someone body blocks towards the door where Gushue is trying to make that leap back up towards the point. Just like how you had mentioned, right? They use that Cap the Sun even with a rally going, just some damage that comes down from someone, ends up taking out 2 players there. I think, though, if you are OALGD, you have an idea with some of the bans, though. Maybe you can actually get something going in your favor because you looked really good in the Winston head-to-head. Someone's flexibility, though, paying off, playing that Sigma at a really high level.
I wonder if you ban Sigma then in that case. If you're OALGD.
Or, like, do you ban Baptiste, right?
Okay.
Like, if you're going to play, like, the Brig with the Ana, do you ban the Bap? You could still play like Kariko Lucio type of comps as well with that. Just maybe takes away some of the slower stuff. So some different options they can go in terms of the bans.
Yeah. We'll have to wait and see, of course. Toronto Ultra and OALGD. Definitely a closer match than that Falcons M80 game. That is for sure. The crowd very much behind the Chinese team at this current moment in time. Have to wait and see what ends up going down in the map ban. The pick and ban and then the map selection as well as we jump down to the studio.
Thank you, Jaws and Mr. X. And yeah, come on in, because I got 2 gentlemen ready to break this one down. A very excited ZP saw one of his favorite tanks back in action, Gushue, in the game here, and he brought out almost everything, but that Winston definitely was his best.
Yeah, I mean, there was such a tone shift between round 1 and round 2, where round 1, playing on the Zarya, it wasn't the best. I mean, someone was also playing out of his mind, ate a grab towards the end, but you get Gushue back on the Winston, which is really Gushue's bread and butter. Total tone shift, OALGD able to take a round, but then going into round 3, you get the adaptation from Toronto Ultra, but, you know, OALGD still looked a lot better on round 3 with the Winston than they did on round 1 with the Zarya.
Lee's shown us why he was a regular season MVP in the past, but McGravy on the other side for the winning team Toronto Ultra. Who was most impressive from our blue squad?
I think it's someone. Hey, listen, this guy he was my tank player for 2 years. He was never able to play the Diva. Maybe I was a problem. I couldn't teach him the Diva because now he pulled it out with good efficiency. I don't expect him to play it every time, but the fact he was able to pull it out, play it against Azari, which amongst most people you consider as kind of a counter.
Yeah.
And he ate the grab, which is huge. So I think someone playing the Sigma, playing the Diva, playing the Winston was huge for that map.
As a former Zarya main, there is nothing worse than getting your grab, having full charge, and the Diva just gobbles it up and you feel worthless. For now, though, we got to check in with the fan poll. STCplay.gg is the place to get your vote in, and it looks like the fans are feeling... Whoa, OALGD. It's not just the fans here in the venue, it's the people watching at home, McGravy.
They're a bit of a fan favorite. They've got the branding, they've got the personalities, they've got the cosplay. I mean, these guys are not only good in the server, they're great out of the server as well. I mean, what's not to like about OALGD?
Purple versus pink on the main stage. You'll love to see it, ZP. Talk to me about this matchup, though. When we look at the individuals, how do the DPS members match up one-on-one?
Yeah, DPS matchups one-on-one. I mean, I thought it was a pretty solid performance coming out from Toronto Ultra, where you take a look at Sugar Free. Wasn't his most explosive game, but very, very effective. Merit, a little bit hit or miss, but still comfortable on the Ashe.
Comfortable on the Ashe. Are we going to see a lot more Ashe being played? Are we expecting Widowmaker, or is it just going to be a whole lot of tracing?
I think both these DPS, I think it's going to be haymakers left and right. I think it's going to be hit scan versus hit scan, tracer versus tracer, and I don't think there's going to be a lot of variation there.
OALGD in the back seat right now, trying to catch up. We got Hybrid, Escort, Push, and Flashpoint to choose from. If you're coaching McGravy, where do you take me next?
Oh, this is tough. You have to really consider, was the Falcon series a fake? Is Gushui really not as flexible as we thought? Do we not want to do that as much? Do we want to stick with the Winston? And I think if I'm OALGD, I am going to a comfort pick. I'm going to something I know that Gushui and I know that my team is good at. So maybe potentially something like a Dorado, Shy, potentially one of the best Widowmakers to ever play the game. Do you want to take him there? A little bit of Widowmaker, a little bit of Winston. That's my bet.
What about you, ZP? What do you think is going to be coming from our Pink Squad OALGD?
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. I'd say if you want Widowmaker, go to Circuit. Now, Widow could still get banned, which would be a smart ban, but it hasn't been banned too much here. People have been more in line with banning a Sigma, so bring him to Circuit.
We got Merit, we got Shy, we got a party on our hands, and we're going back to the Kadia Arena to find out exactly where we should be playing. The fans are loud, though, and it seems to be a one-sided affair as the Falcons fans have moved on. It is once again LGD taking over the stands. We head back to the Kadia Arena to find out what the coaches decide. For Toronto Ultra, you of course are waiting to see what map you're playing on, and then you'll make your ban. OALGD, we talked about the potential. Do you play hybrid? Do you play escort? McGravy, take it away. Where are we going?
It's looking like I'm wrong. So they're taking us to Colosseo, which is super interesting because this is a map that has recently been changed. So there's a lot of different variations. Originally, it used to be very poke orientated because the windows were closed off. A lot of Sigma, a lot of back and forth, a lot of stalemates in that middle part. But now that it's opened up, Dive is a little bit of a better pick on this map, so maybe OALGD is looking to do that. Let's see.
First hero ban is going to be the Sigma. Great call there, McGravy. On the other side, what is Toronto Ultra's counter pick to ban?
Yeah, Toronto Ultra and what they're going to try and pick here. You know, they're a team that hasn't really been enjoying playing super fast a lot of time. Maybe they go with banning the Lucio in this situation. No, they decide to take out the Ana. You know, I don't hate it.
Does that keep Winston away? Why would you ban the Ana here?
Well, you ban the Ana because Ana's like the best support at keeping Winston alive, and you know Gushui wants to play Winston, right? So, yeah, the Ana comes in, and now Gushui just goes, what do I play?
With someone pulling out the Diva with good efficiency, the Ana ban also disables the Ana Brig, which I would say is Diva's greatest counter. The Brigida is really hard to play against. So potentially, by making a Kiri-Lucio matchup, someone might be pulling out the Diva here.
Big brain plays on both sides of the stage. Who's going to walk away with map number 2? It's time to find out as we get into push with Matt Mr. Rex Morello, the Long Island native, and of course Jaws, who lives in America now.
And you see how long my introduction is, bro? He could have kept going with that. I mean, just the accolades. Yeah, the guy. 17 shots of espresso, and you're here as well. He's ready. He's jacked up. So the band's quite interesting, right? Sigma out the way, and then also the Ana. I was calling the Ana when we
kind of expect the Ana at some point to being banned against them.
Yeah, so Kiri-Lucio potentially here in terms of support line. Something you start to say, like, I kind of agree with McGravy. Maybe someone ends up playing the Diva. I wonder if Gushui, like, do you try and play, like, can you play Doom with, you know, a Kiri-Lucio? Do you play a Diva of your own? It seems like Gushui has been pretty comfortable on it.
Yeah, definitely playing the Kiri-Lucio, though, I would imagine. They could flex into double flex, potentially.
Lari Kuriko here on Colosseo.
I think that would be a little crazy.
Yeah.
On Colosseo, to be honest. Especially against a comp that you know Toronto Ultra are going to play. They're going to play fast. Looks like almost a complete mirror here. Just Merit and Leave. Just on the Echo and the Ash being the difference makers.
Yeah, and OALGD just ditching the hit scan. The Diva really strong against hit scan, so they just completely ditch it. They will play Echo with Tracer. Put a lot of pressure on Merit.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy to see, obviously, Gushui back in the mix, and it's been cool to see him flex on a lot of different tanks. Over the next couple of maps, we will see a Winston ban, and I think the bans have been quite important in this tournament in general. Just banning out a lot of strong heroes from individual players just opens the field up and really stresses teams out and forces them to adapt on the fly.
Sugar Free takes a lot of damage there, backs on up as both teams just kind of jockeying for position around the bot, even though the glass is gone, still the same type of play style.
Oh, that's Suzu being used. That's the go time for OALGG. See, RuPaul is nowhere to run, unfortunately. Everybody grouped up. I'm not sure he had anywhere to even teleport to with that swift step.
So they will get control of the bot first, get around this corner. nobody's really built up much of anything in terms of ultimates here. It's important they keep Merit alive here, especially on this high ground. He can be so devastating from this position, and you see OALGD wants to put some pressure on it.
Yeah, leaving a lot of danger there. Forced Monk to even teleport to him to get those Offered cards closer to him to heal him up. Rush available in 5%.
Interesting, so OALGD gives up space here, right? They back up. They don't exactly want to push into the Ashe playing on the high ground, so they back up. The bot will move a little bit faster if they get control of it again. And then you figure they can sit, even more meterage. They're going to have double support ults.
Sugarfree paying mad respect there to Shy and Leave, who are both looking at it. Two Kitsune rushes on this high ground. Gushue having to play this corner right now as Shy tried to get a cheeky pulse bomb in the backline. Actually spots RuPaul alone, isolated on the low ground. Ends up Swift stepping back to the rest of his team on height. And here comes the duplication. One Tracer down, another one appears here as Leave opts to duplicate Sugarfree. But this Bob coming in, Leave is not going to be long for this world. No, there it is. That Bob focusing down Leave as Shy tries to make his way back into this fight, switching over to the Ashe. But any staggers here for OALDG will be kind of disaster. They need to be able to stay alive, but no, Gushue's mech evaporates.
Yeah, quite huge now. You're going to have to wait a little bit for Gushue to get back in the action. It looked like they were trying to back up there just a little bit, OALGD, because they ended up having a sound barrier advantage for a period of time, but they end up losing Shy.
Wow.
Ends up kind of taking that off the table, so that's going to be an aggressive sound barrier there for Vega. Right in the spawn, they go right after Shy. It's going to be a sound barrier in response for OALGD, but they're on the chase. They're not going to be able to get anything really for it.
Self-destruct remake potential here by someone. Pushes that Lucio into the small room, but luckily for Lynx, there's a different avenue of escape there now. But Monk dead. This whole team, OALDG, just getting split up by the majority of Toronto to find, Sugarfree and someone just forcing their way into the backline. And Shy just struggling to get much stuff done. Good stick from Sugarfree, forces the self-destruct remake there from Gushue. And the point is still going.
Yeah, this
checkpoint for Toronto.
This is going to be checkpoint for Toronto Ultra. As, they started off maybe a little bit slow, but they are pouring it on now as this is a must-win fight coming up here for OALGD. And just like that, they lose Shy.
Man, the aggression from Toronto, they're leveling up, it feels like it. Monk, looking towards Gushue, like, probably shouldn't TP into 5.
Yeah, OALGD, they got to wake up. This is going to be a full map completion here. If they don't get things going, as you're going to have the Kitsune rush here right by the spawn. And with the way that the Toronto Ultra have been playing, you figure
they're going to go first. Look at that again. Someone just running into the backline. Monk forced to use that Suzu super early. TP onto the bridge now. Here comes Gushue straight into the backline, although Toronto Ultra ready for it, primed. Someone absorbing a lot of those bullets coming in, and now the return with the rush for themselves. 111 meters and counting. Even a self-destruct just thrown in the backline. Why not? Splits the team. Gushue dead. Matt, where is OALDG?
They are hightailing it back into their own spawn. This is ugly.
They're going to full cap.
So they are looking at a great spot to full cap, because especially Ultra probably going to end up with a sound barrier here. It's going to be Shy using the Bob just to try and get towards the bot to contest.
Okay, once again, Toronto Ultra all backing up simultaneously. Now they retake this high ground once more. There's no clean team fight here for OALDG. Sound barriers coming in from both sides. Sugarfree just focusing down Shy. And that pulse bomb ends Gushue's mech once more. OALGD just need to find something. A semblance, a single kill is all they need to try and turn the tides, but it's just not happening.
No,
133
the bot
meters.
Getting close to the barrier here. Going to get very close to getting across the line as Lee forced to recall. You'll have Gushue coming out of spawn. He's got to self-destruct to just keep this going.
He said, Merit is just in a shooting gallery right now. He can do whatever he pleases. Straight up to the high ground. Shy just trying to poke his little head out, but Merit just matches him there with a dynamite. Like you said, Gushue can just survive on the point for a little bit longer here with that self-destruct, and someone knows it. They end up backing off once again. They're very tempered, Matt,
they're
waiting for this rush.
They were playing for the Kitsune rush. Kitsune rush dropped now from both teams. Someone going to get very close to a self-destruct, but Merit's going to have the Bob.
There we go. There's Shy with a kill. Sugarfree down now. Self-destruct's coming in right over the top for someone. Gushue and Vega end up trading, but still Merit playing super far back. These trades, I mean, it's just kind of good for OALGD, but they need a clean team fight. Toronto Ultra just burning as much time as humanly possible right now on this final push.
Yeah, as Merit just gets there to contest, and finally OALGD make it out of the spawn. They have a long way to go. They end up getting a lead at the start and then just giving up 137 uncontested meters. They have a really difficult task on their hands. You're going to need 4 or 5 fights in a row to even get close here.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of a understatement there, Matt. We'll have to see if Leave can try and find something with this pulse bomb. Spots Merit. There's the stick. Coach gun away from the rest of his team. No chance for a Suzu there. Leave finds one. Can they capitalize on this? It will be Sugar Free taking down Shy, though, and with a D-Mech on someone. Okay, there's one fight at the very least. Now to find 4 or 5 more. Leave just on a monstrous spree there on the Tracer.
Yeah, you're going to have Lynx to go back to the spawn. End up using the speed boost there to get some players back into the action. And with those players missing, you're not going to be able to push into the high ground. So you're really not going to get any more progress here for OALGD. You're going to get, what, 3 meters out of that. So now you have to back up, win yet another fight mid-map.
Yeah, these forward spawns are just so brutal. Well, that's a good start, though. Okay.
Shy starting to heat up a little bit.
Both Shy and Leave. Oh, Vega, that was Pete's little head there, over.
This 60 HP. Such a throw from Toronto, though. There's no way I can.
Vega's dead. Vega's dead. There's the rush in the spawn. Taste your own medicine there.
Oh, this is going to happen?
No.
So,
maybe.
I mean,
potentially.
Kitsune rush there, right? You win this fight. Checkpoint still moving. You're going to get checkpoint out of this, right? You're going to end up with a sound barrier here up next. I think they need to manufacture a pick on one of the supports, right? Get a little bit of a, an even footing in terms of support advantage.
Sound barrier coming in. Merit a lot of stress and pressure right now.
Here from Toronto.
The bot has reached the checkpoint. You can see someone now just trying to battle over it. Oh, it just runs through the back line. Sound barrier, Kitsune rush used for both sides. And there's the wipe. OALGD heading to the reset there as the team kill comes through.
And you gained a little bit of progress there, but the brutal part is now the bot's going to go all the way back. So anything you gained, you're going to essentially lose here. For OALGD, and you ended up using your beat, right? You absolutely had to. They used beat and Kitsune rush at the same time on top of each other, so the only way you had a chance of winning that for OALGD is if you end up using your own sound barrier, but Monk finds RuPaul, so maybe they can get control fast.
But Shy is dead pretty quickly. Oh, Monk with a nice double kill. Monk with a nice triple kill, in fact. Okay. Sugar Free Merit trying to even this one up now. Someone is now on the bot, just staring at Goushway with that defense matrix. Goushway takes care of Merit, and there's the bot in control again as it goes over the middle checkpoint.
Yeah, but 30 seconds left. You're going to have this Bob.
They need to be clean with these fights.
For Toronto to just kind of throw onto the point is OALGD needs to be absolutely perfect from here on out.
That little dynamite on the bot there. All right. Bob's coming up for both sides. No support ultimates available either. And the Divas with these self-destructs, these remechs. I mean, Toronto Ultra probably just want to buy down the, just wait out this clock at this point. There's Lee trying to get a nice little one clip, but instantly met with someone's matrix. Here comes the Bob. Merit on the point. As we can see, Bob also being sent out by Shy. Self-destruct too. Shy heating up, but unfortunately extinguished by RuPaul. But Leave. Oh, he's got his back, that is for sure. Monk throwing a few healing cards there towards the Bob. Even a Suzu, too, to try and help Goushway out in this fight. But they need to stack on this bot now. Yeah, they got the rush. There's a chance.
Yeah, it's a little odd because you're actually, pretty split here for Toronto Ultra. You will not have Shy in this fight, but you do have a Kitsune rush advantage here.
TP already. Sugar Free's got the pulse bomb. Who's the target? He got the stick and it's Langsa. Only Monk available now for OALGD for the heals. This is going to turn bad to worse if they can get the speed off, but Leave down. Same with Shy. This is going to be it. Toronto Ultra with a victory sound barrier at the very end, finding back-to-back maps.
Yeah, and the kill on Langsa there is huge because most likely would have ended up with a sound barrier there. So you end up not having that big support ultimate towards the end. Huge advantage for Ultra. Already had a player advantage there going into that fight. So Toronto looking to make a little bit of a statement, right? We've talked about, like, okay, you know, this team, they're awesome in NA. What about international competition? Dallas wasn't it. Here's a big test against OALGD, and so far, they have lived up to expectations.
Have been North America's #1 for a long, long time, and like you said, not finding that success in Dallas. Sugar Free on your screen. Big smile on his face. 2-0 up right now. A Toronto Ultra has jumped down to the desk where they can break that one down.
Thank you, gentlemen. Awesome stuff here from Toronto Ultra. I thought they were going to complete the map before we saw that resurgence from OALGD. But can we take a moment and talk about Sugar Free? I've enjoyed watching him online. This is my first opportunity to watch him in person, and boy, did he pop off on that Tracer.
Oh man, that Tracer was insane. I think Colosseo as a map has really enhanced itself as a Tracer playground just because the flank routes, they've been opened up so much. I talked about that glass in the middle. Tracer's flank route there to break up that middle part of the map is super important. Also, on the spawn side near the coast, that map's also been opened up a little bit, so Tracer pulse bombs have been super, super key on this map.
ZP, I love your note cards. You are always scribbling down the best moments of the game. What stood out to you in map #2?
I think what stood out to me is what OALGD needed to do to actually get ahead, which is that Shy needed to get picks on Sugar Free. When Sugar Free went down, all of a sudden, Lee, multiple kills. He had a 4K at one point, and it was really just getting Sugar Free's presence out of the game, let OALGD thrive, and they did it under a little bit of tough circumstances where Gushue wasn't necessarily on his most comfortable hero.
We did see merit on Ash, like you called. On the other side, Shy had one of his own. Will we see this showdown throughout the tournament?
I said it. I think OALGD needed to stick to their guns. They started this map by having their DPS swapped. They had Shy on the Tracer at the start and Leave on the Echo, and that is why the lead for Toronto was so big at the start, and they ended up swapping and getting it back. They need to stick to their guns. I understand that there's like a meta developing here at this tournament, but that is just not OALGD's game. I think they're trying a little too hard to be someone they're not.
Did they buff the Diva too much? Because we have so many Diva highlights in this tournament. Both Gushue and someone looking clean at times, someone getting the best of them overall.
Yeah, I think it's a small thing of both of these Diva players are a little inexperienced, so there's not so much of the passive peeling style of play. They're both kind of just mashing their faces into each other, and they're running over the other team.
ZP, final thoughts here on map #2 as we recap everything we've seen so far. Who's been most impressive?
So far, it has definitely been the Toronto Ultra, but OALGD, I feel like they're heating up. If not for a hero bomb from Sugar Free at the end of that map, OALGD was coming real close to bringing that back. It took an unlikely play for it to happen, and Toronto Ultra have to stay on their guard.
How do you keep your backlines alive moving forward here if you're OALGD? And at times, Toronto Ultra, Vega seemed to be doing a pretty good job of defending himself.
Yeah, Vega has definitely improved. Vega, you talk about where Toronto Ultra struggled. The back line has just gone a little bit too pressure. But Sugar Free, again, was doing a great job of keeping Leave back in the Tracer v Tracer while still finding key pickoffs.
All right, so you're OALGD, you're in the hole 0-2, and you need this map to gain a little bit of confidence in the best of 7. So we mentioned it earlier. We didn't see it. Where do we go now, McGravy?
I'm going back to the point that I made earlier, and I think it was a mistake from OALG not to do this in the first place. I think they have to go somewhere where Shy can get on the Widowmaker. He is an absolute difference maker. He knows how to take the 1v1s. You get Gushue probably off of the Diva, so I would like to see Dorado. I would like to see at least threaten the Winston and the Widow, and you make Toronto ban one of them.
Dorado's been around for a minute, ZP. Anything changed from the Overwatch League Season 1 on this map?
No, it's still a map where long sight lines are king, and you want to get a Widow some play, go to Dorado.
I like that call. And a final question here on the DPS side of things. Are we going to see any Genjis?
Genji, maybe. I mean, once upon a time, Sugar Free's best hero, but and has played, I think, once or twice this tournament, but will we see it a lot right now? Doesn't seem as likely with how the meta has been developing.
Sorry, chat. There's your answer as we head back to the Kadia Arena. It is time for our hero bans, and of course, most importantly, the map selection. OALGD making their choice, and it's time to lock it in. What do you see, gentlemen?
Oh, Midtown. Midtown is a map where it's kind of up in the air on what it is the optimal play style. You can play that Sigma double flex, which is what I think Toronto is going to end up going for here, because Vega is just so comfortable playing that Alari, playing that double flex style. someone on the Sigma, one of his best heroes. And I think OALGD with that Baptiste ban is trying to take a little bit of that power away from Toronto.
Yeah, and to me, that means I think the Winston ban is coming on in because they want to go more dive heavy. They don't want the Immortality field messing with anything. But now you're looking to keep OALGD on the back foot. I think the Winston ban comes in. It will make a whole lot of sense, especially with how McGrave is set up, the tanks that they do want to play.
Is there anyone happier in Riyadh than RuPaul? This kid is always smiling, and the Winston is out. Great call, ZP. No Winston for you, Gushue. So here we go. Game number 3 loading up with OALGD. Trying to dig deep. Give me 2 players to watch on that stage.
I think with those bans, Toronto has thrown down the gauntlet. They say, Gushue, play Diva again, man. We would happily love to see you play that character. We're banning the Winston. We're going to make you do it.
Leave. There's no bigger X factor in Overwatch history. A player that can go red hot with the best of them. Can't count out OALGD while Leave still has a mouse.
I want to see what Leave can do against some of the greats. We got Sugar Free ready to rock, Merit ready to roll. Here we go. Map number 3 is live as we send it up to the casters. Jaws, Mr. X, let's get it going.
Yep, Midtown on the board now. Matt, a 2-0 right now. I mean, honestly, I thought it would be a little bit closer than this. That last map was a bit of a flattening.
This series, though, at least for me, felt like it was going to be a blowout one way or the other. Like, I think, yeah, for whatever reason, it felt like to me that, like, you either were going to see Ultra couldn't really, like, live up to the expectations, and then maybe OALGD was as good as they were the other day, or that, OALGD just kind of, like, struck lightning a little bit, for that one game, and then after that, it's going to wheels falling apart. I'd also like to say, I think Sugar Free has had like a tremendous tournament overall, right? Really strong play throughout groups. He's been fantastic on the Tracer, going up against like Leave and Shine. So get a little bit of a pause here. This is from the Ultra side of things before we jump into it. But just had to say, I think Sugar Free's been fantastic.
Yeah, he's been unreal. The pulse bomb accuracy must be insane right now. His
it's probably
go on, throw out a number.
71%.
71%. Yeah, we'll take that. It's got to be close to that number at least.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Guy's getting crazy value if it's not getting eaten.
I'm usually always within a few percentage points. So
normally.
Yeah, usually.
Yeah, that's crazy. You one for. We discussed this the other day. You're one for maths. You're an addition guy, right?
Yeah, big addition guy. I do a little bit of division,
Yeah.
Give me a little piece of paper, get it going. Looks like we're all ready to go. The players. Looks like maybe just something happened on the Toronto side, and then I know we get the R's in the chat. Everybody ready to play. So. With these bans, I think you'll probably see some Sigma, Ramatra like rush style of play. It is quite interesting to kind of see that without the Baptiste though, right? The Immortality field's so essential in compositions like that.
Yeah, Leave on the Fire is going to be quite entertaining to watch, that is for sure. Same with Shy on the Ash. We'll see how Toronto Ultra want to maybe adapt when they see these comps, or if they're just going to run double flex. Of course, Alari was something that was quite popular in OWCS as well on this map on attack. You just kind of flank around the alleyway, you set up in a position where you can just crossfire with the team that pushes in, and it does look like we're seeing a swap here. Someone going over to the Sigma of his own.
And I think this is a really good matchup for Toronto Ultra. I think having the Sigma in play, even though you lose Leave right off the bat, Merit, he takes a shot from Shy and then a rocket there from Leave. I think the tank battle, I think this is one where someone has a pretty huge advantage.
It's a big problem actually for the Alari. This Farah, if you just kind of hang around that alleyway, you can just spam, peek, rocket, over and over and over again. It can be hard for the Vega to set up.
Yeah, they got this Sugar Free in position to make a play, and you see exactly that. He uses a triple blink all the way to the backside of the point, and he's going to be the one that's going to initiate a play here as he'll get on and get a touch.
Fortunately for Lee, is antied right now, still paying attention to this sidelines. Vega going super low. Can Leave get the direct? No, a little bit of splash damage on to the Alari. As OALGD now turn their focus to someone.
Yeah, Length's up by himself here, though. You have a few players from Toronto Ultra making their way through this alleyway as you see Leave takes a few shots from Vega, gets quite low.
Yeah, using those thruster pack there to get into cover as quickly as he possibly can. Someone trying to capitalize now, trying to take the space away from Gushue. Now the boost on someone will make sure of that. And when Length's are dead, I mean, you don't really want to match someone with this nano. So they're just trying to subdue him at this current moment in time, but space created.
Yes, RuPaul forced to play underneath the subway car there, trying to dodge the damage coming in from Leave's Farah as Leave now at a long range, just trying to find a pick here as everybody split. This is going to be the nano there on a Gushway just to keep him alive.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way he survives Nana there in that small train cut. It's actually RuPaul killing Leave. Okay, so actually, I take it back.
That is huge.
What a kill. Both DPS dead from OALGD. As RuPaul now making his presence known on the point, taking this high ground. And with Gushway down, that is certainly point A.
Yeah, these players don't exactly want to push up, right? They get hit by the captive sun. They can't exactly just run right out. I know into that. So Toronto Ultra looks like they will take that checkpoint A. For a second there, maybe thought like Leave and Co were going to try and make a play. They actually push really far up, and they're going to lose Monk.
Yeah, now they can't take the side ground. There's just no way. You see the payload, when it comes out of this doorway here, always automatically goes through the gate, so you don't really need to sit on it for a little while. So you can see someone and the rest of Toronto Ultra trying to make their way onto this high ground, but OALGD will end up matching them. Ideally, you don't really want to be up here either with the Bob, so if you get knocked up as someone, you have to burn all your cooldowns to try and stay alive. I don't think that's worth it.
So I now think for Toronto Ultra, how do you get OALGD off of the top of this like bridge, right?
Flux would be a good start. Oh, that's a 3-man. Can Monk stay alive? Doesn't look like it. What a beautiful Flux from someone. Backline down. And just clean on up. There you go. Team kill from Toronto Ultra.
And you see when someone, you know, he's so versatile in terms of tanks, right? You know, maybe there's like 1 or 2 tanks you could say like he's like arguably the best in the world, but he's kind of like lingers around the top 5 in just about all the different tanks. This will be Bob's from both teams, but having that flexibility, especially in a match like this, is enormous. This is going to be Toronto keeping the payload moving.
Yeah. I mean, there's one person in the kill feed, it's Shy, but unfortunately he only killed the Bob. They're just running away with this one. I mean, there's ults to spare there for OALGD, but that's about it. Toronto Ultra just pushing on. And 4 minutes in the time bank as well. They've not really had to fight here. It's just been a small skirmish. We've won it, and then you have to stagger and scatter, and it's been super rough.
I mean, just OALGD just had a really weird tournament, right? They get 3-0'd by Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
Then they beat Falcons.
I know.
And then I know they beat Makers, which you know, Makers wins 2 maps in the group, right? A pretty rough group overall. And then I don't think anyone knew what they were going to come in here and do today. I didn't think it would be this.
Oh. Vega almost 3 tapping lengths are there, but here we go. Shy Widow is what you want to see. A barrage coming out from Leave. There we go. Okay, a semblance of a fight. Nano barrage, team kill, as Leave finds 3, and looks like he's going to change 2.
Potentially Tracer here for Leave. I think that would probably be the option if you did swap. Yeah, so they'll bring a Tracer into the mix, but now we're going to get Merit on the Widow, so this is going to be quite fascinating.
One of the big components of OALGD winning against Falcons the other day was Shy's Widowmaker. So we'll see if he can have the same success versus Merit as he did versus Proper. Tough battle, to be sure.
I think he's a little bit worried about Leave. You kind of see the angle that Merit was looking there, just trying to see if Leave was actually coming around that corner there. As this is a nano onto Sugarfree.
Oh yeah, trying to go straight to the backline, trying to harass Shy as much as possible. A Captive Sun landing on the backline as well. Monk did not stand a chance and needed the Lengther. Payload's going to keep on going. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go as Vega. There's like a good 4 kills there, 5 kills there for Vega. Okay, we see you, and we don't see you any longer. Shy jumps out of spawn and takes his head off.
Yeah, Shy jump peeks around the corner. He's able to get
Vega himself a little bit there.
Oh, ends up getting RuPaul as
he killed backline.
So
okay.
Giving them a chance to get a hold here. 2 big kills there from Shy. I like this for OALGD. I don't think you play... I mean, they're going to go back to the Sigma. I don't think the Sigma head-to-head is where it's at. I think you got to try something different. You know, maybe even the Maga.
Kind of knows where Shy is. Shy has sights available. Probably wants to use those as soon as they see Toronto Ultra pushing aggressively. Yeah, knows exactly where Merit is right now. Just trying to take pop shots at someone as well.
Someone with another Flux here coming up. So you're going to be able to get this next Gravitic Flux. You can kind of use the Inversight with it. As, that's going to be leave.
All right, there's the sights. You have to try and cauterize the wounds somehow. Big Bionade as Lengsa takes to the skies using that Captive Sun. But slowly but surely, someone is moving this payload up. Toronto Ultra just gaining space. Merits and Shy taking out Sugar Free and leave. Unfortunately, the spawn positions here for OALGD are very much in their favor as someone does fall and they regain control of the map. 45 seconds here.
The Shy does not want to lose. I mean, it feels like he just picked up 4 kills during that fight. Back-to-back fights. He is just on fire with the Widowmaker. As 35 seconds left on the clock, you're going to have a Nano boost here. Nano onto the Diva, potentially. You can Nano the Tracer here if you wanted as well. But I think you see how much respect they have for Shy.
Nano boost onto leave. Again, just popping on these Tracers to try and get in on that back line. Taking a fair bit of damage was someone there, but hit the Matrix and he was good to go. OT now in session in about 10 seconds or so. Someone with the Nano boost on top of Shy. We'll try to look at it, but look in 6 different directions at once. Has to get out of there now. Naded, and the Nano's going to run out in just a moment. And Sugar Free goes down. Vega now trying to go for something fancy in the back line. Takes care of Shy, but will it actually be enough? Dueling out versus Monk. There's someone filling the kill feed there with a kill onto Lengsa. But the spawn positions are still too good. Merit makes himself known in the server, killing leave. Gushway holding on to this Flux for the final few moments. He ends up sending someone high in the sky and brings it back down with a crash. As Shy returns on the oh so famous Sojourn to finish this one out, halting that payload just before that 3rd point.
So it feels like just Shy's Widowmaker really going to get them in the game there towards the end. It was like 3 or 4 fights in a row. Shy was able to get like 2-3 kills in each. If he doesn't go crazy on the Widow, this is a blowout of a map. So keeping OALGD in this series.
Yeah, unbelievably clutch, right? They had 4 minutes, remember, Matt, going into that 3rd point push.
It was just like, I mean, nobody else was really doing much of anything, right? For OALGD, it was pretty much just Shy on the Widow towards the end. Those early pickoffs, constantly getting 2-3 kills in a fight, turn the tide. So it'll be Toronto now on defense. I feel like this comp plays a little bit better on defense as well with that double flex. We'll see if it's going to be on OALGD to try and like dislodge someone from that high ground.
I imagine Gushway again kind of rolls out on the Sigma. It's not going to look too bad.
You would think. I mean, if there was a team that was going to play something a little bit odd, it would be OALGD. Right now, kind of hovering this like Zarya different look. I think you probably see Shy play the Ashe, right? Everything else looks like it could be something they would go for as well. We've seen them play like the Zarya with the Venture. Maybe they want to try it with a Genji potentially. So we'll see if they decide to stay with this if there is a Sigma in play, right? So, okay, no, let's just bring in the Venture. So we've seen them run this on Midtown before. They looked really good when we saw them play it, so we'll see if they can make it work against Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, the big idea there was just wait for the Venture to go in, hit the bubble on the Venture as soon as they come up from the burrow, then create some space. Just using those bubbles not for yourself. Although I say that, Gushway just popped one on. And Shy, okay. Shy's woken up, everybody. He just kills 2 right off the rip.
Yeah, I mean, he just decided that he wants to play a little bit more Overwatch. Just comes up with a few big kills there, 2 to make it exact. As does Toronto decide to fight this? They do switch Vega from the Illari over to the Lucio here to try and maybe make a play for the point.
Yeah, Shy's got a nice angle though. It's really tough for Merit to do much here. Sugar Free in the back line, stalking, hunting his prey, but what a sleep from Monk. Sugar Free shut down. Cleave, on the other hand, though, has also been killed. It's a 4-on-4. Monk now in trouble. It shouldn't matter all too much. You've got Shy at your back. That's a nice little nade there. Does go a little bit short, but it doesn't matter.
The sleep on Vega.
Another sleep from Monk. Whew.
Yeah, really sick stuff there from Monk. Awesome that we got his POV. So that's going to be a point A take. When we watched the OALGD squad play this the other day, the leave Venture was very difficult for the opposing team to deal with. They could never really get rid of him because they constantly just use the bubbles onto Leave as there's the last sleep. But we did see the adjustment that ended up needing to come in, which just put more pressure on Gouchway, forced Gouchway to have to use those bubbles on himself, and then Leave was falling pretty easily after that.
Wow, really early flux there. Fortunately, that sleep hitting that wall, sadly. Can they save Lengtzer? Lengtzer is super low, holding onto that sound barrier as well, Matt.
I think Nano merit here.
Nano Dynamite kills Leave. Not really at an angle, I'd imagine, that Gouchway could bubble him.
Feels like they were desperate to hold that high ground, right? Not let the push continue to keep going. So Zarya definitely lacks, obviously, some mobility that can access that high ground, right? So if you can deny it right away, could be quite difficult. You know, you have to use all those resources of the bubbles to get in.
Could just go for a beat rush, though. There is the bubble on Leave, and the Nano, too, to boot. Someone is super low, has been anti-nated as well. Easy kill for Leave. Now the cleanup can commence. Avenger, such a sticky character to actually deal with. So much mobility and invulnerability with the burrow. Added on top with the bubbles, like, good luck locking him down. And Gouchway's got to grab for the next.
Yeah, and it's going to be someone switching over to the Ramatra here. So you can use that Vortex kind of like lock down that Venture a little bit easier, right? And then you already have a lot of damage coming out. It's going to be the Bob from both sides as Gouchway takes a lot of damage. You're not able to keep him up. That's going to be the beat, but you're not going to have the tank.
Yeah, you saw one of those bubbles actually go onto the Bob there to try and help the Bob actually get to a position where he can do damage, but unfortunately, no more bubbles left for Gouchway to save himself.
It's going to be OALGD backing out now. I mean, that is quite huge, right? It's going to allow them to start to build towards that Captive Sun and that Nano boost. You know, the time will dwindle quite fast here, and you're going to allow Toronto Ultra to get back towards that high ground.
Oh, tell me, we haven't seen in a hot minute. The Grav Shock, Graviton Surge into the Tectonic Shock. Would be kind of nasty. Not Dynamite, I mean, Leave setting up for it. There's the bubble, disappears, Leave, burrows. Trying to split off the team. Looks like someone refusing to go down with that fight there. Does not want to leave this high ground. Here comes the grab. Straight into the back line. Absolutely no way you're running away from that. Shy dead, Nemesis form from someone, finishes him off. But can they actually finish this fight out? I mean, Monk and the rest of the team are just on this high ground, just immovable objects. As Vega falls, 2.5 minutes to go. Payload now moving.
Yeah, Sugar Free's still alive, though, so you're going to be able to get onto the cart, probably contest it here with the Tracer, and you have the Nano available for the Ramatra.
Boostia from onto Lengtzer. Pretty sure that was supposed to hit Lee, but if he gets the job done, sure. This is a bit of a better Nano here onto Sugar Free on the Tracer, chasing down the Lucio, easily cleaning them up.
That's not good.
2 minutes to go, and that misplaced Nano from Monk might cost them dearly here, man.
Yeah, that Nano onto Leave would have made a pretty big difference going in with the Venture in terms of the damage reduction, and then also coming out from that burrow, but ends up being a Nano. Lucio as Linkson maybe just kind of clips into the field of view as Gouchway now going to go over the Ramatra. So once the match doesn't feel like you can play that Zarya anymore, and because you don't have the Zarya, you're also going to ditch the Venture.
Toronto Ultra are so far ahead in terms of ultimate economy now, though, Matt. Like, we're talking 125 left. Length's got beat.
Vega going over the top here.
Yeah, might as well. They haven't really got many defensive maneuvers here. Oh, the damage is just insane. We're looking final fight now, Matt.
Yeah, it'll be sound barrier available here for Lengtza and OALGD. Feels like an absolutely must-win map for them as they would find themselves going down 0-3 in the set. As you're going to have Annihilation here, plus your Bob for Toronto. You can use the Bob early. Maybe you can actually get that sound barrier out.
Are they going to play aggro? I wonder if someone just kind of runs into the backline, get that beat out early. They're going to send the Bob in first. Okay. Forces a reset here from OALGD.
Leave is going to move the cart. You're going to have Merit go back for it, though. So not going to be able to move it that far, but you're going to buy some space here to allow your team get up to the high ground.
Banks has still got the beat. Oh, hits on the stairs, but Monk and Shy already dead.
Leave
20 seconds to go. A good sleep from RuPaul. Instantly finished off by Merit's Dynamite. And now they're just going to stagger Leave. I mean, even if he gets the ultimate here, but it's little to no effect. And that's it, Matt. There's just no way. 10 seconds to go. I mean, you've got the Nemesis, you've got the Annihilation, you've got Bob, you've got maybe the Nano on the way, but that's it. Too little, too late. Toronto Ultra, one map away from eliminating OALGD and moving on to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, they have looked dominant here in this series. There were brief signs of life from OALGD in map number 1, but since then, it has been dominance there from Toronto Ultra. Is shy on the defensive end, tried to keep OALGD in it. Would have been a map completion for Toronto if he didn't really kind of heat up on the Widow. But other than that, it has been all Ultra as they look in a really good position to potentially close this out 4-0.
Man, this round 1 has been a little insane. I mean, if this ends in a 4-0, that's 3 4-0s in this round here. Only the Ence and Fnatic game going to a 4-2.
It makes Crazy Raccoons like pick quite interesting, right? Of who they would decide to take there in round number 1. Still got a little bit more in this series, though. Let's see if Puckett and the boys believe if OALGD can make a comeback.
I'll tell you what, I want to hang out with that guy in the bucket hat. He's got some cool signs and some cool friends with him. OALGD trying their hearts out, Shy doing everything in his power. Toronto Ultra is just on a different level. Let's start here with the Ultra. Vega's impact. You mentioned he's only been on this team for about 6 months, ZP. What has he done for this team so far in this tournament?
In this tournament, so especially this series right now, it's been the Allari play. Vega has had a shutdown Allari, great Suns, great pylon placement, and just been giving fits to OALGD every map.
McGravy, let's take a look at some of the highlights. The Sigmas were out. We saw some fluxes, and someone was flexing.
Yeah, I mean, this just is kind of the fundamental difference between these two teams. Gushui and someone are complete opposite players. Gushui is more of a specialist on those dive characters, and it feels like OALGD is trying to be a team that they're not. They really, I mean, Fnatic swallowed their pride, and they're playing the Doomfist, they're playing the ball, whatever it takes to make that dive work, and OALGD is trying to flex, and that's just not their strength.
We did see a Zarya. We probably won't see her again. What do you expect to see moving forward here, ZP? What was working, if anything, for OALGD?
Well, here's what I expect to see going forward. Zarya is not Gushui's first pick of a hero here, but we're through the storm here. There will be no more Winston bans.
True.
There will be no more Ana bans.
True.
From at least the Toronto Ultra side. So now, if they want to run Winston from here on out, OALGD can do that, and I would strongly advise doing that.
You think that's the move?
I think it's absolutely a move, but we also have to think that Toronto Ultra are also no slouches on Winston themselves. I mean, they have someone, he's probably a top 5 Winston himself. He is completely capable of playing the Winston. They might force out a Diva ban from OALGD, and then after that, they don't have anything left. The Diva ban is about the only card they have left to play, and they have to win 4 maps in a row.
So far, it is all Toronto Ultra. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, it's the final fight in our round of 12.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
It's the Esports World Cup, Day 3 of Overwatch 2, and we could have potentially our last map on our hands for the round of 12. We have a very jet-lagged Chris Puckett as well as McGravy, but over here, ZP is just waking up, and you think we could go more than 4 maps? OALGD needs to fix some issues, but you mentioned it. The bad bands are out for them, right? They can play the Winston, they can play the Ana moving forward, and if you're on a losing streak, that means you get to keep picking the map, CP.
Yeah, it's not only that. Also, you look at the history of Chinese Overwatch, they love reverse sweeping. This is you get them down 0-3, and they're like, yeah, you got me right where, I want you. It's like Rocky after getting beaten up in like 7 rounds. It's like, oh, I can still go.
You out of gas yet? All right, I'll take a few more punches. Escort and Flashpoint. Where are the punches going to land next, McGravy?
Oh, I've been begging for an Escort pick from OALGD since the series started, and I feel like they have to take it there at this point. These Lucio-based compositions just probably aren't what they want at the moment. So, yeah, probably looking towards an Escort. I've been begging for a Dorado. I think Shy's Widow on Midtown was the only thing they had going for him. I want to see it again. At least force Toronto to ban it and make him do something else.
Toronto Ultra, 1 map away from locking in their spot in the top 8. And I don't think anyone wants to pick this team right now with the form they're showcasing. OALGD has been close at times, but unable to seal the deal. Let's see what map they feel most comfortable in, and it's Flashpoint. McGravy is going crazy up here on the stage. McGravy, do you want to replace Rush over there on OALGD? Do you want to be calling these plays?
Oh, listen, man, I can't speak Chinese, I can't speak Korean, but my God, I've been asking for an Escort pick, and he's done everything but that. What? And they've banned Lucio, where this is notoriously a map where everyone just plays Lucio and runs at each other, so I have no idea what they're doing.
CP, you just went cross-eyed. What happened?
I thought Toronto was going to ban the Lucio. That made more sense for my narrative. Why is OALGD leading with the Lucio ban? I don't know, but hey, you know what? Leave was really annoying them with the Venture, because Venture's out of there.
Yeah, Venture and the Drill will be sidelined. Lucio is going to be playing some music on the bench, but here we go. It's time to find out, will OALGD rebound in our best of 7? Or is Toronto able to close the door? Sugar-free, I feel you, brother. It is exhausting here to be at the venue from the start of the day. You know they've been practicing behind the scenes. They're the last match of the day, and to finish with a 4-0 will set them up the right way with a great night of sleep going in to the round of 8. The map's ready. Jaws, are we done?
Are we done? I kind of hope not, and I think the fans of the audience feel the same way. OALGD about to get eliminated potentially here, Matt.
The Lucio ban quite interesting. So Ana still stays in the game, right? There's a Winston potentially available. And I do like the Venture ban. The Venture was really effective from Leave whenever we've seen him play that hero throughout the tournament. So get that pick out, right? You can't play like, Venture with the Kriko or whatnot. So to me, it does feel a little bit like the end here for OALGD. It'd be a sad moment, but feels like we could get the hydraulic press ready to go.
Just get it warmed up.
Get it warmed up. It's a little, get a little bullpen cam. See the hydraulic press going up and down. You get ready for its motion on OALGD's key.
All right, here we go. Monk, Lengsa just back on the Ana and the Brig versus the double flex from Toronto Ultra with the Sigma. Gushue back on the old favorite in Winston.
I think Sugar Brig, we've talked a little bit about throughout the series, it's really kick things into another level. I mean, when you look at like the damage dealer duos, right? Like, you're always like Sugar Free is very good. We know how good he is, but like what level can he reach? He's outplayed Leave on the Tracer a lot in this series, it feels like. He's been fantastic, and as I say that, he dies at the hands of Shy.
Yeah, instantly gets shut down by Shy. That quick headshot from the Ash. Point taken by OALGD.
So they will end up farming this Nano up rather quickly, right? Let Gushue go in, take some damage. He just has to be so careful because it's a little bit more damage than he's used to, right, with the Baptiste and the Alari back there.
Yeah, kind of tough. Jumping in once again, gets coached.
He gets hit by an accretion with some of the damage that comes through on
Oh, you're
Toronto.
dead.
He's dead.
Yeah. Speaking of being dead, unfortunately, Shy suffers that fate. Nano boost on to Gushue. He gets booped away yet again. It's worth keeping in mind, too, there are two boops in this lineup here, this outburst and the coach gun. Leave just aren't able to get anything done there. Just jumps into the center of him. You're like, okay, Winston about to go crazy with this one. Just gets focused out.
He couldn't find anything. And look at this, they're going to keep Monk alive, right? They're not going to end up killing Monk for a period of time. So Monk's in his seat kind of like jumping up as he was just asking to die, and they don't end up finishing off for a while. So you'll have to wait. And you're not going to get many fights on these flashpoints because there is no Lucio. So typically with like a Lucio in the mix, you get like 3 fights potentially for these flashpoints. But with Lucio out, you're really probably only going to get about 2.
Yeah, it really slows down the pace of Flashpoint. All right, we're going to slowly make their way in once more. A couple of ultimates here coming in with a Bob from Shy to start off with. That Bob survived maybe half a second. You're going to have to pull Primal here if you want to survive. Gushue doesn't look like he wants to do that.
Nah, save it for another day. So that was the Pulse Bomb actually connected there. Lengsa puts a shield up. This is going to be Vega using the Captive Sun here.
He definitely landed on somebody.
Yeah.
Oh, Shy's in trouble. Nice headshot from Vega. Insta-kill onto Shy, and Monk suffering from a rather same fate. And, well, Toronto Ultra, that was a very quick and clean first capture.
Man, they lose a Leave rotating to the next point. Vega here on the Alari.
Vega is kind of clapping on the Alari right now.
Look, it's a potential 4-0. Everybody's going to have moments. But yeah, it feels like Vega's had quite the series here. That's why you get the double, like, banning the Lucio just allows them to play this comp, which, like, we've seen, Zeta Division, right? Play basically double flex the entire time.
All right, 3 ultimates. What can you do with them? That's the question. Leave, jumping in to the high ground, instantly boot down to low ground. The bomb comes in for Merit. Pulse Bomb finding not a full kill, it's a 0.5 kill in that, that pylon. And I don't think Leave is going to be around for too much longer either.
Rally here as well. I mean, they're so low already.
They're throwing ults away. Literally throwing ults away at this point, unfortunately. Primal gone, Rally gone, Pulse gone, and Toronto Ultra shrug it off.
I mean, you especially can't do that when you don't have many fights without the Lucio, right? So Merit pushes up here, going to get the benefits of the Sigma shield. Just for a brief second, now going to back up, does not want to challenge Shy in that way, but now you have the Nano for Gushue. Let's see if he can find anything with it, but there's so much displacement on the other side for Ultra. They are just going to knock him around, make it difficult to track down anybody.
All right, Monk's got the Nano boost. See if they can force out some of these displacement tools. Oh my word, Monk just permanently Focusing Shy there with all the heals he can muster. There's the rock onto Gushue. Lamb comes in, deal with that, deal with the coach, deal with the outburst, deal with the dynamite. He's got the health back, but leave. I mean, Gushue, his health bar, it needs to be topped up. But look at this, the hit squad from Toronto Ultra. Okay, he comes up with a kill. Leave ends up joining him there, finally finishing off Vega as they control the point now.
Yeah, they turn to try and put so much pressure on the Gushue. They kind of give someone up on the point, and they end up giving it back to OALGD as Gushue didn't find any kills, but just creating so much space and chaos that it allows them to flip the point. I don't know how they're going to live through this, though. I mean, that's a good start, though. Shy taking out Merit. I was going to say, you're going to have just basically every ultimate available here for Ultra. It's going to be very difficult for OALGD to play into this.
I mean, you mentioned before, because of the no Lucios, you get less fights on these points, so Toronto Ultra don't really want to force anything here. They're not going to push in for now. They know they've got 4 ults coming in. Probably 5, actually, with Merit's only 20% away. Here comes the Alari ult, though. Uh-oh, leave. Yep, focus the pylon first, maybe. End up just hiding in Gushue's bubble there, but it looks like Sugarfree on the other side of things takes down Monk. This window on the high ground pretty deadly. A coach gun from Merit survives with a minuscule fraction of a HP as Gushue gets taken down. Here is OT for OALGD. They might just end up losing this point. Leave without a recall and without hope. Sugarfree dropping the bag on him before they end up recapping.
But you see what we were talking about, where if you don't have the Lucio, you're not going to get many fights. It's really 2 fights there. Toronto then comes back in, takes it, and guess what? It's going to be a fight here for OALGD that they're not going to be at full strength. You see them trying to work their way back.
Yeah, someone's got the Flux too. He can just even Flux Gushue off of the point. Oh, Shy jumping over to the Sombra. Okay, if he can get a manual hack here onto someone as he tries for a Flux Blade, that'll just negate that ult completely. He's waiting for it. He's hanging out, waiting for his opportunity to go. Reveals himself in the end, translocates away. Manages to slip out of the way from someone's grasp, but Merit there with a quick and clean headshot onto Shy. Make that 2 as Gushue also falls. A rallying Lengsa on the point. Has he got enough damage? Has he got enough sustain to keep himself alive? Doesn't look like it. Even Leave claiming a double kill. Doesn't quite end up turning the tide, and Toronto Ultra, Matt, 1 point away now from eliminating OALGD.
They have to use everything in that fight to be able to flip the point, but you see how split everybody is here for OALGD is Toronto's going to be able to get to that point first, and I'm looking at Sugarfree. Had a monster series thus far. Pulse Bomb here early to get a pickoff could end up kind of putting the game away.
Looks like they're fighting off the point currently. You can see Sugarfree and Vega kind of hanging out. They end up getting split up. Can't quite find their buddy.
They're going to lose Vega, but they're going to get the point, I think, off of this.
Ooh, maybe not. Someone needs to go. There it is. Okay, they're doing it getting the point. You're correct. Sugarfree with a pulse bomb. Bit of a scrappy affair here as someone without support ends up going down.
Yeah, but you know, Merit gets a kill here. Can you just kind of keep this going if you're Sugarfree, right? The healing pass is going to kick in here in a second. It's a free 20% though.
Yeah.
For Toronto.
Oh, they end up switching up here as well. Someone going over to the Ram instead of the Sigma. Nano boost for Monk available too, so could be a fairly easy engagement, but we've seen how effective these engages have been from Gushue. Normally like a distraction to a lot of the time, has to wait for Leave to kind of follow up, who's currently in the backline currently. You know, Vega's looking at him like, we know you're going to engage.
They're trying to bait Gushue in
yeah.
A little bit. As Gushue does jump in. He actually misses the line of sight here from Monk, so doesn't get the benefit of the nano. Now he does.
Yeah, now it is jumping into the backline. Okay, Lamb down. RuPaul in trouble, or is he? I don't think he is. No, ends up just walking away. Just chilling. And there goes Nano, but they bought themselves some time.
Yeah, now you're going to have Bob, though, available here for Toronto Ultra, and they're going to use it straight away. They're going to send Bob in towards the back line.
Bob now capping the point for Toronto Ultra, and Lengsa just caught unawares there. Just a one-hit KO from someone, but a good sleep from Monk will make sure the rampage cannot continue as Leave is on one of his own now. That window from RuPaul trying to turn the tides here, but unfortunately for him, Gushue backs him away and just Leave once again. It's him and Shy just refusing to lose these games.
Yeah, and Leave actually connects with a pulse bomb there onto Vegas. He's using the Captive Sun, so you don't actually get anything with that Alari ult. Is Sugarfree and Goat should be able to get one more touch. It's not going to be an awesome fight, though, as Lengsa does have the rally. Looks like they want to go aggressive.
Yeah, they're going to go. Oh, that collapse was just beautiful. Michelin star level. They've taken out RuPaul as well. Oh, dearie me. This might be the point going over to OALGD here. Pulse Bomb onto Lengsa, eliminated. Sugar Free and Lee just a loggerheads right now. I mean, it's just the Tracers in this map so far. Sugar Free takes down Monk, but can't get to the point, and there we go. OALGD on the board.
Yeah, I do think the one thing you're seeing here, though, is that like it is a little bit harder for Toronto to keep their backline alive with the Alari and the Baptiste, like Gouche and Lee able to get in there and make quick work of the backline, where it's a little bit harder. It takes a little bit longer. It still happens for Toronto Ultra to do it because of the Brigitte. They are for Lengsa, so just maybe a little bit of a difference here at the moment. But Toronto still in the driver's seat here. So the flashpoint will open up in just a few seconds.
Someone just hanging around the backline right now. Merit under a lot of trouble, just trying to get away. This nano boost once again, not finding a kill. Nice headshot from Shy. Beautiful dynamite follow-up too. Vegas Trace one way, get headshot the other way, dynamited. But Merit, he's going to even this one up. But the problem is someone's got the Nemesis form and the Annihilation, so he can just march on this backline. Not sure Shy wants to stick around. Yeah, and he's going to get out of there. Even leave too. Trying to be a little bit cheeky, but it's pretty low. Chased out by someone.
Yes, it looks like Toronto actually will move back to the point, be able to take this. But Gouche already back in the fight and use the Annihilation, so
how'd they not kill Leave there? That fancy footwork just immaculate. Pulse Bomb comes in, however, Toronto Ultra, they do end up capping, but this is flipping on its head right now.
Yeah, it's going to be the Bob here used for Toronto Ultra. Ooh. Vega connects with two. The Bob put to sleep. You're going to lose Gouche and Shy, so it doesn't really feel like you make anything happen there as a Merit. Just going in, dealing with the backline himself. So Toronto gets control of the point, just uses the Bob there to take it towards the end, and they actually got someone out of the way. They're playing the Ramatra now over to the D.Va, but just not able to capitalize. As this D.Va, I think, is going to help, Jack. It's going to at least, being able to provide a little bit more peel here against, Leave. Also deal with Shy playing the Ashe.
Slowly moving in now onto the point. 65% and building for Toronto Ultra, and Vega yet again on the Alari.
Because of the no Lucio, you can't back out here. I mean, they could push up. I mean, this is a huge kill by Sugar Free, but yeah, look at this. They're going to push up, use an Ant Matrix here, try and catch them off guard.
Primal? Oh, he does it again. Okay, Primal Race from Gouche, take down RuPaul, jump straight to the point. 95%, Toronto Ultra probably going to be able to get 99 here, just through the time them standing on the point, and Shy taking down Vega, eventually shut down Vega completely. Like
Vega on a very long flank there, going all the way around.
It's all good. We need to win one fight
towards the OALGD spawn, and yeah, it's just one fight needed. Vega with that Captive Sun could be massive here, right? Just drop that onto the support line, even with the rally. The micro missiles from the D.Va could be huge. It looks like OALGD is posturing to maybe play a little bit aggressively, which I feel like would be a bit of a mistake. Yeah, they're all going to try and run now.
No, they got to. Sugar Free already down, though. Okay, there's the rally from Lengsa as well. Monk, very safe to kind of move as he pleases now.
Though? Trading the Captive Sun for the rally?
Don't think so. Do not think so one bit. A lot of the time, he needs so much more follow-up with the Captive Sun to get the kills. The rally is so good at stopping these dives, which we know Toronto Ultra want to do with Sugar Free and someone.
So it's going to be another fight here. OALGD trying to stay in this. Send it to a final flashpoint. Nano boost available. Looking to connect to Gouche.
That's to receive the nano. Yeah, backing up. Getting an LOS of Monk right now. He's taking a little bit of damage. Lengsa
on the brig.
Actually receives the nano. Had to stay alive. Someone pop in that self-destruct, but Lee follows that up with a pulse bomb. There it is. OALGD. Leave and Shy cleaning up Toronto Ultra. 2-2 now on Flashpoint.
Yes, Leave has gotten crazy, especially with Shy these last few points. So I feel like they're having a lot of trouble keeping that backline alive, with Vega and RuPaul. I say, it looks like we're actually going to have a fight here materialize before the point opens.
Yeah, just meeting each other on the cross here. I don't normally see fights off the point, or at least this far off the point. Oh, Gouche. Well, they at least burn the ball up, I suppose. Got that out of Merit. Point unlocks in about 10 seconds or so. Leave seeing, unfortunately, his teammates dying around him. Picks up the Mega Health Pack, saving one of his blinks. Try and get out of there. Yeah, not chased too far. There's Sugar Free still hunting for him, but he's going to decide going to cap the point instead.
So you get point control here first for Toronto. Can you get good use of this amp matrix, right? Create distance here. See where RuPaul's playing with Merit, via the overlay, right? So they're playing pretty far away as a distance, right? They want to try and burn Gushue down before he gets close.
Primal Rage for Gushue, however. All right, Leave now just trying to set up, waiting for the Primal engage. Just peppering away at the Demon. And here comes Gushue taking an off angle now. Knows he can go super deep. There's the stick from Sugar Free, though. Monk's already down. 50% for Toronto. Ultra. Merit does fall to Shy as Gushue rips the Primal Rage. Finds the mega health pack and should be able to rejoin the fight in just a moment. Links it with the rally now on the point. Gushue back into the action as someone is demeched.
It's a must-win fight here for OALGD. They do win it. They invest everything, though, into it. So the next fight, Vega will come back with that captive son. So they do a nice job focusing down someone, getting him out of mech. Is a fight win here for OALGD would be huge because then Shy is going to end it with a bomb. And you'd be in a great spot to take this flashpoint.
Yeah, someone's got an extra life at his disposal as well in this self-destruct. As long as Leaves doesn't get the stick on him again, of course. We'll see if they can open this one up. Good stick from Leave. Oh, even better lamp there from RuPaul. Saves Vega's life, looking for an entry yet again. They know Vega's hiding around this corner. Nice headshot. There is the captive son. It does hit one, but links to the rescue, shielding his support. Monk not taking any damage. There's one ultimate out of the picture. Oh, Leave. Leave and Leaves Bob just doing Lord's work right now as they're going to clean up. Matt, this might just be it.
Yeah, Shy was extremely low there. Sugar Free putting pressure, but it's Ash just too strong. Sugar Free is going to be the one who's going to have to get a touch.
97% can't even get there. Yes, he can. Triple blink on the point causes OT. Someone on the Doomfist now try and get another retouch, but they can't get there. OALGD refusing to go down without a fight.
Yeah, they stay alive in this series, taking Flashpoint on New Junk City, but still, it is a huge mountain to climb. It would have to be a reverse sweep of reverse sweeps because from here on out, Toronto, they will have their map choice. They will have their ban option. A lot that's going to have to go right here for OALGD, but they get one on the board. Give themselves a chance.
I mean, we've seen some crazy reverse sweeps so far here at EWC.
Not like this, though. I mean, this would be a monumental collapse here for Toronto Ultra. I think it's really, probably even really early to even be talking about it. I think we got to see OALGD. You win another map, then I think we're in the realm of possibility, but just getting one on the board here. Still a long way for them to go.
Should you be on the Alari if you're OALGD?
I don't think so, because I think you were able to really kind of take advantage of it, right? They were never really able to stay with Gushue in the backline. Gushue and Lead were able to kind of punish that double flex support backline. OALGD still in the series. Let's go back to the desk.
Thank you, gentlemen, and congratulations to OALGD. You're not getting blanked on the big stage, and that is, of course, to the joy of the crowd. They flew in. They came all the way out to Riyadh to watch their players perform. They finally stepped up, McGravy.
Yeah, I'm happy to see the crowd get their one. They like the caster said, they have a long way to go. A lot of their map bans have already been, or hero bans, sorry, have already been used up. So this is pretty much the matchup we're probably going to see going forward. I don't see a bunch of huge, besides maybe the Alari. Mr. X talked about it. You did just defeat it, but I think this map was a little bit of Toronto kind of overthinking. They were on the Sigma, and they had won 2 points, and they had swapped off in the middle of the third point, and the rest of the way, OALGD took it.
I was already calling out our player of the match, and then all of a sudden, the clock struck midnight, ZP. We are now officially on Saturday. This is where OALGD comes to play.
It really is. And I was just talking to McGravy about the almost mysticism of watching this team, because we've seen this script so many times before that this is just players. This is a team that does not die until the final map falls, and they have done reverse sweeps before. this is nothing new. This is practically in the script, and we might be living it right now.
Shout out to everyone on the East Coast of the U.S. I know your 9 to 5 gig is up. You're finally able to tune in to Overwatch, and OALGD is going to make sure we have more games coming your way. The bad news is you probably missed how picks and bans work and everything that happened before, because OALGD, they had all the map picks. That's not the case anymore, but there's only one game mode to choose from right now for Toronto Ultra. What can we see in an escort moving forward, McGravy?
I think on the Toronto side, you scrap the Dorado. I think that's something that OALGD is probably looking forward to doing with the Winston and the Widowmaker. I think you want to avoid that. I think it's potentially a Shambali here.
A Shambali?
Yeah, potentially a Shambali. They like the Sigma, and I believe it's already been banned out, the Sigma. So what do you think, CP?
Yeah, I mean, that makes all the sense in the world for me, especially because you know how good Shy has been, where Shy has been coming alive. Leave has been coming alive. If you go Shambhala, you're going to limit what Shy can do, at least from a range perspective. It's the least range-friendly map of the 3 in the pool. You do that, you take away some weapons, and hope for the best.
Sugar Free was on a 15-player kill streak before he got shut down, and at the end of that last map 4, we saw Leave come alive. Some serious plays on the back line causing some problems. Gushue doing everything he could. What was the strength of OALGD? How did they pull out that win, and what can you replicate moving forward?
I think they had really started to sniff out the playstyle that Vega has started to develop here with the very aggressive Alari flanks.
A little too aggressive at times, but I love that Vega. Don't stop.
He uses the captive stun to flank a lot, and I think OALGD has really gotten a hold of that with the Winston composition. They're able to dive him effectively, and like you said, Shy and Leave on that map were back and forth, left and right. They were hitting Toronto hard.
We are having a very exciting matchup. It takes OALGD a little bit of time to find their form, but once they do, this is a dangerous squad, and we mentioned it. All of the danger bans are mostly out of the way, right, ZP? So as we head back to the Kadia Arena, the ball is in Toronto Ultra's court. They are still on match point. How do they seal the deal?
Right now, the way they seal the deal is that not only do you continue supporting Sugar Free the way they've been, not only do you keep getting the good contribution from someone, but you need that extra little bit from Merit. I feel like it's been a quiet night for Merit here so far. Hasn't quite been explosive relative to Sugar Free. If they get that extra bit of performance from Merit, that might be all they need to just put it over the top.
Circuit Royale. Are we going to see Widows?
I think there's a real chance the Widowmakers come out, but we'll have to see the bans. This is also a map where the Pharah on the first point is really oppressive on the defender side. It's really hard to attack into that Pharah, and I think a mercy ban.
Yeah. What? They're just doing a support protect, I assume, yes?
This has to be. Mercy is completely irrelevant in this meta. There is almost no reason. The only time we've seen Mercy come out is when people want to do the Eichenwald Widow spawn snipe. Yeah, it sounds like a troll ban to me.
Toronto having a little bit of fun, but don't play with your food because OALGD is the real deal, and they say sugar-free. Let's see how far you can flex, my friend. Tracer no longer on the map. Is this good news or bad news for Leaf?
This is interesting news for Leaf because so rare is it in Overwatch that you'd go, yeah, we'll put Leaf's Tracer against yours. The respect being shown to Sugar Free here is immense because 9 times out of 10, you think, yeah, Leaf will fight any Tracer? Not this Tracer.
There's a lot of options here. Sugar Free is also well-renowned for his Genji. Potentially we see that Genji break. That hasn't been shown a ton in this tournament, but in the past, that's been a super relevant strategy. So either that, potentially a Mei, not Sugar Free specialty, but also really popularized by the Falcons.
I broke my first keyboard after a Nano Blade. Will we see Ana Genji combos for some Nano Blade team wipes?
Really potentially. I mean, Sugar Free is so good at that Genji, so I think there's a real potential that we see that.
Jaws, is this thing over?
Good question, Puckett.
Are we living in a simulation? Is this Puckett just... Did they replace Puckett with AI Puckett?
Could be. You never know. Matt, the Mercy ban here.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff, but maybe kind of protecting a support ban?
Protecting like Baptiste, potentially?
Yeah.
Right. Don't think we've seen, or any Olari. Yeah, potentially. That could be kind of what they were going for there. Because like the desk had mentioned, Mercy not super relevant at all. I also think the Tracer ban, pretty cool from OALGD in the sense that, like, they've been really good with their own Tracer, Leave, right? But we've seen Leave play so many other things, force Sugar Free to adjust.
Well, as OALGD rock out the gates, let's get a quick listen in, see what the plans are.
走，来停，走。 他是 Echo 发起
Echo 发起 ，Echo
局，巴黎一大队。狙一个2楼了，我推盾摔大了，推个盾，我拉位置。
我能出吗？我能漏吗？
能。
先搏车吧。
我摔2手了我。 去飞天狙，
去掉。牛逼，杨姐。
要打兄弟。
再你搏车吧。
广播。哎，要。
我2枪。
慢点。嘎逼了。去压位置有点快。
哎，你看你能直接坐位吗？
可以。
我推杨姐，我推去。
现在去。
这里，现在是没有人的。我是个水包。
多拼吧。
一代半写这边。
西马船。
舒服，你别低。不对，西马低。继续推车，不管。他西马力很大了，西马还是低，有点来不起来了。
他只剩6少。
121在那个121在那个右边楼梯。
来，说的是3、2、1，给个盾。我能打一波怎么说？给了这里。这里。我说的这里，我没盾。说，破了盾，破了。我是早区了，你们能压吗？我现在没盾，我现在可以压。
还是压。
我先了。来，西马低，摸了错了。西马低。免踩，我也没血了。
我有无敌，我有矩阵，能反打吗？
可以，他没血。
我左右边说。
走。西马砸。
多一滴。
巴黎要吃。
8滴血。
收走。
压走了。兄弟，他们这个盯摊棋盯的有点那啥呀。
Unbelievable early pick there by Shy. One pick, resulting in that payload being captured there, man, right under the nose of the Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, both teams end up using the Ant Matrixes, and looks like they just back off the point there and not able to get it. So we have seen Merit play the Widow a little bit throughout this series. It's actually going to be the Gravitic Flux here that comes in from someone, results in a kill, but Shy in the Widowmaker battle has gotten such a advantage, I feel like,
so good.
Over Merit. Merit a fantastic Widow, but Shy throughout this series, I mean, you think back to Midtown, it's been phenomenal.
Honestly, if we get a perma Shy / Merit cam, that'd be perfect. I always hope for some Widow duels on this map, and we have been delivering so far. Nice sound barrier there, counteracting the Alario. Shy still hunting for his mark. Oh, good shot on Sugar Free, but Vega yet again. Just waiting out that overhealth, it ticks down. Double kill on the back line.
Yeah, the Alari definitely paying off. Gushue, though, here on a little bit of an off angle. You still have Shy up as well. As Shy continuing to move the payload as...
oh, my boy's still shooting.
I think they're still scared as Sugar Free just dodges out of the way.
That wall wasn't there.
Sugar Free with a dupe here in this next fight. It is Toronto giving up a lot of space here, though.
Oh my word! That was Sugar Free shifting as well.
Yeah.
Shy with another! I'm sorry, what am I witnessing from Shy right now?
Well, yeah, we may see a Widowmaker ban if we go to another map, as Shy just so silly on the hero.
Vega on the flank here. Shy super up close and personal right now. Just managed to take out the duplicate. However, has to back off.
So now Toronto, they will stabilize here on defense. 3 minutes on the clock here for OALGD. So I think this will be probably the hardest part, right? Getting up towards this high ground, you're going to take lots of damage. And just like how McGravy was talking about, Sugar Free goes over to the Genji. I think the Genji a much better pick here than the Echo. The Echo specifically against Shy's Widow. Easy pickings for him.
Oh! All right, Shy dead. All right, reset. Oh wait, GT here. Can't let Merit go down. We'll scope it.
Sugar Free on the Genji also with 3 in this fight. He can put so much pressure onto Shy. It's way easier than playing the Echo. The Echo, I mean, you were just a sitting duck up in the sky, but Merit hit some 6 shots there. That one on Alexa. Kick things off as we're going to have Inversight for both Widows, so probably some time going to go off the clock here.
See if Shy can open this one up. Oh, he's 10% away from those sites. Desperately needs it. Yeah, I don't think he's going to get it in time. Looks like they're going to try and just go for another push. Oh, deflects. Still trying to pressure him out. Does he know Merit is in the small corridor? Oh, luckily shield was there. And there's the counter sites. Okay, now Merit is going to fade away. Have to be a little bit more careful now. Grapple up onto the high grounds. Another Larion coming through, but yeah, that lamp saved him. And an outburst to get away too. Unfortunately, though, for Vega, that was directly in the line of sight of that tectonic shock. Someone with a beautiful flux, though. And Monk and Lexa end up going down. However, Leave is still in the action right now as he now just stares at Merits. And Sugarfree, without a deflect now, is just going to suffer at the hands of Gushway's rock.
Yeah, so he's going to fall at the hands of Merit, though, so I believe it's just Leave here.
He's a scrappy.
On the payload, it's a Shy hits a jump shot here. Is very scrappy towards the end. It's going to be Monk putting down the Ant Matrix here. It's going to be an Ant Matrix for RuPaul. It's going to be really the biggest thing is someone back in the action. Toronto gets another hold. It's pretty bad here for OALGD.
Blade coming up for Sugarfree, only 5% away or so. Shy again just needs to open this one up. Kill Leave, Shy, or kill, not Leave, he's on his own team. Kill Merit or Sugarfree, and they should be good. Vega dead, that'll do. Headshot from Merit though, as they do end up just forcing themselves in this fight, just burning more time. Blade pulled from Sugarfree, dealt with by Gushway.
Yeah, it does get sound barrier out, so maybe you can hightail this if you're Toronto. Get back up towards the cart. You can kind of play from there on defense. So you trade your Blade for their beat. Not going to have that available here towards the end. That would be a huge difference maker, right? Because Toronto, you're playing double flex.
Again, Vega came straight back from spawn, sent there once more by Shy. Merit's now peeking around the corner, dealt with the Lamb, but a headshot onto Leave. It's all Widow versus Widow in Circuit Royale as OT approaches.
Yeah, you're going to have Sugarfree, though. Picks up Lengsa. Who's going to contest this here for OALGD?
Sights for Merit, spot Shy around the corner. Genji dealt with. Shy trying to find something, but no, it is Merit and someone that halt the push. 3 meters to go before that second checkpoint. As now the pieces have been set by Toronto Ultra. OALGD know exactly how far Toronto Ultra need to push in order to close out this series and move on.
Yeah, Shy's Widowmaker has been really good. Merit sort of come alive there towards the end. Leave, you know, whether it was the Venture or the Echo. I think the Venture probably looked a little bit better. You know, the Echo not really able to get anything going there towards the end, but first point, it was all Shy getting the point for OALGD. Just not enough here towards the end. Merit with some sick shots.
This is a highlight reel for both Shy and Merit right now. World-class Widowmakers in action. Of course, we're going to see that on the defense as well. Shy locking Widow, but Leave this time on the far end.
Yeah, I'm going to be sad if this is the only time this year we see this OALGD squad. You know, somebody's got to figure out how to, whether it's you know, get some of these players on an import or something, right? Get Shy on your team, because I mean he is phenomenal. But Toronto know where that box of victory is, know how far exactly they got to push to take this map in the series.
Yeah, let's give them a quick listening and see how they're doing.
Oh my God, the China fucking, where's the Toronto cheers, bro?
There's only like 2 people cheering us, bro. Monkey, 고전. Ah, shit, no, never mind. I'm drunk. Iron like jumps on. Sigma Widow. Para.
Okay, you want to say your Jason?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
No, I go.
You can echo? Yeah.
No, I can't real.
Okay.
제. Don't say, I just guy. Don't say. I'm gonna go. Wait, Jane pick, anyway, real pussy. Take him every space. Pick him in.
Well, I already have top.
Hey,
push guard first.
Yeah, I could say. Well, 저.
Like, fair no shift.
Canceling. 3, 2, 1, say.
What a one.
What a pick is actually. What is actually?
What a one.
Come back. 쉐. I do it, 배가. 배.
Come back.
위더 스태치.
Yeah.
I 스태치.
Oh. I'm ready to peek.
위더 백. 아저씨 위더.
Okay.
위더 플레이어.
I can
say.
3.
Just losing one early there to Shy, of course, taking down Sugarfree. Merit tries for the jump shot on him as they try, once again, re-swing this corner, man.
Yeah, they swing it as a unit. You see when Merit goes up, there's like 2 or 3 other players going around the corner as well. So at that time, he gets the better of Shy. Now things should start to open up for Toronto Ultras. That's going to be 2 for Merit.
2 for Merit, maybe even a third 2. He's looking high in the sky. 3 kills for Merit on the Widow. And now it's going to be an easy checkpoint completion here from Toronto Ultra, even going for the quick spawn peek. Oh, body shot by Shy. Lucky to escape with his life there.
Yeah, Shy is ready for it. You see that he's already basically at an infra site here. So we take a look from Merit's POV yet again.
That is an unbelievable shot.
Finds the Alari so fast. Crazy stuff there from Merit as it's really been a battle of the Widowmakers here on circuit.
3 seconds, 1 second to the grapple now for Merit. How aggressive does he want to be? Waiting patiently for Shy's. Going high in the sky, but Shy is already beating him to it, taking down Sugar Free.
Yeah, finds the echo there as now things will slow down just a little bit. Still a decent amount of time for Toronto, right? 4 minutes. They're going to have an fight here in a sec.
Someone is super low. Look at OLGD right now. Flux hits, leaving trouble, slam back down. What?
Yeah, look at someone celebrate. Wait, there's still players though.
3 kills for the Flux. There are still players alive, by the way. Shy still killing your team. All good though, all good. Smiles all around in the Toronto camp.
He started celebrating there, and then I think it was like, leave it, ended up taking out 2, and Shy taking 2 right around the corner. So someone getting really excited there, end up picking up that triple. So OALGD, they will get around the corner here. Dupe here from Sugar Free just to keep himself alive.
Instantly dead? What? Uh-oh, leaving trouble though. Vega once again taking him out on the Alari pick. Flux coming through for Gushue, slams someone back down to earth. Trying to battle the ego right now. It feels like Lengsa takes down Vega, and now Merit through this window is a deadly force. Takes down Monk, Gushue eliminated, and now their final push here as Lengsa ends up going down. It's Shy against the world, but RuPaul and Sugar Free easily dispatched with him, and Toronto Ultra qualify to the quarterfinals.
Now someone can celebrate as his Sigma was fantastic there on offense. A huge gravitic flux really kind of opens things up there for Toronto Ultra as we talk about how they can play, you know, what's their ceiling in international competition. They take out the very best that China has to offer here in round number 1. OALGD, was awesome to be able to see these players play again. You know, you see Shy obviously always show up against the top competition. But Toronto, just a bit too much here today.
Unbelievable performances, both from Shy and Leave this series. I mean, masterclass Widow play, as always, what we kind of expect. But Toronto, a well-rounded roster. Of course, NA's #1 seed, have been forever. Like, they have been the top. There's been a tier break below them, always has been, always will be. And they will move on to the quarters. Of course, it's up to Crazy Raccoon, Virtus.pro, Twisted Minds, Zeta now to decide each one of these teams that have qualified their fate and who they were playing against.
Yeah, and something that we saw Toronto do a lot today, that we've seen Zeta Division do a lot, and they actually starting to really kind of grow on me, is playing this double flex backline. The Alari plus the Baptiste, it is so much damage. Like, you don't have a traditional support ult or speed, you know, like a Lucio with a sound barrier or whatnot, but just the amount of damage output you have with both those heroes plus an Ashe, I think it'll be something interesting that we see a lot of other teams maybe try and replicate tomorrow.
Yeah, let's go down to the stage though. Milos with Lenny.
We got Sugar Free here with us. Toronto Ultra victorious, and they move on to the quarterfinals tomorrow. You got some fans in here, but Sugar Free, look, it's no secret. You're used to smashing NA teams, but how do you prepare for international teams? How do you play against them, and especially teams from Asia?
You know, we've just been practicing pretty hard, like playing in Korea. China is like, it was pretty free, you know, this time, because like World Cup, bro, that was a fluke. I knew for sure next time I played these bums, like it's gonna be free. You know, Avenging USA.
It wasn't super free on Jump Content, so what happened there?
Bro, we weren't trying. Simple as that. Mickey Mouse win for them.
All right. You know what? Fair enough. I'll give it to you here. But you know what's gonna happen to you now? You know you're gonna have to receive that key and smash it later. Please, Gushue will come in from OALGD. And there it is. You want to say bye-bye to him?
Goodbye, Gushue, bro. See you next year.
There it is. All right. With that said, you got the win, right? big deal for you, especially an international win here. But you're not the one that gets to pick who you get to play against later. Is there a team of one of the 4 within the quarters that you really want to play?
I think I really want to play Raccoons again, bro. Like,
are you sure about that?
I do. I want to get at least a map off them, bro. 1 map, I'm good.
You feel you can take them? They'll push beyond the 1 map?
If we play like we did today, we could for sure beat them.
All right. Anything you'd like to say to fans out there before we close it out?
Yeah, thank you guys so much. You guys have been awesome so far. I appreciate you guys a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sugar Free, and congratulations on the win. Though now for our Arabic viewers, I'll give you a quick recap.
Amazing stuff there from Milos, one of the most talented people in the venue. And Sugar Free through the first 4 games also looked like one of those. He is our Sony MVP, and we have to celebrate his early work on the Tracer. Lenny, aka Len, doing damage before turning into Leonard in that game 5. Let's take a look here, though, at what he was doing early in this series, causing chaos on that back line.
Yeah, he was the most valuable player for the Toronto Ultra for incredibly good reason. I mean, you look at OA LGD, and whenever they got anything done, it got done because Sugar Free died. While Sugar Free was alive, he was getting key picks, key protection, keeping Leave off the back line, and just generally being an absurd menace.
Yeah, I mean, and you heard that interview too. He walked the walk so he can talk the talk, because there were some bold statements there, but hey, he can back it up because his Tracer here, well, we can ignore the Circuit Royale, the headshots on the Echo, not a big deal. The Tracer on the other 4 maps was more than enough.
I gotta ask about this. Sugar Free seemed like he was playing a little bit impassioned. What's he talking about at the World Cup, ZP? What happened in the past against China? And why did he call it a Mickey Mouse win?
Honestly, I think for Sugar Free, I just think anytime there's been losses in the past, a little, enemies list type thing, and he just scratched one of those off here today. But you gotta love the passion coming in. You gotta love it.
OALGD, your name has been crossed out. Tomorrow he wants Crazy Raccoon, and he said he'd be happy with just 1 map win. I'm not gonna be happy if I'm his teammates, because I know every match win is a double up in the money. But let's take a look at all of the highlights, and I sure hope we see a lot of Shy McGravy, because if I'm a team owner, he is the one I'm going out asking, what do you need to move to my team?
Listen, that man was the early 80s Jordan without no help. I mean, he was absolutely going crazy on Circuit Royale. If we had to go just off 1 map, that was the best performance I think we've seen this entire tournament, because he had probably 18 headshots on that map alone, and it didn't even make it to 3rd point on either side.
We did see some highlights from Leave early on here as we keep talking about what we're seeing on the screen. Some incredible tank play. ZP, what else did you see?
Yeah, I mean, someone was all over the place, and I think definitely had an edge on Gushue, especially when Winston or Ana were out of it. But just also to go back and point back to Shy, I know they got 3 player massages here and around for our players here at the Esports World Cup. I just wonder if they have chiropractors, because the back might be broken after his performance here today.
Snap them up, baby. Here's a look at some of the best moments here as we went to Midtown. Didn't know if that was going to work out for OALGD. It didn't. So what do they pick? We're going to go to New Junkertown. And this, ZP, you promised us a reverse sweep. We saw it in Flashpoint, right?
Yeah, we did. We got a mini reverse sweep, which could have been the prelude to the full reverse sweep, but the magic just ran out of power here tonight. But it also just goes to show you can never count out the players on this team. They fought to the end. They almost flipped it, but just fell short on Circuit Royale.
So many highlights from this final game. Shy, despite being on the losing side, putting up a highlight reel. Merritt had some fantastic shots of his own. And of course, someone with that grab flux sealing the deal, celebrating a little bit early, but they pushed that payload in.
Hey, he's a character. He's got so much energy. He's just so much fun to be around. I think you got to give a lot of credit to someone in Vega. I think them playing the Sigma, you see the celebration there from someone. Someone on the Sigma and Vega on the Alari was, I would say it was the backbone of which this team was built on this series. They played it the entire time, and OALGD did nothing about it.
I love it. It's a World Cup. Might as well celebrate it that way. And there you can see, gentlemen, shaking hands, sportsmanship. It's what it's all about. Unfortunately, that is the end of the road for OALGD. They're going to be knocked out, but we have to take a look at our Kadia play of the day. And it was tough to pick. So many great moments. We didn't have time to throw Shy in the mix here, but let's take a look, McGravy. Going back to the push, what did you catch?
Oh, we got the big C9. Not only that, but the play from W. Maimon earlier. But this C9 was critical. I mean, when the timer is that far down, you can't afford a C9 there. And an insane pulse bomb from Knife. I mean, this potentially is probably the best pulse bomb I've ever seen. I mean, the amount of calculation you got to do there is insane.
That Baptiste didn't see it coming, and he is going to explode. Fantastic stuff. Unfortunately, a number of our favorite teams being knocked out today, but we have 8 remaining at the end of it. And are we going to see more of this hero? Because Vega loved running her.
Yeah, Vega was looking real good on the Illari here today. And, you know, the thing about Vega on the Illari, it should have been banned in the series at least once. It was a little bit of malpractice that it wasn't. But here's the thing. There's more and more game tape on Toronto. What they're good at, what they're bad at. And you got to believe the other teams are looking.
That may be the best hashtag, by the way, Kadia Gaming. Hashtag play life. Love to see it. We are going to see more games tomorrow as we have one more key to crush on the night. We say goodbye to OALGD and, of course, their Triforce here, McGravy. Let's take a look at what was going on behind the scenes. It's coming.
Oh, man. I see. I've loved to term this the Crusher 99. For the people that understand, Crusher 99 is about to claim another key, and Sugar Free seems delighted to be putting it in there.
Yeah, there's actual glee coming in here. He might be the most happy player to turn on the press and just crush it before his eyes. I mean, he's ready.
Has Sugar Free always been a trash talker, or is this just a little special energy you're seeing here at the World Cup?
Honestly, I think puberty hit hard. At one point, he was 14 years old, really like reserved, and now all of a sudden...
6'4", handsome, ears pierced, rocking his jewelry, rocking the tracer, pulse bombing whatever he wants, and crushing keys.
It's just that American spirit, man. It's just infectious. I mean, Gator loves the trash talk. Kaluj loves the trash talk. If you're an American, you have to be known for the trash talk, it feels like.
I was known for my trash talk until I turned 18 and realized that Fist could hurt me. Let's take a look at who is going to be doing the damage moving forward. Sugar Free, do you think he's putting that key in his final trophy if they go the distance? Who is he gunning for in the remainder of this tournament, McGravy?
It sounds like Crazy Raccoon. It's crazy. I think Crazy Raccoon is without a doubt the best team in this tournament, which speaks to the confidence that Toronto and Sugar Free has. I mean, yes, this was a good match, but Crazy Raccoon is a crazy statement.
ZP, we're both big Bill Belichick fans. He's always playing mind games here. Is that Sugar Free being like, you really don't want to play as Crazy Raccoon because I'm ready for you?
You know, it almost was until he fumbled the landing where he said, we can get one map off you. Like, come on, man. You just had all this great trash talk. Take it to the end. Don't be like, we'll get one map.
You had it kind of scared. Unfortunately, this is the end of the road for my favorite tank. Gushway is joining us with our interview.
We're here with Gushway from OALGD, of course, our exit interview as their key has just been crushed by Toronto Ultras. Now, first piece, commiserations, Gushway. I mean, you put in a valiant effort in the game today, but my question is, despite being eliminated, do you feel you grew as a player and as a team during the tournament here at EWC?
因为首先你在这个活动上面已经努力了，然后是说，就让你在这个比赛上面淘汰了。可是你为了一个玩家，代表你的团队，你在这个活动上面学到了什么东西吗？
这次比赛的话，我觉得对我们来说学到最多应该是比赛的体力吧，因为第一次，相当于我们是第一次就是这么晚参加比赛嘛。因为现在我们基本上参加比赛的点是今晚是沙特时间的11点多，11点左右参加比赛，相当于国内时间的5、6点了，4、5点了，相当于对我们的身体来说是在通宵打比赛嘛。但是说实话，这次可能还都没那么适应好，所以状态大家都不是很好。我觉得下次的话，从这方面应该能获得更多经验吧。
So first of all, it's great to play here. It's my first time we're playing internationally on this level on the EWC, and also the time. The time right now in China is about 6 o'clock in the morning, and maybe our bodies didn't get to the level that we should play today. And of course, the first time we played, but we know like how to play next time, so we're going to be better next time. be sure about this.
Very good to gather that experience. And actually, I want to follow up on it. As Chinese representatives, did you feel that there was any extra pressure on you coming into this tournament?
在这个比赛，你们是唯一的在这个比赛上面是问中国团队，就是说有什么压力吗？就是代表中国团队有什么自己的压力？觉得？
我觉得压力的话，就是因为大家也对我们抱有很大的期望嘛，但是因为这次结果来说也不是很好，自己也不是很满意，所以让大家失望了吧。
We are actually disappointed, like the way we played, because like we have a lot of fans and they have hope on us, and unfortunately we didn't play as expected. Maybe we are sad about this. We are sorry to them.
Anything else you'd like to say to them? Maybe something about your next steps as OALGD and as Gushui as a person?
就是代表你自己，或者代表你们的团队，你对你粉丝有什么话要说吗？你们未来要怎么做？
很抱歉，大家12强就被淘汰了。下次的话，如果还有机会的话，一定会打得更好，赢下来的。
I'm sorry to my fans and to my team, and maybe we didn't play well this time, but we make sure like next time we will play the best we could do, and we're sorry like the way we played today.
I don't think you should be sorry at all. You played fantastically, and I'm sure next time it'll be a pleasure to watch you and the team on stage again. That was it from Gushui OALGD. Thank you very much, Shay, and good luck on the.
Thank you, Miloshin. Unfortunately, we will not see Gushui and OALGD moving forward, but that means we officially have our top 8 locked in. The question is, who picked who to play in the next round as we go to the round of 8? It's all best of 7s once again, McGravy. Everyone wants to avoid Crazy Raccoon, right? That is the game plan. If you're one of the teams who won today, you're hoping they didn't draw your stick.
I mean, if you want to play Crazy Raccoon, you're hoping in like a best of 3 or a best of 5, there's more chance of an upset. But here we can shake it out, see what's on the screen. And it looks like Ence is the unlucky team that ended up with Crazy Raccoon, with Falcon picking VP. What do you think, CP?
I think right now, I'm looking at this, I think Falcon VP could be an incredible matchup with Virtus.pro, just being the dark horse of the tournament. Zeta versus Space Station, gonna be excellent. Toronto versus Twisted Minds, might give the edge to Toronto, but Twisted Minds, of course, cannot count them out. Crazy Raccoon versus ENCE, honestly, Crazy Raccoon super favored, but you'd never know.
And of course, Virtus.pro did not get a pick. They got the leftover. So Falcons to fall that far, is that a sign that teams are afraid of this team?
I mean, you have to be afraid of Falcons, even if you feel like their form hasn't been great, losing to OALGD, who did just get eliminated. You have to look at their talent. And like I said earlier, they have championship winners all across the board. And the people that haven't won championships are just as good, if not better, in Proper and Stalker. You have to be terrified of that team.
Last night we finished at 2 a.m. here in Riyadh. Tonight we're finishing around 1 a.m. But let's take a look at when the matches are kicking off, because it's not necessarily in the same order as that bracket. We will see Crazy Raccoon taking the stage once again against the European boys from Ence. Zeta represents the Japanese org against SSG, and we're going to see Twisted Mind going up against Toronto Ultra. We close it out, though, with that banger, as we expect the Falcon fans to be ultra loud, taking on the Europeans from Virtus.pro. Excellent matchups across the board. ZP, do any of them go to a Game 7? We got to a Game 6 tonight.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really looking forward to the Zeta match. I think that is the one that very well could go the distance. But beyond that, also Virtus.pro at the end, another one to keep an eye on. Even versus Twisted Minds, I think those teams will be very evenly matched.
And of course, what are they playing for? McGravy, look at this thing. Of course, it's not just the shield. It's not just your triangle of the shield and your opponents inside of that. We've got the club championship. We've got some serious money on the line here in Riyadh. $1 million for Overwatch 2, $20 million bonus here at the Esports World Cup. We're about halfway through, and we hope you join us for the finale. It starts tomorrow on Saturday. We finish on Sunday right here from the Esports World Cup in Riyadh. I'm Chris Puckett. That's McGravy. That's CP. On behalf of everyone behind the scenes, thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow evening.
fall.